Lin Yu, who grew up in a Taoist temple, unexpectedly found himself traversing realms, transforming the art of summoning deities into a game of SSR card draws. Today, he called upon Erlang Shen to open the heavenly eye, and tomorrow, he might summon Nezha to stir the East Sea, even lending divine power to his companions temporarily. When the Western gods mocked the East for lacking true deities, a decree resonated through the heavens. You pretenders, do you think you can contend with the rightful gods of Huaxia? Chapter 1. Young Taoist Master. In Sangnan City, a middle-aged man with an oily hairstyle, not particularly handsome, approached Lin Yu. Young Taoist, why are you dazed? Not long ago, you predicted that I would soon come into a small fortune, Lin Yu replied. Hey, surprisingly, I've indeed won the lottery these past few days. 5 yuan turned into 20. Could you perhaps divine my fortune for today? The middle-aged man, whose voice was dripping with flattery, prompted Lin Yu to gather a few copper coins from the ground. Raising his head slowly, Lin Yu glanced at the man and disdainfully said, Uncle Zhao, you're pushing 30, nearing 40 in years, and if we calculate carefully, you're well into your 60s. Should I really call you brother? How disgusting. The middle-aged man's face flushed with anger. He pointed an accusatory finger at Lin Yu, ready to rebuke him, but then a cunning expression crossed his face. Since I, Zhao Kongsheng, am over 60, isn't it only fitting for you, a lad of 17 or 18, to call me grandfather? With a smirk, Zhao Kongsheng reveled in his perceived superiority. Lin Yu, however, regarded him with the look one might reserve for a fool, then spat onto the ground, nearly hitting Zhao's shoes. The latter stepped back, glaring at Lin Yu, exclaiming, Fine, I had intended to treat you to something good tonight. Then forget it, that saves me a bit of money, Lin Yu retorted. Zhao Kongsheng produced a cigarette, tossing it into the air and catching it in his mouth, lighting it up with a sense of satisfaction. Upon hearing Zhao's words, Lin Yu's eyes gleamed. Brother Zhao, behold, I shall divine your fortune now. You better ensure it's a hearty meal tonight, he added, not waiting for Zhao to decline. With both hands clutching the 3 copper coins, he began to shake them. Yes, Lin Yu is a time traveler, a youth of the Taoist path in this new century, a far cry from the so-called Taoist youth found online. In his past life, Lin Yu had grown up in a Taoist temple. 17 years prior, while sorting through the possessions of the temple's master, Lin Yu stumbled upon an ancient text he'd never seen before, detailing edicts and summoning techniques. Out of curiosity, he summoned Erlang Shen, and thus his journey began. Are you done yet? Zhao Kongsheng, cigarette in mouth, impatiently interjected. I need to get to work soon. Almost there. Lin Yu continued undeterred. After casting the coins, he observed them settle on the ground, his brow furrowing in concentration. Zhao Kongsheng, noticing Lin Yu's troubled expression, felt a pang of unease but dared not interrupt his contemplation. Lin Yu, catching sight of Zhao's anxiety, smirked subtly. The 6 coin tosses were necessary to complete the divination, and this little charade served 2 purposes: to secure a meal and to remind Zhao of the impending dangers he was all too familiar with. Lin Yu's residence lay at the junction of the old city and the new. He knew Lin Xie, who had recently mentioned returning to school. Lin Yu was aware that Zhao's days were numbered, having been neighbors for several years without any help from Zhao. Chapter 2. Edict. The true Lord Qingyuan and Yang Jian of Guanjingku. Upon reaching the school gate, Lin Yu noticed the dwindling number of students, feeling relieved. He found a secluded spot, producing the 3 copper coins once more and shaking them. Several students observed him, casting curious glances, but Lin Yu remained focused on his divination. After 6 tosses, he stopped, examining the hexagram drawn in the dirt. With a sigh of relief, he concluded, all matters are favorable, no prohibitions exist. While the hexagram did not explicitly denote fortune or misfortune, it implied that calamities could be transformed into blessings, and in the absence of disaster, all would proceed smoothly. As he pocketed the coins, Lin Yu reflected on his unimpeded journey thus far, every traffic light turning green in his favor. Upon entering the old city, he quickened his pace, eager to reach the exit just 2 kilometers away. After a brief while, a smile of triumph graced his face. However, at that moment, a violet luminescence erupted 3 meters ahead of him. Staring in disbelief, Lin Yu exclaimed, what unfortunate luck. Just 3 more meters. Old Zhao, could you not indulge in another cigarette? Regaining his composure, Lin Yu leaned against the barrier, seeking refuge behind a large osmanthus plant. The emergence of the Wujie void signified that the faceless entity had begun its assault. The night watchman and Lin Xie should be arriving shortly to deal with the situation. Sure enough, a monumental pressure surged skyward, a golden beam radiating magnificently. Lin Yu gazed in awe at the light, his heart racing. Codename 003, Angel Michael. Divine Void. Mortal Realm. How splendid. If only I had such a divine presence, this journey through the godslaying world would be truly worthwhile. What does that smell? Lin Yu mused, suddenly overwhelmed by an exceptionally foul odor. Upon closer inspection, his eyes widened in horror, cold sweat soaking through his shirt. Wasn't it said, all matters are favorable, no prohibitions exist? Could it be that I, the Taoist master, have truly encountered something mysterious that warrants a call for reinforcements? No, I cannot remain idle. Resolving this, Lin Yu steadied his breath, striving for silence. He cautiously peeked over the edge of the flower pot. It was imperative to ascertain the position of the faceless entity. He scanned the street, relieved to find no sign of it. With the building wall to his right and the barrier at his back, the entity could not approach from behind. As long as the front remained clear, he was safe. This was precisely why he had chosen this spot. Not far ahead, an open manhole caught his eye, and he felt a rush of relief. Perhaps he was simply being overly cautious. The odor might just be from the sewer or the wind carrying the scent of the faceless entity from afar. Just then, a single drop of water splashed onto the ground, startling Lin Yu. He chuckled nervously, realizing it was merely a drop from a leaky pipe, nothing to fear. Yet, driven by an inexplicable impulse, he slowly raised his head. In an instant, Lin Yu's smile froze. A grotesque, gray-skinned humanoid creature was crouched against the wall of the nearby building, its head twisted unnaturally downward, a terrifying maw gaping wide, watching him intently. A single droplet of translucent saliva fell from its elongated fong, succumbing to gravity with a slow, menacing drip. Witnessing this scene, Lin Yu muttered, "Cannot be seen," repeatedly, gradually lowering his head before suddenly springing to his feet and running. How could the ghost-faced man appear in this outer realm? Why seek the Taoist master? Shouldn't you be looking for Zhao, Kongsheng, Lin Xia, or the 136 squad? Why come to me? Lin Yu felt utterly exhausted from the internal monologue. He knew that if he could encounter any one of those individuals, his survival would be assured. The only one who knew their whereabouts was Lin Xia, who had previously unleashed a forbidden void. Do not blame the Taoist master for my seeking you. If I could handle him myself, I would certainly do so, Lin Yu silently chanted, racing towards Lin Xia. His years of diligent practice in standing meditation and martial arts came into play at this moment. Lin Yu's speed was remarkable, his explosive power immense. Upon seeing him flee, the ghost-faced man, crouched against the wall, leaped down from a height of 3 stories, relentlessly pursuing him. The mountain seemed to stretch endlessly. Lin Yu had previously thought that he was not far from Lin Xia. However, within this encircled, boundless void, a straight path was indeed unfeasible. Numerous interconnected alleys had been severed by the boundless void. With countless twists and turns, Lin Yu had lost all sense of the distance he had covered. Yet, the cacophony of roars behind him grew ever closer, leaving him no choice but to press on. At that moment, the ghost-faced man, who had been trailing Lin Yu, seized the opportunity when Lin Yu's speed slightly faltered while turning. He sprang up, using the corner wall to land directly in front of Lin Yu. Upon witnessing this, Lin Yu's eyes widened in horror, and he had no time to evade. He collided directly with the ghost-faced man. Reacting swiftly, the ghost-faced man raised his arm and swung it with force. With a resounding thud, he struck Lin Yu's chest, sending him hurtling away to crash heavily onto the ground. After a prolonged moment, Lin Yu, lying on the ground, finally regained his breath. It felt as though he had been struck by a moving vehicle. Waves of intense pain surged through his chest, and he was uncertain how many ribs he might have fractured. He attempted to rise and escape once more, only to realize that he lacked the strength to do so. After a few futile attempts, he heard the deep, approaching footsteps. Lying on the ground, he gazed up at the sky in despair. Is this how it ends? How utterly unsatisfactory. As a thought crossed his mind, Lin Yu grimaced. He murmured once more, "Ambition does not recognize the celestial family's favor. Prideful spirit resides in Guanjian. By decree, clear source, marvelous Tao, true monarch Yang Jian of Guanjian." These are the first words he had uttered in his previous life after acquiring that ancient tome. However, unlike his past, he now declared, "I summon you, clear source, marvelous Tao, true monarch Yang Jian of Guanjian." At that instant, a golden light erupted from a residence in the old district. In Lin Yu's ears, A commanding voice resonated with unparalleled authority. Yang Jian, you are summoned. Simultaneously, a mechanical electronic voice echoed within Lin Yu's mind. Chapter 3. A single strike. Before Lin Yu could comprehend the situation, a radiant golden light swiftly penetrated his body. The golden energy emanating from his form transformed into an armor-like manifestation upon his surface. Simultaneously, a majestic golden apparition materialized above Lin Yu, its sorrowful gaze surveying the earth below. Although this figure appeared distinctly from a distance, it grew increasingly obscure upon closer inspection, previously lying on the ground in pain. Lin Yu, after the golden light infused his being, felt an overwhelming surge of power within him. Additionally, his mind was flooded with new knowledge, the 8-9 mysteries, the heavenly eye, the heavenly dog, the three-pronged two-edged blade, among others. Meanwhile, witnessing the golden apparition in the sky, a wave of shock washed over the onlookers, leaving them frozen in place. Captain, is this a second divine phantom? Redding exclaimed, her eyes fixed on the golden figure above as she nudged Chun Yi beside her in disbelief. I don't know. It feels unlike any known divine or forbidden phantom. It bears a semblance to a divine presence, yet something feels amiss. Chun Yi replied, his gaze unwavering on the golden figure, eyebrows knitted in concentration. Captain, if this truly is a divine phantom, we shall prosper. We can recruit it into Team 136. In future exchanges with other teams, we shall hold our heads high, Redding said, her face glowing with excitement as she envisioned the thrill of having two divine phantoms accompany them. However, the others remained silent, with only Shen and appearing somewhat eager, though she ultimately refrained from speaking. Moments later, Chun Yi exhaled deeply, a worried tone in his voice. Just now, I sensed a minimum energy fluctuation at the sea realm level. This is too perilous. I need to verify it. You all stay here. I will investigate. With that, Chun Yi grasped his star blade and proceeded towards Lin Yu. Upon seeing Chun Yi vanish from sight, Redding, Lung Xian, and Si Shaon exchanged glances, preparing to follow, but were halted by Vice Captain Wu Xiongnan. Redding, do not trouble the captain. Trust him, Wu Xiongnan urged. Although concern was evident in their eyes, Redding and the others obeyed the command and halted. On another front, Zhao Kongcheng, wielding his star blade, gazed towards Lin Yu with a look of envy and bitterness. Two divine phantoms? This one seems even more formidable than the previous. Are they all monsters? Are honest people to be left in despair? Zhao Kongcheng cursed vehemently at the golden apparition above, then turned his fierce gaze upon the sole remaining ghost-faced figure before him. Even without a divine phantom, I am still handsome, and I am still strong. With a fierce shout, Zhao Kongcheng charged at the ghost-faced figure. Achio! Lin Yu, lying on the ground, sneezed, snapping back to reality. Who spoke of me? He mused. Do they not know that I am terrifyingly strong now? At that moment, the ghost-faced figure lunged towards Lin Yu, attempting to stomp on his face. Seeking death? The tables have turned, my dear. Lin Yu laughed, his expression brimming with excitement as he effortlessly overturned the ghost-faced figure. In one swift motion, he sprang up from the ground, shattering the stone pavement beneath him into a spiderweb of cracks. The fallen ghost-faced figure quickly regained its footing but did not attack first. Instead, it circled Lin Yu like a ravenous wolf, its eyes fixated on him, searching for a weakness. Lin Yu glanced up at the lingering apparition overhead and thought, I cannot continue this charade. I must conclude it quickly. Otherwise, Team 136 will surely come looking for me. I dread trouble. With that in mind, Lin Yu slowly raised his hand, conjuring a three-pronged, two-edged blade composed of golden light. Prepare to perish, he declared, charging at the ghost-faced figure with his weapon drawn. With a swift thrust, Lin Yu dispatched the ghost-faced figure, leaving him momentarily stunned. Am I truly this powerful? I expected a monumental battle, he murmured, suddenly feeling a void within him, instantly entering a sage mode. He felt unsatisfied, as if he had yet to unleash his full potential. At that moment, a mechanical voice echoed in Lin Yu's mind. Congratulations, host. You have utilized the divine power of Yang Jian to vanquish the ghost-faced figure. Reward: Yang Jian's ability extraction progress. 2. Note: upon reaching 100 progress, you may randomly extract one of Yang Jian's abilities to become your own. Reward: Mysterious Spirit Essence X2. Mysterious Spirit Essence Balance. 2. The Spirit Essence shop is now open. As the voice faded, Lin Yu regained his composure. I possess a system? Before he could ponder this newfound revelation, he sensed an approaching presence. Turning to face the source of the energy, he felt a mix of curiosity and trepidation. Is it an enemy or a guardian? Lin Yu furrowed his brow, then suddenly remembered something. Pressing 2 fingers to his forehead, he summoned a golden vertical eye, which slowly opened, Through the walls of several buildings, Lin Yu discerned the approaching figure's identity. Chen Muyi? He has arrived promptly. I must leave. Taking a few steps. Lin Yu then recalled that this area was sealed by the unbounded void. This realization posed a dilemma for him. He wondered whether the ghost-faced figure had been eliminated. If he carelessly broke the unbounded void, he could inadvertently release another ghost-faced figure, causing significant trouble. What should he do? Just then, a brilliant idea struck Lin Yu's mind. This plan will surely work. I am indeed a genius. Meanwhile, a student clad in a uniform nearly dropped the small black dog in his arms as he snapped back to reality, casting his gaze towards Lin Yu's direction. I, the illustrious young Jian, am astonished that you would be so surprised over the demise of such a trivial creature. Your combat skills are utterly lacking. Should we meet again, I shall ensure to teach you properly. Chapter 4. The 72 Transformations of the 8-9 Mysteries. Chen Muyi stood before the lifeless ghost-faced figure Lin Yu had dispatched. His brow furrowed in concern. Where is everyone? They arrived so quickly, yet where are they? After searching alone for a moment, he raised his hand to his ear communicator. You may approach now. The danger has been neutralized. Got it, Captain. I've been eagerly awaiting this moment. Red Ying's cheerful voice echoed through the communicator. Captain, I am off to find the representative of Michael. I shall not join you just yet. Zhao Kongcheng said, visibly irate. This brat deceived me. Soon. Red Ying and Wen Chi-Mo arrived at Chen Muyi's location. Captain, where is that mysterious bearer of the forbidden phantom? I wish to see. Red Ying exclaimed as she began to eagerly scan the surroundings. After wandering around for a while, it became apparent that apart from Captain Chen Mai, there was no one else present. I called you here to examine the corpse of this masked individual, Chen Mai said with a faint sigh. By the time I arrived, the wielder of the forbidden void had already vanished. Upon hearing his words, Wen Chi-Ma and the others approached the lifeless body of the masked figure, scrutinizing it carefully. Meanwhile, Hong Ying noticed a chair placed outside a shop and, without hesitation, strolled over to settle herself upon it. Lin Yu murmured softly, how delightfully plush. Using the transformative art of Erlang Shen, Lin Yu morphed into a solid wooden armchair, barely suppressing an outcry. The seat of the armchair was, in fact, Lin Yu's own legs, bent and reshaped into its form. At this moment, Hong Ying sat upon the armchair, effectively perching atop Lin Yu's thighs. Never in his wildest dreams had Lin Yu anticipated that while disguising himself as furniture to evade detection, someone would actually come along and take a seat. Fortunately, it wasn't Chen Mai or those other men who came over. Otherwise, this Taoist master wouldn't have bothered maintaining his facade. Feeling the softness against his legs, Lin Yu narrowed his eyes in contentment. Captain, this chair is truly comfortable. The sensation of sitting on it feels as though being embraced by a real person. When I have time, I shall inquire where this shop procured such items. If you approve the requisition, let us acquire several for ourselves. Hong Ying settled into the chair, immediately enveloped by its comforting embrace. As she leaned back, her entire spine melted into the supple contours of the upholstery. This intimate sensation transported Lin Yu into a reverie where he seemed to cradle Hong Ying in his arms. A sigh of profound contentment nearly escaped Lin Yu's lips. She cried out, but no one responded. Crimson Tassel placed her hands on the armrests, caressing them gently before widening her eyes in astonishment. Captain, the texture of this wood. It feels just like genuine leather, utterly remarkable. This is what a boyfriend should feel like. Captain, if you do not purchase this chair, I shall acquire it myself. Hong Ying's eyes sparkled with exhilaration. She lifted herself slightly before plopping down forcefully onto the chair twice, evidently testing its sturdiness. Yet poor Lin Yu suffered immensely, enduring the ordeal with visible agony. As if making another discovery, Hong Ying suddenly exclaimed in delight, there's even a faint, pleasant fragrance. How marvelous. Scarlet Tassel. Chen Mai turned his head to glance at Scarlet Tassel, his eyes revealing a trace of helplessness. Enough with the games now, let's go. With those words, Chen Mai led his team away from the scene. Hong Ying rose reluctantly, her fingers lingering on the carved crest of the chair back. I will possess you, she murmured with a determined smile before skipping after Chen Mai. Meanwhile, Lin Yu's true form flushed crimson, his delicate frame trembling with anticipation. That exquisite vessel. An hour later, as the cleanup crew finished their work, an antique armchair vanished without a trace. A common sparrow hopped cheerfully out of the district, its comical waddle punctuated by frequent, curious glances around. When it flitted into a surveillance blind spot, the little bird disappeared entirely from this world. Lin Yu emerged from the shadows, his steps unsteady, his entire being drained of vigor. Fortunately, his residence stood nearby. The moment he crossed the threshold, he collapsed, blood spilling from his lips. After what felt like an eternity, Lin Yu finally stirred, his eyelids fluttering open. The thunderous drumming of his heartbeat drowned out all other sound. Yet his expression held no pain, only exhilaration. Divine possession truly worked in this world. Moreover, one could invoke divine spells and abilities, with their own power being significantly enhanced as well. However, Lin Yu harbored some questions and contemplations. Could any deity be summoned at will? Is the scope of divine invocation limited solely to the deities of the Chinese celestial court? Can we summon the ancient gods who have long since departed? You must understand. In the primordial chaos of antiquity, those demonic deities possessed an innate superiority in their comprehension of the fundamental laws of existence. Their mastery over the cosmic principles was profoundly more formidable. Many laws were refined by the 3,000 primordial chaos deities during the ancient era of Hongwang. In the world of godslaying, mastering these laws is of paramount importance. If it were truly possible, as the system suggests, after multiple divine invocations and reaching 100 progress, one could extract an ability from the deity in question. Could this also extend to extracting the power of divine laws? At this thought, a phrase surfaced in Lin Yu's mind. Time reigns supreme, space rules as king. Even lying on the ground, Lin Yu felt exhilarated just imagining it. But for now, Yang Jian had already begun accumulating. Who knew what would emerge once the gauge was full? The heavenly eye and the 72 transformations were both remarkable. And another question, how exactly was the combat power calculated when invoking a deity's possession? If the divine being's combat prowess were to be faithfully reproduced at full power, it would be utterly terrifying. At this thought, Lin Yu himself found it implausible. Presumably, there must be certain constraints and limitations based on one's cultivation level. These would require further experimentation in the future. As he silently issued the command in his mind, a panel with 44 slots materialized before his consciousness. Random Forbidden Void, 100 spirit points. Tradable, one-time purchase, specified range Random Forbidden Void, 5,000 spirit points. Non-tradable, Random Divine Void, spirit points. Non-tradable, specified range Random Divine Void, spirit points. Non-tradable, Mastery of 8 Extremities Fist, 1 spirit point. Wound Recovery, 1 spirit point. Cost varies based on injury severity. Lin Yu's throat went dry with anticipation. This was merely the first page, with the bottom indicator displaying 1. Every single item was a treasure. Alas, without money. Chapter 5. Crimson Tassel Peace Street, Peace Agency. Upon receiving the news that the entire Night Watch Team 136 had assembled, Zhao Kongqing flicked away his cigarette, but at the entrance and pushed open the door with muttered curses. Inside the agency, the decor was simple and unadorned. 6 individuals sat packed into the space. Today's events had unfolded abruptly. It could not be ruled out that someone, or some organization, had deliberately led the masked ones here. At this point, Chen Mai paused, sweeping his gaze across the room before continuing. The masked king will be pursued by me, Xiaonan, Lung Xian, and Chiemo Old Zhao. Since you've had contact with Michael's proxy, see if you can educate him a little. Crimson Tassel, you've just been injured. You'll be responsible for tracking down the other mysterious wielder of the Forbidden Void. I know it won't be easy. The surveillance in that area is lacking, and no clear footage was captured. But if she stands out from ordinary people, she'll inevitably reveal herself. Keep an eye out these next few days. Seeing Crimson Tassel about to protest, Chen Mai promptly issued the order to disband. On the street, Old Zhao, wait for me. Zhao Kongqing had just lit a cigarette when the voice of Hong Ying sounded behind him. What is it, Hong Ying? Zhao Kongqing took a drag from his cigarette and turned to look over. Hong Ying hurriedly ran to his side, saying as she walked, I understand that the captain has my best interests at heart, but my injuries are not severe. You seem to have some leads on the person you're searching for. While I have not a single clue regarding my own, I came to you to share my grievances. Upon hearing this, Zhao Kongqing burst into laughter. Don't even mention that Agent Mikhail, he's quite the sly one. However, he wears the uniform of the second high school, which presents an opportunity for me to inquire with the local fortune teller near my home. He is indeed from the second high school. Next time, I shall teach him a proper lesson. Upon hearing this, Hong Ying's expression turned peculiar as she glanced at Zhao Kongqing and remarked, local fortune teller? Is it your little neighbor who lives independently? Fortune favors the bold, so you spent $50 to purchase 10 $5 scratch-off tickets. In the end, you won a modest sum of $20, didn't you? Hearing the teasing tone in Hong Ying's voice, Zhao Kongqing displayed no signs of displeasure. Rather, he paused in his steps. Turning to look at Hong Ying, he spoke. I had almost forgotten that lad has some skills. I intended to invite him for dinner tonight, and you should join us as well. It would be a perfect opportunity for him to help you figure out where to find the individuals you seek. First the Ghost Face Man, then the Ghost Face King. With both Ghost and King in the mix, I cannot believe Lin Yu merely guessed that. Upon hearing this, Hong Ying's expression turned incredulous, with a hint of confusion. She addressed Zhao Kongqing's retreating figure. Old Zhao, do you genuinely believe that, kid? I want to be paying for my meal if I go. At her words, Zhao Kongqing halted, a look of disappointment and financial pain crossing his face. He waved his hand dismissively, speaking lazily, "I'll cover it. Let us go." At the boundary between the city center and the old town, he added, "Wait a moment, I'll call that lad out." Zhao Kongqing knocked on the door of a small two-story building. "Kid, come out. Are you still up for a meal with Brother Zhao?" Hearing the familiar voice, Lin Yu, still lying on the ground, furrowed his brows. "No way. If old Zhao comes in now, won't that expose me? I have no idea how much spirit energy I would need for treatment in my current state. Will my remaining energy suffice?" With that thought, Lin Yu activated the system. After a lengthy pause without any movement from inside, Zhao Kongqing, feeling a bit embarrassed, turned to Hong Ying with a smile. That kid must be preoccupied. Young people often require a bit more time. With that, Zhao Kongqing was about to knock again when the door swung open. Lin Yu's lazy voice drifted out. "Old Zhao, what are you mumbling about outside? I calculated with my fingers and knew you weren't saying anything good." As he spoke, Lin Yu appeared before Zhao Kongqing and Hong Ying, clad only in a white bath towel, his bare shoulders still drying his hair. Having maintained the habit of practicing every morning at the temple, Lin Yu possessed an impressive physique, standing nearly 185 centimeters tall and weighing 70 kilograms. He looked lean in clothes and well-defined without them. Seeing this, Zhao Kongqing clicked his tongue and teased, "You, lad, don't you ever consider putting on a shirt? Aren't you worried that outside isn't me, but a lovely young lady?" Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's eyes expressed disdain. "We're both confirmed bachelors. What woman would be interested?" He halted mid-sentence, his body stiffening slightly. "Hong Ying, why is she here? Did she discover something? That shouldn't be possible. I thought I was being discreet enough. What is she looking at?" Meanwhile, Hong Ying, although skeptical of Lin Yu's identity as a master, believing him likely a fraud, couldn't help but admire his inverted triangle physique and abs. Her eyes sparkled with interest. "What? Do you expect me to beg you to eat?" Zhao Kongqing snapped his fingers in front of Lin Yu's eyes, impatiently urging him, "Come on, let us go." Moments later, an unusual trio appeared on the road, a middle-aged man smoking a cigarette, accompanied by a couple of youthful students, one girl walking briskly, while the boy appeared somewhat shy. Resembling a father who had caught his rebellious daughter with her studious boyfriend, Lin Yu trailed behind, casting a glance at Hong Ying's back, recalling their earlier encounter. Feeling slightly awkward, Zhao Kongqing, leading the way, stopped in front of a small shop along the night market street in the old town. "All right, we've arrived. This place is a hidden gem. I rarely bring anyone here." The sudden halt nearly caused Lin Yu to bump into Hong Ying. Regaining his senses, he realized that Zhao Kongqing had brought him to one of their frequent dining spots. Lin Yu remembered that the first time Zhao Kongqing treated him to a meal, it was at this very establishment, and he had expressed the same sentiment then. However, at that time, Zhao Kongqing had only been in Songnan for a week, and Lin Yu had suspected he chose this place for its affordability. Thankfully, the food was indeed delightful. Reflecting on this, Lin Yu decided to let Zhao Kongqing off the hook this time. He had initially intended to treat Zhao Kongqing to an extravagant meal. Earlier, to prepare for the door knock, Lin Yu had used his remaining spirit energy to heal his injuries, which fortunately consumed only a small amount. He had exchanged the rest for mastery and Bejiquan, as summoning spirits made too much noise, and it was best to avoid it if possible, especially considering the strain on his body. Chapter 6. The warmth of human existence. Here it comes. 2 bowls of plain noodles without egg, and 1 with egg, announced the slightly stooped owner of the noodle shop, in his 50s, as he placed 3 bowls in front of Lin Yu and his companions. Lin Yu's eyes brightened upon seeing the bowl with an egg, having visited this place fewer than 20 times. He had managed to get a fried egg this time with his 6 yuan bowl of noodles. At that moment, he felt a wave of nostalgia. "Here, Hong Ying. This egg-topped one is for you. You need something good to eat since you're injured. This kid and I prefer the original flavor." As Zhao Kongqing pushed the steaming bowl with the golden fried egg in front of Hong Ying and took another for himself, preparing to add chili, Lin Yu fell silent. He gazed at the remaining bowl, which merely had a thin layer of oil and a few scallions, pondering the disparity between it and the fried noodle bowl. "Old Zhao, I know you're stingy, but I never realized you were this miserly." At that moment, Hong Ying shot a glance at Zhao Kongqing, exasperatedly commenting. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu wholeheartedly agreed. As someone who often dined for free, he had long wanted to voice the same thought. "What do you know?" Zhao Kongqing retorted immediately. "Are we here to eat food? We are here for the experience. Food may fill the belly, but only those finer aspects can satiate the emptiness within." As he spoke, Zhao Kongqing pointed towards the door. This was the first time Lin Yu had heard him say such a thing. Following his gesture, both Lin Yu and Hong Ying looked outside. The small shop was surrounded by various stalls illuminated by dim yellow lights, with sizzling teppanyaki, fried squid balls, and rice rolls. along with fathers passing by with their children, waiting for their meals. The atmosphere was lively and vibrant. Indeed, old Zhao, I believe only a plate of rice rolls can comfort my soul. Hong Ying swallowed her saliva, gazing at a rice roll stall directly across the street. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu nodded in agreement. I'll have a plate of pig trotter rice. Zhao Kongqing sighed heavily at their requests, his tone filled with nostalgia as he remarked, the warmth of human existence is truly heartwarming. With that, he lowered his head and began to eat from the bowl before him. As a night watchman, Hong Ying felt a sense of resonance with this statement. After all, what the night watchman safeguarded was precisely this comforting warmth of human existence. Without further ado, she too began to eat. Lin Yu felt somewhat deceived by Zhao Kongqing. He understood that Zhao Kongqing held profound ideals while also recognizing his stinginess. He then tentatively suggested, Brother Zhao, I still think the pig trotter rice would soothe me. Hearing this, Zhao Kongqing slammed his chopsticks down into his bowl, pointing at Lin Yu's bowl of plain noodles, and coldly remarked, Are you going to eat or not? You don't know I've eaten? Upon hearing these words, Lin Yu hastily picked up his chopsticks and began to eat. After a while, seeing that both Lin Yu and Hong Ying had nearly finished their meal, Zhao Kongqing finally spoke. Kid, you're also from number 2 high school, right? Do you know someone with a physique similar to yours, slightly more charming, who lives in the old city? Upon hearing this, Lin Yu set down his chopsticks, looking at Zhao Kongqing with an expression akin to disbelief. Could you be a tad more specific? Although there aren't many in school who match my level of attractiveness, your description is exceedingly vague. Witnessing this exchange, Hong Ying couldn't help but laugh. The inquiry seemed rather hasty. Zhao Kongqing shot Lin Yu a glare and pondered for a moment before continuing. Well, he has a hairstyle like this and quite large eyes. As Lin Yu observed Zhao Kongqing fiddling with his own hair to illustrate, he realized he was trying to refer to Lin Chia. However, Lin Yu felt somewhat exasperated. Though I call myself a master, the scant details you've provided make it impractical for me to tell you that this person's name is Lin Chia and that he resides at a certain address in the old city. After a while, seeing that Zhao Kongqing could not offer any more distinctive information, Lin Yu could only deflect, suggesting they keep an eye out at school the next day. If you truly find him, I'll treat you to a meal next time, perhaps some pig trotter rice. Upon hearing this, Zhao Kongqing immediately began to paint a rosy picture. Lin Yu squinted his eyes. Chia, don't hold it against your brother Yu. After all, it's pig trotter rice. By the way, kid, your sister is looking for someone. Could you possibly assist in divination? Noticing a hint of skepticism in Hong Ying's gaze, Zhao Kongqing's expression conveyed a sense of urgency, as if he couldn't afford to be embarrassed. Lin Yu surmised that the person Hong Ying sought was likely himself. Contemplating the enticing prospect of pig trotter rice, he nodded. And here, there are quite a few people. Zhao Kongqing and Hong Ying both found this reasoning sound. However, Hong Ying's thoughts revolved around the notion that performing divination in such a public setting would be rather embarrassing. Before long, Lin Yu produced 3 copper coins. Looking at Hong Ying, he said, Think of the person you wish to find. You don't need to tell me, but you must concentrate. Hong Ying nodded, her high ponytail bouncing adorably. As it was her first time witnessing someone engage in divination, she leaned closer to Lin Yu, a familiar fragrance wafting into her nostrils. However, her focus remained on Lin Yu's actions. Lin Yu casually shook the coins a few times, and when he felt the moment was right, he tossed them onto the ground. To enhance the authenticity of the act, he gathered the coins together, gazing intently before revealing a curious expression as he looked at Hong Ying. Strange. The person you seek possesses some peculiar traits. Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, Hong Ying's eyes widened momentarily before she regained her composure, her tone softening. Little brother, what is peculiar about this person? Lin Yu was quite pleased with her response. You think your beauty can intimidate me? Noticing a flicker of impatience on Hong Ying's face, Lin Yu recognized her fiery temperament and decided not to prolong the suspense. Sitting upright with a serious demeanor, he began to fabricate. The individual you seek is relatively young, possesses physical attributes that are somewhat extraordinary, and you must have interacted with him, either directly or indirectly, recently. Furthermore, he is quite handsome. Initially, Hong Ying listened attentively, but upon hearing the last statement, she shot Lin Yu a glare and waved her fist in the air. Chapter 7. Summoning the deity again. After bidding farewell to Zhao Kongqing and Hong Ying, Lin Yu lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Whether it was due to excitement or the fear of the unknown, the events of the afternoon felt surreal. Summoning a deity, awakening a system, and vanquishing the ghostly figure. Everything transpired so abruptly. After half an hour of restless contemplation, Lin Yu slowly sat up. Noticing that Zhao Kongqing next door had turned off the lights, he quietly slipped out of the house, deliberately avoiding the more monitored streets, and made his way toward the outskirts along the dilapidated roads. Given the multitude of events that had transpired that day, pretending as though nothing had happened and attempting to sleep normally was evidently impossible. Since sleep eluded him, Lin Yu decided to venture out and test the thoughts swirling in his mind. For instance, would summoning the previously commanded deity again create the same uproar? Additionally, he pondered whether the physical toll of summoning a deity would be significant and if he could fully harness the deity's powers upon summoning. Meanwhile, Lin Yu, lying in his room, gradually opened his eyes, a look of confusion etched on his face as he softly murmured, "Night dancer?" After pondering for a moment and realizing that the sounds of his aunt and younger brother were absent, he decided to open the window and leap outside. In a dense forest not far from the harbor of Sangnan City, a figure broke the tranquility of the surroundings. Utilizing the moonlight, Lin Yu surveyed the quiet environment and nodded in satisfaction. Should he attempt to summon another deity first or continue summoning Erlang Shen? After deliberating, Lin Yu resolved to summon Erlang Shen once more, testing whether repeated summoning of the same deity would yield any anomalies, while simultaneously assessing his physical condition after the summoning. Earlier in the afternoon, his body had already sustained injuries, making it difficult to determine whether the wounds were a consequence of summoning or the attack from the ghostly figure. After a brief moment of emotional adjustment, Lin Yu found an open area, slowly closed his eyes, and began to meditate. As the moonlight gently illuminated his face, Lin Yu's previously shut eyes suddenly opened. His right hand swiftly formed several hand seals, ultimately placing the sword conjuring spell against his forehead. With a powerful voice, he declared, "The heart aspires not to recognize the celestial kin. The proud spirit returns to reside at Guanjin." With these words, a radiant golden light enveloped Lin Yu's entire being. The golden energy manifested into the regalia of Erlang Shen upon him. At that moment, Lin Yu wore a three-mountain phoenix hat, donned a pale yellow robe, adorned dragon-patterned socks, and golden boots. A formidable aura emanated from him. Feeling the surge of power coursing through his body, Lin Yu was elated. Is this the strength of a deity? Truly magnificent. During the earlier incident, due to the urgency of the situation, he hadn't had the chance to fully appreciate the changes in his body after summoning. Now, he could distinctly feel the power embedded in every gesture. Clenching his fist, Lin Yu turned his gaze toward a sturdy tree nearby. After a moment of contemplation, he approached and delivered a punch to the trunk. With a resounding crash, the tree toppled over. In the stillness of the night, the sound was particularly jarring. Observing this spectacle, Lin Yu was taken aback. The section of the tree struck by his fist was obliterated into powder. Satisfied with the outcome, Lin Yu decided not to linger further. Such a loud noise would undoubtedly pique the curiosity of passers-by, and being discovered would be problematic. If such matters were reported, it would likely attract the attention of the night watchman. With this thought in mind, Lin Yu slightly bent his legs. With a resounding boom, a depression formed in the ground, and Lin Yu launched himself like a cannonball, soaring over 10 meters, leaving the forest behind. Gazing at his own impressive feat, Lin Yu marveled at his own capabilities, feeling somewhat transcendent. However, he was more curious about what level of power he had attained in this state. Was it comparable to the river realm, the sea realm, or even the boundless realm? Nonetheless, Lin Yu deduced that his current strength was not overwhelmingly powerful. Likely, his own realm was constraining his full potential, preventing him from wielding the entirety of divine power. At that moment, Lin Yu noticed that not far from the trees lay a harbor. The sight of the harbor triggered a sense of forgotten urgency within him. After a brief moment, he smacked his forehead, suddenly recalling that Lin Yu had once slain a group of ghost-faced men at a harbor on the very night he encountered them. Could it be this place? With that thought, a glimmer of insight flashed in Lin Yu's eyes. He raised his hand to his forehead, and an eye manifested there. Under the enhancement of the heavenly eye, the previously vague harbor came into sharp focus. Soon, Lin Yu detected something unusual. A box truck caught his attention. Utilizing the ability to pierce through illusions granted by the heavenly eye, Lin Yu observed several ghost-faced men standing inside the truck and beside a nearby container. A smirk curled at the corners of his mouth. These were not mere ghost-faced men, but spirits, indicators of power extraction progress. With this revelation, Lin Yu deactivated the heavenly eye and sprinted towards the harbor below. He quickly arrived at the box truck carrying the ghost-faced men and the container. Seizing the opportunity before the truck driver could react, Lin Yu bent his knees and leaped high into the air. Simultaneously, a golden energy blade, shaped like a trident, materialized in his grasp. Congratulations, host, for utilizing the power of Yang Jian to eliminate a ghost-faced man. Reward: Yang Jian's ability extraction progress. 2. Reward: Spirit Essence. 2. Before long, the ground was littered with the severed limbs of ghost-faced men, approximately 10 in total. Once he accomplished this, Lin Yu, taking advantage of the lingering effects of summoning the divine, swiftly employed a transformation technique to become a black cat and departed from the scene. Meanwhile, After Lin Yu's departure, a figure followed the guidance of a bat and arrived at the same location. Upon witnessing the scattered remains of ghost-faced men, Lin Yu furrowed his brow. Chapter 8. Rainy Night, Old District. Ghost-faced king at the junction of the Old District, a black cat ambled along the street, its steps indifferent to kinship. Suddenly, a stray yellow dog dashed out from the shadows, charging directly at the black cat. Yet, the black cat showed no signs of fear in the face of the much larger dog. As the yellow dog approached, the black cat stood tall, raising a paw to point at the canine and spoke. "Hey, big dog. Have you forgotten how I kicked your backside?" The voice was soft, but upon hearing it, the yellow dog froze in place, a look of bewilderment filling its intelligent eyes as it seemed to ponder the sudden itch in its mind. Seeing the yellow dog appear dazed, the black cat sighed with a hint of humanity, then effortlessly leaped into a nearby courtyard. Inside the living room, Lin Yu, having reverted from his transformation, lay on the floor, feeling as though his body were on the verge of cramping. Although it wasn't as unbearable as the first time, it was still a discomfort beyond the tolerance of an ordinary person. Were it not for his resilience forged through 2 lifetimes, he might have cried out in agony. Nevertheless, Lin Yu felt a sense of joy. After the second summoning, the extraction progress of Yang Jian's power had risen from 2 to 22. After the previous consumption of 2 points of spirit essence, his balance had returned to 20 points. While this was not an abundance, it was sufficient to exchange for the elusive, forbidden void, which required only 100 points. Even if he could only redeem it once, the opportunity for someone without access to the forbidden void was invaluable. What delighted Lin Yu even further was the realization that the summoning process did not truly harm his body. It merely exhausted his physical capabilities. The pain associated with this depletion would not manifest during the possession, indicating that it would not impede combat. However, the duration of possession seemed contingent upon his body's strength. Should his body prove insufficient to endure, the state of divine possession would automatically cease. Feeling slightly better, Lin Yu stood up and made his way to the bedroom on the 2nd floor. At that moment, however, his appearance was somewhat comical. His legs, on the brink of cramping, made his gait resemble that of an elderly man. The next day, Lin Yu arose early as usual and went through the morning lessons taught at the Taoist temple in his previous life. He then began practicing the 8 extremes fist, having exchanged for mastery of it. After all, one must strengthen their body to summon the divine. Little Taoist, why the sudden change in routine? In the neighboring courtyard, Zhao Kongqing leaned out from the balcony, cigarette in hand, watching Lin Yu practice in the yard below. With a powerful strike, Lin Yu's movements produced a resounding air burst, even causing the school uniform jacket he wore to ripple. After completing his final 2 movements, Lin Yu concluded his session and looked up at Zhao Kongqing. "Old Zhao, smoking first thing in the morning isn't going to do you any favors. With that money, you might as well save it for dinner with me." Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, Zhao Kongqing's face twisted in horror, as if envisioning his own demise due to smoking. Coming back to reality, he quickly lit another cigarette. Taking a deep drag, "This stuff makes me feel good. Inviting you to dinner doesn't grant me the same pleasure." Lin Yu scoffed at this and pondered for a moment before saying, "Old Zhao, don't forget the divination I did for you the other day." Upon hearing Lin Yu's remark, he chose not to elaborate further, tidying up and heading towards the school. In the afternoon, as Lin Yu approached the old district, light rain began to fall from the sky. The dampness of the overcast day made him feel quite uncomfortable, prompting him to seek refuge in the bathroom. Meanwhile, at Auntie's house in the old district, the table was already laden with several dishes. After expressing her concern for Lin Yu, Auntie suddenly recalled something and said, "Yu, a teacher came looking for you. I sent him to wait in your room." Upon hearing Auntie's words, Lin Yu felt a twinge of confusion. Upon seeing Zhao Kongqing, his brow furrowed slightly. "You? How did you find me? Can you track me?" Lin Yu's expression darkened as he approached the door and slammed it shut, lowering his voice in irritation. "I told you, I won't join your organization. I just want to protect my aunt in peace." Afterward, it was unclear what the two discussed, but Zhao Kongqing stepped outside, holding a black umbrella, his lips moving slightly. "As the dark night descends, I shall stand before countless souls, sword drawn towards the abyss. Blood staining the earth as the rain intensifies." Zhao Kongqing, sheltered by a black umbrella, retrieved a cigarette case and approached his vehicle, yearning for an evocative moment of savoring the fragrance of smoke. At that instant, a middle-aged man's voice crackled through his earpiece. "Old Zhao, we've discovered the whereabouts of the Phantom King." Upon hearing this, Zhao Kongqing reluctantly took a deep drag from his freshly lit cigarette. He then donned a dark crimson cloak, grasped 2 leather suitcases, and vanished into the increasingly torrential downpour. The water pooling on the ground mirrored the lights of myriad homes. while the relentless rain seemed intent on extinguishing the flickering flames of life below. Yet, each time the reflections were scattered, they would coalesce anew, retaining their enchanting visage. However, nearby, beside a deserted vehicle, a cigarette, only a third consumed, had been extinguished by the rain's relentless assault. It belonged to none of those radiant homes. Just then, a house by the roadside flickered to life, its dim yellow light reflecting off the puddles, illuminating the extinguished cigarette as if it had been rekindled, glowing even brighter than before. Report. Watcher Zhao Kongqing has located the Phantom King in the old residential area. As he spoke, he pressed a button on his suitcase. With a click, the case sprang open, revealing 3 pristine warning signs. After picking up the signs, Zhao Kongqing first glanced in one direction within the old town, then turned to another. Phantom King, I underestimated you, little Taoist. Still, I believe your calculations are flawed. Chapter 9. Wrapped in a white bath towel. Slippers on his feet at the intersection of the old town and the urban area, Lin Yu burst from his home, draped in a white bath towel, slippers adorning his feet. He cast a glance at the neighboring house still shrouded in darkness. Then, with a swift motion to smooth his hair, he sprinted away. With each hurried step, the reflections in the water beneath his feet shattered. In the grass, a large yellow dog. Mistaking Lin Yu's attire for a sign that the rain had ceased. After all, no human would venture out in such attire, emerged from the underbrush. However, upon catching sight of Lin Yu's retreating figure, the dog's curiosity piqued. Upon reaching an intersection, Lin Yu halted, feeling a sense of bewilderment. Having interrupted his bath, an unsettling premonition gripped him, sensing misfortune looming. The Phantom King's emergence coincided with a rainy night. In this moment of realization, he dashed out without donning proper clothing. At my age, why won't you listen to me, Taoist? Must I declare that I am an outsider before you heed my warnings? Only then will you be satisfied to capture me for dissection and study. Standing at the crossroads, Lin Yu grumbled under his breath, yielding to the downpour. If this Taoist saves you, you better bring me a bubble tea from Sanjiu as recompense. With that, Lin Yu slowly raised his right hand, shifting his gestures. As he positioned his fingers to form a sword seal against his brow, he disregarded the risk of exposure and shouted, unacknowledged by heaven, my spirit resides in the river. I command you. Clear source, true lord of the Miao Dao, Yang Jian of Guanjiao. With this proclamation, a golden radiance enveloped him instantaneously. The golden energy formed a peculiar armor around him, rendering his white bath towel rather absurd. On the street, the sound of water splashing echoed through the night. Starkly out of place, a girl with a high ponytail, her expression fraught with urgency, sprinted through the rain. Xiangnan, how is old Zhao? Hong Ying's voice, anxious, crackled through her earpiece. I couldn't stop old Zhao, we've lost contact. He must be engaged. Wu Xiangnan's voice emerged, low and tinged with frustration. Xiangnan, try to re-establish contact with old Zhao. I will arrive shortly. He must protect himself. After delivering the message, Hong Ying removed her hand from the earpiece and quickened her pace. In the old town, at Auntie's house, Jian, are you eating? Why are you so lost in thought? Auntie inquired, noticing Yang Jin's sudden distraction at the dinner table. Hearing her voice brought a smile to his face. Moments earlier, his divine power had been forcibly commanded without his consent. Just then, Lin Xie, who had been enjoying his meal, abruptly stood up and dashed outside, under Auntie's bewildered gaze. Within the Wujia space, Zhao Kongqing beheld the Phantom King, entirely different from the Phantom Man, and was taken aback. The captain is formidable. Each strike penetrates deeply. It seems he was holding back during our practice sessions. I wonder how many blows I can withstand. At that moment, the Phantom King, resembling a small mountain with a pale visage and a lolling tongue, took notice of Zhao Kongqing. They locked eyes, and after a brief pause, with a clang, Zhao Kongqing unsheathed a straight sword. The pale blue blade sliced effortlessly through the torrential curtain of rain. In an instant, both he and the mysterious creature surged into action. With a resounding clash, Zhao Kongqing was pushed back several steps by the Phantom King's immense force, while the Phantom King appeared unaffected, slowly advancing toward him. Observing the approaching Phantom King, Zhao Kongqing clenched his slightly numb right hand, then gripped his sword with both hands and charged forward. Though the Phantom King's prowess was formidable, having already suffered severe injuries from Chunmai, he found himself suppressed under Zhao Kongqing's fierce swordsmanship, forced into a defensive stance. Numerous cuts marred both the Rain and the Phantom King. After withstanding 3 strikes, the Phantom King seemed to sense the threat and no longer allowed Zhao Kongqing to attack unhindered. With a single blow, Zhao Kongqing was sent flying. The chasm between a mere mortal and a mythological being of terrifying prowess was insurmountable. Rising from the waterlogged ground, Zhao Kongxing spat out the cigarette that had become too wet to smoke, glaring at the Phantom King as he cursed. What is so great about being a mythological creature? Is it just about having a bit more strength? The Phantom King, fixing its gaze on Zhao Kongxing, suddenly opened its terrifying maw and unleashed a thunderous roar. As the sound reverberated, a massive, grotesque visage materialized from the ground beneath the Phantom King's feet. Witnessing this sight, Zhao Kongxing's expression changed abruptly. With the emergence of this forbidden void, his form wavered, his senses utterly distorted, as if trapped in a spinning washing machine. Nevertheless, as an exceptional human, he quickly regained control amidst the deluge, engaging the Phantom King in battle. After all, I lack the power of the forbidden void. Zhao Kongxing, filled with indignation, spoke defiantly as the blade in his hand gleamed ominously. Moments later, under the full force of the Ghost-Faced King's strike, Zhao Kongxing was sent flying, struggling several times, yet failing to regain his footing. Feeling the intense pain coursing through his body, a faint, bitter smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he reached into his pocket. At that moment, a golden figure collided with something in the astonished gaze of Lin Yu. With a resounding crash, the true scene unfolded before Lin Yu and Lin Yu. Lin Yu had already witnessed the reality through Tian Yu, while Lin Yu was left in shock by the brutal scene before him. Lin Yu cast a sidelong glance at Lin Yu, remaining silent as he stepped forward, confidently wielding the three-pronged blade. Old Zhao, I warned you to keep your distance from this thing. The Ghost-Faced King. I've given you a hint. Why don't you heed my advice? Chapter 10, Decapitation. The boundless void lay in ruins. Zhao Kongxing immediately sensed this and fell into deep contemplation. Before he could dwell on it further, he turned and shouted angrily. What are you doing here? Hurry and get away from me. Before he could finish his sentence, Zhao Kongxing froze. The face before him undeniably belonged to that obnoxious little brat. Yet what was this golden energy enveloping him? The armor forged from this golden energy appeared rather striking. Who else would dare to don flip-flops and a bath towel in the rain like this? With a furious roar, the Ghost-Faced King shattered the momentary silence, feeling disregarded. His fury intensified as he charged toward Zhao Kongxing and Lin Yu. Kid, this thing is from the Chuan realm. Even if you have the forbidden void, you cannot prevail. I'm just glad you made it here. Hurry and leave. I can hold on a little longer. Zhao Kongxing, swaying unsteadily, managed to rise to his feet, speaking rapidly. Kid, this is not your moment to exert yourself. You possess the forbidden void, which puts you at a much higher starting point than me. I believe you will grow stronger, even surpassing me. He paused for a moment before continuing. Now, watch closely. I will show you just how impressive Zhao Gu is. Seeing this unfold, Lin Yu furrowed his brow. I didn't come here for you to get yourself killed. If I'm here, you're still in danger. With that thought, Lin Yu raised his three-pronged blade and gestured towards Zhao Kongxing. However, Zhao Kongxing quickly reacted, turning to retrieve it. Just then, a tremendous explosion reverberated, causing violent tremors beneath their feet. Feeling the intense impact from behind, Zhao Kongxing's expression shifted dramatically, his body stiffening. Brat, what are you doing here? Do you think I need saving? Even without the forbidden void, I'm still stronger than you. Zhao Kongxing muttered softly, lost in an abyss of self-reproach. Old Zhao, what are you rambling about? Come on, get in there and finish him off. At that moment, a somewhat casual voice rang out again. Startled, Zhao Kongxing turned to see the scene clearly, his eyes widening in disbelief. The Ghost-Faced King lay on the ground like a beaten dog, with a foot clad in flip-flops pressing down on its head, deforming it slightly. The hard ground had been dented, covered in a network of cracks. Zhao Kongxing's mind raced, analyzing the situation. What was happening? Why was the Ghost-Faced King lying down? Was the kid's foot on its head going to lead to danger? Meanwhile, Lin Yu's eyes widened in astonishment. He clearly saw the Ghost-Faced King, moving at breakneck speed, being pinned down by a foot like a soccer ball being stopped. The formidable Ghost-Faced King made no attempt to resist. Hurry up, old Zhao. Come finish him off. No need to thank me. Just take me out for a meal later, and let me choose the dishes. Lin Yu, with one foot on the Ghost-Faced King's head, effortlessly bore the three-pronged blade on his shoulder. He appeared utterly relaxed as he retrieved a cigarette from his pocket and lit it. Kid, you were halfway through saying something. Zhao Kongxing stammered, at a loss for words. It was embarrassing, being saved by a child wrapped in a bath towel. Seeing Zhao Kongxing hesitate, Lin Yu was about to say more when he suddenly felt the world spinning around him. The Ghost-Faced King, now brimming with renewed power, broke free and activated Ghost-Face Realm. Sensing the shift in his surroundings, Zhao Kongxing hastily discarded the half-burned cigarette, his expression turning serious as he shouted to Lin Yu. Kid, I don't know what your forbidden void is, but since you just awakened it, your level must be low. The Ghost-Faced King's forbidden void, Ghost-Face Realm, will interfere with anyone of lower rank. You need to retreat. I've rested long enough to fight again. Reinforcements should be on their way. Experiencing the sensations of Ghostface Realm, Lin Yu found it quite novel, akin to the weightlessness of a theme park ride. Particularly the exhilarating 360-degree spins. Kid, what are you dawdling for? It's coming for you. Hearing Zhao Kongcheng's urgent shout, Lin Yu formed a sword gesture with his right hand, tapping it to his forehead. As a golden light enveloped him, the heavenly eye on his forehead slowly opened. Once activated, everything returned to normal in Lin Yu's sight. Ghostface Realm was merely an illusion, deceiving the five senses of the human body. The heavenly eye's ability to see through all perfectly countered this forbidden void, allowing him to discern the Ghostface King's flaws and weaknesses clearly. Lin Yu turned to glance at Zhao Kongcheng and smiled. He slowly raised the three-pronged blade, adopting a stance of refusal. With a resounding crack, the sound of flesh being severed echoed as the three-pronged blade sliced through the Ghostface King's abdomen, severing its spine and emerging from the other side. Despite being a mere energy manifestation, the three-pronged blade was not something a Ghostface King from the Chuan realm could withstand. However, Lin Yu did not emerge unscathed either. Though he had invoked a divine presence, his low realm prevented him from unleashing his full power. Under the tremendous force of the Ghostface King's assault, Lin Yu felt his arms go numb, losing all sensation in his hands. As Ghostface Realm dissipated, Zhao Kongcheng, witnessing this scene, was left speechless. Was this the difference between possessing the forbidden void and not? All those years of hard training paled in comparison to a mere child awakening the forbidden void. Overwhelmed by a sense of defeat, Zhao Kongcheng's shoulders sagged slightly. Lin Yu, who had been watching Zhao Kongcheng closely, felt an indescribable sensation upon seeing his once proud demeanor falter. After a moment's thought, Lin Yu swiftly rotated the three-pronged blade, completely severing the Ghostface King's life force. Yet, the Ghostface King attempted a final struggle. Seizing the moment, Lin Yu raised the three-pronged blade high, flinging the seemingly still lively Ghostface King toward Zhao Kongcheng. The performance was excessively theatrical, and with a breathless voice, he exclaimed, "Old Zhao, I can't go on any longer. The rest is up to you." Chapter 11. Handsome Zhao. Upon hearing Lin Yu's urgent call, Zhao Kongcheng raised his gaze and instantly spotted the Ghostface King soaring above. His reflexes were swift. Wielding the star blade, he traced a perfect arc in the air. The lifeless body of the Ghostface King fell to the ground, its head severed cleanly. Witnessing this scene, Lin Yu, still in a state of possession by Jian, could not help but smile. This was the old Zhao he knew, always a sight for sore eyes. Although he still paled in comparison to the Taoist himself and the readers, he remained undeniably dashing. With that thought, Lin Yu raised his thumb towards Zhao Kongcheng and shouted, "Looking good, old Zhao." Zhao Kongcheng turned his head and shot Lin Yu a glare. As he gazed at the dismembered body of the Ghostface King, a faint smile crept across his lips. The moment the star blade made contact with the creature's flesh, he knew the Ghostface King was dead, although it had clung to life until the very end. In their earlier battle, the living Ghostface King would not have sustained such damage, only upon its demise. Unable to control its muscle defenses, could it be so easily beheaded? Zhao Kongcheng understood Lin Yu's intent, though he felt it was somewhat unnecessary. A warm sensation coursed through him. He then retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and lit one. At that moment, the previously pea-sized raindrops began to fall steadily. Lin Yu, who had witnessed the entire event, slowly approached. Observing the disheveled Zhao Kongcheng and Lin Yu, who was clad only in a towel and flip-flops, he felt a pang of discomfort. It seemed to him that something was amiss. Zhao Kongcheng took a drag from his cigarette and turned to Lin Yu, surprised to see him there. A comforting smile spread across his face as he continued in a languid tone, "I presume dinner is still unfinished? With the rain falling, your aunt must be worried." Lin Yu's gaze remained fixed on Zhao Kongcheng, his feet planted firmly. Frowning, he spoke, "Why? If it weren't for Brother Lin Yu coming to help earlier, you would have perished. You're merely an ordinary person, according to your own words, as a watcher. You shouldn't have to fight like this. Why did you intervene?" Zhao Kongcheng inhaled deeply, tilting his head skyward, and slowly exhaled, maintaining his gaze toward the heavens. He cast a sidelong glance at Lin Yu and replied in a profound tone, "Don't you think this is rather cool?" Lin Yu was taken aback. He had anticipated a lecture from Zhao Kongcheng, but never expected such a remark. Lin Yu, observing the exchange, felt a headache coming on. In a moment like this, he wished Lin Yu had been better prepared for the realities of this world. Did they have to wait until the mortal realm faded away before witnessing his descent into madness? Indeed, only Chun Mai was privy to this matter. With that in mind, Lin Yu spoke up, "Chia, Do you understand why old Zhao insisted on confronting the ghost-faced king himself? At the sound of Lin Yu's voice, Lin Yu turned to him. This marked the first time he had seen Lin Yu since regaining his sight. Lin Yu had moved in later, and prior to the age of 7, Lin Yu had never laid eyes on him. Afterward, he had lost his sight, and even after meeting Lin Yu, all he could perceive was a vague silhouette. Meeting Lin Yu's gaze, Lin Yu continued. The ghost-faced king approached from the east. He gestured in front of him, then turned to point behind him. The direction the ghost-faced king intended to go was west. Your aunt's home lies in that direction, and my house is not far from there either. If old Zhao hadn't intervened, it's highly likely that instead of us coming to rescue him, the Night Watcher Squad 136 would have had to come to our aid. Moreover, do you really think you, a mere god-void possessor and representative of Michael, could remain unscathed? Was the ghost-faced king's appearance here merely coincidental? Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, a glimmer of shock crossed Lin Yu's eyes as he cast an inquiring glance at Zhao Kongqing. They exchanged a meaningful look just as a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from the adjacent alley. Suddenly, Hong Ying's figure slid into view. The sight left Lin Yu and the others momentarily stunned. Dressed in shorts, Hong Ying's crouched, sliding posture revealed her long, slender, and fair legs in their entirety. She looked magnificent. Upon spotting the group, Hong Ying froze momentarily. She had been anxious about not reaching in time to save them and was nearly in tears. After sprinting with her long legs, she arrived only to find a peculiar figure clad in nothing but a towel and flip-flops, radiating a golden glow. And a frugal man who was preening himself. "Goodness, you nearly scared me to death. And you still have time to fuss over your hair," she exclaimed. "Since you're all right, it seems I'll have to deal with you now." Rising slowly, her gaze turned menacing as she approached Zhao Kongqing. "Oh, you're here. Quickly, I've found your god-void possessor. It's this brat. Don't let him escape," she declared, pointing at Lin Yu. Lin Yu widened his eyes in disbelief. Though he did not understand why Zhao Kongqing had said such a thing, he instinctively felt it was not a good sign. Just as Hong Ying was about to reach Zhao Kongqing, Lin Yu felt a surge of power within him, as if it were being summoned, rapidly dissipating. As the golden energy enveloping his body faded, the possession came to an end. Lin Yu felt weak, toppling over. Hong Ying, who had intended to check on Zhao Kongqing, reacted swiftly, darting to Lin Yu's side and catching him just in time. As his consciousness waned, Lin Yu gazed at Hong Ying's fair neck, a subtle smile gracing his lips. In the old city, young Jian stood on the balcony, cradling a small black dog in his arms, rubbing a strand of golden energy between his fingers, murmuring, "What a little rascal. Last time, I merely invited you. This time, you've begun to steal the spotlight. If you grow any further, I might have to send an edict your way. If I don't teach you a lesson, you'll truly run amok." As he spoke, Yang Jin patted the little black dog's head. "What do you think, Xiao Tian?" Chapter 12. Old Zhao, what? Is your sister Hong Ying not delightful to hold? When Lin Yu opened his eyes again, he found himself in a hospital bed. The pristine white pillow and sheets, combined with the faint scent of disinfectant in the air, reassured him. Zhao Kongqing lay on the adjacent bed, and upon seeing this, Lin Yu exhaled in relief, realizing he had merely exhausted himself. The fact that Zhao Kongqing shared a ward with him suggested that his injuries were not severe. Uncertain of how long he had been asleep, Lin Yu felt a twinge of discomfort in his back. As he attempted to sit up, he noticed Hong Ying, who had fallen asleep at the foot of his bed. A smile crept across his face as he quietly slipped out of bed, cautiously kneeling opposite her to observe closely. After all, this was Hong Ying, one of the beloved characters in the hearts of countless readers of Slaying the Gods. Lin Yu was quite fond of this straightforward and genuine elder sister, whose inner tenderness contrasted with her striking beauty, just as Lin Yu was still lost in the allure of Hong Ying's charm. Her previously tightly shut eyes suddenly flew open. Their gazes met, and Lin Yu froze in place. Oh no, he had been discovered. Would he be mistaken for a rogue and beaten to a pulp? What should he do? Unable to devise a plan, Lin Yu mustered a sheepish smile and waved his hand as a form of greeting. However, moments later, her deep breaths echoed in the air. Lin Yu dared not move, waiting for approximately 5 minutes until he confirmed that Hong Ying had truly fallen asleep. Only then did he quietly exhale in relief. As he took a couple of steps toward the door, Lin Yu caught a glimpse of Hong Ying's slender frame, which looked rather small and frail as she lay by the bedside. He paused, frowning. Sleeping in such a position would hardly provide her with proper rest. Should he wake her up and suggest she lie down properly? But what if she woke up grumpy? He might end up on the receiving end of a beating. Then, a thought struck him. Approaching Hong Ying from behind, Lin Yu took a deep breath and, with a princess carry, lifted her into his arms. She felt astonishingly light. This was Lin Yu's first impression as he held Hong Ying. She seemed to weigh no more than 100 pounds, leaving him wondering if he could run with her without feeling burdened. So soft. This was the sensation Lin Yu experienced while cradling her. Despite her prowess in combat, her body remained warm and delicate. On the other hand, although Hong Ying was asleep, as a seasoned combatant and a formidable possessor of the Forbidden Void, she had sensed Lin Yu's approach and awakened. The reason she didn't react was that she perceived him as harmless. However, when Lin Yu lifted her body went rigid. Thoughts of resistance flooded her mind, yet her body felt unresponsive, leaving her mind blank. Feeling the depth of the young girl's breath in his arms, Lin Yu sighed in relief. Thankfully, she hadn't awakened, otherwise, he would have been at a loss for words. She was not someone with a forgiving temperament. Gently, Lin Yu carried Hong Ying to the bedside, laid her down softly, and tenderly tucked her in. After completing these actions, he gazed at the peacefully sleeping Hong Ying with satisfaction before turning to leave the ward. As the door closed behind him, Hong Ying's previously shut eyes fluttered slightly before gradually opening. She caught a glimpse of her reflection in the glass door. A blush crept onto her fair face, and after pursing her lips, she adopted an expression of feigned anger. This little trickster had utterly crossed the line. How dare he carry me? Yet, that sensation felt strangely familiar, as if she had experienced it before. The fragrance of the blanket was also reminiscent of something. She had only encountered such a scent at that little trickster's home. Exiting the ward, Lin Yu discovered the corridor outside was desolate, save for a few doctors, nurses, and patients. Other wards appeared equally vacant. Just then, the ward door swung open again. Startled by the sound, Lin Yu turned to find Zhao Kongqing entering, which brought him relief. Dressed in a blue and white hospital gown, Zhao Kongqing stealthily produced a cigarette and placed it between his lips. Upon meeting Lin Yu's gaze, a hint of appreciation appeared in his eyes as his lips curled into a slight smile. Come, follow me. Lin Yu, puzzled by Zhao Kongqing's approving demeanor, glanced around the ward before looking back at him, silently inquiring if it was all right to leave the sleeping Hong Ying alone. Zhao Kongqing shot Lin Yu a disdainful glance. What? Now that you have sister Hong Ying, you don't need brother Zhao anymore? She doesn't need your concern. She already knows we are out. She is no ordinary person. Her senses are quite acute. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu suddenly understood and stood frozen in place. Noticing Lin Yu's bewilderment, Zhao Kongqing smiled before pulling him to the stairwell window, where a refreshing breeze swept through. It took Lin Yu a moment to regain his composure. So, your sister Hong Ying is quite easy to carry, huh? Zhao Kongqing took a puff of his cigarette and smirked lazily at Lin Yu. Isn't it inappropriate to say such things in this breeze? Lin Yu retorted. Zhao Kongqing scoffed. How dare you say that? You're a possessor of the Forbidden Void. And you didn't even tell me. If it weren't for this incident, how long would you have kept it a secret? It seems all the meals of the past few days have gone to waste. The two engaged in their usual banter until Zhao Kongqing received a phone call, which finally brought them to silence. All right, the captain is coming. Just say it was you who smoked. Lin Yu was about to refuse when Zhao Kongqing interjected. One order of pig trotter rice. The large portion. Noticing Lin Yu's hesitation, Zhao Kongqing added, just do it. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu nodded. Observing Zhao Kongqing's slightly slumped shoulders, he realized that even though Zhao Kongqing hadn't explicitly stated it, he had certainly perceived that the last strike had been intentional on Lin Yu's part. Although Zhao Kongqing had survived, he couldn't allow him to wallow in self-pity. Devoid of passion, that would not do. He needed to devise a plan. As this thought crossed his mind, Lin Yu recalled the only item in the system shop that could be purchased once, random Forbidden Void. Although limited to a single purchase, it was remarkably inexpensive at just 100 soul points, and could even be used on others. Perhaps he could arrange something for Zhao Kongqing. Chapter 13. Lin Yu. Old Zhao knows, I smoke too. In the ward, the blanket on his bed had been neatly folded to the side, and Hong Ying had already left. On the bedside table lay a transparent plastic bag filled with apples, bananas, and oranges, not resembling a pre-packaged fruit basket, but rather loose items. Truly a hallmark of Team 136. What are you looking at? Your sister Hong Ying has already left. The boss said he wanted to see you, but I told him you went out for a smoke. Soon enough, you'll get to see your sister Hong Ying. At this point, Zhao Kongqing, reclining beside him, paused, his gaze fixed on Lin Yu, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. You might not know, but the hospital gown you're wearing was changed for you by sister Hong Ying. And that towel you had, tut, white strip chicken. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's face darkened immediately. Earlier, while checking the system in the corridor, he noted that after defeating the Ghost-Face King, his Yang Jian ability extraction progress had surged from 22 to 82. With just 18 remaining, he could extract a power. His soul points had also increased from 20 to 80. He needed just 20 more points to exchange for the once-only tradable, random Forbidden Void. Observing Zhao Kongqing's cheeky demeanor, Lin Yu suddenly felt the need to reconsider giving old Zhao a forbidden void. He was simply being a nuisance. The blanket still held a lingering warmth and a faint scent of youthful fragrance. 3 days later, dressed in cargo pants and a black jacket, Zhao Kongqing, alongside Lin Yu in simple sportswear, stepped out of the hospital. His decision to join the night watchman was hardly surprising. The past few days in the hospital had been stifling for him. As soon as he exited, he lit a cigarette. However, before he could take more than a couple of puffs, an old van approached them. The window slid down to reveal the beaming face of Hong Ying. She extended her fair hand, waving at Lin Yu and Zhao Kongqing. "Let us go. The captain sent me to fetch you." Upon hearing this, Zhao Kongqing quickly made his way to the passenger seat and opened the door. Yet, before he could settle in, Hong Ying's long legs lifted, her gaze disdainful as she remarked, "Sir, kindly take a seat in the back. If you smoke around me, I'll smoke you out. We're not done with the last incident yet." Embarrassed, Zhao Kongqing could only manage a sheepish smile as he opened the side door and climbed in. Lin Yu hesitated, eyeing the open passenger seat. Based on Zhao's earlier comments, she had helped him change out of his hospital gown and was aware of him carrying her to bed. Surely, this passenger seat couldn't be a trap, could it? Contemplating this, Lin Yu glanced at Hong Ying's infectious smile and forced a grin. "I can sit in the back too. Zhao knows I smoke." With a smile, Hong Ying gestured to the passenger seat. "It's fine. I don't mind. Just smoke." However, noticing Lin Yu's intent to still approach the front, her smile vanished as she turned to Zhao Kongqing. "Smoke. If you do it again, I'll kick you out." Taken aback by her sudden exclamation, Zhao Kongqing, with a freshly lit cigarette in his hand, looked perplexedly at Hong Ying, then at Lin Yu, feeling a surge of anxiety but knowing he couldn't retaliate. After scolding Zhao Kongqing, Hong Ying turned her attention back to Lin Yu, offering him a smile. Encountering her gaze, Lin Yu swallowed hard and nervously settled into the passenger seat. The moment he sat down, Hong Ying leaned closer, sniffing him intently, as if finally identifying something. After casting him a sidelong glance, she stepped on the gas. And with the old vehicle creaking, they departed. Hong Ying's driving was swift yet steady, mirroring her personality, cheerful and vibrant yet genuinely innocent. Soon, they arrived at the Peace Affairs office. "Let us go. We're home," she declared, descending the stairs first. Just then, an elderly woman with a cane exited the office, prompting Hong Ying to greet her with a warm smile. As Lin Yu gripped the passenger handle, his palms slightly damp with sweat, he felt relieved that Hong Ying's earlier behavior had subsided. Following her lead, Lin Yu and Zhao Kongqing exited the vehicle. Once Hong Ying helped the elderly woman down the steps, the three entered together. This was Lin Yu's first visit to the office. It was not large, and the furnishings appeared quite antiquated. Upon entering, all the members of Team 136 turned to look at them. Suddenly, a round of enthusiastic applause erupted. Lin Yu, feeling the unexpected attention, blushed, while Zhao Kongqing awkwardly smiled, thinking, "This applause is from my efforts." All right. It seems our lone hero, Zhao Kongqing, is not fond of applause. "Let us cease for now," Wu Xiangnan interjected, rising to quiet the crowd. Turning to Lin Yu, he continued, "You must be Lin Yu. I'll call you Xiao Yu. Come, take a seat." He gestured toward the conference table used for client meetings. Hearing this, everyone from Team 136 moved to take their seats, even Lin Chia finding a spot. Lin Yu stood awkwardly, feeling like a rare specimen under their scrutinizing gazes. The table was small, accommodating 6, and with Lin Chia joining, it felt cramped. The only available space was beside Hong Ying. "Come sit over here," Hong Ying beamed, beckoning him to the chair next to her. Lin Yu glanced at the empty spot beside her, and then at Zhao Kongqing, who was clearly reluctant to sit next to Hong Ying. His instincts warned him that something unfavorable might occur. Avoiding Lin Yu's gaze, Zhao Kongqing turned his head away, feigning ignorance. Under the hopeful gazes of the rest of Team 136, Lin Yu sighed, and, mustering his courage, approached and sat down. Chapter 14. Lin Yu. That power comes from the divine beings of Daxia. Once Lin Yu settled in, Shen glanced at both him and Lin Chia before speaking. "I reported your situations to the higher-ups. They suggest you stay with us in Team 136 for now. However, if you wish to remain longer, I will do my utmost to accommodate you." As he spoke, Shen discreetly pursed his lips, his gaze sweeping over Team 136, revealing a hint of reluctance. "Chia has been here for 2 days, and everyone is aware of his situation. Xiao Yu, please share your circumstances so everyone can get acquainted. Your forbidden void is unprecedented and seems to fall outside the known pantheon of external deities." As Chun finished speaking, all eyes turned to Lin Yu, especially Zhao Kongqing, who had patiently refrained from asking questions over the past few days. Sensing the intensity of their stares, Lin Yu's mind raced. How to explain this? This isn't exactly a forbidden void, is it? Should I tell them that I don't rely on such things? I summon deities directly? That sounded absurd. He could end up confined in a mental institution for the eccentricity of such claims. Finally, he spoke. I'm not entirely sure what my forbidden void is. Its function is straightforward. I can directly borrow strength and abilities from deities for combat. However, the extent of what I can wield depends on my own capabilities. Upon hearing this, the eyes of everyone, including Chun Mai, lit up with intrigue. You can borrow power directly? So, according to your assertion, you can access the strength and abilities of various deities? Lin Yu nodded in affirmation. In theory, yes. Indeed, he had only summoned Yang Jian thus far and was unsure if he could draw from others. When you refer to abilities, do you mean part of a deity's power or their full capabilities? Wu Xiangnan posed a particularly insightful question. Nodding again, Lin Yu clarified. I can harness all of their abilities, but the potency of these powers is contingent upon my own strength. The weight of his words rippled through the audience, igniting their interest in him further. Lin Xie, possessing limited knowledge of the enigmatic forbidden void, gazed with a puzzled expression at his companion, Si Xiaonan, who sat beside him. In response to Lin Xie's inquisitive glance, Si Xiaonan, her hair styled in two bun-like pigtails and adorned with a pair of black-rimmed glasses, began to elucidate the matter. It is widely acknowledged that the abilities conferred by the forbidden void are finite and immutable. Thus, when confronted by adversaries who effectively restrain one's own forbidden void, one's strength becomes constrained. However, what Xiaoyu articulated, that he could temporarily harness the full capabilities of various deities, implies a remarkable versatility in adapting to different opponents, particularly in the face of sudden and unknown mysteries, which could yield extraordinary results. Am I correct, Captain? Upon finishing her explanation, Si Xiaonan turned to Chun Mai, her face brightening with a sweet smile. Chun Mai, meeting her gaze, nodded with a smile. Indeed, Xiaonan is absolutely right. Xiaoyu, your abilities are exceptional. I must report this again. However, which pantheon do the deities you can invoke belong to? Could it be? At this point, Chun Mai paused, and the others comprehended his implication. If Lin Yu were to draw upon the powers of deities from a rival faction, it would be a cause for concern. Observing the worry etched on their faces, Lin Yu flashed a grin and declared with clarity, the power I harness comes from the deities of the Great Xia. As his words echoed in the now silent room, a sound reminiscent of splintering would resonated as Chun Mai crushed a piece of the 3-centimeter thick solid wood table with his grip. Apart from Lin Xie, the others regarded Lin Yu with astonished expressions. Lin Yu understood their reaction. After all, the notion of the Great Xia being devoid of divine entities had persisted for many years. The Night Watchmen had relied solely on their fervent resolve to withstand external divine threats, a burden that was undoubtedly substantial, especially for Chun Mai, who had witnessed the might of such entities. The empty city was no mere myth. Chun Mai was the first to regain his composure, his breathing heavy as he surveyed his team members, suppressing their impulses to inquire further. After swallowing hard, he steadied himself before speaking. Xiaoyu, you claim to draw upon the powers of the great Xia deities. Can you demonstrate this now? This was a question that piqued the interest of the others as well. Upon hearing Chun Mai's request, the team turned their gazes toward Lin Yu, with Lung Xian raising her camera to capture this moment that could ignite excitement among all Night Watchmen of the Great Xia. Acknowledging their eager anticipation, Lin Yu nodded, rising to find a slightly more spacious area. He lifted his right hand and formed several intricate hand seals, eventually bringing his middle and index fingers together in a sword gesture, resting them against his forehead. He softly intoned, with a heart unacknowledged by the celestial family, I, proud of my divine heritage, summon forth. I call upon the true monarch of the clear source, Yang Jian of Guanjiangku. As these words left his lips, the members of Team 136 felt as if their hearts had been struck by a heavy blow, collectively holding their breath. Lung Xian's camera clicked incessantly, desperate not to miss this pivotal moment. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, yet there was no change in Lin Yu, until the wall clock ticked. The second hand making a full rotation, someone in Team 136 finally exhaled, and as the sound of their breath broke the silence, Lin Yu wished he could find a mouse hole to burrow into. Why wasn't he at working this time? Something felt off, exceedingly off. Ha ha ha, Xiaoyu. Don't be nervous. Try again. We're all friends here. You needn't feel constrained. We can wait until tomorrow if you prefer. There's no rush. Chun Mai chuckled awkwardly, attempting to ease the tension. It's only natural to be overwhelmed when such a grand display is attempted right off the bat. Let us take a break. Hong Ying stepped forward, approaching Lin Yu. She raised her hand, intending to pat his shoulder in reassurance. Just then, a beam of golden light descended from above, and a powerful aura swept through the room, sending various documents flying from the desks. The golden energy emanating from Lin Yu began to take shape, revealing a figure adorned with a 3-mountain phoenix hat, clad in a pale yellow robe, cinched with a floral dragon belt, and standing upon golden cloud boots, wielding a three-edged blade. In the old city, Jian embraced a small black dog, laughing heartily, as if he had witnessed something amusing. Chapter 15. Honging. Can you transform into a chair? Like a Grandmaster chair? As the golden regalia completely enveloped Lin Yu, the members of Team 136 watched in wide-eyed amazement. This is real. The deities of the great Xia truly exist. How can you prove that this is the great Xia deity, Jian? Though the appearance seemed strikingly similar, it was known that many foreign deities possessed abilities that mimicked and deceived. What if? Wu Xiangnan's face flushed, brimming with excitement as he posed this inquiry, not from a place of skepticism toward Lin Yu, but rather as a fervent believer in the great Xia deities. His arm bore the scar from an encounter with the foreign deity Sisanu, a wound that had yet to heal. How could Xiangnan doubt Lin Yu? Though she had seen this attire before, she now understood that it was indeed the garb of a great Xia deity. Lin Yu cast a glance at Honging, who defended him, before turning his attention to Wu Xiangnan. We all know the capabilities of the Erlang Shen, Jian. Our mythos of the great Xia contains ample tales of this deity, and his powers are quite distinguishable. At this point, Lin Yu formed a sword gesture with his right hand, brushing it over his forehead. A golden vertical pupil materialized upon Lin Yu's brow, instantly enveloping Wu Xiangnan in golden light. This marked the first time Lin Yu had utilized this ability specifically on an individual. Wu Xiangnan appeared as if he were an open book, each page unfurling before Lin Yu's eyes. He even perceived remnants of divine power within Wu Xiangnan's palm, intertwining like a parasite. Moments later, under the expectant gazes of the others, Lin Yu spoke, flat angle, cherry blossom pink, with a pattern of Patrick Star. As he articulated this, Sumu rubbed his chin, nodding in agreement, and holding a net for catching jellyfish. Upon hearing Lin Yu's seemingly nonsensical remarks, everyone was momentarily taken aback. Then, Lung Xian, holding the camera, was the first to react, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she slowly opened her mouth. I understand. He's talking about Xiangnan's inner. Before Lung Xian could finish, the commotion she stirred led the others to react as well, casting curious glances toward Wu Xiangnan. Yet, they were even more intrigued by how Lung Xian had come to this realization. Lin Yu chuckled, setting aside his playful banter. To convince everyone that his powers were indeed derived from Jian, he needed more than this. After all, mere clairvoyance was not an exceptionally challenging ability. Observing Wu Xiangnan's reddening face, Lin Yu continued, Deputy Captain, I also see that within your palm lies a strand of dark golden energy. As these words fell, silence enveloped the room. Wu Xiangnan released Lung Xian and adjusted his attire. With a sharp gaze, he turned towards Lin Yu. Can it be resolved? Lin Yu, meeting the expectant eyes of the crowd, shook his head. Not at the moment. It would require either his direct intervention or my own strength to be sufficiently robust to harness greater divine power. Alternatively, I might possess the ability to summon him directly. Currently, the borrowed power at my disposal is woefully inadequate. Upon hearing this, Wu Xiangnan exhaled deeply, clenching his fists. Xiaoyu, don't make me wait too long. I'll be too old to wield a sword. Shenmai stepped up behind Wu Xiangnan and patted his shoulder, and they exchanged smiles. Witnessing this, Lin Yu solemnly nodded. It shouldn't take too long. All right. The mischievous Jian possesses far more than just this ability. Are you familiar with the Dharma manifestation of heaven and earth? Can you demonstrate it? Zhao Kongqing stepped forward, shifting the topic. As Zhao spoke, the others voiced their own inquiries, asking if he could conjure the howling skyhound, whether it could fly, and if it could burrow underground. In response, Lin Yu could only explain that he had not yet attempted those feats. At that moment, Honging, with her hands clasped behind her back, approached Lin Yu with a beaming smile. Tilting her head to gaze into Lin Yu's eyes, she said, Lin Yu, I recall Jian possesses the 8-9 profound arts, which includes transformation techniques, right? Surely, you can demonstrate something like flying or burrowing. Seeing Honging's eager expression, Lin Yu felt an unsettling sensation arise within him, though he couldn't pinpoint its source. Besides Chun Mai and Wu Xiangnan, the other team members also looked expectantly at Lin Yu, awaiting his display. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yu recalled a simple technique he had indeed used before. Nodding in agreement, in a flash of golden light, Lin Yu vanished, and a large orange cat appeared in his place. The men were somewhat unfazed, but Honging and Si Xiaonan's eyes lit up with delight. Si Xiaonan, taking advantage of her petite stature, dashed over, crouched down, and enveloped Lin Yu. Now a large orange cat, in her arms, petting him affectionately. Lin Yu, at that moment, felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. He had anticipated this reaction. However, He soon sensed a piercing gaze directed his way. Turning slightly, he met the sharp eyes of Lung Xian, which bore a warning. In a flurry, Lin Yu extricated himself from Si Xiaonan's embrace, leaping away. Yet before he could land, Hong Ying caught him in her arms. As soon as Hong Ying lifted the transformed Lin Yu, a familiar scent wafted into her nostrils, triggering a sudden realization. It reminded her of the grand armchair from days prior at the ghost-faced man's site. The chair's aroma, Lin Yu's scent, the orange cat's fragrance, all intertwining in her mind. With this revelation, Hong Ying's gaze towards Lin Yu turned peculiar. She tightened her embrace, looking down at him with a playful tone. Little Taoist, how impressive. You can even transform into a kitty. Can you turn into a chair, like that grand armchair? As she spoke, Hong Ying gestured animatedly with one hand. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu, who had been relishing the soft cushion of Si Xiaonan's embrace, suddenly froze. Oh no, how could I forget about that? I never mentioned it. She shouldn't know. He scanned for any loopholes in his disguise. Hong Ying leaned closer, her lips brushing against the ear of the orange cat, whispering softly, "You have a unique scent. Just wait, I will take good care of you." At this point, she straightened up, her demeanor shifting to exuberance. "Captain, earlier, wasn't he old Zhao tasked with finding the agent for Michael while I sought Lin Yu? Now that we have both, can I lead the subsequent training for Lin Yu?" Hearing this, Lin Yu, still trapped in Hong Ying's grip, began to struggle. "No, I want to stay with old Zhao. I don't want to be with you." Yet, all his efforts were in vain. In his orange cat form, he was firmly held against her chest, unable to voice his protests. After considering Hong Ying's proposal, Chen Mai nodded. "Let us proceed with that arrangement. Kongsheng and Hong Ying, you will lead them in some basic training and testing." He then looked at the squished Lin Yu in Hong Ying's grasp, chuckling as he continued. "Xiaoyu, prepare yourself as well. I've reported your situation. Someone will likely arrive in the next couple of days. Don't embarrass our team." 136. Trapped in Hong Ying's hold, Lin Yu slowly raised a chubby paw, waving it as a sign of acknowledgement. "All right, Captain, I'll take Xiaoyu for a patrol now." With that, Hong Ying took Lin Yu and departed from the office. As an aging van sputtered to life, a portly orange cat lay despondently against the passenger window. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yi Fan sat upright, intently reading emails on his computer. His rough hands rested firmly on the desk, veins bulging. After a moment, he picked up the phone, dialing 2 numbers in quick succession. In a small restaurant, a man quickly washed the last 3 white plates in a large stainless steel basin before standing up. "Third uncle, I need to step out for a bit." In a horse-drawn carriage, an elderly man set down his phone and drained the last of his tea. Shouting towards the outside, he commanded, "Turn around, we're going to Tsangnan." As he spoke, the old man shook his head, muttering about the toils of life. Back in the aging van, Lin Yu, feeling defeated, released his borrowed divine powers, slumping in the passenger seat. Hong Ying shot him a sidelong glance, a smug expression on her face. "You dare deceive me? That night when you read the omens, you even coyly praised your own handsomeness. Now you've fallen into my grasp." Lin Yu offered an awkward smile, his eyes pleading for mercy. "All right, I'm not a villain. You look so pitiful, I wouldn't actually eat you. You can rest for now, and after our patrol, I'll treat you to a meal. Tomorrow, we'll begin assessing your abilities." Noticing Lin Yu's desperate expression, Hong Ying chuckled and ceased her teasing. As she focused on the road ahead, vivid images floated through her mind: the grand armchair, a white bath towel, hospital gowns, and the pale skin of a neck and behind the ears, subtly tinged with a rosy hue. The following morning, at the crack of dawn, Lin Yu was jolted awake by his phone alarm. Glancing at the time, he noted it was only 4:50 a.m., unusual, as he typically rose at 5:30 a.m. for his exercises. However, seeing that the caller ID read Hong Ying, he refrained from feeling irritable. She had personally modified the contact name. Upon answering, a lively, cheerful female voice chimed from the other end. "Hurry down. I'm right outside your door." Becoming stronger starts with physical training. Lin Yu hurriedly got out of bed and began dressing, despite still feeling groggy. However, for Lin Yu, rising from slumber was not a daunting task. In approximately 3 minutes, he stepped out of his abode, his attire immaculate, with damp strands of hair clinging to his forehead from washing his face. Hong Ying was dressed similarly to the previous day, sporting athletic shoes, shorts, and a tank top. Foregoing any outerwear, she radiated vitality, which invigorated Lin Yu's mind considerably. Despite having lived 2 lives, the saying that a man remains youthful until death holds true. Merely gazing upon such a spirited young woman could uplift one's spirits. With a sidelong glance at Lin Yu, Hong Ying beckoned him to follow, then sprinted ahead. Lin Yu paid little heed and fell in step behind her. Whether running or not, his daily morning exercises, which included standing meditation and traditional Taoist martial arts, alongside the practice Bajiquan, consumed considerable energy. As they ventured further from the bustling streets and into the outskirts, Lin Yu's breath began to grow slightly ragged. Yet, he noted that Hong Ying's pace remained as steady as ever, as if she were accustomed to this level of exertion. Eventually, they reached a clearing surrounded by dense woods, where Hong Ying's speed slackened, ultimately transitioning to a leisurely walk. Lin Yu exhaled a sigh of relief, grateful that he had not completely embarrassed himself today. Impressive, she remarked, observing his well-defined abdominal muscles. Those abs are well-earned. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Lin Yu smiled back at the effortlessly energetic Hong Ying. You are quite formidable yourself. Few can maintain such ease at this level. It's not that I'm exceptional, she replied. I've simply grown accustomed to it over time. Feel free to rest. I still have to practice my spear techniques. With that, she placed her hands behind her back, intertwining her pinky fingers, and sauntered toward a metal rod embedded in the ground. Lin Yu chose not to rest just yet. His curiosity compelled him to observe how Hong Ying trained. As she grasped the iron rod, her demeanor shifted dramatically, transforming into one of fierce intensity. The solid 2-meter-long rod, weighing several dozen pounds, was wielded with a commanding grace that sent gusts of energy swirling around her. So striking, Lin Yu thought. If one disregarded the potential consequences of a quarrel, Hong Ying would undoubtedly make an ideal girlfriend, full of vitality and possessing an enviable physique. After a brief warm-up, Lin Yu resumed his practice, ensuring that his studies would not languish. After more than half an hour, having completed the final sequence of Bajiquan, he came to a halt. Not bad. It is evident that you have dedicated effort to both of these forms. You truly deserve the title of Taoist Master. Hong Ying remarked as Lin Yu turned to her voice, realizing that she had stopped and was now resting against the iron rod. Shall we spar? She proposed eagerly. It's a perfect opportunity to test your strength. I won't restrict you. You can use your abilities without restraint. I promise not to take advantage. Just then, an elderly man and a young man strolled nearby, the elder mumbling to himself, polite enough, but rather taciturn. It seems he lacks the inclination to engage this old man in conversation. Confronted by Hong Ying's eager gaze, Lin Yu hesitated momentarily, but ultimately nodded. He too wished to gauge his current capabilities. Empowered by the divine forces, he wondered if he could best Hong Ying. His previous victory over the ghost-faced king had been facilitated by the divine eye's ability to counter the creature's ghost-faced ground technique, coupled with the fact that the ghost-faced king had already sustained injuries from Chun Mai and lacked the intelligence of a human. Thus, it had appeared deceptively effortless. What would occur if he were to face a foe of flesh and blood? Moreover, this secluded area far from the city presented the perfect opportunity to test whether he could summon other deities aside from Jian. Upon noticing Lin Yu's agreement, a radiant smile illuminated Hong Ying's face. After retreating a couple of steps, her alabaster legs spread apart, and she raised the iron rod, assuming a combat stance. Her gaze fixed intently on Lin Yu. Seeing her readiness, Lin Yu felt a twinge of apprehension. That rod could inflict quite a sting. Quit dawdling. Come entertain me, she taunted, raising her chin in a dismissive challenge. Observing her determined expression, Lin Yu could not help but find her somewhat endearing. Taking 2 steps forward, he replied, "What's the rush? This time, I intend to summon a different deity." Upon hearing this, Hong Ying's eyes sparkled with excitement, her enthusiasm palpable as she nodded eagerly, her ponytail swaying animatedly. Yes, hurry up." Lin Yu chuckled at her exuberance, grounding himself as he closed his eyes and contemplated the divine names from ancient texts of his past life. Moments later, his hands began to move, deftly forming intricate hand seals. As he concluded his gestures, he abruptly opened his eyes, his aura surging as he intoned, "Purple flame serpent spear, fire-tipped lance. The universe's 8 shoulders bear the weight. Lotus transforms into boundless law, subduing the monsters of 96 caverns. I summon forth the great deity of the 3 altars, the 3-headed, 8-armed, fearsome Nezha." As Lin Yu's words echoed, somewhere in the vast land of the Daxia, a child with a penchant for buns and clad in red suddenly lifted his head. A violet-red light surged from his brow. As the golden-red glow departed, the child's eyes were veiled in a purple-red haze as he murmured, "Is it time?" In the nearby woods, the elder observed this spectacle, nodding in approval, while the young man beside him, bearing a sword sheath, scrutinized Lin Yu's hands with utmost seriousness. The elder turned to the youth and inquired, "What do you think, lad? Is that boy genuine, or is he merely putting on a show?" The elder spoke without glancing back at the young man beside him, but this time, the youth interjected, "Shoo, don't speak. Those hand seals are truly impressive." Upon hearing this, the elder's expression shifted to one of mild disdain. He was about to respond when the pleasant smile on his face abruptly vanished as he looked skyward. A stream of purple light shot down from the heavens, descending directly towards Lin Yu before vanishing into his being. Instantly, a violet-red column of light soared into the sky, and Lin Yu's hair stood on end as if stirred by an unseen wind. Strands of purple-red energy entwined with his hair, dancing freely in the air like a deity. The violet-red divine power coalesced around him, forming a suit of dragon-scale armor that accentuated Lin Yu's imposing presence. Simultaneously, a grand violet-red apparition materialized in the sky, distinct from any mortal form, with 3 heads and 8 arms, glaring fiercely. Each of its 8 hands wielded different weapons, a spear, twin swords, and a golden ring, all enveloped by a flowing purple-red ribbon that swirled around it. Beneath its feet spun a pair of divine wheels, emitting the sounds of wind and fire. Wow. I must say, you should witness this for yourself. This is truly Nezha. There is no mistaking that divine power. This is not the known power of an external deity. Our great Xia possesses divinity. The elderly man beside them was visibly moved by the scene, tears glistening in his eyes, his voice trembling with emotion. Clutching the shoulder of the young man beside him, he seemed eager to convey his feelings. The young man, however, stood transfixed, gazing up at the divine figure in the sky, rooted in place like a wooden post. Yet, behind him, the sword sheath buzzed incessantly. As the purplish-red divine light dissipated from Lin Yu's body, a multitude of abilities and techniques related to Nezha appeared in his mind. The 3-headed, 8-armed form. The true fire of Samadhi, the purple flame serpent spear. Simultaneously, the mechanical voice of the system resonated in his mind. Nezha ability extraction progress. 0. Lin Yu's face was alight with joy. Nezha is also attainable. Beside him, Hong Ying, maintaining her gun stance, gazed at Lin Yu's flowing hair, her eyes sparkling with delight. She remarked, "This look is rather cool." Taken aback, Lin Yu wondered, "Is this really the point, miss? Could it be that you're fond of such upright, dyed hair?" With that thought, he cast a peculiar glance at Hong Ying, gradually raising his right hand. Purplish-red energy coalesced into a spear in his grasp, Nezha's purple flame serpent spear. Upon seeing Lin Yu summon his weapon, Hong Ying ceased her hesitation, hurling an iron rod at him. As the rod nearly left her range, she swiftly grasped its end, propelling herself toward Lin Yu with fierce intent. Hong Ying's combat style, it seemed, was learned from someone formidable. She fought with unyielding ferocity, clearly intent on trading injuries, even lives. Without the enhancement of the forbidden void, rose fire feather garment, she relied solely on her fierce techniques to press Lin Yu back. Lin Yu had no choice but to withstand her attacks with sheer brute strength. "This won't do, little Taoist. Your combat skills are woefully inadequate." Frustration bubbled within him. A man must not falter. After stepping back to regain his footing, Lin Yu sheathed the purple flame serpent spear and formed a peculiar hand seal. 3-headed, 8-armed form. With a soft utterance, a sphere of purplish-red energy enveloped his upper body. As the energy dissipated, 2 additional heads and 6 arms formed from the purplish-red energy, alongside Lin Yu's original head and arms, creating the fearsome 3-headed, 8-armed Nezha. Chapter 18. The fearsome Nezha with 3 heads and 8 arms. Upon completing the transformation, Lin Yu's field of vision expanded to a full 360 degrees, free of blind spots. Remarkably, the 8 arms moved with fluidity, as if they were extensions of his own body, completely natural. Observing the empty hands of his new form, he concentrated. The Yin-Yang sword, the 9 dragons' divine fire cover, the Qian Kuan circle, the mysterious heavenly silk, and the wind and fire wheels materialized before him. However, Lin Yu could sense that these artifacts were not genuine treasures. Much like Yang Jian's 3-edged blade, they were merely manifestations of energy. Although Yang Jian's weapon was a formidable transformation of 3 dragon heads, Nezha's arsenal was undeniably superior in terms of weaponry. If these conjured artifacts were real, Lin Yu would have no need to cultivate further. He could face external deities with these treasures alone. Once more, Lin Yu regarded Hong Ying, feeling a surge of confidence. With a sharp command, he charged at her. The 3-headed perspective, coupled with the relentless barrage of 8 arms, felt akin to having an advantage. In an instant, he overwhelmed Hong Ying, who had been pressed back for some time. Seizing an opportunity, she leaped to evade his grasp, puffing her cheeks in irritation. "You're so unfair," she exclaimed, pointing an accusing finger at Lin Yu. Seeing her expression, Lin Yu chuckled, instinctively raising a hand to scratch his head, seeking to ease the awkwardness. Indeed, this style of combat was rather unscrupulous. However, the 6 additional hands conjured from the purplish-red energy followed suit, resulting in a comical sight as 7 hands scratched his head, tangling his actual hair into a disheveled mess. Witnessing this, Hong Ying couldn't help but burst into laughter, her earlier annoyance dissipating. Meanwhile, the elderly observer turned to the young man beside him and remarked, "That girl's shooting style resembles that of a certain family's legacy. However, she hasn't truly gauged this lad's strength. I shall assess the future potential of our great Xia. Keep an eye out for any meddlesome interlopers who might share news of this young man, jeopardizing our future." The young man nodded slightly, remaining silent and aloof, which the elder interpreted as dullness. With a discontented glare at the youth, the elder strode purposefully from the thicket, just as Lin Yu contemplated retracting his three-headed, eight-armed form to conclude the skirmish. He suddenly noticed an elderly figure clad in loose, scholarly robes, somewhat stooped, approaching him briskly. At the sight of this attire, Lin Yu's mind immediately conjured the image of one of the pinnacle figures of humanity in Great Xia, Master Chen. Yet, having never seen him in person, Lin Yu could not be entirely certain. Hong Ying, facing Lin Yu, also recognized the figure at once, her brow furrowing, eyes icy. In this clearing, aside from their recent training, no one else had visited in over a year. Moreover, the time was only around 6 in the morning. It was highly unusual for an old man to appear here. Lin Yu and Hong Ying exchanged glances, subtly nodding. Hong Ying swiftly adopted a combat stance, declaring, "Little brat, I see you two practicing here. My hands are itching. May I practice with you? In my younger years, I dabbled in some martial arts. However, I later pursued different endeavors." The elder spoke, his pace unwavering and slow, each step covering more ground than a typical person S3. As he drew closer, Hong Ying lifted the iron rod high and leaped from behind Lin Yu, aiming to strike the elder's head. The elder merely glanced at Hong Ying and continued his approach toward Lin Yu, seemingly unperturbed. Just as the iron rod was about to strike his head, something intervened midair, and a powerful counterforce sent Hong Ying tumbling away. Witnessing this, Lin Yu rushed toward her falling direction, simultaneously confirming the elder's identity. Before Hong Ying hit the ground, Lin Yu caught her in a princess carry. Before he could articulate his suspicions, Hong Ying spoke rapidly, "Be cautious. This iron rod cannot withstand my forbidden void. If you see me falter, run and find the captain for assistance." With that, she squirmed, eager to rejoin the fray. Sensing her restless movements, Lin Yu shot her a disapproving glare and gently tapped her forehead. "Hong Ying, what just struck my head? How dare he?" "He has finished." Seeing that Hong Ying had quieted down, Lin Yu avoided her gaze and finally spoke. "He must be here for me. It could be that esteemed scholar. Hurry and contact the captain to confirm. Next, I will show you my strength." With that, Lin Yu gently set Hong Ying down, disregarding whether she absorbed his words, and hastily turned to approach the old man. The elder stood not far off, witnessing the entire scene. As Lin Yu approached, he chuckled, "Now that's more like it. A young man should be a bit more assertive. Come, let me see just how tough you are." Hearing the elder's words, Lin Yu noticed Hong Ying raising her fist behind him, and he felt an urge to retaliate. "So, you want to fight, do you? I must give you a surprise." With that thought, a plume of crimson flame erupted from Lin Yu's three-headed, eight-armed figure. The weapons in his hands were also engulfed in this fire. As the flames appeared, the temperature of the air surrounding Lin Yu surged. Witnessing this spectacle, the elder's pupils constricted. Is that true fire? The youth's spirit is quite fierce, splendid. Just unaware of the need to cherish the elderly, Lin Yu remained silent. The spear of the purple flame serpent, ablaze with true fire, lunged directly toward the elder without any finesse, pure brute force. However, the spear was halted about a meter in front of the elder. Fortunately, the true fire ignited where the spear met the air. Gazing at the true fire, the elder inhaled sharply. "Little one, playing with fire leads to bedwetting. It's not good to damage the environment." Saying this, the elder waved his hand, causing Lin Yu to vanish from sight. Chapter 19. I haven't broken my yang. Am I eating your rice? Songnan City, Peace Affairs Office. After Chen Mai hung up a call, he quickly dialed Hong Ying. "Hong Ying, based on your description, I've confirmed with the higher-ups that the old gentleman is indeed the renowned scholar Chen. Since he came directly to find Lin Yu, be courteous." "Captain, it's bad. Lin Yu has disappeared. That old man has taken him away." Upon hearing Hong Ying's anxious voice, Chen Mai seemed to realize something, his expression stiffening as he stood up. "Hong Ying, don't be impulsive. That's the scholar's inner realm. Lin Yu will be fine. You must not confront him. If you do, our team will be finished." "Hello? Hello?" As the busy tone resonated from his phone, Chen Mai's lips twitched. On the other end, Hong Ying had not absorbed a single word of his warning. Her gaze towards the scholar was filled with fury, akin to a little girl whose lollipop had been snatched away. Without regard for whether she could take on an adult or a child, she charged forward. "Hey, I say, little girl, didn't your captain inform you of my identity? Why are you still attacking?" The scholar looked bewildered at the iron rod-wielding Hong Ying. Ignoring his words, She bent her legs, raised her rod, and leapt, striking decisively at the scholaress' head. With a loud thud, Hong Ying was sent flying. Nevertheless, she quickly regained her footing and charged again. Observing this, the scholar frowned. She really is just like that, with such a foul temper. Not a word of advice heeds her. Meanwhile, within the inner realm, Lin Yu surveyed the vibrant, fragrant world, not idly standing by either. With true fire unleashed, he declared, "Let us see you deal with this fire. I refuse to believe that since I was 3 years old, I've been able to see through double-layered dream traps. Why fear playing with fire?" The scholar, akin to a plasterer, tirelessly extinguished the inferno Lin Yu had ignited within the inner realm. While he wouldn't bother with ordinary flames, true fire was another matter. If not contained, it would cause genuine damage to the inner realm, complicating repairs later. It was likely that Lin Yu hadn't fully harnessed the true fire's potential, thus, the scholar could easily suppress it. However, Lin Yu's 8 arms were relentless, spreading chaos everywhere. "I say, boy, enough is enough. One stubborn brat is already a handful. I've brought you into the inner realm, and you still don't realize who I am? Even if you didn't participate in the Night Watchman's training, Shen should have informed you upon joining." Hearing the elder's somewhat agitated voice, Lin Yu threw out several more bursts of true fire, defiantly claiming, "No, I just joined Team 136 yesterday. I was out patrolling half the day. Nobody told me any of this." The scholar, observing Lin Yu's blatant falsehood, sighed softly and decided not to indulge him further. He reached out and pulled Lin Yu to his side within the inner realm. Before Lin Yu could process this, he received a slap. Just when he thought it was over, the scholar delivered another slap to the back of his head. "Lin Yu." Noticing Lin Yu's bewildered expression, the scholar explained, "The second slap is for the girl outside." Hearing this, Lin Yu, the scholar, ignored him, waved his hand, and a stone table materialized before them. The scholar sat down first, then looked up at Lin Yu. Lin Yu sensed that the scholar likely had something to say and ceased his destructive antics. Taking a seat opposite him, "Boy, I heard from Fan that besides your current Nezha, you can also summon Erlang Shen?" Upon hearing the scholar's inquiry, Lin Yu nodded. "Have you tried summoning any other deities?" The scholar asked curiously. "No, I've only attempted Erlang Shen and the third prince so far. The Taoist method of summoning deities has been tried in our great Xia as well, but regardless of strength, it doesn't work. It must be due to your limitation in the void." At this point, the scholar conjured a tea set on the stone table. After sipping some tea, he continued, "However, it's quite remarkable that you, with a mere cup realm of spiritual strength, can exhibit the prowess of the river realm." Hearing this, Lin Yu realized that his current level was merely at the cup realm, not even reaching the pool realm. If he could display river realm strength at the cup realm, wouldn't he reach the ocean realm once he attained the pool realm? The scholar seemed to sense Lin Yu's shift in mindset. That won't happen. By the time you reach the pool realm, you may only endure a few more river realm assaults. You still have a long way to go in facing the ocean realm. By your logic, once you reach the pinnacle of humanity, wouldn't you be slaying gods? Although Lin Yu outwardly agreed, inwardly he harbored different thoughts. I won't permit it. When will I command the true deities to arrive? Slaying gods? By then, I won't even need to lift a finger. The scholar, of course, could not divine Lin Yu's thoughts. After pondering, he spoke again. "Can you remove this guise so that I may examine your body?" Upon hearing this, Lin Yu nodded, albeit uncertain of the reason behind it. However, it is invariably wise to heed his counsel. As Lin Yu raised his hand to form a hand seal, the 3-headed, 8-armed figure and the purplish-red energy enveloping him coalesced into armor, which began to dissipate rapidly. A wave of weakness suddenly washed over him. Simultaneously, a notification tone resonated in Lin Yu's mind. Detection of host utilizing Nezha's powers for intense combat. Nezha's power extraction progress. 2. Upon seeing this message, Lin Yu's heart soared with joy. It seemed there was indeed a method to acquire extraction progress. Yang Jian's extraction progress had already reached 82. Would it not be but a brief time before it reached 100? Just as Lin Yu was reveling in this thought, his weakness rendered him incapable of maintaining a seated posture, and he toppled to the side. The master, with quick reflexes, raised his hand and conjured a cushion to catch Lin Yu securely beneath him. Then, the master stood and slowly approached Lin Yu, grasping his wrist for examination. Lin Yu, noticing the master's furrowed brow, felt a twinge of anxiety. Could there be an issue with his condition? After all, he had been monitoring his own pulse, and there was no sign of deficiency. He was in good health. The master cast Lin Yu a peculiar glance before clicking his tongue in mild astonishment. Strange indeed. You should be 18 this year, yet your primordial yang remains unbroken. Lin Yu had initially feared there was something wrong with his body, but upon hearing this, he felt a surge of indignation. What do you mean my primordial yang is unbroken? Am I somehow less than others? Chapter 20, A Close Call. Lin Yu lay upon the cushion, casting a sidelong glance at the elder before him, inwardly musing that were it not for his current weakness, he would certainly have demonstrated the might of his unbroken primordial yang. The master, observing Lin Yu's vexation, chuckled softly and reassured him, in truth, it is of little consequence. There is another individual older than you who also has not broken their primordial yang. I believe you surpass him in this regard. Lin Yu nodded in acknowledgement. At last, the master had imparted some valuable wisdom. I knew it. Surely, the pinnacle of humanity did not come merely to gaze upon oneself. With that, the master declared, my task here is complete. Let us depart. As the master uttered these words, Lin Yu was pulled from the inner realm. However, before he could rise, a sudden whooshing sound pierced the air above him. Curiosity piqued, Lin Yu raised his head slightly, first catching sight of a pair of long legs, followed by a somewhat crooked iron rod. Stunned, he thought, no way, is that about to fall on me? Yet, recalling that the master stood beside him, he reassured himself that his defenses were impenetrable. Just then, Lin Yu glanced over to find the master had retreated several steps, watching with an amused smile. A cold sweat broke out on Lin Yu as he realized he had no time to rise. He hastily employed a maneuver to shift back a few dozen centimeters. With a resounding thud, the iron rod struck the ground between his legs, the force reverberating through his body. Lin Yu silently praised his luck, narrowly avoiding disaster. At that moment, Hong Ying finally registered the scene, dropping the iron rod and rushing towards him. Are you all right? I didn't injure you, did I? If anyone dares to harm my companion, I shall not let them off lightly. Lin Yu, momentarily taken aback, pondered her words. What did she just say? Realizing her own slip, Hong Ying quickly clarified. I meant, no one is allowed to harm members of our 136 squad. Don't overthink it, you silly brother. As she spoke, her fair cheeks puffed up slightly, revealing a glare that conveyed her annoyance. She then playfully tapped Lin Yu as he had done earlier. Seeing this, Lin Yu felt an impulsive desire to poke her puffed cheeks, but ultimately, reason prevailed. Hong Ying stood and circled Lin Yu, ensuring he bore no injuries before sighing in relief. Turning to the distant master, she slowly raised her hand and displayed a middle finger. The master's expression shifted slightly, yet he chuckled. Hong Ying shot him an exasperated look before helping Lin Yu to his feet. At that moment, a plainly dressed young man appeared within their line of sight, sword in hand, stained with blood. As Lin Yu was assisted by Hong Ying to the master's side, the young man approached them. He is not dead? Confirmed? The young man glanced at Lin Yu, disregarding Hong Ying, and addressed the master. Well, this is the first time you've spoken to me so directly today, the master exclaimed, feigning surprise. The young man ignored the master's jest, maintaining a serious demeanor. Now that your task is complete, mine ceases to exist. With that, he turned to leave. Upon first sighting the youth, Lin Yu had surmised his identity, Zhou Ping. The master's task had been to ascertain whether Lin Yu was an impersonator of an outer deity. But what was the task he mentioned? With this thought, Lin Yu called out, Senior Zhou Ping. What was that task he referred to? Hearing his name, Zhou Ping paused slightly but did not turn. It can be explained. My role is to investigate. If you are an outer deity, I am to eliminate you. Lin Yu smirked. Ah, so that is how it is. You little brat. How can you recognize Zhou Ping but not me? At this moment, the master interjected, visibly displeased. What are you complaining about? You forgot that earlier incident. How could you not recall? Reminded by the master, Lin Yu recalled the incident with the iron rod after emerging from the inner realm. Glancing at Zhou Ping's retreating figure, a smirk formed on his lips as he called out, Master, that elder you mentioned, older than me and yet unbroken in primordial yang, is it Zhou Ping? Before Lin Yu could finish, the master swiftly covered his mouth. Nonsense. This lad is just talking nonsense. You ought to leave now, young Zhou Ping, the master said. Smiling at Zhou Ping while shooing him away with one hand and covering Lin Yu's mouth with the other, Zhou Ping disregarded the master's comments and approached him step by step. Seeing Zhou Ping truly advancing towards him, the master shot Lin Yu a fierce glare. You impudent boy, wait for me. After threatening Lin Yu, he vanished into thin air. Upon seeing that Master Zhou had departed, Lin Yu feared that Zhou Ping would lecture him. He bowed slightly. Zhou Ping glanced at Lin Yu with an unreadable expression before turning away, clenching his fist, and leaving the scene. Hearing Hong Ying's words, Lin Yu felt somewhat troubled. Let the captain send someone to pick us up. I still feel a bit weak. No need. Come, I will carry you. As she spoke, Hong Ying slowly squatted down. Chapter 21. The ponytail, fringed hair, and melodious laughter. Lin Yu gazed at Hong Ying, half squatting, bending over with her back to him, and quietly swallowed. He then closed his eyes, mentally reciting the Taoist mantra for a tranquil heart. Form is emptiness. Emptiness is form. What kind of good person can withstand such trials? What are you doing? Hurry up. If you dawdle any longer, my favorite crab roast soup dumplings will be sold out. Seeing Lin Yu remain still, Hong Ying turned her head and urged him. Upon hearing her words, Lin Yu opened his eyes and offered an awkward smile. Tell the captain that either old Zhao or someone else can come to pick me up. Noticing Lin Yu's refusal, Hong Ying pouted, puffing up her cheeks and glaring at him. No, I cannot let you go alone. What if an enemy appears? In your current state, you won't even have the chance to resist. With that, Hong Ying straightened up and walked directly in front of Lin Yu, turning her back to him. Though she was not very tall and seemed almost a head shorter than Lin Yu, she paid no mind to the disparity in size. She wrapped her arms around the bend of his legs and hoisted him up. Lin Yu, resting on Hong Ying's back, dared not resist. If she lost her balance, it would be troublesome for both of them. You look quite sturdy, yet I didn't expect you to be so light. I feel that if I could use my powers, I could take down 5 of you with one hand. At this point, Hong Ying giggled to herself. What a fitting metaphor. I could defeat 5 Lin Yus with one hand. When I encounter an enemy in the future, after defeating them, I shall say, you were too weak. Just like 3 Lin Yus. With that, she burst into a fit of laughter. Lin Yu, resting on her back, could not comprehend what was so amusing. However, the swaying ponytail, the strands of hair dancing in the morning breeze, and the girl's silver bell-like laughter enveloped him in a comforting embrace. It was the first time Lin Yu felt that this was the world, the real world, and these people were not mere characters in a story, but vibrant, living beings. You little rascal. Lin Yu realized, without knowing when, that he had rested his chin on her shoulder, his arms wrapped around her neck, drifting off to sleep. In Songnan City, on a certain short video platform, several videos had gone viral today, garnering countless likes. The video was titled, Life is Tough. A young woman carries her ill boyfriend on her back to buy breakfast. Another title read, Great Love in the World. The breakfast shop owner, moved by the resilient young woman, receives universal praise for supporting her. There were also many comments from enthusiastic citizens. A prominent actor commented, This is such a heartwarming story. This is love. In the agency, Lin Yu reclined on the sofa, watching the video on his phone, feeling as if the sky had fallen. The video showcased Hong Ying carrying him at the breakfast shop, buying crab roast soup dumplings. How infuriating. These marketing accounts and clickbait titles. This is just storytelling through images. I will sue them for defamation. Defamation. In the room, aside from Chen Mai, who had gone to the rooftop to take a call, even the usually taciturn Wen Qima couldn't help but chuckle. You little rascal. It's been a day since I last saw you. I didn't even know when you became paralyzed. Zhao Kongqing struggled to suppress his laughter. His face creased with smiles. Hong Ying was the happiest, holding her beloved dumplings, with grease still smudged at the corners of her mouth. Although it was a title, she genuinely hadn't spent any money. As a night watchman, Hong Ying naturally couldn't take things for free. However, the shop owner, with tears in his eyes, had insisted on loading her up. Had she not left quickly, a kind-hearted passerby would have insisted on buying her a thicker coat. All right, you contributed to this dumpling feast. I shall consider it your treat. Let me know what you want for lunch. I will treat you. Pointing at the neatly packed dumplings on the table, Hong Ying smiled at the still fuming Lin Yu. Looking at Hong Ying's healing smile, Lin Yu felt his mood lift considerably. He walked over to the table. After a while, as Lin Yu savored the crab roast soup dumpling in his hand, he could think of only one thought. It was delicious, especially since it didn't cost him anything. Hong Ying. With an angry shout, Chen Mai descended from upstairs, his face dark. He looked at Hong Ying, who was contentedly nibbling on her dumplings, her feet swinging on the chair, and managed a bitter smile before sternly resuming his serious demeanor. I told you that person is a master. Don't be impulsive. Why didn't you listen? There won't be a next time. If there is, just wait and see how I deal with you. As Chen Mai reprimanded Hong Ying, Lin Yu was about to say something when he noticed Hong Ying looking at him playfully. She cheekily raised a finger to her lips, signaling for silence. Just as Lin Yu was confused, a voice from Chen Mai's phone echoed in the background. All right, stop putting on a show for me. Hang up. Then came the sound of a busy signal. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu suddenly realized that the other members of Team 136 seemed accustomed to this dynamic. Once the call ended, Hong Ying began to defend herself to Chen Mai. Captain, let me explain. But that situation wasn't my fault. Chen Mai raised his hand to interrupt her. All right, respect your seniors in the future. Take Lin Yu for basic training. They hold him in high regard. In the afternoon, I will teach him some basic sword techniques. Upon hearing this, Hong Ying smiled at Chen Mai, picked up her jacket, and called to Lin Yu as they headed towards the training grounds. Soon, Lin Yu witnessed the training area of the Night Watchman. Though it was not very large, the advanced technology allowed for many special simulation effects. Holding a dumbbell, Lin Yu watched Hong Ying maneuver gracefully within the simulator, finding it quite a delight. However, These exercises were somewhat unsuitable for him. After invoking his powers, the training here held little significance for him. Without invoking his powers, with just mastery in Bagwazang and years of practice in Taoist morning exercises, it was merely self-inflicted suffering. For now, weightlifting and firearms were the only aspects Lin Yu could practice. Chapter 22. The Nanda Serpent Demon. Hong Ying's team as days passed, every morning. Hong Ying would wake Lin Yu around 4. Aside from patrolling with her, Lin Yu either spent his time in the training room lifting weights or practicing firearms, or learning sword techniques from Chen Mai. As for school, arrangements had long been made for his withdrawal. However, Lin Yu felt that his eyes had truly been opened in these few days. Upon witnessing Lin Qiye's marksmanship, Lin Yu finally understood what it meant to be a master of human outlines. This was a training exercise that Lin Yu particularly favored, shooting. The man was reluctant to truly grasp the cold, metallic firearm and discharge a couple of rounds. Time was up. He needed to patrol. Hearing a sound behind him, Lin Yu set down his handgun and rose to follow. As he entered the lobby of the office, he sensed an unusual atmosphere. The entire Team 136 was gathered around the conference table. Atop the table was a youth clad in a school uniform. "What is going on, Captain?" Hong Ying inquired. Glancing at Chen Mai, who sat at the head of the table, his brow furrowed. "A mysterious situation has arisen, and it is quite troublesome. You all should join us." Chen Mai replied, gesturing towards the boy in the uniform. Lin Yu was already suspicious of the boy's identity. Quickly grasping Chen Mai's words, he deduced that it must pertain to the Nandu snake demon, which had erupted. The boy was likely Li Yifei. The conference table was already small, and with Lin Qiye and Li Yifei present, only one more could squeeze in. Lin Yu chose not to sit, allowing Hong Ying to take a seat beside Si Xiaonan. While he stood behind her, Li Yifei curiously locked eyes with Lin Yu, a flicker of surprise evident in his gaze. However, he did not recognize Lin Yu, merely wondering why such a youthful stranger was present. Lin Yu offered a simple smile to Li Yifei. Having long known that Li Yifei was the Nandu snake demon, Lin Yu had taken care to avoid his gaze. "All right, Xiangnan and the others are late. Please summarize the situation again," Chen Mai instructed Wu Xiangnan, who was nearby. Upon hearing this, Wu Xiangnan nodded and began to introduce the matter at hand. "Last night, we received information regarding the emergence of another suspected mythical creature. The location is Tsangnan No. 2 Middle School." Wu Xiangnan paused, glancing at Lin Yu. "Oh right, Xiao Yu, I forgot you, like Xie, are also from No. 2 Middle School." At this, Lin Yu nodded slightly. Li Yifei's eyes widened in surprise as he looked at Lin Yu. "Wow, I didn't expect our school to have such a pair of talents like you and Xie. I am Li Yifei, pleased to make your acquaintance," he said, rising to extend his hand for a shake. "Enough, you three can chat later." "Where were we?" Chen Mai interjected, prompting Wu Xiangnan to continue. Aside from Lin Yu, the expressions of all Team 136 members grew increasingly grave as they listened. Once Li Yifei finished speaking, the team members entered into a discussion. Lin Yu refrained from participating. Knowing too much could lead to inadvertent slips, which would create significant complications. In conclusion, they deduced the issues of infection, disguise, and control, leading to corresponding arrangements. As in the original narrative, the team divided into 2 groups. Initially, Chen Mai had not intended for Lin Yu to partake in this operation due to his unique status, the only forbidden virtual bearer connected to the Great Xia's divine entities. Should something go awry, the repercussions would be dire. However, upon Lin Yu's insistence and Hong Ying's promise to keep him within her sight, he became a member of the infiltration team assigned to the school, under the guise of Erlang Shen, possessing the heavenly eye capable of discerning illusions. Lin Yu could mitigate casualties. Soon, the quartet arrived at the entrance of No. 2 Middle School. To minimize their target's visibility, they decided to split into smaller groups once more. Lin Qiye's forbidden virtual ability allowed for discrete operations. He teamed up with Si Xiaonan to inspect the teaching building, while Lin Yu accompanied Hong Ying to survey the dormitory area. After parting ways, Lin Yu followed Hong Ying to a side wall of the school. "Is it feasible?" Hong Ying asked, gazing up at the nearly 3-meter-high courtyard wall, then glancing sideways at Lin Yu. At that moment, sunlight filtered through the leaves of the poplar trees, casting dappled patterns that illuminated Hong Ying, whose red and white school uniform appeared even more vibrant and lively in the sunlight. Lin Yu found himself curious about her age. She embodied the essence of a pure school beauty. If she strolled into the school openly, no one would dare to stop her. "What are you staring at? Is there something on my face?" Hong Ying inquired, noticing Lin Yu's gaze. "How old are you?" Lin Yu blurted out, succumbing to his curiosity. Upon hearing the question, Hong Ying felt a faint blush creep up her neck, perhaps from the sun or embarrassment. She turned her head and shot him a glare. "Who asks a girl her age? Are you looking for trouble? Don't forget, I can take on 5 of you," she exclaimed, waving her small fist at him. Observing this, Lin Yu squinted and chuckled, closing his mouth. Let us get started. With that, Hong Ying tossed the black box she was holding over the courtyard wall. Then she snatched the box from Lin Yu's hands and threw it in as well. Taking a step back, she jumped up to sit on the wall. Come on. I'll pull you up. Seated on the wall, Hong Ying looked down at Lin Yu, beckoning him with her hand. Lin Yu shook his head, casting a look that seemed to say, do you underestimate me? He then stepped back, took a running start, leapt, pushed off the wall, and landed deftly. Seeing this, Hong Ying erupted into laughter atop the wall, her shoulders shaking with mirth. Lin Yu stood below, scratching his head. This was quite the embarrassment. If it weren't for the need to avoid drawing attention, summoning a deity would have been simple. All right, I'll give you a hand to help you up. You've only been training for half a month. Keeping pace with my training intensity is already commendable, Hong Ying said, momentarily ceasing her laughter at Lin Yu's expense to offer him some encouragement. Acknowledging her words, Lin Yu decided not to overexert himself. The mission was paramount. He then retreated a couple of steps, took a running start, pushed off the wall, and grasped Hong Ying's hands with fluidity. In one smooth motion, he landed in her embrace. They exchanged a stunned glance, momentarily frozen in place. Chapter 23. You're making me seem a bit foolish. Don't move, adjust your breathing. Yes, just like that, Lin Yu murmured cautiously, feeling Hong Ying's swaying form, his expression one of careful attentiveness. Hong Ying sat sideways on the wall, her legs hanging outside, while Lin Yu sat facing her, legs directed inward. I'm coming down now. Just hold on tight, she said. Just then, a security guard unexpectedly rounded the corner. Spotting the two in their intimate position. What class are you from? What do you think you're doing? This is highly inappropriate. Quickly tell me who your homeroom teacher is, or I will call the head of discipline. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's heart sank. Oh no, he thought. In that instant, he felt an unsettling sensation of weightlessness, his gaze uncontrollably drawn to the ground. In that fleeting moment, he imagined his great-grandmother. With a sudden thud, Lin Yu and Hong Ying ultimately found themselves inside the school. However, Lin Yu felt surprisingly tolerable, far less painful than he had imagined. Aren't you getting up? Do you wish to crush this young lady? At that moment, as Lin Yu was lost in thought, a delicate voice from beneath him interrupted his reverie. Simultaneously, a sharp pang surged through him from his abdomen. Lin Yu glanced down to see Hong Ying, her cheeks flushed, playfully pinching his belly. Ouch, ouch. Let go, let go. I will get up now. After Hong Ying released her grip, Lin Yu hastily stood up and helped her to her feet. The two swiftly seized the black box and dashed away, leaving no trace behind. Once they had left, the security guard, visibly anxious and fearful, hurried over, inspecting the imprints on the muddy ground. He glanced around, irritated, and pulled out his mobile phone. On the other side, Hong Ying declared, just wait. You won't be able to climb this wall. Clearly, my training for you has been insufficient. Starting tomorrow, I shall ensure you receive thorough instruction. She cast a sidelong glance at Lin Yu, her expression tinged with annoyance. Aware of his shortcomings, Lin Yu refrained from retorting. Following closely behind Hong Ying, he reached out to pluck a piece of dried grass from her tousled hair. Sister Hong Ying, I and Qi have successfully entered. How about you? The voice of Si Shaonan crackled through their earpieces. Upon hearing this, Hong Ying rolled her eyes at Lin Yu, proudly asserting, Shaonan, your question is superfluous. As the team leader, I assure you there will be no issues. I will take Lin Yu to find the director of the teaching department. You and Qi should hurry to locate Lu Xiaoyan. After concluding the call, Hong Ying strode toward a building. Noticing Lin Yu lagging behind, she turned with a frown. Hurry up. Lin Yu offered a resigned smile and pointed toward another building in the opposite direction. The director's office is over there. This is the experimental building. The teaching building is that way. Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, Hong Ying, somewhat unconvinced, took a couple of steps back. When she saw the large letters spelling experimental building atop the roof, her face initially broke into a shy smile, only to quickly transform into indignation. Why didn't you tell me I was going the wrong way? You didn't ask, Lin Yu replied. I thought you had altered the plan yourself. As Hong Ying approached with an air of indignation, Lin Yu dropped a remark and quickly made his way toward the teaching building. They soon arrived at the entrance of the teaching building, and under Lin Yu's guidance, they easily found the director's office. At that moment, Lin Qi's voice echoed through their earpieces. Upon learning that those infected had actually perished, and in significant numbers, Hong Ying's brows furrowed, her mood noticeably somber. Hurry up. The sooner we eliminate this menace, the fewer innocents will be harmed. Recognizing her sorrow for the deceased, Lin Yu gently patted her shoulder in consolation. Hong Ying nodded, her spirit lifting once more. She tentatively turned the doorknob, only to find the office locked. Uncertain of what to do, she produced a paperclip, attempting to unlock the door. Observing her actions, Lin Yu voiced a lingering question. Do we night watchers really learn this? At this, Hong Ying ceased her efforts and shot him a glare. Lin Yu fell silent, gradually making his way to the nameplate on the office door that read Director of Teaching Department. He reached out and found a spare key, offering it to Hong Ying. Staring at the key he presented, Hong Ying was momentarily speechless, then accepted it in silence. Could you inform me of such things in advance next time? Otherwise, it makes me appear rather foolish. As the office door swung open, Lin Yu took over Si Xiaonan's duty of keeping watch. Noticing Hong Ying's attempt to unlock the door with a paperclip, he understood that specialized tasks should be left to the specialists. Before long, Hong Ying unearthed a hollow relic from beneath a floor tile. She promptly reported this discovery to Chen Mai. Just then, as a familiar melody played, Lin Chiye's voice crackled through their earpieces. Sister Hong Ying, the female dormitory. I suspect this mystery originated there. Understood, we will head there immediately. After hearing Lin Chiye's speculation, Hong Ying turned to Lin Yu, asking, What's this? You seem rather excited? Initially, Lin Yu had been eager at the thought of finally getting a glimpse into the enigmatic female dormitory, but upon meeting Hong Ying's inquisitive gaze, he immediately masked his smile. With a slight flick of his somewhat oversized uniform sleeves, he adopted a solemn expression, addressing Hong Ying earnestly, should the mysterious emerge. Even if peril lurks within the female dormitory, I shall not shy away. Everything is for the sake of peace. Team member Hong Ying, you perceive my ideals in a rather sordid light, which saddens me. Upon hearing this, Hong Ying frowned and shot Lin Yu an exasperated look. Did I think of you that way? You were simply like that, all right. Just then, Hong Ying seemed to recall something, her earlobes flushing. Lin Yu, oblivious to her unusual demeanor, was solely focused on the mission to venture into the female dormitory to vanquish evil and uphold justice. They had now arrived at the office door. Hurry up, team member Hong Ying. The longer we delay, the more victims may suffer. Each time I think of this, my heart grows uneasy. As Hong Ying snapped back to reality, hearing Lin Yu's theatrical tone, she took a deep breath and slowly lifted her foot. Chapter 24. Sacred Land on the Path to the Sacred Female Dormitory. Lin Yu held a black box in one hand while brushing off the dirt from his rear with the other. He cast a resentful glance at Hong Ying, who appeared in much better spirits, her ponytail swaying as she walked. Hong Ying noticed Lin Yu's gaze and disdainfully glanced back at him, raising her delicate hand and wiggling her 5 fingers, implying that she could easily overpower him. Lin Yu quickly turned away, choosing to ignore her. His backside still ached. In that box, you have my star blade. If I find myself overwhelmed later, remember to use it. Lin Yu, curious, inquired, Aren't you armed with a gun? Why the star blade? Hong Ying tilted her head, casting a sidelong glance at him as she explained, We have both. After each training session, all trainees are issued one. It will inevitably come in handy. She paused for a moment, pouting slightly, and continued, It even has my name inscribed on it. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu turned his head and let out a soft scoff, evading Hong Ying's gaze. At the entrance of the female dormitory, Hong Ying peered inside and then waved her hand behind her. Hurry, the dormitory supervisor is absent. Hearing this, Lin Yu's face lit up. He swiftly dashed from behind Hong Ying, executing a perfect hurdle over the entrance barrier, then turned and concealed himself in the side corridor of the duty room. Hong Ying observed Lin Yu's impressive maneuver and followed suit. Didn't he see that coming? You've clearly done this before. After finding Lin Yu, a smile graced Hong Ying's lips as she playfully patted his chest, her eyes narrowing in a teasing manner. Lin Yu, no, truly my first time. This is slander. Hong Ying shot Lin Yu a glance, then relented. She stealthily ascended to the 5th floor, observing the dimly lit corridor. Lin Yu felt a twinge of disappointment upon arrival. Aside from the absence of the unpleasant odor of dirty socks and the presence of an inexplicable fragrance, it bore little distinction from the boys' dormitory. Where was the promised sanctuary? Do you remember where those girls' dormitories mentioned by Qi are located? Hong Ying asked, casting a furtive glance around. Upon hearing the question, Lin Yu quickly shook his head. I'm not Lin Qi. I've never been here. I don't know. Seeing Lin Yu's resolute refusal, Hong Ying scoffed and activated her earpiece. Qi, where exactly are those girls' dormitories on the 5th floor? After a brief pause, amidst the cacophony, Lin Qi's voice echoed through the earpiece. Sister Hong Ying, it's the 2nd room from the north. After closing the microphone, a peculiar expression crossed Hong Ying's face. He certainly knew quite a bit. Lin Yu shrugged, conveying his ignorance. All right, I know you're pure-hearted. Let us hurry along. With that, Hong Ying proceeded towards the northern side of the corridor. Arriving at the dormitory door, Hong Ying first lifted the doormat and, on tiptoe, felt along the door frame as if searching for something. At that moment, Lin Yu could no longer contain himself. How could a girl leave her keys at the door? They always carry them. Upon hearing this, Hong Ying abruptly turned her head, nearly striking Lin Yu with her ponytail. Blushing, she glared at him defiantly. I'm not looking for keys. I'm conducting a routine inspection to see if there's anything unusual here. After saying this, she produced a slender pin from somewhere and inserted it into the keyhole. With her deft maneuvering, the dormitory door swung open effortlessly. Lin Yu followed her inside, and the two began their search. Upon entering, Lin Yu finally felt he had stepped into a girl's dormitory. The air was filled with the essence of youth. Hey, are you really going to check the wardrobe? Go inspect the beds instead. I know your intentions aren't pure. With that, Hong Ying covered a white item adorned with strawberry patterns. She turned and shot a glare at Lin Yu, who sheepishly smiled and awkwardly retreated from the wardrobe. He earnestly began to examine the bedding. Today, Lin Yu had certainly gained some insight. Each bed exuded a unique fragrance. In the future, when chatting with old Zhao, mentioning this experience would surely make him envious of this old bachelor. All right, I'll check the balcony. Don't go rummaging around. After inspecting the wardrobe, Hong Ying passed by Lin Yu, who was still scrutinizing the beds, and warned him before heading towards the balcony. Upon hearing her words, Lin Yu ceased his examination and followed her. Observing the 4 empty beds swaying gently in the breeze, both furrowed their brows. Without waiting for Lin Yu to speak, Hong Ying, absorbed in her thoughts, exited the dormitory and opened the door to the adjacent room. The same scene greeted them, for beds fluttering in the wind. After a few more similar inspections, Hong Ying concluded, don't bother looking any further. It seems most people on this floor have been infected. However, these things likely do not possess the ability for infinite infection. We should report this immediately. Lin Yu, observing Hong Ying's intent to continue opening doors, relayed his deductions to her. Finally, he urged, listen to me. Hearing this, Hong Ying promptly activated her earpiece to report the situation and Lin Yu's earlier observations. Wow, Sister Hong Ying, you're quite impressive. This deduction is spot on. When did you become so astute? Came the exaggerated voice of Xiaonan from the earpiece. Hong Ying cast a pointed look at Lin Yu, her expression threatening. Xiaonan, are you asking for trouble? Haven't I always been gifted with intelligence and grace? Do you perceive me as foolish? Indeed, you have always been rather dull, only using your brain at critical moments. Just ask your companion, Xiao Yu. Xiaonan's voice came weakly from the earpiece. Upon hearing this, Hong Ying turned her gaze to Lin Yu, her eyes reflecting a blend of confusion, anger, and menace. Lin Yu, bewildered, thought, who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? I haven't done anything this time. Hearing Hong Ying's threatening tone, he nodded vigorously and declared into the earpiece, I assure you, all these ideas originated from Hong Ying. In this mission, she has indeed shown remarkable intelligence. I feel I have gained immensely and learned so much from her. Lin Yu locked eyes with Hong Ying, his words flowing continuously, as if prepared to deliver an extensive reflection on their mission's actions. Just then, Lin Qi's voice interjected, Brother Yu, wait a moment. Just now, I spotted a large group of girls heading towards the dormitory building. Be cautious. Lin Yu furrowed his brows at this revelation, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. He opened his earpiece, clenched his fist, and solemnly declared, Thanks, Qi. I understand. Good brother, I want to compete with you for Li Fei. After ending the call, Hong Ying shot Lin Yu a glare and thumped her chest. Just as Lin Yu contemplated explaining, several girls, laughing and chatting, ascended the staircase. Upon witnessing this scene, Hong Ying's expression sharpened, her eyes gleaming with wisdom as she contemplated her next move. The girls, upon spotting Lin Yu and Hong Ying, displayed expressions of disbelief. How could you do this? This is a dormitory. How could you engage in such disgraceful behavior? One girl glared at Lin Yu, her tone filled with indignation. Pausing momentarily, she turned to Hong Ying and demanded, This classmate, tell us, did he force you? Men are all scoundrels. Don't be fooled by his handsome appearance. She stepped toward Hong Ying, attempting to pull her away. Hong Ying, still processing the implications of the girl's words, stood frozen in place. Just as the girl was about to grasp Hong Ying's hand, a glint of cold light flashed in the dim corridor. With a thud, an arm fell to the ground. Glancing at the bleeding girl before him, Lin Yu turned his gaze to the figure wielding the star blade. Would a normal person remain so composed after being slashed? Meeting Hong Ying's questioning look, Lin Yu's expression turned grave. Upon hearing this, Hong Ying immediately understood. She regarded the girl before them with heightened vigilance. The girl, now missing an arm, continued to advance toward Hong Ying as if nothing had happened. Witnessing this, Lin Yu no longer held back. He raised his hand and swiftly severed her head. As it hit the ground, her once human face rapidly transformed. It split open like a flower bud, revealing crimson flesh and a row of stark white teeth. It quickly began to decay, oozing a foul liquid. Surprisingly, Lin Yu realized that he had not drawn upon any divine power during this slaying of the infected, yet he still received a reward towards his ability extraction progress. It merely transformed into the progress of freedom ability extraction. Lin Yu did not glance at the subsequent introduction, remaining oblivious to its significance. At that moment, with the first infected individual dispatched, the remaining girls in the corridor ignited with a fervent desire. Like the girl with the severed arm, their heads erupted, charging towards Lin Yu and Hong Ying. Just as Lin Yu prepared to strike, he heard a clang behind him. Dressed in a red and white school uniform, Hong Ying, gripping a long spear, performed an acrobatic flip from behind Lin Yu, landing directly amidst the throng of infected. Boom! With her descent, rose a burst of rose-colored flames that engulfed the infected. Illuminated by the flames, Hong Ying, in her uniform, gradually lowered her weapon. Turning to Lin Yu with a slight lift of her chin, her face adorned with a proud expression. Witnessing this, Lin Yu felt a surge of frustration, having just slain an infected for a mere 2 spirit points. These individuals represented a wasteful bounty of over 10 points. Am I fierce or what? Hong Ying inquired, noting the lack of the expression she desired on Lin Yu's face. Fierce, Lin Yu responded, giving her a thumbs up, but swiftly shifted the conversation. Can I handle the rest? He suggested, indicating that such trivial foes did not warrant Hong Ying's intervention. Seeing Lin Yu's earnest demeanor, Hong Ying nodded in agreement. Apart from knowing that a dormitory supervisor was infected, Lin Yu could discern nothing else with the naked eye. To avoid collateral damage, he retreated a couple of steps, forming intricate hand seals. A cascade of golden light enveloped him, manifesting into a divine armor reminiscent of Erlang's Shen, Yang Jian. The extraction progress for Yang Jian's abilities had reached 82. Lin Yu was eager to discover what treasures awaited should he complete the extraction this time, aspiring for an 8 or 9-tier mystical skill without greed. Upon witnessing Lin Yu's transformation, Hong Ying breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, a multitude of youthful, vibrant girls appeared, some carrying wash basins, others clutching books. Yet, all gazes were fixed upon Lin Yu and Hong Ying, their eyes brimming with a bloodthirsty hunger akin to that of the earlier girls. Did they too? Hong Ying glanced sideways at the gathering, posing a question. At that moment, Lin Yu had activated his celestial vision, a vertical golden eye shimmering on his forehead. Acknowledging Hong Ying's inquiry with a slight nod, he stowed away her starry blade and conjured a 3-pronged double-edged knife in his right hand, coalescing the golden light. Are you capable? Do you need assistance? She asked. Ignoring her, Lin Yu declared, a man must not falter. With that, he charged towards the infected with his 3-pronged knife. His swordplay was a reflection of Hong Ying's marksmanship. He practiced alongside her during her morning drills, adopting a similarly reckless style. Against the weak, he wielded his weapon with the ease of slicing through vegetables, albeit with a more brutal flair than Hong Ying's. With a sweeping motion, he cleared the infected in an instant. Hong Ying observed Lin Yu's ruthless efficiency, feeling an odd sensation in her heart, though unable to pinpoint its source. Moments later, the corridor was devoid of the infected, and a notification resonated in Lin Yu's mind. Detected Erlang Shen's ability extraction progress. 100. The next step involves the mysterious slaying of Erlang Shen, which will grant free extraction progress. Note: free extraction progress can be added to any divine ability extraction progress, but will be halved upon acquisition. Shall you extract Erlang Shen's ability now? Taken aback by the system's message, Lin Yu marveled at the prospect of retaining the overflow. This meant he need not fear relying solely on one divine ability. What are you dawdling for? We have more here. Hong Ying called out, having noticed Lin Yu lingering after dispatching the infected. She pointed to several approaching infected near her. Despite their proximity, Hong Ying remained poised, awaiting Lin Yu's action. Seeing this, Lin Yu smirked and, with his 3-pronged knife in hand, charged forward. As he passed Hong Ying, he whispered, Do you trust me so easily, foolish girl? What did you say? Repeat that. Hong Ying shouted back. Chapter 26. Law of Heaven and Earth. The infected in the vicinity fell swiftly under Lin Yu's burgeoning strength. Let us proceed to the next level, he urged, darting ahead. It was only as Lin Yu's silhouette turned the corner of the staircase that Hong Ying registered the scene, her pale face flushed with a mix of embarrassment and indignation. Clenching her jaw in frustration, she stomped her foot and inwardly cursed Lin Yu. You're in for it. Before chasing after him. Meanwhile, Zhao Kongcheng affixed the last warning sign at a corner of the school wall. After taking a drag from his cigarette, he gently brushed the warning sign and called out, Void Domain. A purple barrier rose, encapsulating the entire school. Students erupted in astonished chatter at this astonishing sight. As the Void Domain ascended, Chen Mai's voice echoed in everyone's ears. All external infected have been eliminated. Old Zhao has established the Void Domain. We must contain all dangers within the confines of this school. We will now commence the evacuation of students. Xiaoyu and Qiye, do your utmost to locate the main body and minimize casualties. Understood, came the replies. Having dispatched the dormitory supervisor and several infected mingling in the crowd, Lin Yu noticed that the girls, initially curious about the unique golden energy enveloping him, were now terrified and fled in all directions, many stumbling and injuring themselves in their haste. Realizing that waiting for Lin Qiye to gather these individuals would be too slow and could incite chaos among the crowd, Lin Yu pondered a solution. After deliberating, he activated his earpiece. Qiye, focus entirely on locating the main entity. Captain, I have a method I wish to test. If successful, I'll be able to identify and mark the infected on a large scale. All right, proceed with your plan. Lung Xian, find a high vantage point and prepare for roll call. Just as Lin Yu ended the communication, Hong Ying emerged from the dormitory. What plan are you talking about? If you are incapable, then brace yourself for the consequences. Upon uttering these words, Hong Ying shot Lin Yu a fierce glare. Lin Yu merely smiled faintly, walking to an open area and slowly closing his eyes, his hands forming intricate gestures. Moments later, Lin Yu abruptly opened his eyes. The golden radiance surrounding him intensified, becoming even more resplendent. Law of Heaven, manifest. An ethereal voice reverberated throughout the campus. Lin Yu's figure swiftly expanded, soon towering above the school building. Once he stabilized, the 5-story structure barely reached his waist. Observing this spectacle, old Zhao in the corner took a deep drag from his cigarette, cursing under his breath, that brat is almost as handsome as I am. Meanwhile, Chun Mai and Wu Xiangnan marveled at the sight. Do you think this kid can take down those hypocritical foreign gods in the future? Upon hearing Wu Xiangnan's words, Chun Mai clenched his fist. Absolutely. If not, I'll haunt him as a ghost. The students on the playground, preparing to evacuate, erupted into fervent discussions. It's definitely a holographic projection, and that purple light screen too, but how inconsiderate to showcase such wonders while making us evacuate. They must be worried about the negative impact. Look, although it's blurred, it hasn't been completely obscured, it's still slightly translucent. A few infatuated girls blushed, excitedly exclaiming, those abs, such enormous abs. So handsome. Hey, have you noticed? This giant looks somewhat familiar. Doesn't he resemble Lin Yu from our class? Over at Lin Qiye's side, he, Si Xiaonan, and Li Yifei were gathered together. Li Yifei, witnessing the scene, stared wide-eyed, his jaw nearly dislocated. Qiye, is Lin Yu really that formidable? This scene rivals a moonlit stroll. Hearing this, Lin Qiye smacked Li Yifei on the head. How dare you speak of my brother you like that? That's called being impressive. Si Xiaonan, blushing, averted her gaze from Lin Yu. Hong Ying exclaimed in disbelief. He actually dares to act shamelessly before me. As Lin Yu's form began to grow, he sensed something amiss. His clothes were not the divine garments typically worn. However, he thought to himself that whether it was a moment of social death or 10 minutes, it was all the same. He decided to endure. After all, he had already faced social death online once. This time, he could erase memories, and the onlookers were all familiar faces. Yet, to preserve some dignity, Lin Yu controlled the golden light to shield his privacy. After acclimating to his current physique, Lin Yu took a deep breath and initiated a method from his mind. With his right hand forming a sword gesture, he touched his forehead. A golden vertical pupil, the size of a grinding disc, appeared on his brow. From this height, using the eye of heaven, Lin Yu's vision nearly enveloped the entire school. All students, whether inside or outside the buildings, were laid bare before his gaze. The infected individuals mingling among the students and hiding within the structures were swiftly detected by Lin Yu. Of course, as a proactive and optimistic young man, he refrained from fixating on what he ought not to see. However, mere discovery was insufficient. Lin Yu understood he could not eliminate all the infected in one go. Yet, he recalled a minor spell from the 9 mysteries that allowed him to mark and control targets. Those marked would be briefly immobilized by a golden light. This formed the crux of Lin Yu's plan. Exhaling softly, Lin Yu raised his hand, forming several hand seals once more. With his gestures ceasing, Lin Yu emitted another ethereal sound. Freeze. Golden light points erupted from his fingertips, drifting throughout the school. Upon contact with their targets, they would release a golden long rainbow, easily recognizable in the crowd. Soon, golden glimmers began to illuminate various corners of the school. Observing this, Lin Yu felt a wave of relief wash over him. Success. My social death was not in vain. He glanced down at Hong Ying, gesturing for her to come closer. Chapter 27. The Rain of Flaming Roses. Hearing Lin Yu's voice, Hong Ying looked up. Whatever she saw prompted her to glare at him, puffing her cheeks in a display of anger as her face flushed, turning away in annoyance. Noticing her reaction, Lin Yu approached. Hong Ying stood right beside him. When she looked up, she would surely see his. Lin Yu chuckled awkwardly, not overthinking it. He patted his shoulder, signaling her to climb up. Hong Ying rolled her eyes at this display. Though uncertain of Lin Yu's intentions, she inexplicably trusted this big boy. Without hesitation, she took a few steps back and sprinted forward. As her feet struck the ground, rose-red flames ignited beneath her, creating a sensation of blossoming lotuses with each step. Upon reaching Lin Yu's side, Hong Ying suddenly looked up, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in her eyes. Bending her knees, she leapt, the flowing rose-red light accentuating her form like a splendid firework. Witnessing this, Lin Yu felt his heart slightly sway. Beautiful. Exquisite. The vibrancy and fervor of her leap matched the height of his knee. Sensing the descent, Hong Ying stepped onto Lin Yu's knee, using it as leverage to propel herself higher. Lin Yu, now alert, seized the opportune moment to catch her as she fatigued, gently placing his palm on her shoulder. Once Hong Ying stood upright, she tilted her chin towards Lin Yu, wearing a haughty expression of disdain. If you hadn't caught me, I would have been just fine. Totally unnecessary. After executing a smooth series of movements, Hong Ying finally stepped onto Lin Yu's shoulder. From this vantage point, she gazed down upon the earth, a smile gracing her face, her eyes brimming with excitement. All right, enough sightseeing. Quickly use the headset to alert everyone. All those marked with golden light are infected. The golden light can restrain them for a minute. Everyone must act swiftly. I cannot use the headset. Upon hearing this, Hong Ying finally noticed the scattered golden lights among the crowd below. Her eyes brightened, and turning to Lin Yu, she praised, "Well done." With that, Hong Ying hastily activated the headset to notify everyone. Well executed. Little Yu, have you found the main body? Upon hearing Chun Mai's voice, Lin Yu shook his head. Hearing Hong Ying's relay, Chun Mai sighed. Chia, you and Shaun and continue searching for the main body. We will handle these infected. Lung Xian, this is your forte. Chia Mo. Old Zhao, quickly head to the crowded areas and help maintain order. As Chun Mai distributed tasks, everyone sprang into action. As each golden light point vanished, Lin Yu was astonished to discover that upon the death of the marked infected, he could also reap their spiritual essences and progress in extracting divine abilities. Watch closely. I shall demonstrate something impressive. Hearing Hong Ying's voice, Lin Yu turned his head slightly, glancing at her perched on his shoulder. What? Are you going to jump down? That's at least 10 stories high. Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, Hong Ying cast a disdainful glance in his direction. She then stretched her limbs and slowly raised one hand. Rose fire rain. With a gentle utterance, a cascade of rose-colored flames, reminiscent of autumn's fallen rose petals, danced gracefully in the wind, fluttering down toward the ground. No way. Are you going to set the entire school ablaze? Lin Yu was taken aback by the scene before him. This was no mere game. Playing with fire could lead to dire consequences. Ignoring Lin Yu's comments, Hong Ying activated her earpiece, her gaze fixed intently on the ground, her tone solemn. Captain, I'll handle the outdoor area. You all take care of the indoors. As Hong Ying concluded her communication, clusters of fire, akin to rose petals, accurately descended upon the infected marked by golden light. The moment the flames made contact, the heads of all outdoor infected individuals bloomed open like flower buds. Witnessing this spectacle, a rather incongruous line of poetry suddenly appeared in Lin Yu's mind. When my flowers bloom, 100 flowers must perish. Astonished, are you, lad? I have merely exerted a fraction of my power, and already you have reached your limit. After accomplishing this feat, Hong Ying appeared somewhat fatigued. Settling onto Lin Yu's shoulder with a sweet smile, her tone imbued with pride. Lin Yu chuckled and raised his hand to give her a thumbs up. Well done. Oomph. Of course, you should know who I am. Unable to resist the sight of her proud demeanor, Lin Yu playfully poked her head with his finger, causing her entire form to sway under his gentle force. Annoyed, she crossed her arms and puffed her cheeks. Xiao Yu, check if there are any remaining infected. We have already cleared the indoors. Upon hearing the voice in Hong Ying's earpiece, Lin Yu activated Tian Yu once more to conduct a thorough search. All infected individuals had been eradicated. Good. Next, we must organize the students. The entity will have to pass through the entrance checkpoint to leave. It cannot escape. Thank you for your hard work. Just as Lin Yu contemplated asking if they could have a little extra, a sound of shattering glass interrupted him, followed by Lin Qi's anxious voice. Captain, I have located the entity, but it has escaped. Its intelligence is remarkably high. We cannot allow it to get away. It is currently in the open area in front of the teaching building. With the majority of students now absent from the vicinity, Lin Yu and Hong Ying immediately spotted a black figure on the white cement ground. Lin Yu, utilizing Tian Yen, observed more clearly. The creature, a humanoid serpent with a tail, was covered in black scales and moved with agility. As if sensing Lin Yu's gaze, the Nantawa serpent demon turned to meet his eyes before darting towards the experimental building. Meanwhile, a calm boy, whose demeanor starkly contrasted with that of the other students, adjusted his glasses, lost in thought. At that moment, Li Yifei approached with several others, appearing utterly exhausted. I'm dead tired. Anqingyu, what should we do next? Should we stay here? Upon hearing Li Yifei's inquiry, Anqingyu narrowed her eyes and glanced at him, nodding slightly. Wait for those people to arrive. Li Yifei nodded in agreement. You stay here to guard them while I check if there are any stragglers. We should help our classmates wherever possible. With that, he trudged away, leaving Anqingyu silently watching his retreating figure. Chapter 28 concludes. Following the Nantoa serpent demon, Lin Yu, wielding the star knife of Si Xiaonan, leapt from the second floor with remarkable speed. Upon catching up to the Nantoa serpent demon, she engaged it in combat. Clearly, much like Lin Yu, Lin Yu, without the enhancement of the Night Dancer, found herself at a disadvantage against the Nantoa serpent demon. Although she landed several strikes, they proved ineffective in inflicting significant damage. Observing this, Hong Ying patted Lin Yu's shoulder. Curiously, he turned to her, his gaze questioning. Bend down. I need to retrieve my rose fire lance. Hong Ying gestured towards the black case on the ground. Earlier, when she had perched on Lin Yu's shoulder, she had not brought her weapon with her. Without probing for reasons, Lin Yu cautiously crouched down, wary of colliding with the nearby dormitory building. If he were to cause damage, he would have to pay for it before earning any wages as a night watchman. Once crouched, Lin Yu towered 3 or 4 stories high. It would be perilous for Hong Ying to jump down. With this thought in mind, he opened his palm, allowing her to stand upon it before gently lowering her to the ground. After retrieving her rose fire lance, Hong Ying nimbly hopped back onto Lin Yu's hand. Standing upright, she extended her arm towards the Nantoa serpent demon. Just as she landed on Lin Yu's arm, she urgently spoke. Hearing her, Lin Yu immediately complied. Rising to his feet and extending his palm toward the direction of the Nantoa serpent demon and Lin Yu. Yi, step aside, don't get hurt. Standing on Lin Yu's palm, Hong Ying activated her earpiece to call out, then turned to Lin Yu, gesturing for him to curve his hand. Lin Yu, puzzled but obedient, raised his finger, effectively shielding Hong Ying from view. Meanwhile, after landing another blow on the Nantoa serpent demon, Lin Yu swiftly retreated to the side. Observing this, Lin Yu felt Hong Ying slowly raise her rose fire lance, adopting a throwing stance. A stream of rose-red flames erupted from the lance, filling the air with an intense heat. Realizing her intent, Lin Yu comprehended her plan. This girl is quite clever. Release. With Hong Ying's command, Lin Yu flattened his palm. A rose-red fire dragon surged forth from his hand, aimed directly at the Nantoa serpent demon. At that moment, the Nantoa serpent demon seemed to sense danger, instinctively attempting to evade. Freeze. The ethereal command echoed throughout the campus. The creature's body stiffened in place, and the fire dragon struck true, igniting the Nantoa serpent demon in a brilliant blaze. The flames blossomed like a resplendent rose in full bloom, beautiful yet fleeting. On the gray-white cement surface of the square in front of the teaching building, a black scorch mark emerged at the center where the Nantoa serpent demon lay, its body convulsing uncontrollably. A lance pierced through its chest, pinning it to the ground, rendering it incapable of escape. Lin Yu turned to Hong Ying and the towering Lin Yu, giving them a thumbs up before swiftly severing the Nantoa serpent demon's head. The earlier commotion had startled the remaining students who had not yet vacated the area. However, following Li Yifei's excited shout of the monster has been slain, those students who remained emerged from their hiding places. Curiosity piqued, I observed intently. At that moment, the voice of Zhao Conqing resonated through the earpieces of Lin Yu and Hong Ying. Ah, little Taoist, you and Hong Ying truly complement each other. Indeed. I feel the same, Si Xiaonan chimed in. Upon hearing these words, Lin Yu and Hong Ying exchanged glances, both wearing expressions of disdain. Yet, they refrained from contradicting them. Wait, Captain, the Wujia space cannot be unlocked yet. There's a loophole. Just as everyone thought the matter was resolved, Lin Xia's anxious voice echoed through the earpieces. Lin Yu turned to look at Lin Xia, who was dashing into the building, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. At that instant, Lin Yu felt a gaze upon him. However, when he looked over, he only caught a glimpse of a profile adorned with glasses, reminiscent of a phone's lock screen. Handsome indeed. Anqingyu, I must say, I look forward to collaborating with you in the future. What are you dawdling for? Upon hearing Hong Ying's voice, he chuckled and shook his head slightly. Are you holding up all right? Let's lift the spirit summoning, take a break. Our work here is done. Hong Ying stood on Lin Yu's hand, observing his fatigued visage, her brows furrowing as she spoke. Lin Yu nodded and then raised his hand to perform a gesture, dispelling the spirit summoning state. As the golden light receded, Lin Yu's figure quickly diminished in size. A wave of exhaustion and dizziness swept over him instantaneously, making the ground beneath his feet feel akin to a watery surface, rendering him unable to stand steady. Don't faint on me, my dignity as a Taoist. Just as Lin Yu thought this, he felt something encircle his waist before tumbling into a soft embrace. I shall guard you. Rest now. In a haze, Lin Yu heard a gentle voice, a smile gracing his face as he instinctively clung to Hong Ying like a pillow, drifting into a deep slumber. Hong Ying, her cheeks flushed, gazed tenderly at Lin Yu, who was clad only in a black cloak around his waist. Click! The crisp sound of a shutter echoed atop the teaching building. Lung Xian reached out to catch the photo that developed almost instantly, shaking it gently as he admired the image of Hong Ying and Lin Yu. A smile crept onto Lung Xian's lips, as if recalling another scene. Bang! 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 The sound of gunfire erupted from the distant teaching building. Lin Xia's voice once again filled the earpieces, beginning to narrate the true form and purpose of the Nantua snake demon. Upon hearing this revelation, everyone was left speechless. This intricate web was entirely the machination of a mythological creature, with even the night watchman ensnared within it. Well done, everyone. As Team 136 departed, a figure slowly raised a hand to adjust their glasses before turning and stepping into the classroom where the body of the Nantua snake demon lay. Chapter 29. Yang Jian's ability progress. 100 Uncertain of how long he had slept, Lin Yu awoke to find the sky shrouded in darkness, and he appeared to be at home. Slowly moving his arm to rise, he felt a tingling sensation in his right arm, rendering it utterly powerless. It felt as if it no longer belonged to him. A sudden wave of dread washed over Lin Yu. Could this be the after-effects of the spirit summoning? Had today's use of the celestial technique harmed his body? With this thought, he raised his left hand to touch his right arm. Something was amiss. The height felt different, and there was an unusual swelling on his right arm. What? It's even sprouting hair. Hissing, he noticed two peculiar holes. You wish to die? I shall grant you your wish. A languid voice echoed within the dark, silent room. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's hair stood on end as he instinctively shrank into the corner of the wall. Suddenly, a bright light flooded the room. The lights had been turned on by an unknown hand. Lin Yu squinted for a moment before discerning Hong Ying standing there, clad in a white min-s shirt that extended to her thighs. Her hair appeared disheveled, as if it had been ruffled, and a red mark adorned her right cheek, reminiscent of a time when she had rested her head on her arm during class. Do you recognize me now? Upon noticing Lin Yu's gaze, Hong Ying asked through clenched teeth. Sensing her not-so-friendly tone, Lin Yu's mind raced. After a couple of seconds, he revealed a half-awake expression. I dreamt of you. Hong Ying, what a delightful dream. His voice was barely above a whisper, yet each word was distinctly enunciated. After saying this, Lin Yu collapsed back onto the bed, instantly emitting soft snoring sounds. However, in light of the context, it appeared somewhat contrived to Hong Ying. Huh, Lin Yu, you've actually fallen asleep. All right then. With that, Hong Ying slowly approached the bedside, picking up a pillow. Then, her tone shifted. Let us see you pick my nose. Let us see you pinch my cheeks. You. Lin Yu, acting all dazed. Not fooled by Hong Ying's antics, Lin Yu scrambled up from the bed, retreating to the far end, raising his hands in a gesture to stop her. Enough. Stop. Please. Upon hearing this, Hong Ying glared at Lin Yu, halting her movements. Lin Yu, feeling somewhat aggrieved, continued. This isn't my fault. My arm has gone numb. It feels like it's not even mine. As he spoke, Lin Yu lifted his right arm, revealing a clear imprint and some faint traces of drool glimmering under the light. Upon seeing this mark, Hong Ying's expression remained slightly angry, yet her face gradually flushed. With a haughty snort, she seemed to soften. Recognizing this, Lin Yu knew he was in the clear. He had her figured out. Are you hungry? Shall we go out for something to eat? Hong Ying spoke up beside him. At her words, Lin Yu realized his stomach was empty, nodding in agreement. All right, change your clothes. Today, I'll treat you. We can eat whatever we like. Hearing this, Hong Ying felt a bit embarrassed. My red and white school uniform is being washed. This shirt is still yours. Lin Yu glanced at Hong Ying, shaking his head. Never mind. What do you want to eat? Stay here, I'll go buy it. After conferring with Hong Ying, Lin Yu stepped out of the house. The distance to the night market wasn't too far, and Lin Yu took the opportunity to review today's gains. Apart from Li Yifei, he had directly or indirectly participated in the defeat of nearly all the infected individuals. In the heat of the moment, Lin Yu hadn't had the chance to check how many spiritual essences he had harvested and the progress of his ability extraction. With a thought, a translucent panel unfolded in Lin Yu's mind. Name: Lin Yu, Realm, Zhanjing, Acquired Abilities, Mastery of Bejiquan, Function Enabled, Spiritual Essence Shop, Spiritual Essence Balance, 160 points. Divine Ability Extraction Progress, Yang Jian, 100, Ready for Extraction, Nezha, 12. General Divine Ability Extraction Progress, 60. Note: deductions will occur during bestowal. This marks Lin Yu's first examination of his data. He anticipated a substantial gain this time. Yet the extent of it took him by surprise. Lin Yu found himself momentarily stunned. Indeed, this is a remarkable ascent for me. With 160 spirit points, he had ample resources to exchange for the singular opportunity to freely trade the forbidden void. He should find a suitable moment to inform old Zhao about this. After all, he couldn't let the meals over the past few years go to waste. He wondered how excited Zhao would be upon hearing the news. As long as he did not draw a worthless forbidden void, even obtaining one that is merely positioned at the back but can assist in attacks would suffice to safeguard the civilians amidst the ensuing turbulence and ensure his own protection. Lin Yu then shifted his focus to the ability extraction from Jian. He pondered what he might be able to draw. The 8-9 profound art or the method of body refinement would be quite commendable. According to the sage, both mental and physical strengths must be enhanced together to unleash the full potential of one's spiritual form. The heavenly eye is indeed quite useful as well, facilitating swift actions. Just as Lin Yu was about to close the system panel, a prompt appeared before him. Detected that the host can extract an ability from the divine being Jian. Does the host choose to extract? The system's notification heightened Lin Yu's anticipation. Two voices echoed in his mind. Go ahead and extract. The sooner you do, the sooner you can enjoy it. The other voice interjected, if Hong Ying gets anxious waiting for you, dressed in that cheap, translucent white shirt you bought, it could lead to trouble. Lin Yu quickly shook his head, dispelling both thoughts. It would be problematic if Hong Ying truly wore that outfit. Once she became agitated, even the sage would not be able to calm her, and she likely would not care about others' opinions. At that moment, the system's voice resounded once more. Ability extraction from Jian has commenced. A massive wheel appeared in Lin Yu's mind. On the balcony adjacent to Lin Yu's courtyard, Zhao Kongqing watched Lin Yu's silhouette fade away, his expression weary and weathered by time, illuminated by the flickering red flames. Chapter 30. 839 Eyes. Upon seeing the system's prompt, Lin Yu paused, examining the grand wheel that had materialized in his mind. The circular disc was simply divided into several segments, each encompassing further subdivisions. 8-9 Profound Art, Heavenly Eye Technique, 5 Thunder Art, Earthly Soldiers, 5 Elements Escape Technique. These were all Jian's divine arts. Additionally, there were the 3-edged dual blade, mountain cleaving axe, golden bow, silver bullet, and mountain whip. Initially, Lin Yu believed the extraction would yield only a few options. He was astonished to discover such a multitude. As he walked along, he scrutinized the divine arts and magical treasures in his mind. Dear Second Master, you possess an abundance of skills. Could you not simplify this? Just one of the 8-9 profound art, or the heavenly, I would suffice. It wasn't that he looked down upon the others. It was simply that these two offered greater value. In 10 seconds, the wheel will begin spinning. After extraction, if unsatisfied, the host may transfer it to another. Note: once the host chooses to absorb, transfer is no longer possible, or redeem it for spirit points. Note: each divine being has only one opportunity for extraction. Lin Yu was taken aback by this revelation. The extracted abilities could even be transferred to others. However, his priority was to strengthen himself. Even a subpar divine ability might surpass most forbidden voids. With that thought, Lin Yu halted and began to offer prayers in all directions. May the celestial source mysterious Taoist bless me with a worthy gift. He stood at the crossroads, and passers-by were startled by the sight of him praying in the night. After bowing in all 4 directions, he slowly straightened up. With only 3 seconds left on the system's countdown, Lin Yu opted to spin the wheel. I, the Taoist, do not believe in luck. I only trust in myself. He fixated on the rapidly spinning wheel, not daring to blink. His future depended on this moment. As the wheel gradually slowed, Lin Yu felt his heart race. An image surfaced in his mind, reminiscent of past experiences watching lottery draws on his phone, where he would invariably land on the least desirable option. The wheel's speed diminished to the point where he could clearly discern the inscriptions upon it. 5 Thunder Art. 5 Thunder Art. 5 Thunder Art. The 5 Elements Shield technique is also acceptable. Stop. 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 No, not the Heavenly Eye technique. Pass. 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 The options narrowed down to the 8-9 Profound Art and the Heavenly Eye. Now, this is what I wanted. As the indicator on the wheel passed the Heavenly Eye technique, Lin Yu let out a sigh of relief. Regardless of where the wheel ultimately landed between the last two, he felt content. 8-9 Profound Art. 8-9 Profound Art. Ultimately, the wheel came to a halt at the intersection of the 8-9 Profound Art and the Heavenly Eye. Lin Yu was baffled. What does this mean? Surely, I am not drawing again. This cannot be a trick. While Lin Yu was lost in thought, the system's notification rang through his mind. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the ability 839 from Jian. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the ability I from Jian. The system's voice faltered while announcing the 8-9 Profound Art, only managing to articulate 839. while the heavenly I was merely referred to as I. Lin Yu felt his blood pressure rising. What is this? 839 eyes. What do I need so many eyes for? 39 would have sufficed. Before he could voice further complaints, a torrent of information surged into his mind. Lin Yu was overwhelmed with pain, his ears ringing, and his vision blurred. Simultaneously, a golden mark appeared upon his forehead. The once clear sky was suddenly rent by a lightning bolt resembling a dragon, accompanied by a thunderous roar that echoed like a war drum, resonating with both lament and celebration. In the old city, a small black dog that had been happily playing outside abruptly froze in its tracks, as if stunned by the thunder. However, upon closer inspection, one could discern a thoughtful expression in its eyes, confusion, curiosity, and contemplation. At that moment, a youth clad in a blue and white school uniform pushed the door open and stepped outside, gently picking up the small black dog. Upon seeing its owner, the dog blinked its eyes as if inquiring. The boy wore a smile, yet his gaze held a depth of experience and sorrow. He remained silent. The small black dog seemed somewhat displeased with its owner's reaction, turning its head to bark at the sky, as if expressing dissatisfaction. The boy lightly tapped the dog's head. To receive the true 8-9 profound art, and heavenly eye is a stroke of fortune. How can you speak so harshly? The small black dog, unwilling to relent, barked twice more. All right. Having received my legacy, you can at least consider yourself my disciple. Is it appropriate for you to scold your junior like this? At this, the small black dog blinked its eyes knowingly. A playful expression emerged on his face as the youth slowly lifted his head, gazing at the dragon-like lightning amidst the clouds. Murmuring to himself, I must pay that young lad a visit someday. As the thunder faded, Lin Yu's dizziness and tinnitus vanished, restoring his clarity. He raised his hand to steady himself against the alley wall, his chest heaving violently, sweat nearly soaking his back. Yet, his eyes sparkled with excitement. On the system panel, under the section labeled Acquired Abilities, in addition to the previously consumed spiritual essence for mastering the 8 Extremes Fist, 2 new abilities appeared, the 8-9 Mysteries and the Heavenly Eye. I possess both the 8-9 Mysteries and the Heavenly Eye, he thought, letting out a hearty laugh. Passers-by, who had paused to observe the earlier celestial spectacle, regarded him with disdain and quickly distanced themselves, as if he were mad. Unfazed by their gazes, Lin Yu felt that mere laughter was insufficient and began to shout, I have become a master. It's activated. It's truly activated. The pedestrians, who had been walking at a leisurely pace, now hastened their steps upon witnessing this. One passerby cast a sympathetic glance at Lin Yu and picked up their phone to dial the security hotline. Hello, there's a lunatic running amok here. Please send someone to apprehend him. The address is. After venting his exuberance, Lin Yu straightened his clothes and ran his hand through his hair, regaining his composure as he made his way towards the night market. His steps were noticeably lighter, his face alight with joy. Had he merely obtained a single ability, although he would have been pleased, he certainly would not have behaved so irrationally. The 8-9 Mysteries and the Heavenly Eye were unique to Jian. Unlike the Samadhi True Fire or the Law of Heaven and Earth, which other deities might possess, these two had no substitutes. A serving of pork trotter rice, a portion of spicy sour noodles, and some skewers later, Lin Yu quickly finished his late-night snack. However, just as he stepped out of the night market, a gentle drizzle began to fall. Chapter 31. Is the Heavenly Eye a fraud? Lin Yu felt a twinge of concern that Hong Ying might come looking for him in the rain. Prompted by this thought, he jogged homeward. Before reaching his house, he spotted a figure standing at the entrance. Upon closer inspection, he discovered it was indeed Hong Ying. She wore a white shirt with a jacket over it, standing in the rain at his doorstep. Why didn't you bring an umbrella? Afraid of getting your head wet? Lin Yu reproached as he took her hand and led her inside. Your head will get wet. I put on my jacket. But I couldn't find where you left the umbrella, Hong Ying retorted, pouting as Lin Yu pulled her along. Opening the door, Lin Yu tugged her back slightly, pointing to an umbrella stand behind the door, where a rain umbrella lay quietly resting. See, isn't this an umbrella? You have quite the keen eyesight. Even if you couldn't see it, couldn't you just hold your jacket over your head? I didn't see it. I refused to listen. Hong Ying rolled her eyes, a look of exasperation on her face as she covered her ears. As the light in the room illuminated them, Hong Ying's gaze was drawn to a glimmer on Lin Yu's forehead. What is that on your forehead? You have a mark. Frowning, she leaned closer, curiously reaching out to touch the golden mark on Lin Yu's forehead. Mark? What mark? Look. As she spoke, Hong Ying took out her phone. Through the reflection of the screen, Lin Yu saw that indeed, a golden mark adorned his forehead, reminiscent of Yang Jian as portrayed by Uncle Jiao in his previous life, radiating with golden light. The Heavenly Eye? Lin Yu pondered, beginning to form a hypothesis. You've been out for so long. You weren't off gallivanting, were you? Hong Ying, noticing Lin Yu's somewhat delighted demeanor, questioned with a fierce expression. Feeling a hand pressing against his abdomen, he quickly began to explain. If I don't clarify now, that hand will surely start twisting. Wait, let me explain. Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, Hong Ying shot him a glare and withdrew her hand from his belly. At the dining table, what? Such a thing exists? Then doesn't he that make you a dual wielder? Upon hearing Lin Yu's explanation, Hong Ying's mouth fell agape. Her chopsticks with a piece of potato powder suspended in midair, as if frozen in time. Lin Yu concealed the existence of the 8-9 mysteries, only stating that the mark on his forehead might be a manifestation of the heavenly eye. In Hong Ying's eyes, Lin Yu had become a dual wielder. Yet, this revelation was already enough to astonish her. Well, we still don't know if it can be used. Hurry and eat. Seeing that the steam had dissipated from the potato powder she had picked up, Lin Yu lightly tapped her on the head, chuckling. It definitely can be used. It can't just be for show that you have a golden pattern. Her eyes sparkled with joy, equally bright as Lin Yu's. Clearly more delighted than when she herself was recognized as a dual wielder. Thank you for your well wishes, Lin Yu thought, observing Hong Ying's cheerful demeanor. Once Nezha's progress reaches 100, if the reward isn't something useless, I'll give it to this silly girl. The journey ahead would be rather lonely without her. Her fierce demeanor against foreign deities will undoubtedly be impressive. What are you staring at? Why the lewd grin? Don't think I'm that foolish girl who can be swayed by a bowl of spicy sour noodles. Be careful, or I'll break your legs. Noticing Lin Yu's expression, Hong Ying regarded him with a peculiar look, adjusting her jacket and threatening him. Hiss. I'm now a three-eyed master. I'm not blind. Lin Yu exclaimed. Oh, Lin Yu. You have the audacity to twist my words. You're infuriating. Stop, stop, stop. I'm sorry. I won't pull your hair anymore. Can I just call you sister? Sister? Am I that old? You're making me feel ancient. The next morning, Lin Yu, caught between dreams and reality, was jolted awake by a tremor from the sofa. Upon opening his eyes, he found Hong Ying before him. After a forceful awakening, Lin Yu was dragged into the wonderful day that began at 4:30. However, during their run, Lin Yu distinctly felt a warm energy coursing through his body, circulating and continuously reinforcing him. He didn't even need to exert control. It felt as if it were imprinted in his body, forming muscle memory. Lin Yu speculated that this was likely the physical enhancement method contained within the 8-9 mysteries. After completing a full training session alongside Hong Ying, Lin Yu felt surprisingly unexhausted, as though he had just powered on and was merely warming up, an extraordinary sensation. After Hong Ying finished her shooting practice, she noticed Lin Yu standing still, hands behind his back, and strolled over to him. Want to try using your third eye? Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's eyes brightened, and he nodded. Had Hong Ying not reminded him, he might have forgotten about it. Standing firm, he followed a series of hand seals, mimicking the dashing movements of Uncle Jiao from the television series. With his fingers forming a sword gesture, he lightly brushed over the eye mark on his forehead, exuding a commanding presence. The action appeared impressive, yet there seemed to be no reaction. Hong Ying circled around to face Lin Yu, bending down to look up at him, her eyes brimming with curiosity. At that moment, Lin Yu's mind was a whirlpool of thoughts. If the 8-9 mysteries could be utilized, why not the heavenly eye? Was it because of Kaka's emergence that things turned out this way? Lin Yu felt a tinge of dissatisfaction. He switched his posture once more and tried again. After several attempts, he ultimately conceded. It seemed that this golden pattern was indeed merely for aesthetic appeal. Observing Hong Ying's hopeful gaze, Lin Yu spoke with a hint of disappointment. Hong Ying quickly rose on her toes and gently touched the golden pattern on Lin Yu's forehead. It can't be rubbed off or washed away. How could that be? As she uttered these words, her mood visibly sank, even more so than Lin Yu's. After a moment of silence, Hong Ying quietly suggested, could it be that I spoke carelessly last night, and the deity was displeased, thus withholding it from you? Having cultivated for 2 lifetimes, Lin Yu had developed a calm demeanor. He did not place much weight on this situation regarding the heavenly eye. However, seeing Hong Ying's self-reproachful expression stirred an uncomfortable feeling within him. This is not your fault, silly girl. With a gentle sigh, he patted her shoulder. What are you saying? Deities are not as petty as you imagine. It is likely that the fateful connection has yet to arrive. I have acquired the method, but not the technique. He added with a playful grin, but don't you think this golden pattern makes me look even more dashing? Striking a handsome pose. Lin Yu elicited a feeble smile from Hong Ying as she raised her head. With her practiced, delicate fist, she playfully struck Lin Yu's chest. In the old district, young Jian, clad in a blue and white school uniform, turned slightly to glance in a particular direction. In such a hurry? Good things are worth the wait, right? Xiao Hei. Woof woof. Chapter 32. Asking for directions and divining fortune 10 days later, at the training ground of Team 136. Lin Yu paused his movements and sheathed his wooden sword. No more sparring. I can't compete with you. You win, all right. Upon hearing this, Zhao Kongqing, who was also about to rest, was displeased. Kid, clarify what you mean by you win. Hong Ying, be the judge for me, without the use of forbidden techniques. Is this kid not inferior to me? Zhao Kongqing rested his wooden sword on his shoulder, visibly irked. Old Zhao is the second best in swordsmanship. I speak the truth. Who dares to say otherwise? If they do, I'll personally teach them a lesson. Watching from the sidelines, Hong Ying raised her chin and cast a glance at Lin Yu, then turned to the only other spectator besides her, Lin Xie. Both Lin Yu and Lin Xie shrank their necks in agreement. All right. I see you two are quite unwilling to concede. I'm getting old and can't compete with you youngsters. Besides, I'm just an ordinary person without any forbidden techniques. You two can spar instead. I'll take a break. Zhao Kongqing tossed the wooden sword to Lin Xie. As he spoke, he ran his hands through his hair and leaned against the wall, lighting a cigarette. Observing Lin Yu and Lin Xie practicing together, he sighed. The smoke curling into the air, longer than usual. What's wrong, old Zhao? You seem a bit off lately. Hong Ying, with her keen perception, noticed Zhao Kongqing's languid demeanor as he leaned against the wall and approached him. Upon seeing her, Zhao Kongqing discarded the half-finished cigarette on the ground and crushed it with his foot. Haha, what could be wrong? One is my little neighbor, and the other is someone I brought into the Night Watchman. Just watching these two kids makes me lament that I might lose my title as the most handsome in the squad. Hearing this, Hong Ying scoffed, her face displaying a look of disdain. Can you even compare with Xie? Is he handsome? Zhao Kongqing wore a mischievous smile, his eyes reflecting disbelief at her words. TSK, what's with that look? Are you unhappy with my praise? With her hands on her hips and eyes narrowed, Hong Ying glared at Zhao Kongqing. Unfazed, Zhao Kongqing merely chuckled, playfully scrutinizing her. You used to be more reserved. Ever since you've been hanging around with that little Taoist, you've picked up his mannerisms. You've learned nothing good, only bad habits. You, Hong Ying, pointing an accusing finger at Zhao Kongqing, shot him a fierce glare. Tom's about right. The new recruit training session is about to begin. When new recruit training was mentioned, Zhao Kongqing's tone remained playful, yet a flicker of struggle crossed his eyes. He retrieved a cigarette, preparing to light it again. Little sister? Him? What a joke. With his level, he would be exhausted after invoking the deity. How could a little sister fancy him? Besides, if he gets taken away, what does it have to do with me? Initially, Hong Ying spoke loudly, but as she continued, she seemed to realize something, her voice dwindling to a mere whisper as she kicked at the cigarette, but Zhao Kongqing had discarded, feeling somewhat lost. Oh, people are often bound by unfulfilled desires from their youth throughout their lives. This statement rang true, much like the concept of forbidden techniques. Once lost, it becomes irretrievable in this lifetime. Zhao Kongqing tilted his head slightly, feeling pleased with his own words, about to take a puff, when a long, fair leg swept through and kicked away his freshly lit cigarette. TSK, Hong Ying, I just lit that, it's not free. I feel like you're subtly mocking me. Just then, a phone call interrupted their banter. Meanwhile, Lin Yu noticed that Lin Xie was somewhat winded and decided to halt their practice. He could clearly sense that relying solely on his physical strength had already surpassed Lin Xie, who was at the same level but only utilized the mortal realm without activating the Night Dancer state. Brother Yu, did Captain Shen and old Zhao give you some special training? We all learned together, yet I feel like I'm always a step behind. After catching his breath, Lin Xie inquired. Lin Yu chuckled softly before responding. It's not as impressive as you think. Before I started practicing with the sword, I had already trained in martial arts since childhood, coupled with slightly greater strength. Thus, I can only marginally surpass you in technique and strength. You've only been practicing the sword for a short while. Lin Xie smiled shyly, about to say something when Zhao Kongqing's voice interrupted. All right, you two. Enough of the mutual flattery. The boss is looking for you. Upon hearing this, Lin Xie appeared puzzled, while Lin Yu had an inkling of what was happening. The two walked side by side to the captain's office, knocking on the door. Come in. As Lin Yu and Lin Xie entered the room, they found Chun Mai intently reviewing a document. He glanced at them and said, in a few days, the new recruit training will commence. Lin Yu remained silent while Lin Xie asked, what preparations do we need to make? For nearly half an hour, Chun Mai began imparting the intricacies of their upcoming training. However, Lin Yu found himself unable to remember anything significant from the discourse. Old Chun, you are my dear old Chun. The clothes I have for winter are still from last year, and they're already exposing my arms. By the way, buy the train tickets for tomorrow. What? We're leaving tomorrow? Lin Xie exclaimed in surprise. Yes, the sooner, the better. Did you remember everything I just mentioned? Wait. As Lin Xie was about to speak, Lin Yu took a step forward, interrupting the conversation between the two. What's the matter, Xiao Yu? Do you have any doubts? Lin Yu remained silent, pulling 3 copper coins from his pocket. He was aware that this training session was local, and expenses should be managed wisely. What are you planning to do? Chinmai and Lin Yu expressed their curiosity upon seeing Lin Yu produce the coins. After arranging the 3 coins on the ground, Lin Yu picked them up one by one, shaking them in his palm. Asking for directions, divining fortune, he declared. And both Chinmai and Lin Yu instantly grasped his intention, their faces revealing a look of intrigue. Noticing Chinmai's curiosity piqued, Lin Yu saw the opportune moment, released his grip, and let the coins scatter. Chapter 33. Old Zhao, have you been diagnosed with a terminal illness? With a clatter, as the coins landed, both Chinmai and Lin Yu felt an invisible force hold them in place. Lin Yu carefully gathered the scattered coins, ensuring they remained in their respective upright positions. Then, he closed his eyes, counting on his fingers while murmuring incantations. Initially, Lin Yu and Chinmai were skeptical, but observing Lin Yu's earnest demeanor, they couldn't help but harbor a flicker of belief. With a deep breath and a furrowed brow, Lin Yu stirred their emotions. After a while, he opened his eyes, tidying up his props while speaking. It's not advisable for the team to venture far tomorrow. The divination indicates impending financial loss. Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, Chinmai paused, almost instinctively asking, what about the day after tomorrow? Is that suitable? Lin Yu discreetly assessed Chinmai's expression before responding, yes, the day after tomorrow is suitable. All right, then we shall purchase tickets for the day after tomorrow, Chinmai announced, rising and clapping his hands. Forget about the tickets for now, we can buy them tomorrow. He didn't press the matter, knowing they still had a few days. Just then, Zhao Kongsheng and Hong Ying approached. Seeing them, Chinmai called out, Old Zhao, Hong Ying, take these 2 youngsters to buy some supplies in preparation. The new recruits' training begins soon, and they will be leaving in a couple of days. After Lin Yu and Lin Yu left the office, Chinmai quietly retrieved his wallet, glancing inside with a sigh. He then pulled another wallet from the drawer, gritting his teeth as he extracted a few bills. He cast a reluctant glance at the dilapidated vehicle outside, murmuring, hang in there. We'll replace the tires soon. That afternoon, the shopping team was divided into 2 groups. Hong Ying led Lin Yu, while Si Xiaonan took Lin Yu. Initially, Hong Ying dismissed Zhao Kongsheng as too careless to accompany them, but he insisted on joining. Although they were split into 2 teams, they did not diverge from the same route, as bargaining together proved more effective. In truth, Lin Yu was reluctant to be with Si Xiaonan. Recalling the items she had chosen for Lin Yu in the original story, he felt uneasy. However, reality proved harsh. With Si Xiaonan's persistent remarks, Sister Hong Ying, this pink Mickey Mouse towel looks lovely. Xiao Yu should have this too, and Sister Hong Ying, this purple suitcase is perfect for Xiao Yu. Both Lin Yu and Lin Yu wore displeased expressions. What unsettled Lin Yu further was the usually frugal Zhao Kongsheng, who eagerly insisted on paying the bill, justifying, as the team's visual representative, I must contribute. Coupled with his occasional distraction during training these past few days, Lin Yu grew increasingly suspicious of Zhao Kongsheng. Seizing an opportunity, Lin Yu deliberately slowed his pace alongside Hong Ying, lowering his voice to ask, have you noticed something off about old Zhao recently? Hong Ying appeared taken aback initially, but then shot Lin Yu a glance. You just noticed? He has been like this since the reward from the Ghost Face King was distributed. It's been over half a month, and I didn't even realize. Lin Yu frowned. Do you know why? Hong Ying pondered for a moment, her expression turning serious. You should ask him yourself when you have the chance, she advised. Clearly aware of something, but choosing not to elaborate. Lin Yu respected her discretion, knowing her character well. If it were trivial, she would have shared. Her suggestion to inquire indicated there was indeed a valid reason. You two in the back, what secret conversation are you having? Zhao Kongsheng called out, holding a pink bedsheet. Come see if you like what Sister Xiaonan picked for you. Upon hearing Zhao Kongsheng's voice, Lin Yu adopted a more neutral expression, playfully chiding him before jogging over. Once home, Lin Yu organized the items, setting aside the colorful, pink-hued goods that might be useful later. After tidying up, he headed to the balcony, where, as expected, Zhao Kongsheng leaned against the railing, lost in thought with a cigarette dangling from his lips. Old Zhao, Lin Yu quietly approached and suddenly shouted. Zhao Kongsheng jumped, and the ash from his cigarette fell onto his face. You little rascal, is it you or me who can't handle a knife anymore? Zhao Kongsheng exclaimed, quickly rising to brush off the ash, glaring at Lin Yu with disdain. That shouldn't be the case. Old Zhao, you're the sentinel of the team. I must reprimand you for your lack of vigilance, Lin Yu replied, adopting a mock-serious tone. Get lost. I just sold you so many things for free today. Without me, Xiaonan would have turned you into a little boy. Zhao Kongsheng waved him off dismissively. Humph, Lin Yu scoffed, his demeanor shifting to a serious tone. Old Zhao, have you been diagnosed with a terminal illness? Zhao Kongsheng was taken aback by Lin Yu's solemn inquiry. He took a deep drag from his cigarette, his expression darkening. Propping one foot against the balcony wall, he pointed at Lin Yu, cursing, You little brat, How dare you curse me? Come here. I promise I won't let you off easily. Trying to dodge, huh? If you don't come over, I'll come to you. With that, Zhao Kongqing removed his shoe from the balcony and hurled it at Lin Yu. Lin Yu dodged, scrunching his face in distaste as he picked up the shoe. Old Zhao, this is a biological weapon. If you toss this into a mysterious pile, even mythic beings below the Klein realm would perish from the stench. Feeling the weight of Lin Yu's absurdity, Zhao Kongqing put on his shoes, adjusted his clothes, and gazed into the distance, declaring grandly, if my shoes were that powerful, I would change them daily at my own expense and donate the old ones to the country. The air was thick with tension as Lin Yu scrutinized Zhao Kongqing's seemingly spirited demeanor. He inquired softly, Old Zhao, are you contemplating leaving the night watch? Chapter 34. Wait for my return. Though Lin Yu's voice was barely above a whisper, it resonated sharply in the stillness of the night. Zhao Kongqing's expression momentarily stiffened upon hearing Lin Yu's words, before he forced a smile, striving to maintain a facade of normalcy. Nonsense. Who told you such nonsense? You little brat? Even if you were to leave the night watch, I would never depart. If I can no longer serve on the front lines, I'll gladly take on logistical duties, but will remain. Lin Yu chose to disregard Zhao Kongqing's retort, advancing a couple of steps closer. His tone remained unruffled as he stated, even Hong Ying has noticed. Who do you think in the entire 136 team hasn't he? At this, the strained smile on Zhao Kongqing's face faded, replaced by a deep sigh. Lighting a cigarette, he inhaled deeply, his expression tinged with melancholy. Am I that transparent? Seeing Zhao Kongqing concede, a surge of anger ignited within Lin Yu. Suppressing his frustration, he pressed on. Why? Where is the old Zhao who dared to challenge the Ghost-Face King, spilling blood on the battlefield? What happened to your vows? With a heavy exhalation, Lin Yu glanced at Zhao Kongqing, whose demeanor now appeared despondent. Perhaps it was true. Life as a night watchman was undeniably exhausting. A brief respite might not be such a bad idea after all. Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, Zhao Kongqing abruptly hurled the crushed cigarette butt at him. His face flushed with anger, his voice trembling as he shouted, What nonsense! Am I afraid of exhaustion? Have I ever complained? I fear nothing, not even death. Yet here you are, after just a few days, attempting to lecture me. Lin Yu was taken aback. He had never witnessed Zhao Kongqing lose his temper after years of camaraderie. Forgive me, I may have been too impassioned, Zhao Kongqing said, his fury dissipating. He leaned against the balcony railing, gripping the low barrier tightly. Since your concerns don't stem from this, then what is the cause? Lin Yu inquired, inching closer. Zhao Kongqing retrieved the last cigarette from his pack, tossing the empty carton over the balcony. After lighting it, he turned to Lin Yu, asserting, Because I fear I will become a burden to you all. I'm merely a retired Special Forces soldier, lacking any extraordinary powers. My combat abilities are barely sufficient to handle the likes of a pool-level threat. If we encounter a particularly perilous mystery, I would only hinder the entire team. Pausing for a moment, he took another drag from his cigarette before continuing. I have no intention of leaving the night watch. Rather, I plan to depart from the 136 team and retreat to a remote area. There, the population is sparse, and I can manage with my skills. Furthermore, I hope you and Qi Yi will remain in Songnan. Lin Yu began to comprehend Zhao Kongqing's intentions and mocked. So you believe that Qi Yi and I, with our formidable talents, have overshadowed you, General Zhao? You intend to venture out and play the local lord instead? Zhao Kongqing paused, contemplating Lin Yu's words. And after a moment, he found no fault in the interpretation. Though it felt odd, he nodded. Fine, then I want to go. I'll skip the training camp and withdraw from the night watch. I'll remain in Songnan as an auxiliary member. After all, the Taoist cares little for power or reputation. As long as I can contribute to our great Xia, I doubt the higher-ups will object. Nonsense. Zhao Kongqing erupted in frustration. Do you have any idea what you're saying? The resources provided by the night watch, how can you access them? How do you expect to grow? Lin Yu shrugged nonchalantly. It matters not. Once I ascend to the pinnacle of humanity, I can simply request whatever I desire from the commander. Zhao Kongqing inhaled sharply, his finger trembling as he pointed at Lin Yu in exasperation. You. Seeing this, Lin Yu burst into laughter, deciding to cease teasing Zhao Kongqing. All right, old Zhao, I understand your reasons for wanting to leave. Qi Yi and I are merely excuses. Our destinies are dictated by those above us, not by our own desires. Even if we lack the power to determine our paths, do you think old Shen is idle? This matter is not for you to fret over. With that, Lin Yu interlaced his fingers and stretched lazily. Is it not true that you fear lacking the necessary strength to keep pace with us? What if I were to procure a power for you? At Lin Yu's suggestion, Zhao Kongqing's expression froze. His mouth agape and eyes wide as he locked gazes with Lin Yu. As the cigarette in his hand burned down to the filter, he stammered, No, it can't be. Such a thing has never happened. You need not fabricate stories for my sake. Lin Yu stepped forward, his gaze intense as he replied seriously, impossible? Before me. Have you ever encountered a god from Great Xia? Do you recall the origin of the golden pattern on my forehead? If I wished, I could grant you such a power right now, immediately. With that, Lin Yu softened his previously assertive demeanor and continued, however, I worry that if Qi Yi and I attend the training camp, you might leave. Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, Zhao Kongqing inhaled deeply, a flicker of struggle and excitement dancing in his eyes. The prospect of gaining power, enhancing his abilities, and saving more lives in the face of the unknown was tantalizing. After a moment of contemplation, his resolve solidified. You little brat, I never expected to be schooled by you today. Hearing this, Lin Yu exhaled in relief, a smile gracing his face as he retrieved a phone with a lit screen from his pocket. Speaking into the receiver, he declared, Captain, it's done. Now, it's your turn to teach him. As Zhao Kongqing stared in disbelief, Lin Yu tossed the phone into his lap and sauntered back into the room. Moments later, the phone erupted with the voice of Chun Mai chastising him, followed by Wu Xiangnan's mockery, then Hong Ying's threats, and finally, Si Xiaonan's whimpering plea. Chapter 35. Do you think I am drawn to women? The following day, Lin Yu awoke at 6:30. Upon descending to the first floor, he discovered Hong Ying enjoying her breakfast, her back glistening with sweat, a testament to her earlier solo training session. Awake? Come eat. She beckoned as she turned to face him. After washing up, Lin Yu returned to the table, sipping his bowl of congee, and asked, Why didn't you call me today? You're attending new recruit training tomorrow. You should rest these last 2 days. The training there is far more grueling than ours. She replied, a glint of mischief in her eyes. The new recruit camp has quite a few lovely girls, you know. Lin Yu suddenly recalled a certain individual, the red-haired young lady. He pondered whether Molly was beautiful. A loud clap echoed as Redding slammed her chopsticks onto the table, breaking the silence. Seeing that Lin was not truly lost in thought, Redding, feeling annoyed, bit her teeth and forcefully struck the table with her chopsticks. Startled, Lin Yu jolted back to reality and noticed Redding glaring at him. He quickly waved his hand. How could that be? Do you think I am easily swayed by the charms of women? With a stunning beauty like you constantly wandering around my house, I managed to maintain my composure. Upon hearing this, Red Ying's expression visibly brightened, and a subtle blush crept to her ears. However, upon reflection, she sensed something amiss, feeling that Lin Yu's words held deeper meaning. Unable to decipher the underlying message, she decided to take it as a compliment, offering a shy smile as she picked up her chopsticks. Dining was of great significance to her, and both of them were slow eaters. By the time they finished, it was already past 7. Suddenly, Red Ying's phone rang. After listening for a moment, her expression turned somber. Lin Yu surmised the cause. The new recruit's training had been relocated to Cangnan City. Chen Mai must have received the notification and, knowing Redding spent her mornings with him, had sought her out when he couldn't reach her by phone. Redding subtly turned her head, casting a glance at Lin Yu, her eyes betraying a hint of reluctance. Her pace quickened as she washed the dishes. After a while, once she had finished tidying up, she approached Lin Yu, who was still seated on the sofa. The captain just called. The new recruit training has moved to Cangnan City. You have to leave today. Her expression was clearly one of displeasure. Lin Yu pretended to just learn of this, feigning surprise before breaking into a smile. What? Is our Redding unwilling to part with me? You're asking for it. Redding gritted her teeth and playfully punched Lin Yu's shoulder twice before standing up with a huff. Well, it won't be long. Perhaps we will see each other again soon. Lin Yu straightened up, gently holding Red Ying's small hand and offering a comforting squeeze. I've never heard of new recruit training being cancelled. Fine, go on. It will lighten my burden a bit. Let me help you pack. Watching Red Ying's retreating figure, Lin Yu felt a fleeting moment of daze, staring blankly for a while before following her. Upon reaching the Pingan agency, everyone had already gathered. Lin Yu and Lin Xie, both newcomers, were laden with bags. When Chen Mai spotted Lin Yu, a broad smile spread across his face. Little Yu, what a stroke of luck. You've saved me 2 train tickets. Finally, I can take care of that old man at the entrance properly. Noticing the surprised glances from the crowd, Lin Yu scratched his head awkwardly, recalling the warm packs, thick blankets, and down jackets he had secretly bought for Chen Mai, feeling a twinge of sympathy for his wallet. Yesterday, I did my best to limit the purchases. It wasn't too excessive. I initially planned for you to leave tomorrow. But now that the new recruit training is set for Cangnan, as the hosts, we mustn't arrive late. Don't blame my hasty decision, Chen Mai explained, glancing at Red Ying, whose expression was still displeased. He then called on everyone to finish packing and prepare to depart. In a desolate suburb of Cangnan City, several heavy armed transport helicopters slowly descended. On one side of the landing pad, Several men in military uniforms stood resolutely against the gusts of wind from the helicopter blades. As the helicopter doors opened, Yuan Gang, clad in military attire and carrying a black box, stepped down, returning the salutes of the soldiers. After receiving a report on the progress of the camp's construction, Yuan Gang nodded in satisfaction. By the way, please provide me with a copy of the new recruits list. Yes. Yuan Gang knew that the recruits list was a confidential document, typically kept in a safe rather than carried around. Retrieving it would take some time, so he did not wait around. Carrying the black box, he entered the hastily erected camp for inspection. Sir, here is this year's list of new recruits. While Yuan Gang and several instructors were touring the training camp, a soldier approached and handed him a document. Yuan Gang nodded and took the document, only to find it contained 2 files. Did you take the wrong one? He frowned, looking at the soldier. No, sir. The second document is a separate confidential file, of a higher classification, but it also contains the recruits' names. Upon hearing this, not only Yuan Gang, but also the instructors nearby grew curious. Sensing that this year's training was unusual, I must see what makes it so extraordinary. With that thought, Yuan Gang opened the first document. After glancing at the names, he stood frozen in place, prompting the instructors to halt as well. Yuan Gang, in disbelief, read it again, muttering, "These 2 individuals are in the first file. Who could possibly be in the second?" The instructors gathered around, intrigued. The young master of the Bailey family? Number 003, Michael? The divine agent? A high-risk void holder, and one in the top 50 of the sequence. A singular thought emerged in the minds of all the instructors. This batch of recruits must be exceptionally formidable. As Yuan Gang meticulously circled each name on the list, the instructors behind him felt their hearts race. However, they were even more puzzled. If this list was already so extraordinary, what kind of monsters could possibly be in the higher classified document? With that thought, Yuan Gang, along with the instructors, turned their attention to the second document. Chapter 36, Top Secret, Temporary Codename, Desya 001. Yuan Gang organized the first file and switched its position with the second. Upon noticing a special mark at the seal of the document bag, his pupils constricted sharply. The instructors behind him also recognized the seal and instinctively took several steps back. The mark depicted a knife, the star blade. This insignia represented one of the highest secrets of the Night Watchers, and it protected the document. To unlock it, 2 requirements must be met: mastery of the Sea Realm's power and a special unlocking method. Failing to meet the realm's standards could lead to life-threatening consequences, and using the wrong method would result in the document's self-destruction. Yuan Gang gazed at the file bag in his hands, puzzled. Such a document should not appear in a new recruit training camp. Frowning, he pondered for a moment before pulling out his phone and dialing a number. Before he could speak, the other end relayed the unlocking method but did not disclose the contents of the document, deepening Yuan Gang's curiosity. After hanging up, he followed the instructions given and gently directed his mental energy toward the star blade imprint. The imprint glimmered slightly, and a powerful wave of spiritual energy caused Yuan Gang's sleeves to flutter. Once the wave subsided, the seal of the document bag slowly began to lift. Yuan Gang swallowed hard, his gaze sweeping around the vicinity. After confirming that no one was watching, he cautiously withdrew 2 sheets of paper. Upon reading the first one, his brow furrowed in confusion. It was utterly unremarkable, detailing the daily records of a youth named Lin Yu, a whimsical character resembling an otherworldly Taoist. This shouldn't be classified as top secret. Could it be that there was a mix-up with the agent Michael? With this thought in mind, Yuan Gang pulled out the second sheet. A quick glance sent shockwaves through him, and he immediately folded the document in half. This was impossible. Was it truly real? How could such an individual exist? He could practically hear his own heartbeat, his temples throbbing with excitement. Taking a deep breath, he unfolded the confidential document as if revealing a hidden card in a high-stakes game. Name: Lin Yu. Forbidden name: unknown. Provisional code Dasha 001. Forbidden ability: borrowing power from the Dasha deity, akin to Taoist invocation. Previously utilized the abilities of Yang Jian and Nezha. Note: in case of leakage, all night watchmen will be wanted, with no respite. After reading the second sheet, Yuan Gang trembled, his complexion flushed, eyes wide with elation. After a moment, he exhaled slowly. As he put away the document bag, the other instructors gathered around. Though they sensed something was amiss with Yuan Gang, their military training restrained them from inquiring. What needed to be known would be revealed in due course, and what should remain unknown must be kept that way. Yuan Gang cast a wry smile at the surrounding instructors, sighing softly, "Forgive me, masked ones, you must endure." In the distance of the training camp, Lin Yu descended with a deep purple suitcase, while Lin Qiye, somewhat bashful, followed with a pink one. The two waved cheerfully at the vehicle, yet it did not depart. Hong Ying stepped out and approached Lin Yu. Before he could utter a word, she embraced him. Little Chia, let us have a hug too. Seeing this, Si Xiaonan leaped from the vehicle, followed by Long Xian's icy gaze. Lin Chia quickly retreated a couple of steps with a smile. Goodbye, Sister Xiaonan. I've grown accustomed to eating well every day. Upon hearing this, Si Xiaonan glanced at Hong Ying and Lin Yu, exchanged a look with Lin Chia, and stuck out her tongue. Witnessing this, Lin Chia chuckled knowingly, revealing an expression that was hard to interpret. What are you two up to? Do you think I'm blind? Hong Ying's chilling voice cut through the moment. Lin Chia swiftly grabbed her suitcase and bolted away. Si Xiaonan, caught off guard, received a light bump to the head from Hong Ying. I'm off. Take care of yourself. Remember, don't provoke little girls. Otherwise, you'll have to face me. Under Si Xiaonan's pitiful gaze, Hong Ying waved her small fist at Lin Yu before getting back in the vehicle. Lin Yu gave a sheepish smile and waved back at Hong Ying. They had now arrived at the new recruit training. The catastrophe in Sangnan was not far off. What could he do? His strength felt lacking. You go. Hurry up and catch up. Lin Chia called back after walking a dozen meters ahead. Coming. Lin Yu replied as he made his way toward her. Is there really a training camp here? It seems too desolate. There is. No need to rush. The sun climbed higher in the sky. After walking for about half an hour, Lin Chia wiped the sweat from her forehead and turned to Lin Yu, asking, You go. Do you think the captain is playing tricks on us? Perhaps he is upset we didn't return items for him, so he intentionally left us behind? Lin Yu also wiped the sweat from his brow. I don't know. I've never been this far before. He paused, pondering. I have some doubts. Could it be that Hong Ying took a wrong turn? Upon voicing this thought, both exchanged glances, feeling a sense of unease rise within them. Quick, let us call. I'll contact Hong Ying, and you reach out to the captain. Lin Yu wished her luck as he retrieved his phone. Lin Chia hurriedly did the same. After a while, both fell silent. No signal. That night, near a checkpoint close to the camp, a special forces soldier, equipped with a full-color night vision device, hesitated before picking up his walkie-talkie. Report, there are two young men resembling high school students approaching. They appear quite fatigued. One of them looks relatively normal, holding a deep purple suitcase and carrying a white and pink dual-colored backpack. The other one, what is wrong with him? The second one was unique, dragging along a pink suitcase adorned with a Barbie princess design. Hearing this, the voice on the other end of the walkie-talkie fell silent for a moment. Stay put. I'll go meet them. Chapter 37. Such enthusiasm deserves points. You go. I must say, you really are in good shape, Lin Chia remarked, glancing at Lin Yu. They had been wandering these vast mountains since morning, and by the time they wished to leave, they were unsure of their whereabouts. It was not until nightfall, when Lin Chia's night dancer activated, that they learned the location of the training camp with the help of small animals. I don't need to know if I'm in good shape, Lin Yu replied nonchalantly. Stop bragging, you go. The eyes of the masses are sharp. You and Lung Xian are equally matched. Lin Chia responded with a tone of regret, clutching her pink suitcase. Chia, what did you say? Repeat that. Lin Yu's expression darkened as he raised his hand, ready to tap Lin Chia on the head. Seeing Lin Yu's reaction, Lin Chia quickly pulled her suitcase and dashed ahead. Just then, two intense beams of light shone toward them, followed by the rumble of an engine. High beams. How unethical. Lin Yu shielded his eyes, internally grumbling. Soon, accompanied by the roar of the engine, a camouflage military jeep screeched to a halt between Lin Yu and Lin Chia. A man resembling an officer leaned out of the window, scrutinizing Lin Yu and Lin Chia. What are you two doing? Participating in training. New recruits? Yes. Interesting. This is the first time I've seen someone come out at night. With such enthusiasm, I must add a point to your final assessment. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu and Lin Chia fell silent. Show me your identification. The two presented the documents that Shunmai had prepared in advance to the officer. All right, get in. I'll take you to the camp. Once they were in the vehicle, the officer inquired again, Where are you from, arriving so quickly? Hearing this, Lin Yu turned his head to look out the window, while Lin Chia offered an awkward smile. Sangnan. Ah, locals, no wonder. After dinner. Why not wait until tomorrow to come back? There's really no rush for just one night. Lin Yu. Lin Chi, dinner? Aye. Dao Yi, left after breakfast. The vehicle soon passed the final checkpoint and came to a halt at the entrance of the training camp. We arrived. You can enter on your own, Lin Yu said, grabbing his suitcase and hopping off the car. Illuminated by the vehicle's lights, he noticed a line of red paint that read, 039 New Soldier Training Base. Upon arriving here, Lin Yu felt somewhat uplifted. The old rascal indeed had a peculiar sense of humor, implanting such madness into himself. Nevertheless, I, Dao Yi, find it amusing. Before long, one of the large iron gates opened, revealing a small side door. An instructor emerged, casting a surprised glance at Lin Yu and Lin Chi. New soldiers? Both nodded in unison. Impressive, you managed to arrive this late. Hearing this, the expressions of Lin Yu and Lin Qiyi darkened. They did not wish to hear more of such remarks. What are your names? Lin Yu. Lin Qiyi. The instructor observed them as if they were treasures. I'm sorry, but I do not see your names on the list. Could you show me your identification? Lin Yu was taken aback by this. The divination from yesterday was indeed accurate. Today was not a suitable day for going out. Without hesitation, he retrieved his identification once more. After inspecting it for a while, the instructor frowned. The identification is valid. Let me take you to find the chief instructor. He then glanced at Lin Qiyi. You should come along too. I'll show you to the dormitory camp later. On the way, Lin Qiyi cast Lin Yu a questioning look. Lin Yu shook his head, signaling that everything was fine. Soon, Lin Yu was led to an office. The instructor knocked on the door, and a deep voice called from within, "Enter." "Come in with me," the instructor said, opening the office door. Inside sat a middle-aged man with a piercing gaze, holding a white enamel cup. This must be Yuan Gang. The Sea Realm is indeed different. What's the matter, Hong Hao? Oh, who asked this little one? Is he a new soldier? Instructor Hong nodded. Yuan Gang set the lid on the cup down on the table, eyeing Lin Yu with a hint of satisfaction. Well, good job, young man. You arrived this late. I appreciate your enthusiasm. Lin Yu thought. Just wait, Hong Ying. When I return, I will certainly give you a piece of my mind. At that moment, Instructor Hong approached and handed Lin Yu's identification to Yuan Gang. This new soldier's identification checks out, but his name isn't on the list. Hearing this, Yuan Gang furrowed his brow slightly. His gaze swept over Lin Yu. Then he opened the identification. Upon seeing the name, his grip tightened, and a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. However, he quickly regained his composure, smiled, and closed Lin Yu's identification. All right, Hong Hao, you may go back to your duties. I'll verify this matter. Instructor Hong nodded, as if recalling something. By the way, he came with that Michael agent, Lin Qiyi. Do you want to meet him? Yuan Gang waved his hand impatiently. You go ahead with your business. I can meet him any time over the next year. Remember to close the door. Once Hong Hao left, Yuan Gang stood up and walked over to Lin Yu, scrutinizing him from multiple angles, making Lin Yu feel somewhat uneasy. This old fellow must have some peculiar preferences. In the original text, he was quite normal. It was late at night, and here they were, a young man and a burly man alone together. And the way he was looking at Lin Yu seemed rather inappropriate. Chapter 38. Qiyi, good brother, in my heart. What do you intend to do, leader? I'm a respectable person. I've shared tea with Master Chen and have a brotherly bond with Zhou Jiansheng. Lin Yu could no longer tolerate Yuan Gang's suggestive gaze and cautiously took a step back. Of course, Lin Yu was not speaking nonsense. He was stating facts. Upon hearing this, Yuan Gang finally paused, giving Lin Yu an oddly scrutinizing glance. You brat, what are you saying? Do you consider me Yuan Gang to be what kind of person? Lin Yu forced a smile, muttering softly, as long as that's not the case, it's fine. Yuan Gang snorted lightly, lifted his white enamel cup, took a sip of tea, and then focused his vibrant gaze on Lin Yu, saying, Name, Lin Yu. Restricted void name, unknown. Restricted void code, Disya 001. Restricted void ability, borrowing the powers of the Disya deities. Has utilized the abilities of Yang Jian and Nezha. Master S evaluation, capable of exhibiting strength comparable to that of the Chuan realm. Truly a prodigy. Lin Yu pondered. Why did Instructor Hong know about Lin Qiyi and Michael yet not about him? All right, come over and sit. I have some matters to discuss with you. Upon hearing Yuan Gang's voice, Lin Yu nodded and took a seat across from him. Yuan Gang poured a cup of plain water into a disposable paper cup for Lin Yu and said, You are quite special. There's no need to be curious. Only I know your information. Within the Night Watchers, your data is classified as high-level secrecy. It's perfectly normal for other instructors, like Hong Hao, to be unaware. At this point, Yuan Gang paused, took a sip of tea, and continued, First, unless absolutely necessary, it is best to avoid revealing your unknown abilities. The data indicates that when you utilize the powers of new deities, it causes quite a stir. Lin Yu nodded in understanding. Second, you should not disclose to anyone that your abilities derive from the Disya deities. Otherwise, it would not bode well for them. Lin Yu looked at Yuan Gang, confusion evident in his eyes. Yuan Gang explained, Your information is classified, and it holds a high-level clearance. If they unintentionally leak your information, which includes your ability to use the Disya deities' powers, they would face severe punishment. They would be pursued by all Night Watchers until death. After finishing, Yuan Gang fixed a sharp gaze on Lin Yu. Do not endanger them for the sake of your pride. Lin Yu nodded solemnly, realizing the gravity of the situation. He feared that only in this peculiar place, Songnan, could he remain undetected. Elsewhere, he would have long been apprehended by the Night Watchers' headquarters. Third, once the training is complete, Remove the tattoo on your forehead. Night Watchers are soldiers. What kind of appearance is this? Yuan Gang pointed at the golden pattern on Lin Yu's forehead, his face displaying a hint of disdain. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu fell silent. This is not merely a tattoo. It is the eye of heaven, and I am not a blonde. Minimize the use of your abilities in public. If there are no further issues, you may go to sleep. Understood. Thank you, Commander. Lin Yu stood up, slightly bowing in respect. Yuan Gang found this quite beneficial. A satisfied smile gracing his face as he nodded. After leaving Yuan Gang's office, he encountered Hong Hao, who had been waiting outside. Have you confirmed? Lin Yu nodded in affirmation. Come, I shall escort you to the dormitory. Thank you, Instructor Hong. No need for thanks. We are to be together for a year hence. Upon reaching the dormitory area, Hong Hao took his leave. All the rooms remained shrouded in darkness, save for Lin Chiye's, which was illuminated. Lin Yu approached with his luggage, only to discover that Lin Chiye had already retired for the night. After a day of traversing the mountain paths, fatigue was only to be expected. Contemplating this, Lin Yu chose not to disturb Lin Chiye and quietly turned off the room's light. He intended to spend the night in the adjacent dormitory. After a brief wash, while retrieving bedding, Lin Yu stumbled upon a photograph that Hong Ying had unknowingly placed in his suitcase. It was a charming smiling face, beautifully framed. Her fair complexion, combined with her infectious smile, alleviated much of Lin Yu's grievances regarding enthusiasm and merit. Sitting on the bed, he held the photograph and smiled back at her. The following day, at 4:30, Lin Yu inexplicably awoke. With time to spare, he commenced his training, continuing until 6:30, when he felt he had matched Hong Ying's training volume. However, due to his late arrival the previous day, no one had been available to guide him through the camp's layout. After searching for over 10 minutes, he finally located the supply station and collected 2 portions of food, intending to share one with Lin Chiye. Upon re-entering the dormitory area, he noticed a throng gathered at the door of his and Lin Chiye's room. Young master, let me tell you, I've checked this room. It's warm in winter and cool in summer, with ample sunlight, an absolute choice. A man, beaming with a smile, gestured towards Lin Yu's room, chattering incessantly to a plump companion. Another man stepped forward. No, young master, we should consider this room. He pointed to Lin Chiye's dormitory. Its location is superior. I just calculated using our technology, and it receives 5 more minutes of sunlight daily than the previous one. The plump companion sighed, seemingly engaged in some discussion with the bodyguards. Lin Yu scrutinized the stout fellow, who, despite his rotundity, was not unattractive. His cherubic visage would surely be the dream of many elderly admirers. Observing the bodyguard who had previously pointed to his room about to enter his own, Lin Yu felt a surge of alarm. No, if you take my room, I shall relocate. Don't blame me for being heartless, my chubby friend. You are quite the chatterbox. Living with you, I fear I might lose my composure. Yet, the bodyguard was soon halted as the one who had calculated Lin Chiye's room's sunlight walked towards it. Witnessing this, Lin Yu exhaled in relief, giving his chest a couple of light taps. Chiye, my good brother, he mused internally. I know you wish for a domineering roommate to conquer and ultimately monopolize the entire dormitory. I cannot be conquered, so it is better to let you bear the brunt of it. This opulence is beyond my grasp. I leave it to you. Just share a Rolex with me. Chapter 39. Lin Yu, no? I must stoke the flames. Young master, there is someone sleeping in this room. The door to Lin Chiye's room was thrust open. The bodyguard, observing Lin Chiye still asleep on the bed, shouted towards the plump companion outside. At that moment, the previously overlooked bodyguard sensed an opportunity and rushed forward, ingratiatingly declaring, "How dare anyone occupy young master's space? Young master, wait here. I shall evict them immediately." As he attempted to enter, Lin Chiye stirred awake, hearing the bodyguard's words. He sat up languidly, frowning. "Where's you? Who are these people? Get lost," roared the plump companion, pushing past 2 bodyguards and sauntering forward. He smiled at Lin Chiye before delivering a slap to each of his accompanying bodyguards. "This is a matter between 2 individuals, if you can't see. Perhaps you should donate your eyes. Inside is my dear roommate. What an utter fool you are for not recognizing that." The bodyguard who had threatened to eject Lin Chiye scrambled away after receiving several blows from the plump companion. The latter waved his hand dismissively and strolled forward with a gift box in hand. Subsequently, he struck up a conversation with Lin Chiye, who wore a peculiar expression while the plump companion beamed with delight. Witnessing this, Lin Yu smiled, sensing the impending camaraderie and local specialties. The dust had yet to settle. It was time for him to add fuel to the fire. If he did not assert his stance, it seemed unlikely the plump companion would find accommodation. With this in mind, Lin Yu made his way forward. "This fat fellow intends to seize your bed." Upon seeing Lin Yu approach, Lin Chiye waved his hand. Initially, Lin Chiye felt a tinge of irritation, but realizing the visitor bore a gift, he hesitated on how to handle this intrusion. Striking was not an option, yet refraining felt awkward. Hearing Lin Yu's words, the plump companion exclaimed, "What a handsome figure. I've long heard of your esteemed name from Chia. Chia calls you Brother Yu. So I shall do the same," he continued, grinning widely. "Just like Chia, you can call me Fatty." The plump companion appraised Lin Yu, his eyes sparkling with admiration as he approached, grasping Lin Yu's hand and shaking it enthusiastically, as if he were the host. Lin Yu cast an odd glance at the plump companion, extricating his hand from the firm grip. "Handsome? I might concede that. When did you ever hear of my name from Chia? Surely not just now. Wow, Brother Yu, your tattoo is stunning. Did you get it done back in your hometown? Once training concludes, I shall visit your hometown, and you must take me to get one as well." The plump companion, undeterred by Lin Yu's withdrawal, admired the golden vertical stripe on Lin Yu's forehead, his eyes glistening with envy. Lin Yu managed a strained smile, taking a deep breath and affirming his decision. This fellow should not be released. Let him remain bound to Lin Chia. The best arrangement would be for them to suffer together. "Come now, Brother Yu. I was unaware this was your room. We are all brothers here. No need for such formality." The plump companion, misinterpreting Lin Yu's silence as an attempt to claim his room, grew discontented and promptly dragged Lin Yu towards Lin Chia's door. Lin Yu and Lin Chia exchanged a glance, the latter's eyes pleading. With a serious expression, Lin Yu subtly shook his head, his gaze conveying a quiet refusal. Lin Chia cast a sideways glance at the plump companion, then looked back at Lin Yu, his brow furrowing slightly. Lin Yu blinked, revealing a look of self-preservation, and chose to ignore Lin Chia, turning instead to smile at the plump companion. "The plump one, I am not in the same dormitory as Chi Yi. I reside next door. This room seems quite nice. So you should stay here." At this juncture, Lin Yu cast a glance at Lin Chi Yi, only to find him staring wide-eyed in disbelief. "By the way, Chi Yi, here is the meal I brought for you." With that, Lin Yu tossed a portion of supplies to Lin Chi Yi and wriggled free from the chubby little hands, swiftly entering his own dormitory and promptly shutting the door behind him. "Chi Yi, Brother Yu seems rather shy, doesn't he? But he is quite nice, even brings you food." Bai Li Pang Pang remarked with a smile towards Lin Chi Yi. Lin Chi Yi chose not to engage further with Bai Li Pang Pang, asserting, "Move my belongings into my dormitory, then you may leave. I no longer require your assistance." Noticing that Lin Chi Yi had not closed the door, a smile spread across Bai Li Pang Pang's face as he gestured to his entourage. The commotion outside gradually quieted down, allowing Lin Yu to breathe a sigh of relief. He genuinely feared Lin Chi Yi would also move out, which would likely result in Bai Pang Pang following him and incessantly visiting. Just the thought of it made Lin Yu feel exasperated. The following day, an increasing number of new recruits arrived from various corners of the country. Aside from Bai Pang Pang knocking on the doors several times, a few new recruits also attempted to enter, but all were bribed by Bai Pang Pang and sent away. This unexpected loyalty from Bai Pang Pang stirred a hint of guilt within Lin Yu's heart. "Do not blame me, Dao Yi, for I merely fear I might inadvertently cause you harm. You are the most endearing, Pang Pang." Knock, knock, knock. Is anyone there? Lin Yu, initially planning to rest, furrowed his brow at the tall, dark silhouette at the door. Knock, knock, knock. When the shadow received no response, it knocked again. "Cease knocking. My friend. Are you new here? I am Bai Li Tu Ming, but you may call me Pang Pang. It's a pleasure to meet you. I hope you will accept this small token of goodwill." Just as Lin Yu intended to rise, he heard Bai Li Pang Pang's voice, suggesting he need not intervene. While Lin Yu pondered this, the shadow spoke in a somewhat frigid tone, "Step aside." Chapter 40. Mother inside the room. Lin Yu was taken aback by the authoritative rebuke. A surge of excitement coursed through him. "Ah, a domineering individual has arrived. Perhaps I can let him in and subdue him, ensuring he does not disturb me in the future. That would be a splendid choice." With this thought, Lin Yu narrowed his eyes, eager to see if this shadow could surpass Bai Pang Pang's barrier of goodwill, as they were all brothers. "Inside is my Brother Yu. Just consider making a friend. Perhaps you should check other dormitories. There might still be vacancies," Bai Pang Pang suggested. Following this, a sound of metal clashing echoed from outside. Lin Yu surmised it was Bai Pang Pang forcibly shoving a watch into the shadow's hand. "I say, Pang Pang, you better move aside. I wish to see who possesses such arrogance as to have a lackey blocking the entrance." The shadow's tone was haughty and condescending, reminding Lin Yu of someone he knew. Could it be that this is the arrogant one? It shouldn't be. Isn't he supposed to be with his companions? The commotion outside escalated as onlookers, curious about the spectacle and inclined to support Bai Pang Pang, began to gather, numbering at least 20 and continuing to grow. "You may call me Pang Pang, but if you refer to me as Fatty, our camaraderie is over." Bai Pang Pang's voice carried a hint of reproach as he observed the increasing crowd. "Enough already. Today, I must discover who resides within this room. The shadow, seemingly aware of the gathering crowd, chose not to prolong the standoff at the door. With a wave of his hand, he pushed Bai Pang aside. As he spoke, a sharp snap resonated through the air. Lin Yu inwardly cursed, realizing the shadow was indeed the arrogant one. Before he could comprehend the situation, he was suddenly enveloped in a suffocating sensation, as if his blood might burst forth from his veins. Frowning slightly, Lin Yu shot a glare at the shadow outside. He swiftly raised his right hand, forming several hand seals. 3 seconds later, the room had been evacuated of air, and under the pressure of the atmosphere, the door was forcefully thrust open. Before anyone could react, a flash of purplish-red light zipped through the doorway, drawing the shadow inside. With a resounding bang, the door was slammed shut once more. "Do not enter," a voice commanded from within. Inside, Lin Yu felt the energy of a purplish-red armor enveloping him. Intrigued as he beheld the individual he had summoned, Shen Qingzhu, having regained his composure, was momentarily taken aback by Lin Yu's appearance. This was the first time he had witnessed Lin Yu in such a state. However, his expression quickly hardened. "You little rascal, how dare you ambush me?" Before Shen Qingzhu could finish his exclamation, Lin Yu forcefully pressed his head to the ground. The military-grade construction of the door and the floor had remarkably withstood the encounter. Once he interrupted Shen Qingzhu's spell, Lin Yu gradually straightened up, releasing him. After standing, Shen Qingzhu wiped the non-existent blood from the corner of his mouth and attempted to speak again, only to find himself pinned to the floor once more. The astonishment of the onlookers outside was palpable as they witnessed Shen Qingzhu's repeated exclamations of mother. Lin Yu released Shen Qingzhu yet again, standing slowly as Shen Qingzhu, too, rose, rubbing his face while glaring at Lin Yu in fury. "You little brat, can you do anything other than ambush? Fine. If that is how it is, I will not hold back." The second statement was uttered while he was still on the ground. Once again, Lin Yu pinned him down. "Can you not speak civilly?" After releasing Shen Qingzhu once more, Lin Yu calmly remarked. Shen Qingzhu sprang up again, his eyes filled with indignation as he spat on the ground. "Mother!" Bang! Lin Yu pressed him down once again. "Enough. Let us end this." Before Lin Yu could release him again, Shen Qingzhu gritted his teeth and managed to utter a phrase through clenched jaws. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's brow furrowed. The earlier suffocating sensation enveloped him again. Playing with dark arts? Well, you truly are the arrogant one, aren't you? Quite ruthless indeed. Feeling the air around him being siphoned away, Lin Yu couldn't help but marvel at the situation. However, he felt reassured by the protective purplish-red force surrounding him. He sensed that aside from the inability to breathe, he could manage the circumstances. Meanwhile, Shen Qingzhu's face turned crimson, bloodshot eyes glaring defiantly at Lin Yu. In the distance, atop a building, Hong Hao and Yuan Geng observed the unfolding scene. "Is everything all right?" Shen Qingzhu of the high-risk Forbidden Area 068. "And who is that Lin Yu? How could he make him call mother? What kind of beings are these?" Hong Hao inquired, his eyes filled with astonishment. Yuan Geng gently shook his head and sighed, uncertain whether the mask could truly conceal his emotions. Despite his somber tone, his face radiated an unusual excitement. Meanwhile, the door to dormitory 039 creaked open, revealing Shen Qingzhu, who emerged wiping the blood from his nose. He headed toward his luggage. While those around him instinctively parted in fear, the earlier screams serving as testament to his formidable nature. Fatty, observing Shen Qingzhu's demeanor, hesitated, unsure whether to offer assistance. After locating his belongings, Shen Qingzhu dragged his suitcase with one hand while the other pressed against his still bleeding nose. Under the astonished gazes of onlookers, he made his way back toward dormitory 039. "If we aren't brothers, then we might as well switch rooms. I've already told you, you good dislikes being disturbed." Even calling him Mama want help, he muttered. Witnessing this scene, Fatty hesitated briefly before rushing forward to block Shen Qingzhu's path, his tone laced with concern. Shen Qingzhu, hearing Fatty's words, trembled with anger, shooting him a glare before shaking off his hand. "What I meant was," he paused, cautiously glancing into the dormitory. Then, gritting his teeth, he muttered, "What I meant was, I'm calling for my mother, damn it. Also, Yugo has already consented to my stay." With that, he continued toward the dormitory. Seeing this, Fatty's face displayed a mixture of sympathy and sudden apprehension. He was relieved he hadn't chosen to share a room with Yugo. Otherwise, he could only imagine the ordeal. "No, I think Yugo seems quite fond of watches. Since 7 Nights doesn't want them, I might as well give them all to Yugo," he mused to himself, nodding decisively. Chapter 41. A fierce encounter 2 days later. Nearly all the new recruits had arrived. Following a friendly exchange with Shen Qingzhu 2 days prior, Lin Yu noticed that Fatty had become significantly more subdued. When distributing local specialties to the newcomers, He kept his distance from Lin Yu's dormitory. Shen Qingzhu appeared outwardly compliant. Yet Lin Yu had caught him attempting to launch surprise attacks on several occasions. Lin Yu chose not to confront him directly, planning instead to retaliate severely if Shen Qingzhu dared to make a move. Knock, knock, knock. Hearing a knock at the door, Lin Yu turned to see Shen Qingzhu springing up from his bed to answer it. Upon seeing the three individuals outside, Shen Qingzhu stealthily stepped out and led them away. However, after some distance, his expression darkened. Damn it, what did I say? Don't come looking for me. Why can't you listen? Among the trio were two who resembled each other closely, appearing to be twins, Shen Qingzhu's younger brothers, Deng Wei and Li Jia, along with Li Liang. Noticing Shen Qingzhu's anger, the three shrank back slightly. Deng Wei spoke up softly, Brother Shen, when we reported in today, that fat guy wanted to give us watches. We didn't know what was going on, so we came to ask you. The twins nodded in agreement. Shen Qingzhu furrowed his brow, but softened slightly at their words. You've done well. The fat guy means no harm, just take them. They're quite valuable. Deng Wei, sensing the change in Shen Qingzhu's demeanor, glanced at his wrists. Brother Shen, you didn't take them? If you didn't then we won't either. Shen Qingzhu's expression darkened again. Damn it, why are you mimicking me? If I say take them, just take them without dragging your feet. Hey, you're friends. Why not come inside and sit for a while? A familiar voice called out from behind Shen Qingzhu. It was Lin Yu. Having noticed Shen Qingzhu's furtive exit, he followed suit. Upon seeing Lin Yu, Shen Qingzhu chuckled awkwardly. Ah, these are my friends. No need to go inside. This dorm is yours as much as it is mine. It would be rude to disturb anyone's rest. Deng Wei and the Li brothers exchanged glances before stepping forward, confronting Lin Yu. When we were trying to find out where Brother Shen was staying, we heard that you were the one bullying him. Is that true? Li Jia demanded, eyeing Lin Yu with anger. Before Lin Yu could respond, Shen Qingzhu swiftly kicked Li Jia down to the ground. Damn it, do you need to meddle in my affairs? Get lost, all three of you. And mind your own business. Lin Yu observed closely. Although Li Jia was knocked down, Shen Qingzhu had used just enough finesse to ensure Li Jia landed harmlessly. It was all for show. Brother Shen, I refuse to believe that the four of us can't handle him, Deng Wei declared resolutely, removing his jacket as if to demonstrate his determination. Upon witnessing this, Shen Qingzhu hesitated, furrowing his brow. All right, I didn't mean to bully you guys. That day was just a misunderstanding. You know what my capabilities are, right? I only had a nosebleed. I was lying on the bed for half the day. By the time I got up, the story had turned into me bullying someone. Lin Yu spoke with indignation, his face flushed with exasperation, making it seem entirely genuine. The three, observing Lin Yu's earnest expression, turned their inquiring gazes toward Shen Qingzhu. Shen Qingzhu, taken aback, exchanged a glance with Lin Yu before nodding slightly. Receiving Shen Qingzhu's silent approval, Deng Wei and the Li brothers gazed at him with admiration and joy. I knew it. My brother Shen is invincible, they exclaimed. Exactly. Rumors are never to be trusted. Hearing their words, Lin Yu smiled at Shen Qingzhu, then turned to the Li brothers. All right, don't go spreading rumors. Your brother Shen is giving me face here. Upon hearing this, Deng Wei and the Li brothers chuckled, stepping forward to pat Lin Yu on the shoulder. Since you're roommates with brother Shen, you're one of us now. We certainly won't embarrass our brother. Shen Qingzhu, unable to watch any longer, hurried over. Though he didn't fully grasp Lin Yu's intentions, he feared that Lin Yu might lash out at the trio in a moment of displeasure. As for the fat guy's watches, you can take them if you want, Shen Qingzhu began, but was interrupted by Lin Yu. Are you fools? If your brother Shen isn't taking them, why would you follow suit? Use that money to treat him to a meal. Wouldn't that be better? At Lin Yu's suggestion, the trio's eyes lit up. They exchanged excited glances before bidding farewell to Shen Qingzhu and sprinting toward Fatty. Thanks, you go, they called out. Lin Yu shot Shen Qingzhu a disapproving glare, his expression one of disdain. Come on, you've tried to take a swing at me several times these past few days. Don't think I haven't noticed. I haven't dared to sleep soundly, fearing I might not wake up again. Just let me be, brother Shen. Is that too much to ask? Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, Shen Qingzhu awkwardly touched his nose, fully aware that he was merely jesting. However, was it not due to a lack of opportunity that he refrained from acting? It won't happen again, brother Yu. I haven't slept well these past few days. Lin Yu dismissed him with a wave of his hand, signaling that the matter was settled. Shen Qingzhu smiled at Lin Yu, the tension between them easing considerably. At that moment, Hong Hao stormed into the dormitory area, flanked by several instructors. What the hell is going on here? Are we having a market day? Should I invite a few strippers to liven things up? The nearby recruits scattered, leaving only the rotund one, who clutched a handful of watches, sprawled on the ground with his back facing the instructors. Witnessing this scene, Hong Hao's lips twitched. After reprimanding the group for a while, He cast a glance at the 3 dormitory buildings and slowly announced, "This afternoon at 2 o'clock, everyone is to assemble at the training ground." In Chapter 42, the chubby recruit exclaimed, "Instructor, do you see my enthusiasm?" In the afternoon, at 1:30, Lin Yu gathered Shen Qingzhu, along with Lin Xie and the chubby recruit, and they arrived at the training ground early. During this time, Shen Qingzhu also called upon his 3 underlings. The 6 of them were the first to arrive. However, upon Lin Yu's arrival, he discovered that Yuan Gang and several instructors were already present, their arrival shrouded in mystery. Yuan Gang cast a glance at the group, a flicker of disbelief crossing his eyes as he furrowed his brows. This is troublesome. These individuals have come together. The agent of the Michaela, code-named Dasha 001, and the young master of the Bailey group, along with a high-risk forbidden entity. I wonder if the masked one can handle this without a hitch. The chubby recruit glanced around, realizing he was the first to arrive. He solemnly approached the instructors, performing a standard salute with considerable effort, causing the flesh on his abdomen to quiver. Yuan Gang, Hong Hao, and the others did not acknowledge him. Undeterred, he took 2 steps forward, cupping his hands in a trumpet shape. "Instructors, we were the first to arrive. Shouldn't we receive some reward?" Upon hearing this, Lin Yu and Lin Xie exchanged glances, a hint of menace flickering in their eyes. "Chubby," Lin Yu's reprimand echoed from behind. As the clock approached 2, the last few recruits swaggered in. On the training platform, Chief Instructor Yuan Gang observed the disordered crowd and the lax discipline below, his eyes narrowing slightly. "Everyone, stand at attention." Hong Hao shot a glance at Yuan Gang's expression and shouted. At the sound of his voice, the throng of recruits fell silent, though their formation remained crooked, barely resembling a cohesive unit. Lin Yu could distinctly perceive the aura of blood and fire emanating from each instructor, their presence as formidable as towering mountains. Sharp as a blade, qualities that he and all the recruits lacked. Yuan Gang's expression darkened as he silently scrutinized the new recruits. After a moment, he spoke in a deep, resonant voice, "You are all geniuses from various parts of Daxia, whether in forbidden arts, skills, or lineage. You are the elite. However, the moment you set foot in this camp, your identity is reduced to just one: new recruits. No, even that is too generous. You are mere novices." After a brief pause, Yuan Gang's expression shifted to one of resignation, as if recalling something amusing, and he chuckled softly, continuing, "All right, I misspoke again. I apologize to the novices. But let me clarify, you are not even novices. To call you novices would be an insult to them. You are worthless, mere trash. Nothing but whiny babies who drag others down." A significant portion of the recruits' expressions turned cold. Aside from Bailey coming from a prestigious family, many others came from notable clans, accustomed to being domineering at home. Excluding Lin Yu, Lin Xie, and a few top-tier forbidden entities, other high-risk forbidden entities were considered treasures in their locales, cherished rather than scorned. Yuan Gang surveyed the recruits. Some raised their heads defiantly, eyes blazing with fury, while others smirked darkly, and some even became more nonchalant, disdainfully mocking the situation. "What? Are you all dissatisfied?" The answer was evident on their faces. "Do you think your forbidden arts make you exceptional, destined for greatness? Do you believe that standing here allows me to reprimand you, and that in a few years you will surpass me?" At this point, Yuan Gang scoffed again. "Even if you truly attain the Klein realm in the future, you will remain nothing more than a high-level infant. When faced with true strength, even if you are not defeated in one blow, you will still be left crying for your mother. Do you believe that?" Upon hearing this, Lin Yu sensed something amiss and turned to Shen Qingzhu, who, at that moment, was flushed with anger, his chest heaving, eyes filled with bloodshot fury. Just as he was about to shout, Lin Yu smacked the back of his head. Breaking Shen Qingzhu's concentration, he turned sharply to discover it was Lin Yu. Taking a deep breath, Shen Qingzhu softly exclaimed, "That hurt." Alongside the now silenced Shen Qingzhu, many recruits began to breathe heavily. "I don't believe it." At that moment, a new recruit with a competent appearance, a shaved head and well-defined muscles, exuding the aura of a seasoned fighter, shouted defiantly, "New recruit, what is your name?" "Guja." "Good. Who else is dissatisfied?" "I am not satisfied." "Me too." As one person led, the others followed suit, expressing their discontent. Yuan Gang observed this scene, a slight smile tugging at the corners of his mouth before he reined in his expression and declared loudly, "All right, since so many of you are dissatisfied, I will provide you with an opportunity to realize your true selves, to acknowledge that you are worthless, mere trash, nothing but whiny babies." With that, Yuan Gang pulled out a walkie-talkie. "Let them down." Beep. As the walkie-talkie fell silent, Yuan Gang looked up at the azure sky. Lin Yu followed suit, glancing upwards. "What are you looking at, brother Yu?" Shen Qingzhu inquired curiously, also gazing up. "My goodness, is there someone up there?" Above, 7 figures plummeted rapidly. One man, wearing a swirling mask, flailed his limbs wildly. Help! We're going to die. Swirl, keep it down. Do you want me to silence you with a pair of stockings? A woman in a rose mask retorted. Rose, I have a fear of heights. Don't just stand there. Captain, he told us to jump, so we really jumped? Why? A man at the bottom, wearing a purple mask, spoke nonchalantly. I heard this group of newcomers is difficult to manage. Just a moment ago, he mentioned having to keep a close eye on a fellow named Lin Yu. I inquired about the identity of this individual, but he remained silent. Please pay close attention. Captain, who exactly is this Lin Yu? Isn't that mysterious figure referred to as Lin Chi? The voice of the balanced mask interjected. It's merely a mere realm. How much stronger can one possibly become? The vortex spoke dismissively. Enough of this. Prepare yourselves. We are about to descend. Chapter 43. Mask, primary target, Lin Yu. Under the gaze of the new recruits, 7 silhouettes descended from the heavens like a fantastical dream, plummeting towards the ground. The sight ignited a fervor within the hearts of the new soldiers. Who among them did not aspire to become a night watchman? And who among the night watchmen did not yearn to join an elite squad? This is the Mask Squad. This is our esteemed special team of the great Xia Night Watchmen. How magnificent! What a sight to behold! Will they be all right as they fall like this? As the Mask Squad approached the ground, the recruits grew increasingly exhilarated. As they neared the earth, amidst gasps of awe and concern, a faint smile crept upon the visage concealed beneath the balanced mask, as he slowly raised 2 fingers and waggled them. The gravitational pull on the 7 vanished instantaneously, allowing them to land as softly as feathers on the ground. Bathed in sunlight, the 7 distinct masks shimmered brilliantly. A gentle breeze rustled through, causing their gray cloaks to sway gracefully. Wang Mian's gaze swept across the new recruits as he gently crossed his arms and spoke. Greetings, we are the Mask Squad. Before he could finish, Vortex suddenly buckled at the knees, collapsing before the new recruits with a thud. Silence ensued. A stillness so profound that the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Lin Yu fixated on Vortex, who was now directly before him. His mind raced. Should he call for them to stand and ease the tension, or should he assist them up? Perhaps he should ask the plump one for a Patek Philippe as a form of auspicious gift? The Vortex of the Mask Squad extended early New Year wishes to everyone present. Just as Lin Yu contemplated his next move, Vortex sprang back to his feet, as if nothing had transpired. Chi, brother Yu, do you think the instructors couldn't find a genuine mask and settled for a counterfeit? The rotund figure, Fatty, swiftly turned his chubby face between Lin Yu and Lin Chi, inquiring aloud. It seemed that as long as he spun fast enough, no one would notice his motion. Fatty's words echoed loudly, and given their position in the front row, the entire Mask Squad heard him clearly. Several gazes immediately landed on Lin Yu and Lin Chi, with Wang Mian casting a look of inquiry towards Lin Yu. Moments later, he resumed his earlier statement. We are the Mask Special Squad. Everyone had their speculations, but upon hearing it articulated, a collective gasp arose. Yuan Gang glanced at the new recruits, a subtle smirk gracing his lips. Since you refuse to acknowledge your place, I shall make you see the truth, what it means to be a true genius. It was now 2:30 in the afternoon. Yuan Gang stood before them, explaining the rules. Lin Yu felt increasingly uneasy. It wasn't just Wang Mian. He noticed that Vortex, Balance, Rose, and Moon Ghost occasionally cast glances his way. This can't be good. Yuan Gang wouldn't be singling me out, would he? I've done nothing to offend him, and I even assisted in re-educating that troublesome fellow. It makes no sense. As Lin Yu pondered this, the odds shifted to 2,391 against 5. The Mask Squad made the first move. Brother Yu, stop dawdling. Let us go. Lin Chi's urgent shout snapped Lin Yu from his reverie. He realized the Mask had already begun their attack. However, he noticed that Balance did not engage with the others. Instead, he stood with his arms crossed, observing Lin Yu. This is bad. He is coming for me. Balance and Wang Mian exchanged a glance, and Wang Mian nodded. Then Balance swiftly darted towards Lin Yu. Brother Yu, this doesn't feel right. Why should we flee? Just you and I? We can easily take down one masked figure. Shen Qingzhu, following closely behind Lin Yu, expressed her confusion. Indeed, they could handle one of them without issue. Despite their realm being suppressed, their intellect and combat skills remained intact. Have you ever taken a life? Have you ever faced the mysterious? In an instant, she fell considerably behind. Don't blame me for running. Lin Yu thought. 2 o'clock to 9 o'clock. 7 hours. My divine invocation can only sustain me for an hour without excessive expenditure. In high-intensity combat, I'll have to enter a sage mode after half an hour. Alas, I must train harder. When will I no longer have to fight myself and directly summon others? If only I could call upon the 3 celestial maidens to conjure a 9 curves yellow river formation, we wouldn't have to fight at all. At that moment, Lin Yu felt a sudden heaviness in his body. His legs felt as if they were laden with lead, requiring more effort to maintain his previous speed. The distant balance, trailing behind, was taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. How is this possible? He seems unaffected. No, this footprint is incorrect. Has he negated my gravitational influence using sheer force? How intriguing. Is that Lin Yu ahead? Hearing a voice behind him, Lin Yu strained to exert more effort and quickened his pace. He turned and asked, "What do you mean?" Taken aback by his response, Balance faltered momentarily. "Lin Yu." "What, Lin?" Realizing he had been played, Balance's expression darkened as he raised his hand to press down on Lin Yu. "Damn, what is the range of this control? When will I be able to escape? This isn't the time for divine invocation." Feeling an increase in pressure on him, Lin Yu silently cursed. Unbeknownst to him, a faint glimmer emerged from the golden markings on his forehead, previously unresponsive. Meanwhile, at the weapons depot, Lin Qiyi and Fatty rushed over. "Qiyi, let us make our escape first. Is brother Yu truly unharmed?" Fatty glanced back with concern. "He is incredibly strong. We should find a way to pry this iron door open." Just then, a statuesque figure with fiery red hair approached. It was none other than Molly. Upon seeing Molly, Fatty's eyes sparkled. "Where's your perverted captain?" Before Fatty could speak, Molly's gaze shifted to Lin Qiyi, her tone icy as she inquired. Hearing this, Lin Qiyi furrowed his brow slightly. Fatty looked puzzled and asked, "Who is this perverted captain?" Molly frowned, recalling that the title was merely a rumor among the girls. After a moment, she continued, "It's the one who rises at 4:30 every morning to train." Chapter 44. You're truly weak. Honging could take on 5 of me. Upon hearing Molly's description, Lin Qiyi and Fatty immediately realized who she was referring to. In this camp, there were indeed many new recruits who trained early, particularly from ancient martial arts families. However, aside from the soldiers on patrol, Lin Yu was the only one rising at 4:30. Fatty was about to explain Lin Yu's whereabouts to Molly when Lin Qiyi's expression turned solemn as he gazed into the distance. Fatty and Molly, sensing Lin Qiyi's demeanor, turned to follow his line of sight. In the distance, a figure was sprinting towards them. Behind him lay a long trail of yellowish dust, reminiscent of someone riding a motorcycle across sandy terrain. "When we ran, why was there no such dust cloud, Chia?" Pang Pang observed this scene and approached Lin Chia, gently tapping his shoulder with the back of his hand, his face alight with curiosity. "Do you feel the ground shaking?" Lin Chia's gaze was fixed intently on the shadow ahead as he replied calmly. Upon hearing this, Pang Pang slowly crouched down, placing a pudgy hand on the ground. "You're right, Chia. Is there anyone this hefty among our new recruits?" Molly, nearby, scoffed. "Aren't you the heaviest among us?" Pang Pang took no offense at Molly's remark. He turned around, scratching his head and chuckling lightly. "No, it's you, Go?" Lin Chia exclaimed in astonishment as he recognized the figure in the distance. "Stop joking, Chia. Yugu weighs at most 150 pounds. Pang Pang started to retort, but was interrupted by a loud shout from afar. "Open the warehouse. Stop dawdling. And stay back. I'm coming out." Lin Chia and the others were momentarily bewildered. What does coming out mean? They watched as Lin Yu quickened his pace, the ground beneath him vibrating with each heavy step. Before him, a faint boundary line emerged. Suddenly, he felt a warmth on his forehead, and that boundary appeared. Lin Yu speculated that this must be the boundary of the gravitational zone. "Chia, Pang Pang, don't blame Yugu. He must have been framed by someone, and you all better catch him." As he stepped beyond the boundary, Lin Yu inhaled deeply, gathering all his strength for a powerful leap, hurtling towards Lin Chia like a cannonball. Once outside that zone, he felt an overwhelming lightness wash over him. "What do we do, Chia? Yugu is flying." Pang Pang looked at Lin Yu soaring towards him, eager to consult Lin Chia. However, when he turned to find Lin Chia, he discovered that the warehouse door had opened, and Lin Chia was already inside, crouched at the entrance. "Pang Pang, catch Yugu. I believe in you. You're the only one who can do it." Before Pang Pang could react, Lin Yu collided with him. In the distance, Tian Ping stood still, staring at the compacted footprints on the ground, utterly bewildered. Not only had he swallowed a mouthful of dust, but he had also sprinted out under his own gravitational suppression. Is this something a person can do? Is this the power of Forbidden Void or sheer physical strength? If Lin Yu's Forbidden Void only amplifies strength, then why did Yuan Gang specifically mention it? If it's physical strength, then he just jumped over 20 meters. "Is Yugu all right?" Hearing Lin Chia's voice, Lin Yu slowly raised his hand to wave. "Not a big deal. I was chased by Tian Ping, and I don't even know why. He just keeps coming after me. Can you get up so we can talk?" "You're crushing me." Pang Pang managed to mutter beneath Lin Yu's weight. Lin Yu looked down and realized he was sprawled on top of Pang Pang. Thank you. Pang Pang. I'll remember this. After saying this, Lin Yu playfully squeezed Pang Pang's chubby cheeks before standing up and helping Pang Pang to his feet. Pang Pang. Hurry and grab a weapon. Meanwhile, in the warehouse, Lin Yu had already located several daggers. Lin Yu glanced back at the figure approaching him leisurely and, upon receiving the dagger, surveyed the faces of his companions, Pang Pang, Lin Yu, and Molly. A bold idea suddenly struck him. With no one around, if he summoned a spirit and coordinated with the three of them, perhaps they could capture Tian Ping. 4 against 1, the odds were in their favor. He could then present the mask to Yuan Gang, sip tea, and await the conclusion at 9 o'clock, perhaps even reaping some benefits. With this thought, Lin Yu turned to Pang Pang, a smile gracing his face. Do you have anything that can temporarily seal the forbidden void? Pang Pang paused, pondering, and then pulled out a small pouch from which he produced a roll of tape. Yugu, this is a sealing scroll. When applied, it can seal forbidden items and voids. Lin Yu's eyes lit up at the sight of the scroll. Tian Ping wields gravitational control. Now that he has suppressed in this realm, I'm confident his gravity cannot restrain me. Let us proceed as planned, and then we can sit back and enjoy some tea. Upon hearing this, the eyes of both Pang Pang and Lin Yu sparkled with excitement, while Molly observed Lin Yu with a look of curious intrigue. I believe we can do it. Both Pang Pang and Lin Yu expressed their agreement. What about you? Lin Yu turned to Molly, who hesitated for a moment before nodding. All right. According to the plan, I'll go out first. Chia, hold on to the sealing scroll and be ready. After giving his instructions, Lin Yu hoisted a dagger and stepped slowly out of the warehouse. Just then, Tian Ping approached. So it's you who seeks me, Taoist. Lin Yu adopted a brazen demeanor, drawing his dagger and brandishing it at Tian Ping. This was all learned from brother Hound. Putting on such bravado was somewhat challenging for someone like him. Tian Ping remained silent, slowly raising his hand, then bringing his index and middle fingers together, applying pressure downwards. The gravitational field enveloped Lin Yu once more. Observing Tian Ping's actions, Lin Yu couldn't help but muse that forced bravado was inherently unnatural. Just look at how composed Tian Ping appeared. That was true swagger. Why aren't you running this time? I thought. Before Tian Ping could finish, a glint of cold light appeared at his chest. He quickly retreated a few steps, alarmed. How is this possible? Earlier it was double Earth's gravity, and now it's quadruple. You're fortunate to be standing, and yet you can still strike? As Lin Yu landed, he left 2 deep footprints in the ground and gradually rose, mimicking Hong Ying's posture with a haughty tilt of his chin. You're truly weak. Even Hong Ying could take on 5 of me. Chapter 45, Tian Ping. You're cheating. Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, Tian Ping furrowed his brows tightly beneath his mask. Although he didn't know who Hong Ying was, he sensed that Lin Yu's expression was far from flattering. It seemed he was underestimated by this rookie. With this thought, Tian Ping spoke. You're quite the audacious little brat. Since that's the case, I want to hold back. With the captain present, you want to die anyway. With that, Tian Ping lightly tapped his fingers in front of him and began to levitate slowly. I'm eager to see where your limits lie. From above, Tian Ping looked down at Lin Yu, raising his index finger and applying downward pressure. On the ground, Lin Yu's breathing grew increasingly labored. Under the overwhelming gravity, he felt his heartbeat slow, and his skin was assaulted by a tearing sensation. As he shifted his footing, he realized the extent of his own strength and felt a sinking sensation in his heart. He had been careless. Indeed, the special team was no easy match. The realm was suppressed, but the use of Forbidden Void remained unrestrained. If only there were a way to launch a remote attack now. Kid, it's merely 8 times gravity. And you can't withstand it? You aren't any better, either. Tian Ping looked at Lin Yu with a tone laced with mockery. Yet, deep within, he was astonished. If this were anyone else, they would not only be unable to stand, but might very well have their bones shattered and blood vessels ruptured under such gravitational pressure. Lying on the ground begging for mercy. However, this fellow stood firm and could even move his feet. Upon hearing Tian Ping's words, Lin Yu slightly lifted his head and smiled at him. He then slowly raised the straight knife in his hand. Under Tian Ping's incredulous gaze, Lin Yu leaned back slightly, adopting a throwing posture. Whoosh! The straight knife slipped from his grip, slicing through the air with a mournful whistle that echoed in this gravity-laden space. Tian Ping was taken aback, pressing down slightly with his hand, causing himself to rise a few more inches, narrowly evading the knife hurled by Lin Yu. However, the force of the knife's wind, unleashed by the sudden removal of gravity, pushed him back several meters. Witnessing this scene, a faint smile graced Lin Yu's lips as he took a couple of steps back, stepping out of Tian Ping's gravitational control range. Lin Yu had previously discerned that Tian Ping's range of gravitational control diminished as the magnitude of gravity he exerted increased. Can you perceive my range of abilities? Tian Ping was momentarily taken aback. He had initially thought last time was merely a coincidence. But this time Lin Yu had gauged the distance perfectly. Lin Yu chose to ignore Tian Ping's words, feeling a slight pressure in his head, unsure whether it was due to the abrupt transition from high gravity to normal gravity or some other reason. This sensation was entirely new to him. Meanwhile, not far behind Tian Ping, the plump figure, Lin Qiyi, and Mo Li were hiding behind a military truck. This truck, originally intended for transporting supplies, now served another purpose. Is Brother Yu alright? Should I go help him? Lin Qiyi inquired. Brother Yu hasn't even utilized his abilities. What do you think? What could his power be? Could it also be divine ruins? Mo Li asked, her heart racing at Lin Yu's words. Once he uses it, you'll know. In any case, it's formidable. We just need to wait for the right moment to assist him, came the reply, without further inquiries. From a vantage point, Tian Ping looked down at Lin Yu, saying coolly, surrender. After conceding, find a place to hide. Once the battle concludes, no one will know you lost. You can avoid further torment. At this moment, Lin Yu took a moment to compose himself, brushing his hair back and rubbing his temples, his face displaying a resigned expression. Let's call it a day. I have no intention of conceding. Please, refrain from troubling me. Is it not permissible for me to abstain from the battle? After speaking, as if sensing something, Lin Yu tilted his head slightly to the right, dodging an attack from Tian Ping. Indeed, you can perceive my abilities. Unless you surrender, you shall not escape this predicament. According to your words, what does that make us, the masquerade? Are we afraid of you? Tian Ping couldn't help but feel irritated as he observed Lin Yu's somewhat dashing demeanor. Very well. If that's the case, I shall offend you. With that declaration, Lin Yu proactively stepped into Tian Ping's range of power, his right hand forming intricate hand seals. As the final seal touched his forehead, Lin Yu bent his knees and proclaimed, Purple Flame Serpent Spear, the Qin Kuan is burdened by 8 shoulders. The lotus transforms into boundless law, subduing 96 demon layers. With these words, Lin Yu gazed at Tian Ping, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth as he slowly raised his right hand. I summon thee, great deity of the 3 altars. 3-headed, 8-armed, the fearsome Nezha. As his voice faded, Lin Yu's hair began to dance in an unseen wind, trailing strands of purple-red brilliance. Simultaneously, a suit of purple-red battle armor materialized around him, and a long spear, resembling crystal and adorned in hues of purple and red, appeared in his raised hand. An overwhelming force emanated from Lin Yu, far surpassing the realm of mere mortals. Tian Ping's eyes widened in shock as he felt the surge of power emanating from Lin Yu. What the hell? Chuanjing, you're cheating. Lin Yu, as a seasoned practitioner, paid no heed to Tian Ping's outburst. It's over, he murmured softly. Suddenly, his bent legs unleashed a powerful thrust, directing the spear straight at Tian Ping. All right, it's our turn to strike. Let us make it swift. With those words, Lin Qiyi emerged slowly from behind the military truck, his eyes gleaming with golden light. A beautiful pattern appearing on his forehead. Codename 003, Agent Michael, he declared, unleashing his full aura. Mo Li gazed at Lin Yu, suspended in the air, her eyes wide with astonishment. The plump figure, however, stared at Lin Yu in a daze, a sense of familiarity washing over him. Where had he seen this before? In the underground base, Yuan Gang and 2 other members of the masquerade team suddenly stood up, glancing towards the equipment depot. The aura of Chuanjing, and the presence of Agent Michael? What is happening? Has someone gone all out? Did the instructors intervene? The 2 non-combatant members exchanged glances, then turned to Yuan Gang, their expressions tinged with resentment. Yuan Gang took a deep breath, thinking, what a troublesome bunch. At Wang Mian's location, he, Yu Gue, and Chang Wei were engaged in dispatching the new recruits. Sensing something amiss, the trio ceased their actions and turned their gaze towards a corner of the training field. Chuanjing, isn't that where Tian Ping is chasing Lin Yu? Could it be that Tian Ping is getting serious, and the instructors are stepping in to save him? Chang Wei's brows furrowed beneath her mask. It's just a bunch of new recruits. Is Tian Ping really taking this so seriously? This guy is reckless, Yu Gue remarked with a hint of schadenfreude. Wang Mian, however, wore a grave expression, his gaze fixed on the distance, furrowing his brow. After a moment, he activated his earpiece. Let us deal with the newcomers first. Chapter 46, Tian Ping. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? As he watched Lin Yu charge towards him, Tian Ping furrowed his brow, repeatedly increasing the gravity's magnitude. Yet, it seemed to have little effect. The purple-red spear showed no signs of slowing. The smile on its wielder's face remained unwavering. Damn it, how did someone like this emerge? Tian Ping cursed inwardly. Just as he attempted to retreat, he noticed a stunning red-haired woman with dual blades appearing behind him, the blades buzzing ominously. Damn, a high-risk forbidden virtual entity, wandering elements? In midair, a plump figure clutched a knife, his chubby face brimming with excitement, eager to engage. What the hell? Is that the young master of the Bailey family? This knife. It resembles the captain's. After a moment's thought, Tianping shifted his gaze to the ground, where a pair of golden eyes sparkled brilliantly. What the hell? The Agent Michael? Is my luck really this terrible? Just as he pondered, Lin Yu's voice rang out in front of him, the spear aimed directly at Tianping's mask. Seeing this, Tianping's pupils constricted in alarm. What to do? If the mask were to be removed, it would be utterly humiliating. Why is my gravity ineffective against him? Is he even human? I find myself ensnared like a dumpling. After all, I am a member of the masked special squad. This is truly disgraceful. Shouldn't it be the ostrich who is surrounded? Just as I, Tianping, was at a loss, yearning to free myself from the constraints of my realm, a vortex materialized before me. Lin Yu shot directly pierced into the vortex. Upon witnessing this, Lin Yu thought to himself that it was bad news. How did this vortex show up? Tianping. We must leave. With a thunderous shout, various attributes of attacks erupted from within the vortex: flames, water, ice, bullets. Lin Yu and his companions were caught completely off guard, forced to shield themselves. Except for the rotund figure in the air, who remained unaffected. Lin Yu could endure the onslaught, but Lin Qiye and Molly could not. The encirclement was torn open. Kid, I don't believe you can maintain this state until the competition ends. Once I deal with the others, I'll come for you. After leaving a harsh remark, Tianping fled towards the most vulnerable Molly. As Tianping escaped, the vortex vanished from sight. Do not pursue. Upon landing, Lin Yu called out to Molly, who was intent on continuing the chase. For now, they should not trouble us. Let us find a place to rest. Moreover, others are approaching. Lin Yu wished to find a location to dispel the summoned state. The throbbing sensation in his head had yet to dissipate. Hearing Lin Yu's words, Molly halted, her expression one of discontent, her gaze still fixed on the direction in which Tianping had fled. Lin Qiye bore a similar expression of regret. Brother Yu, that was impressive. What a pity. If it weren't for that New Year's mask, we might have succeeded. At that moment, the rotund figure descended from the air, excitement illuminating his face, his eyes sparkling as he gazed at Lin Yu. All right, we should leave quickly. If more people gather here, the masked ones will come too. In the dormitory area, all the freshmen had gathered at the training ground. In the boys' dormitory, room 039, after dispelling the summoned state, Lin Yu felt relatively well. The time spent in the summoned state was brief, and he hadn't fought with full force, merely feeling somewhat fatigued. However, Lin Yu noticed a peculiar issue. When he dispelled the summoned state, he did not experience the previous sensation of mental exhaustion, as if he had been hollowed out. Even the prior throbbing in his head had vanished. Lin Yu furrowed his brow, a bold hypothesis forming in his mind. Could it be that he was on the verge of a breakthrough? At that moment, the rotund figure, observing Lin Yu as he shed his purplish-red energy armor, finally voiced a question he had been holding in all along. Brother Yu, what kind of forbidden void is this? It's quite different from what I know. It's incredibly powerful, able to withstand the masked. Upon hearing this, Molly turned her attention to Lin Yu, her expression filled with curiosity. Not wanting to dwell too long on the matter, Lin Yu casually explained. It's a highly dangerous forbidden void that requires overexertion of my physical energy for a brief burst. There's nothing particularly special about it. Lin Qiye remained silent. Upon their arrival, Chenmai had also cautioned against revealing Lin Yu's true abilities, as it could lead to trouble. The rotund figure wore a look of understanding, though a subtle expression of skepticism flickered in his eyes. He could discern that the familiar sensation he felt when he first encountered Lin Yu in the armory, clad in purplish-red armor, was not due to his familiarity with Lin Yu, but rather the essence of that purplish-red energy. Molly, however, frowned, her disbelief evident on her face as her gaze shifted to survey the boys' dormitory. Eventually, her eyes landed on a picture frame beside Lin Yu's bed. At the training ground, Tianping, still shaken, remarked, Captain, that was quite eerie. Lin Yu actually exhibited the strength of the river realm. If it weren't for the timely arrival of the vortex, I was ready to release my realm-esque constraints. After reuniting with Vortex and the others, Tianping continued to express his unease. What? You mean to say that the river realm aura we sensed earlier was not the instructor's interference, but was released by that Lin Yu? Wang Mian and Yuegui exchanged surprised glances. That was close. Had I not arrived swiftly, we would have been in for a fight. If Tianping had not released his own constraints, he might have been captured. For individuals, a Michaela agent, a highly dangerous forbidden void, a scion from the Bailey family, and a freak. Vortex gasped, counting the formidable lineup. Hearing this, the expressions of the others, including Wang Mian and Yuegui, filled with sympathy for Tianping. And there is something even more sinister. When he isn't utilizing a forbidden void, his physical body can withstand my eightfold gravity. And when I say withstand, I don't mean just survive. he can counterattack. Furthermore, he can perceive my gravity field. It's possible that Yuegoe's invisibility won't work on him either. By the way, I sensed a fleeting divine aura from him. Perhaps he is also an agent. With this revelation, even Wang Mian's expression turned grave. He finally understood why Yuan Gang had explicitly advised them to keep an eye on Lin Yu. A Michaela agent. A mysterious divine agent. This was becoming increasingly intriguing. Wang Mian pondered for a moment before urging, "Let us clean up these little rascals quickly. Once we're undisturbed, I'll have a proper discussion with Lin Yu." Chapter 47. Time is approaching. Hearing the commotion outside, Lin Yu slowly opened his eyes, realizing that night had fallen. Awakening from this slumber, Lin Yu felt increasingly uneasy. The throbbing in his head returned. It was not just his head. He sensed that something was amiss throughout his entire being. "You truly are unfazed. In such a situation, you can still manage to sleep. I admire that." A cold voice interrupted Lin Yu's thoughts. It was Molly, seated on a bench opposite him, clad in training attire. Had it not been for her striking red hair, Lin Yu might not have recognized her. "What about them?" Lin Yu inquired awkwardly, managing a sheepish smile as he sat up. "Lin Chia and that bothersome rotund fellow from the Bailey family? They went out to rescue someone." Upon saying this, a displeased expression crossed Molly's face. "They left me to guard you, so I couldn't join them." "Thank you," Lin Yu replied. And the two fell into silence. This was the first time Lin Yu found himself alone in a room with a woman who was not Hong Eng. He felt quite uncomfortable, as if he were under scrutiny. Molly cast a glance at Lin Yu. "Since you're awake, I'll be leaving. There aren't many freshmen left, and I can't afford to be too embarrassed." With that, she slowly rose, hands clasped behind her back. Hearing her words, Lin Yu nodded. "All right, I'll go out to take a look as well." After putting on his shoes, Lin Yu approached the door, only to find that Molly still stood in place. His gaze swept over her hands, which she had deliberately hidden behind her back. Lin Yu slightly furrowed his brow but said nothing, pushing the door open and stepping outside. As Lin Yu exited, Molly finally moved, quietly placing a picture frame by his bedside before following him out. "Shall we go lend a hand?" After Molly stepped outside, she followed Lin Yu's gaze into the distance. There, a figure shrouded in dark energy was frantically pursuing someone wielding a mask, though she could not discern the design upon it. Lin Yu shook his head slightly. "You can go, but I cannot. If I do, I will become the primary target. Now is not the right time." Molly nodded in agreement, saying nothing further. Gripping two straight knives, she slowly made her way toward the battlefield. Lin Yu cast a glance at Molly's silhouette, his lips curling in a subtle expression of admiration. He looked down at his wrist, adorned with a robust Patek Philippe watch. "It is not yet the time," he muttered. "Well, I suppose I can remain hidden a little longer. Once it hits 8:30, if anyone dares to trouble me, they shall not find me lenient." In the underground base, the ruckus created by this group was quite formidable. Thankfully, they were from the masked team. If our instructor were here, they might already be celebrating. Hong Hao observed the combat situation on the screen, occasionally expressing his incredulity. "It hasn't even begun yet. This is merely the prelude. That agent, Michael, has yet to make a real move. The ultra-high-risk Forbidden Void, Wandering Phantoms, has only just appeared. Chi Min has not yet taken action. These two alone are enough to keep us on our toes." At that moment, another instructor began recounting the new recruit status. "Hey, why is he just sitting there watching the show?" Upon hearing this, Yuan Gang turned his attention to the screen. There, Lin Yu sat on the second step of his dormitory, engrossed in the battles unfolding elsewhere. Though the sound was inaudible, it was evident from the visuals that he occasionally applauded in approval. Yuan Gang wore an expression of bewilderment, his thoughts in conflict. On one hand, he was eager to witness the prowess of the individual codenamed Daxia 001 in full combat. Perhaps once he matured, the battles he would partake in would be beyond the realm of his current observation. On the other hand, he did not wish for Lin Yu to engage in this fight. If the mask team were to falter, how would it conclude? "Brother Yu, where have you gone? I've searched everywhere for you." At that moment, Shen Qingzhu approached with a group. Upon spotting Lin Yu, her eyes lit up, and she hurried over. "I didn't do much, just took a nap and woke up." Lin Yu waved his hand dismissively, indicating for Shen Qingzhu not to obstruct his view. His tone languid. "Brother Yu, let us team up and take down the mask. Earlier, you said we weren't enough. Now with so many of us, if we take down one, we win." Shen Qingzhu stepped aside slightly, her face radiating excitement. "Forget it. It's more dangerous for you to follow me. Do you not recall how I was chased earlier?" Before Shen Qingzhu could respond, one of her companions interjected, "Forget it, Shen. If he doesn't want to. He doesn't want to. Stop making excuses and acting like a big shot. It's more dangerous for us to follow you." "Shut up. Do you want me to slap you?" The individual was cut off by Shen Qingzhu. "Not satisfied? I'll take you down." Noticing the defiance in that person's eyes, Shen Qingzhu glared at him and slowly raised her hand. Enough. You all find a place to hide. They've begun searching. Lin Yu waved at Shen Qingzhu. Just as she nodded to leave, Lin Yu's expression shifted, and he kicked Shen Qingzhu out. Amidst the puzzled gazes of the crowd, a crack appeared in the ground where Shen Qingzhu had stood. You can indeed see me. It was quite remarkable. How could there be two individuals in this batch of newcomers who could perceive me? As the moonlight descended, a radiant beam emerged above the heads of the crowd, gradually coalescing into view. It was the mask. Someone from Shen Qingzhu's team exclaimed. The originally sizable group of over 10 dwindled to just 3 steadfast companions, Deng Wei, and the 2 brothers, Li Jia and Li Liang. You've had a rough time. Wait a moment, and we'll find you after we're done here. Our captain thinks quite highly of you. After saying this, Moon Ghost transformed back into moonlight and vanished. Thank you, brother Yu. Shen Qingzhu slowly rose and approached Lin Yu, sitting beside him. Seeing this, Deng Wei and the Li brothers also took their seats. Thus, an unusual scene unfolded in the dormitory area. 5 individuals sat together on the steps, engrossed in watching the battle unfolding on the field. As time ticked by, the fighting gradually subsided. Observing Lin Xie, Pang Pang, and the relentless pursuit of the mask team, Lin Yu slowly stood, murmuring to himself, it has begun. It's 8:30. Chapter 48. New Recruits, Unite. Defeat the mask. Pang Pang, Molly, and Lin Xie, who was carrying Chao Yuan, soon arrived at Lin Yu's side. Shen Qingzhu also stood up. Along with Lin Yu, excluding the temporarily incapacitated Chao Yuan, the 5 of them turned their gazes towards the 5 approaching figures clad in masks. At that moment, a cloud drifted overhead, obscuring the bright moonlight, casting shadows over the members of the mask team. In the interplay of light and darkness, the imposing figures of the mask team, clad in black cloaks and white masks, emanated a palpable sense of dread. Many of the teams yet to be eliminated observed this scene from the surrounding dormitories, their heart rates quickening. Lin Yu? The mask team halted. The central figure, Wang Mian, fixed his gaze on Lin Yu, who was surrounded by others, and spoke with interest. Lin Yu surveyed the individuals around him, absent-mindedly rubbing his head to alleviate the pressure. Exhaling softly, he nodded and stated in a calm tone, I am Lin Yu. Can you still fight? Wang Mian inquired. Not a problem. I can still hold my ground. Lin Yu replied, albeit with a hint of weariness. His entire demeanor relaxed, appearing somewhat languorous, which to outsiders suggested a certain reluctance to engage in battle. Noticing Lin Yu's state, Wang Mian's brow furrowed under his mask. After a pause, he asked, Are you on the verge of a breakthrough? Upon hearing this, the members of the mask team, along with Lin Xie and Pang Pang, fixed their eyes on Lin Yu, their expressions akin to that of onlookers witnessing a marvel. In the history of new recruit training, there had been instances where newcomers achieved breakthroughs upon arrival. Yet, those who managed to do so swiftly were invariably true powerhouses, like Wang Mian himself. However, such individuals were exceedingly rare. Goodness, Captain. He could rival you from back in the day. To be on the cusp of a breakthrough before the training even commences is remarkable. Captain, let us recruit him into our team. The eyes beneath the rose mask sparkled with excitement as they beheld Lin Yu. Damn, if this guy can unleash the strength of the river realm at the pond realm level, how formidable must he be? The masks exchanged glances, a hint of trepidation evident in their eyes. Moon Ghost remained silent, scrutinizing Lin Yu from head to toe. On the other side, Shen Qingzhu exclaimed, Brother Yu, is what you said true? Are you really on the verge of a breakthrough? You are my idol. Go forth and defeat them. The plump eyes widened with excitement. Filled with fervor, he waved his chubby fist enthusiastically. Lin Xie and Shen Qingzhu gazed at Lin Yu with palpable excitement. Meanwhile, Emily cast a discreet glance at Lin Yu. Lin Yu straightened his posture slightly and smiled at everyone, then turned to Wang Mian, expressing gratitude. Thank you. I wondered why I felt so unwell. I thought something was wrong with me. A faint smile curved beneath Wang Mian's mask. It's nothing. It will take a few days to break through. We don't have much time today. Since we have already encountered you, let's resolve this in 5 minutes. We still need to deal with others. Upon hearing Wang Mian's words, the plump one and Shen Qingzhu jumped in anger. Don't underestimate us, mask. Lin Xie and Emily furrowed their brows. Lin Yu took a deep breath, and the atmosphere between both sides grew tense. In the underground base, laughter echoed. The main event is here. Agent Michael, young Master Bailey, and 2 highly dangerous forbidden entities are facing off against Mask. I wonder how this Lin Yu will fare. 5 against 5. This will be interesting. If those 5 are defeated, the remaining new recruits won't even need to fight. It can be concluded early. Hong Hao exclaimed excitedly while watching the screen. Laugh. Keep laughing. Just pray that mask can handle those kids within the rules. If they can't, then you better watch out. Yuan Gang said with a grim expression. Unbeknownst to him, someone approached from behind and slapped him on the head. Hong Hao rubbed his head and protested. I was just going out to boast a little. Yuan Gang ignored him. Every teacher hopes their students excel. Stay here and guard. I'll go outside to prevent those kids from causing any trouble. With that, Yuan Gang turned and left the underground base. In the dormitory building, a few students leaned over the balcony, peering down at the situation below. Do you think we can manage this time? Should we go help? Help? Those down there are all top-tier forbidden entities. Don't forget how that ultra-high-risk forbidden entity, Chi Min, was made to cry for mercy by his roommate. Besides, he is on the verge of breaking through to the pool realm. What purpose would we serve by going down there? To be a liability? The leader of the group admonished. But we can't just stand by and watch. Protested one of the new recruits, his tone filled with grievance and reluctance. Hearing this, the leader fell silent. After a moment, he stood up amid the puzzled gazes of his subordinates. New recruits, rally. Take down mask. Under the bright moonlight. His voice echoed unexpectedly. Everyone turned to look in his direction. The leader raised his arm, chuckling awkwardly, feeling slightly embarrassed. Just as he prepared to crouch down again, dozens of figures emerged from various corners of the dormitory building. New recruits, rally. Take down mask. The chant surged, echoed even by many already eliminated new recruits. On a rooftop, Yuan Gang listened to the overwhelming cheers of encouragement, his fists clenched tightly, his spirit invigorated. This batch of new recruits was halfway to being trained. On Lin Yu's side, upon hearing the resonant cheers, all 5 of them, except for the prone Xiao Yuan, felt their hearts race inexplicably. They exchanged glances and nodded in unison, their resolve solidifying. Take down mask. Lin Yu shouted, leading the charge toward the 5 of mask, with the other 4 closely following. Under the moonlight, the special team of mask gradually retracted their disdainful attitudes and moved into action. Chapter 49, The Scale of Mutual Torment and Shinchiju 8 times Gravity. Before any contact was made, the scale among the mask team began to rise into the air, hands pressing down fiercely toward Lin Yu and his companions. Quickly, move 10 meters away from his gravitational range. Lin Yu shouted, grabbing the plump one, Mo Li, and Shin Qingzhu. They swiftly dispersed to the sides, escaping the gravitational field before it was fully established. Seeing this, a wicked smile crept across the face hidden beneath the mask of the scale. When I say 8 times, I mean 8 times. My target has always been you. With that declaration, the gravitational field enveloped Lin Yu. Inside the field, Lin Yu stood tall, slightly lifting his head to smile at the scale. He could feel that this gravity was indeed much stronger than 8 times, yet it was still quite comfortable. At least the feeling of pressure had dissipated. Scale, your opponent is me. You dare to challenge my brother, you? Shinchiju declared, hands in his pockets, radiating an air of confidence. As he finished speaking, he slowly withdrew one hand and snapped his fingers. The high-risk forbidden entity, Chi Min, instantly enveloped the scale. Feeling suffocated, as if his blood were being drained, the scale frowned and abandoned his control over Lin Yu, swiftly escaping the vacuum created by Shin Qingzhu. Fine. If you want to fight me, let's see who prevails. The scale glared at Shin Qingzhu, anger flashing across his masked face. Damn it. I don't like men. You think you can defeat me? Repulsive. Shin Qingzhu displayed a look of disdain, beckoning the scale with a finger as he walked away. Nearby, Wang Mian glanced at Shin Qingzhu's retreating figure, then turned his gaze to Mo Li. Captain, that pretty little sister is mine. With that, he vanished, hurling a massive hammer toward Mo Li. Chia, you handle the vortex. This guy is too restrained against me. I can keep this moon demon occupied for a while. As he spoke, the plump one donned an old pair of glasses, provocatively gazing toward the direction of the moon demon's concealment. Senior, allow me, the plump one, to entertain you for a bit. On the battlefield, only Wang Mian and the vortex remained from the mask team, while on the new recruit's side, only Lin Yu and Lin Xia were left. Lin Xia exchanged glances with Lin Yu and tossed one of his dual knives to him. I'll handle the vortex, brother Yu. With that, Lin Xia brandished his knife and advanced toward the vortex. Moments later, only Lin Yu and Wang Mian remained, locking eyes. Wang Mian spoke coolly. Aren't you going to use your marvelous forbidden entity? Lin Yu slowly shook his head. Not yet. As soon as Lin Yu finished speaking, his gaze sharpened, and he swiftly dodged to the side. A white blade aura struck where Lin Yu had just stood. Seeing Lin Yu evade his attack, a glimmer of surprise crossed Wang Mian's face beneath the mask. He raised his blade again, unleashing a flurry of strikes. 1, 2, 3, 4, countless blade auras, both horizontal and vertical, intricately woven into a massive net of blade aura that surged toward Lin Yu. I refuse to believe this won't draw out your forbidden entity. The golden vertical lines on Lin Yu's forehead began to shimmer faintly. To him, these knife auras were riddled with flaws, even with the acceleration granted by his time nullification. Discrepancies remained. After deftly evading several knife auras that flew past him, Lin Yu raised his straight blade to deflect the last of them. Wang Mian observed the subtly glowing golden lines on Lin Yu's forehead. His curiosity piqued. "Is that not a tattoo?" he inquired, gesturing to his own mask's forehead. "Stop stalling. Your time nullification should have temporarily ceased, correct?" Lin Yu ignored him, lunging forward with his straight blade aimed at Wang Mian. Clang. Their blades met with a resounding metallic clash. In the blink of an eye, they exchanged a flurry of blows. In terms of pure technique, Lin Yu's swordplay was on par with Wang Mian's. Without the enhancement of time nullification, the weapon in Wang Mian's hand was, to Lin Yu, no different from an ordinary sword. With a powerful strike, both retreated a couple of steps, feeling the tingling sensation in their hands. Wang Mian, astonished, exclaimed, "How do you possess such strength?" Lin Yu chuckled, "I've been practicing since childhood." As he spoke, Lin Yu's expression shifted. He suddenly crouched down, narrowly dodging another knife aura from Wang Mian. "You are truly insidious," Wang Mian chuckled, continuing to swing his blade. A relentless barrage of knife auras surged towards Lin Yu. Unhurried, Lin Yu rolled on the ground to evade. Fortunately, he could clearly discern the trajectory of Wang Mian's knife auras and was unharmed. In the heat of battle, Lin Yu felt the swelling sensation in his body intensify. Meanwhile, in the air, Tianping partially lifted his mask, revealing his mouth. His lips, tinged with a purplish hue, moved silently. "How about we both release our time nullification together?" On the ground, blood trickled from Shen Qingzhu's mouth, eyes, and ears as he deciphered Tianping's unvoiced words. "You first release your time nullification, and then I'll follow." Tianping replied, "No, we must do it together." Shen Qingzhu retorted, "How can you guarantee that you'll release yours alongside mine?" Tianping asserted, "I am a member of the special team, Mask. Can I deceive you with my credibility?" Shen Qingzhu conceded, "Fine, I'll count to 3. At that moment, we both release. 3, 2, 1. Yet, neither of their states changed. Tianping remained airborne, his face growing increasingly purple beneath the mask, while Shen Qingzhu shot a resentful glance at him. "To hell with your team's credibility." Meanwhile, Pang Pang, wearing an old monocle and grinning widely, interjected, "I've told you before. You can call me Pang Pang or Pang Yi, but why must you call me Fatso? I'm angry." As he spoke, he drew a large sword from his pocket, raising it high as if mimicking a certain blue cartoon character, and shouted, "Transform into 3000. Yue gazed at the cascade of golden sword light raining down like sparks from a forge, his lips twitching beneath the mask. "Is it too late for me to call you Pang Yi now?" Chapter 50. You're comfortable now. It's my turn. From a high-rise building, Yuan Gang watched Lin Yu and Wang Mian's duel, inwardly scoffing. What a couple of anomalies. One is still concealing his strength, while the other sharpens his blade with the captain of a special team. He mused that perhaps he too could produce an exceptional talent, one who could advance to the pool realm before the training even commenced. A faint smile graced Yuan Gang's rugged face as he thought this. "Are you not going to use your time nullification? I've had enough fun." Wang Mian expressed his impatience after shaking off Lin Yu's close-quarters entanglement. The more he fought Lin Yu, the more he sensed something was amiss. Lin Yu seemed to be growing stronger with each encounter. His stamina and reflexes showed no sign of waning, but rather ascended steadily. Lin Yu furrowed his brow, enduring the discomfort in his body. It felt as though he was on the verge of overflowing. "All right, if that's the case, don't blame me." As he spoke, Wang Mian activated his time nullification once more, unleashing a massive silver knife aura aimed not at Lin Yu, but rather at the bloodied Shen Qingzhu lying on the ground. Lin Yu's expression shifted dramatically. Like a leopard, he darted toward the knife aura. Just as it was about to strike Shen Qingzhu, Lin Yu accelerated again, positioning himself before Shen Qingzhu and intercepting the attack with his dual blades. Witnessing this, Wang Mian's expression darkened further. It seemed that Lin Yu had not yet reached his limit. What was his true limit? Within Tianping's gravitational field, Lin Yu felt a measure of relief, exhaling softly. Locking eyes with Shen Qingzhu, Lin Yu bent his legs into an unusual stance, a technique he had learned from Hong Ying. With a sudden explosive leap, he soared nearly 2 stories high, swinging his blade toward Tianping. Just as Lin Yu was about to strike Tianping's mask, a silver blade aura sliced upward toward him. Lin Yu pressed down on his blade, but the force of the aura sent him flying backward. "Forget it. I'll deal with you first." "What a nuisance," Wang Mian sighed, muttering to himself as he slowly approached Lin Yu, blade in hand. Upon landing, Lin Yu's right hand trembled slightly as he gripped his sword, but his gaze grew increasingly bright. He sensed that he had pierced through a veil. Yet it was not sufficient. He required more pressure. As he observed Wang Mian drawing near, Lin Yu steadied himself, bursting into laughter. Wang Mian furrowed his brow at the sight of Lin Yu. Have you lost your mind? Noticing Wang Mian halt, Lin Yu bent his legs, gripping his straight blade with both hands, and declared excitedly, Wang Mian, stop hiding your true strength. Come. Let me witness the prowess of the captain of the mask, special team. At these words, Wang Mian momentarily paused, a smile spreading across his masked face. So you truly intend to use me as a whetstone? Today, you shall break through the barrier and ascend to the pool realm. Seeing Lin Yu's earnest expression, Wang Mian nodded. Very well. I shall assist you in this endeavor. With that, he made no visible movement, yet unleashed a knife aura that was at least 5 times larger than his previous strikes, soaring towards Lin Yu with quintupled speed. Lin Yu inhaled deeply, slowly raising his straight blade. Previously, he could discern Wang Mian's movements clearly, but this time, he could only vaguely sense the presence of at least 5 strikes amalgamated into one. As the knife aura approached, Lin Yu gripped his blade tightly and swung downward with all his might. Clang! The clash of blade against aura sent Lin Yu sliding backward under the force of the impact. The friction of his feet against the ground produced a rustling sound as Wang Mian slowly advanced. Occasionally, he would swing his blade, and each stroke he delivered was no less potent than the one that had previously forced Lin Yu back. Is it still feasible? Should I halt? As his words fell, Wang Mian unleashed another strike. Join our mass team. I will grant you the position of vice captain. This time, however, Wang Mian did not swing his blade again. Instead, he stood still and unleashed several strikes. On a rooftop nearby, Hong Hao rushed over to find Yuan Gang. Are you meddling in this too? Can you withstand Wang Mian's strike? Do you understand? Yuan Gang, with a gaze fixed on Lin Yu, waved his hand dismissively. This is not something we need to worry about. Have you forgotten Wang Mian's abilities? Even if issues arise, it won't matter. Hong Hao, momentarily at a loss for words, could only express his bewilderment. What are you still doing here? Yuan Gang shot a disdainful glance at the nearby Hong Hao. Hong Hao waved his hand, offering a conciliatory smile in response to Yuan Gang's stare. There is no one else to intervene. Besides, aren't either other instructors present? Hearing this, Yuan Gang scoffed. Am I concerned for safety? I find you bothersome. In the underground base, an instructor slowly took a seat where Hong Hao had been. Another instructor glanced at him, smiled, and returned to watching the images displayed on the monitor. Unbeknownst to anyone, this instructor adjusted his attire, revealing a slightly reflective button aimed at the screen before him. At that moment, Lin Yu was forced against the wall of the dormitory, his hands swollen with strain and his body pushed to its limits. Suddenly, Lin Yu experienced a peculiar sensation. His mind became ethereal, and the feeling of bodily inflation dissipated. It was as if he had shattered a barrier and entered a more expansive realm where everything was unrestrained. Observing Lin Yu's subtle transformation, Wang Mian paused his actions, a look of appreciation emerging beneath his mask. Well done, young man. You've truly achieved it. This whetstone has not been in vain. Slowly, he raised his blade horizontally and swung with force. The previous strikes had been vertical, but this horizontal slash shattered the vertical barrier before Lin Yu, creating a cross-shaped cut that impacted the dormitory behind him. The horizontal strike only sliced through the outer wall of the dormitory, while the accumulated vertical force, free from Lin Yu's obstruction, cleaved the building in two. As the pressure lifted from him, Lin Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Wang Mian cast a glance at him. You feel better now. It's my turn. Chapter 51, Pool Realm. Battle. In the moment Lin Yu broke through, all members of the masked team sensed that powerful aura and turned their gazes toward Lin Yu and Wang Mian. The balance in the air shifted once more, and Shen Qizhu, with blood crusted on her lips and nostrils, seemed to communicate something. Understanding her lip movements, Shen Qizhu's eyes widened in astonishment as she, alongside the balance, released her own restrictions. Damn, as expected of my brother Yu, so impressive. This truly is the pool realm. Haha, a mere masked team, easily handled. Her voice rang out, causing all surviving recruits to become tense, their attention drawn to Lin Yu at the opposite end of the dormitory area. Chubby, stop fighting. You can't defeat me, nor can I do anything to you. Let us take a break and sheathe your great sword, Yu Gui suggested, observing the hefty opponent's cessation of attack with a resigned gaze. All right, when my brother Yu was in the Zen realm, he almost toppled the balance. Now that he is in the pool realm, I shouldn't be needed. And just call me Chubby, no need for the diminutive. Chubby shot a glare at Yu Gui before sheathing his great sword. On the other side, Emily ceased her actions as the vibrating blade, once causing the air to tremble, halted its quaking as she turned to Lin Yu, lost in thought. Little sister, you fancy that lad, don't you? She remarked, glancing at Emily. Upon hearing this, and seeing Emily's demeanor, Rose let out a series of giggles. Don't be like that, little sister. Your eyes betray your feelings. There is no shame in a woman liking a man. Her tone shifted to a more somber note. However, there is no necessity for possession. If you are strong enough, you too can stand by his side. Emily disregarded Rose's words and swung her blade toward her. Meanwhile, Lin Xie observed Lin Yu with a clenched fist, a glimmer of competitiveness in his eyes, and continued his assault on the vortex. The vortex, feeling the surge of energy around Lin Xie, complained, "What's with your sudden vigor? It's not you who has broken through." The other recruits watching were flushed with excitement. This unfair battle had transcended personal pride. They were witnessing true talent. The masked team's 5 members were executing a one-sided slaughter. They realized that, despite being recruits, some could directly confront the Zen realm of the masked team, while others had broken through to the pool realm even before training began. They had little to boast about. Yet, they could not afford to lose. Even in defeat, it must not be disgraceful. Battle. Suddenly, someone let a fervent shout. The previously quiet camp erupted once more with fervor. Battle! Battle! The cries were devoid of technique, fueled purely by emotion, rising in intensity. The entire camp was alive with combat spirit. At this moment, even if they faced the mysterious, these youngsters would not falter. Listening to the chants, Hong Hao on the rooftop was filled with excitement, unity, and the will to fight. Once they possess these 2 traits, these youngsters can be considered soldiers. Yuan Gang tightened his grip on the rooftop railing, taking a deep breath. However, that is not enough. We cannot allow them to engage in a life-and-death struggle with the mysterious based solely on this. Train. Let us revise the plan. Increase their training intensity 2-fold. Each of them is a treasure of the great Xia. Upon hearing Yuan Gang's words, Hong Hao nodded in agreement. Years later, a one-armed middle-aged man would recount this tale over drinks with Commander Hong, taking deep gulps of alcohol upon hearing the story. Damn. Now I understand why our cohort had it so tough. We nearly trained ourselves to death back then. In the eastern dormitory, Lin Yu looked at Wang Mian and nodded slowly, his expression earnest. For the first time, I fear I may not master my abilities well. If it becomes unmanageable, you need not suppress your cultivation. Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, Wang Mian raised a hand to his ear and let out a dismissive chuckle. Hey, I wasn't calling you fat. Why are you already panting? It's already 8:40. Hurry up. Lin Yu nodded in response. But I did give you a warning. If things go awry, don't blame me. He took a slow, deep breath. His body suddenly trembled, producing a series of cracking sounds from his bones. As he opened the dragon's spine, he felt the enhancement of control over his body, the most significant difference between practitioners and ordinary people. In the realm of the lamp, aside from forbidding the void, the greater distinctions compared to ordinary individuals were reaction speed and bodily control. With quicker reflexes, he could perform actions that were impossible for the average person. After adapting to his body, Lin Yu cautiously took a step forward. His right hand formed intricate gestures, and he murmured softly. As he halted his hand movements and took another step, a purple-red aura swirled above him like flames. Soon, a massive purple-red energy coalesced at his chest, forming a suit of lotus armor. The lower half of the armor was adorned with 8 slanted pieces of purple-red light, resembling an inverted lotus skirt. In no time, a complete suit of purple-red armor enveloped Lin Yu entirely. This armor was no longer rigid. While the armor in the lamp realm felt lifeless, in the pool realm, it possessed a newfound agility. The two-toned purple-red glow danced and shimmered across the armor. With the emergence of the armor, Lin Yu's aura surged. Pool realm. Peak of the pool realm. Half step into the river realm. River realm. Peak of the river realm. Simultaneously, his mind filled with new information distinct from that of the lamp realm. Some treasures no longer merely accumulated abilities, but now bore genuine functions. Feeling the stability of his newfound realm, Lin Yu let out a soft sigh. Indeed, the sage was correct. The pool realm still could not match the strength of the sea realm. However, the treasures were still quite useful, albeit his current realm seemed to limit their full potential. Chapter 52. Time rewind. Upon witnessing Lin Yu's transformation and the shift in his aura, Wang Mian finally grasped the earlier words of Lin Yu. He also understood the astonishment of Tian Ping. This was simply unbelievable. It felt like cheating. The remaining members of the masked team, having witnessed this scene, were equally astonished. This was their first encounter with someone who could elevate themselves from the pool realm. Vortex, who had approached Tian Ping at an unknown time, inquired, "What's going on?" Tian Ping shook his head. "It's different. The purple-red armor he wore at noon wasn't as impressive as this." He pondered. His realm. His realm. Who cares about how his armor looks? Hearing Vortex's words, Tian Ping remarked, "He wasn't this strong at noon. Back then, he barely matched an ordinary river realm. If I were to unleash my realm, I could easily take him down." After obtaining the needed clarification, Vortex fell silent. After a while, he spoke. "So, you're saying he now possesses the capability to contend with us without the realm's suppression?" Following Vortex's reminder, Tian Ping turned to him. their eyes meeting as they both gasped in astonishment. What kind of ability is this? It must be that of a divine agent. The distinction between an ordinary river realm and a divine agent's river realm is incomprehensible. Tian Ping, Vortex called out. Do you think wearing a mask is appropriate? I think it's quite fitting, replied the chubby one, who stood frozen in place, his eyes appearing vacant as if entrapped in some peculiar state. Softly murmuring as if reciting incantations or ancient texts. In a dim underground base, a man cloaked in a hood was intently fixated on a monitor displaying Lin Yu and Wang Mian. However, the image was hazy, periodically freezing and showing a data reception alert. The footage appeared circular and limited in scope, reminiscent of a clandestine recording. When the video reached the moment Lin Yu summoned a deity, the hooded man abruptly stood up. Quickly. At the new recruit base, Lin Yu smiled at Wang Mian, slowly raising his hand. A stream of purple-red divine energy emanated from his palm, gradually extending outward. A long spear, entwined in purple and red, materialized in his grasp. Before Lin Yu could make a move, several crescent-shaped blades sliced through the air toward him. Observing this, Lin Yu positioned the purple-red spear before him. The blades, deflected by the spear, struck the dormitory building behind him, penetrating effortlessly through it, their power significantly amplified compared to before. Seeing his attack fail, Wang Mian retreated a couple of steps, and although he made no overt movements, nearly 100 silver crescent blades emerged in the air before him, hurtling toward Lin Yu. Faced with the onslaught, Lin Yu furrowed his brow, slowly lifting his hand and gripping the air as if seizing an object. Just as the blades were about to strike, he yanked fiercely. A purple-red silk appeared out of nowhere, instantly shielding him. The blades, capable of piercing through a building, struck the silk and vanished without a trace, not even causing a ripple. Just as Lin Yu contemplated launching a counterattack, he was slightly taken aback. The previously vanished blade light reappeared, while his hand remained poised in the air. Simultaneously, several more blades emerged from his side. Lin Yu gazed at Wang Mian in astonishment. This was the first time he had encountered such a miraculous ability. Previously, he had only read about it in novels. Experiencing it firsthand was utterly astonishing. You can actually see them? Upon hearing Lin Yu's stunned voice, Wang Mian was equally taken aback. Previous opponents, no matter how formidable, could only sense something amiss. Lin Yu surveyed the blades around him and opted for a different defensive strategy this time, summoning the mixed celestial silk to envelop himself. Inside the silk, Lin Yu mentally calculated the time elapsed since Wang Mian's initial strike. Nearly 8 seconds had passed. His time suspension should be about to conclude. With this thought, he retracted the silk, and the purple flame spear surged forward, aimed directly at Wang Mian's mask. As Lin Yu charged, Wang Mian remained stationary, facing him as multiple blades flew towards Lin Yu. Seeing the blades, Lin Yu's heart raced. What the heck? This must be 10 seconds now. Where does his limit in the lamp realm lie? Or has he quietly elevated his strength to the pool realm? Without dwelling further, Lin Yu raised his hand again, summoning the purple-red energy silk, which reappeared before him, deflecting Wang Mian's attack. I refuse to believe you're still not out of breath. As the silk dissipated, Lin Yu lunged once more at Wang Mian. This time, Wang Mian did not unleash any blades. The clash between spear and blade produced a resonant clang. Wang Mian staggered back 2 steps before stabilizing his stance. Feeling the force behind Lin Yu's strike, he was even more astonished. The casual blow Lin Yu delivered now was several times stronger than his previous full-force attack. Lin Yu provided no opportunity for Wang Mian to catch his breath. He swiftly raised his right hand, forming several intricate gestures before puffing up his cheeks. A vivid crimson flame serpent surged forth from Lin Yu's mouth, illuminating the surroundings as if a switch had been flipped. The purple-red fire cast a surreal glow over the entire dormitory area, enveloping it in a haze of violet. The temperature in the air around the fire serpent became stiflingly hot. On the rooftop, Yuan Gang exclaimed in dismay. This kid is really setting fires. Oh dear, this will be troublesome to fix. It seems this dormitory area will require a complete overhaul. Observing the fiery serpent, a look of concern crossed his face. Meanwhile, the members of the mask team exchanged glances upon witnessing Lin Yu's formidable flame serpent. Rosa, your abilities won't be effective against him. You too, hold off these 4. Vortex, and I will assist the captain, Rosa declared with fervor. With that, she propelled herself skyward, pressing her hands down toward the ground. A powerful gravitational field enveloped Lin Qiyi, Pang Pang, Shen Qingzhu, and Mo Li. Seizing the opportunity, Rosa and Vortex rushed toward the battlefield where Wang Mian was engaged. Chapter 53, Victory? Just as the fire serpent was about to strike Wang Mian, a vortex appeared before him, and simultaneously, a strikingly attractive woman emerged in the air. Rosa, wielding a hammer larger than herself, swung it down toward Lin Yu. Lin Yu's gaze sharpened, his fingers twitching. The fire serpent veered at an unexpected angle, lunging at the woman in the air. Rosa, Wang Mian gasped, realizing the imminent danger. He was closest to the fire serpent and could sense that its flames were not just any ordinary fire, but that of a forbidden void wielder. However, he was even more astonished to see the serpent change direction, as if it were a living creature. Rosa instinctively glanced downward at Wang Mian's exclamation. The crimson flames reflected upon her slender legs, accentuating their delicacy, yet the overwhelming heat warned her of the perilous nature of the fire serpent. Rosa, charge forward. At that moment, Vortex reacted, slowly raising his other hand, causing a vortex to materialize beneath Rosa. Witnessing this, a smile crept onto Rosa's masked face. Little brother, will you take a little hammer from your sister? Lin Yu and Rosa exchanged smiles, and with a subtle movement of his right hand, the trajectory of the fire serpent shifted once more, leaving a ghostly afterimage in the air as it swiftly approached Rosa's side. Just then, Wang Mian's voice resonated. Vortex. Deactivate your forbidden void. As Wang Mian's command echoed, a flurry of blade waves erupted from him, slicing through the fire serpent, which shattered into pieces that rained down upon the ground. However, these fragments did not extinguish. They continued to burn fiercely. Lin Yu found himself unable to retaliate against Wang Mian's relentless barrage of blades, even failing to summon the misting silk. In the air, protected by Vortex, Rosa raised her giant hammer and brought it crashing down upon Lin Yu. Despite the pressure from the blades, Lin Yu endured Rosa's strike, retreating under the assault. Wang Mian, relentless, intensified his attack, aiming to seize victory over Lin Yu. 3 heads and 8 arms. Lin Yu shouted, channeling purple-red energy that manifested 6 additional arms, each wielding a weapon of divine power. The tide of battle shifted as he countered the blade waves and engaged Rosa in close combat. Witnessing this transformation, a look of astonishment crossed Wang Mian's face. Guns, purple-red silk, special flames, 3 heads, and 8 arms. While he would not have felt threatened by any of these individually, their simultaneous manifestation on a newcomer who had not yet undergone training was a revelation. A bold hypothesis formed in his mind, reminiscent of a mythical figure known for stirring the East Sea. Understanding dawned upon Wang Mian, causing him to tremble slightly. So that's it. No wonder Yuan Gang was so cautious about your forbidden void. As Wang Mian's contemplations were interrupted by Vortex's inquiry, Captain, what is happening? Wang Mian remained silent, abruptly lifting his head. From here on, you must not intervene. Rosa paused, momentarily taken aback, and ceased her actions as Wang Mian's figure vanished, replacing her in the struggle against Lin Yu. Observing Wang Mian's retreating silhouette, Vortex murmured, how is the captain utilizing the power of the pool realm? As the two combatants continued to engage, the distance between them increased, leaving the new students within the dormitory largely unaware of Lin Yu's current state. They could only glimpse a crimson figure entwined with another that sporadically emitted silver attacks. Lin Yu, tell me the name of your forbidden void. Is it the divine void? Are you the agent of the mythical deities? Wang Mian, embodying the terror of the pool realm, moved with a speed akin to teleportation, his blade waves appearing almost diminutive. Yet each strike was compounded into a flurry of dozens. Under this onslaught, Lin Yu, in his 3 heads and 8 arms state, found himself momentarily suppressed. If you win, I shall reveal it, Lin Yu replied with a smile, his 8 arms shielding him against Wang Mian's weapons as all 3 heads spoke in unison. Seeing Lin Yu's demeanor, Wang Mian's attacks grew even more ferocious. Tell me, are you the deity of the Great Xia? Are you an envoy of the Great Xia's divine being? Wang Mian's voice brimmed with excitement, and he posed a critical question. What is your current realm? Pool or river? Flame spear, universe ring, misting silk. 3 heads and 8 arms. Tell me, are you Nezha? Are you the deity of the Great Xia? The urgency in Wang Mian's tone was palpable. As a member of a specialized team, he had a greater understanding of the power of foreign deities, and he longed for the Great Xia to have its own divine protector. First, defeat me, Lin Yu declared calmly. His aura surging as 9 flames coalesced into a dragon that encircled him, forming a protective barrier that repelled Wang Mian. Very well, but be cautious, Wang Mian replied, grounding himself as his own aura intensified. With a resounding boom, a crack appeared in Lin Yu's 9 dragons' divine fire shield, and he could scarcely discern the timing of the attack that had inflicted it. Is this the extent of Wang Mian's power? My strength seems insufficient, Lin Yu mused. Yet, in the pool realm, his available artifacts were limited to the misting silk and the 9 dragons' divine fire shield. Before Lin Yu could fully contemplate, 2 more cracks appeared on the shield with resounding impacts. Assessing the damage, Lin Yu realized that it would shatter after 6 more strikes. The time for resolution had come. It was time to end this. Lin Yu dragged the purple flame snake spear and rushed towards Wang Mian, who stood unwaveringly in place, observing him. A flurry of blade lights sliced through the air, creating a cacophony of explosive sounds. Just one more step, one more strike. Lin Yu silently urged himself. With a final explosive impact, the 9 fire dragons surrounding Lin Yu dissipated into flames. An ethereal voice echoed in the night sky, "Freeze." As the words fell, Lin Yu thrust his spear forward, and a white mask emblazoned with the character for Kingsword into the air, shattering into fine dust. Chapter 54. Brother Mian. The earlier thunderous sounds had already captivated the attention of all the new recruits. As the white mask disintegrated midair, the previously boisterous dormitory area fell into complete silence. The members of the masked team and Lin Yu stood frozen, stunned. Had we truly triumphed? The nearest recruits, Rose and Vortex, were filled with disbelief. They understood that their captain, Wang Mian, had not employed the lower realms of strength nor the pool realm, but rather the river realm. They believed that had it been a life-or-death struggle, their captain would have dispatched Lin Yu countless times already. Yet, even if just for the sake of training the new recruits, the captain of the river realm had indeed lost a move this time. Wang Mian nodded slightly. His gaze fixed on Lin Yu, who held the spear aloft, his eyes filled with incredulity. The earlier command had not only frozen his body but had also momentarily halted his thoughts. This power was extraordinary. Was this the might of the great Xia deities? Lin Yu raised his head slightly, meeting Wang Mian's gaze, a smile gracing his lips before he heavily sank to the ground, exhaling a long breath. Exhausted indeed, he pondered how much this exhilarating battle would contribute to Nezha's extraction progress, hoping to gather a worthy gift for that fellow during the upcoming holiday. We won. Just then, a whisper filled with disbelief emerged from the dormitory building, sounding particularly clear in the stillness of the night. Upon hearing this, all the new recruits in the dormitory flushed with excitement, mustering their voices to express their exhilaration. Lin Yu noticed the scene and quickly glanced at Wang Mian, signaling with his eyes. If this were to be mishandled, not only would rewards be out of reach, but Yuan Gang would certainly make things difficult for him. Wang Mian smiled faintly and sat down alongside Lin Yu. He then slowly raised a hand, and an invisible energy instantly enveloped the new recruit's dormitory area. Time began to reverse. In midair, white fragments gradually coalesced into a complete mask bearing the character for king. The fervent new recruits within the dormitory suddenly felt as though they had lost something. The chubby recruit, wearing old-fashioned glasses, opened his mouth slightly, wanting to say something. However, a hand abruptly clapped on his shoulder. Turning to see Lin Yu, he whispered, "Did you see that, Yu?" Lin Yu nodded, then shook his head. "Keep it down." Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, the chubby recruit nodded. Just then, a crackling sound resonated through the camp's loudspeakers. Yuan Gang's deep voice boomed, "Time's up. The competition is over. All personnel, assemble at the training ground within 5 minutes." Upon hearing this, most of the surviving new recruits cast glances toward the distant purple-red figure seated on the ground, their eyes filled with regret. They had been so close to victory, yet it slipped away at the last moment. As for Lin Yu, after Wang Mian donned the mask, his gaze remained fixated on Lin Yu. "It's over now. Can you tell me your secret?" At that moment, Lin Yu had already dispelled his 3-headed, 8-armed form. In response to Wang Mian's inquiry, Lin Yu pondered for a moment and replied, "Your team lost." Wang Mian's expression darkened behind the mask upon hearing this. The Night Watchman team had stumbled in the new recruit training camp. This was a difficult pill to swallow. Even if others were unaware, the instructors certainly were. Noticing Wang Mian's silence, Lin Yu continued, "Since you're so curious, let us go find Chief Instructor Yuan together and seek his opinion. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, Wang Mian's furrowed brow relaxed slightly as he nodded. Seeing him acquiesce, Lin Yu shifted the conversation. "Brother Mian, we've settled this matter. But what about the other issue? Shouldn't the masked team show some goodwill?" With that, Lin Yu extended a hand, rubbing his thumb and forefinger together. Wang Mian's eyelids twitched beneath the mask at this gesture. "Well, you have some guts. Since becoming the captain of a special team, this is the first time someone has dared to speak to me like this." Noticing Wang Mian's silence, Lin Yu pressed on, "Brother Mian, I don't want anything extravagant. Just give me an unused cursed item, whether it's good or bad, I want to mind." As soon as Lin Yu finished speaking, a fierce glint flickered in Wang Mian's eyes beneath the mask. A cold voice resonated from within, "Get lost." Upon hearing his commanding tone, Lin Yu quickly straightened up. Sensing Wang Mian's hand reaching for Zhanbai, he hurriedly recoiled, "Brother Mian, there's no need for that. Such actions would be inappropriate." Seeing Lin Yu's demeanor, Wang Mian sighed lightly and shot him a glare. A genius with decent looks, yet such a reckless personality. After a brief silence, Wang Mian said, "Fine. You go assemble now. After the assembly, come find me in Chief Instructor Yuan's office. We can discuss the cursed items then." Upon hearing this, A smile broke across Lin Yu's face. Brother Mian, you are generous. Upon hearing this, Wang Mian finally couldn't help but frown. Do you find Brother Mian pleasing to the ear? Is it easy to say? Can't you call me Brother Wang? Lin Yu pouted, shaking his head. An old Wang who can control time will always remind me of certain peculiarities, like the school bus that stops at the kindergarten. Wang Mian's face darkened instantly at Lin Yu's words. Chapter 55. Wang Mian's bead. Once Lin Yu released the spirit possession, he felt utterly unwell. A splitting headache accompanied by bodily pain, reminiscent of the first time he encountered the faceless man in the old city when Yang Jian possessed him. The entire body nearly collapsed to the ground. After forcefully stabilizing himself, Lin Yu hurriedly opened his system store. Injury recovery. 1 spirit point, costs based on the severity of the injury. To restore his injuries, according to the host's current condition, restoring mental strength and physical stamina to 50 requires 3 spirit points. Restoring mental strength and physical stamina to 100 requires 10 spirit points. Current spirit balance, 160 points. A black market indeed. The first time, I was injured and only consumed a little spirit point. This time, without injury. It demands so much. Tenfold. Forget it. I still need to attend the assembly. I can't go there limping. Enduring the pain. Lin Yu chose to expend 3 spirit points to restore his mental strength and physical stamina to 50. What a loss. I gained nothing from Wang Mian, and I've wasted 3 spirit points. I'm uncertain about what he mentioned regarding forbidden items. I'll address that later. Is he trying to deceive me? Nevertheless, this time, the extraction progress for Nezha's ability increased by 10, which is a considerable gain. It went from 12 to 22. There are still 60 universal extractions left. I should be able to gather enough for a single extraction. Contemplating these matters, Lin Yu appeared rather dispirited as he joined the ranks of the new recruits, making his way to the training ground. Observing Lin Yu's despondent figure, a smile crept onto Wang Mian's face. He retrieved half of a white pearl from his pocket. I am soon to reach the Sea Realm. This item should be useful to you. At the training ground, the new recruits had become considerably more subdued, especially those who had been defeated early on and eliminated from further combat. Lin Yu, Lin Xie, and others still stood in the front row. Yuan Gang, accompanied by Hong Hao and several instructors, slowly ascended the demonstration platform. Noticing the somewhat listless crowd below, Yuan Gang smiled. What's wrong? Why is everyone so downcast? Weren't you all quite arrogant at noon? As Yuan Gang's words echoed, many of the new recruits averted their gazes and lowered their heads, though still unwilling to concede. They had come to realize their own gaps and shortcomings from the match against the special masked team. Yuan Gang scanned the new recruits and raised his voice slightly. Although you lost, I am still somewhat satisfied with you. The previously dejected new recruits lifted their heads abruptly upon hearing this. Report. A voice called out from the crowd. Speak. Yuan Gang directed his gaze towards the source. Upon receiving his approval, the new recruit continued. Why do you say you are satisfied with us despite our loss? This question echoed the confusion of the majority of the new recruits. Yuan Gang chuckled upon hearing it. Since you wish to know, I shall explain. My satisfaction does not stem from the severity of your defeat, nor from the fact that dozens of you were not eliminated in the end. Rather, it is because you have learned the value of unity. You possess the most fundamental qualities of a soldier, fighting spirit. At this point, Yuan Gang paused. Sweeping his gaze over the youthful faces below, his voice rose again. With these 2 qualities, you are no longer worthless. You are no longer mere children. You have successfully advanced to the status of rookies. Thus, I find myself somewhat satisfied with you. Upon hearing this, the once excited expressions of the recruits fell once more. Discontent filled their hearts. So, this was the only basis for receiving recognition. Report. Speak. How can we cease to be rookies? Yuan Gang smiled. Once you step out into the world, you will no longer be rookies. I hope you can endure this. I do not wish for you to encounter mythical creatures in the future and face them as pathetically as you did with the masked team today, relying only on fervor to meet your demise. The new recruits felt a surge of determination within, raising their heads to look at Yuan Gang on the platform. Losing is losing, but they must not be looked down upon. Yuan Gang noticed the renewed spirit in the recruits and nodded slightly before adopting a serious expression. I see defiance in your eyes. Dismissed. Tomorrow, formal training begins. As Yuan Gang concluded his speech and departed, a voice emerged from the crowd. Brother Yu, what a pity. If it weren't for the time limit, we could have remained here to endure this indignity. Shen Qingzhu shook Lin Yu's shoulder, eyes sparkling with excitement. Lin Yu had arrived later, and Lin Xie and Shen Qingzhu assumed he would be too exhausted to come. Thus, they did not wait for him. He had bottled up a plethora of words. What a pity, I clearly saw it. At that moment, Pang Pang attempted to speak, but was silenced by Lin Xie's hand over his mouth. Shen Qingzhu, hearing this, looked at Pang Pang with confusion. All right, almost doesn't tea count as a loss? There's nothing to lament. Moreover, they were all suppressing their cultivation. Lin Yu cast a meaningful glance at Lin Xie and Pang Pang, saying, alas, if we had defeated the masked, it would have been quite the accomplishment. Shen Qingzhu shook his head, sighing as if entirely oblivious to the peculiarities of Lin Yu, Pang Pang, and Lin Xie. Lin Yu patted Shen Qingzhu on the shoulder, gave a few instructions to the trio, and then headed towards Yuan Gang's office. As Lin Yu walked away, a glimmer of wisdom flickered in Shen Qingzhu's eyes. He hurriedly approached Pang Pang and Lin Xie. Pang Pang, Lin Xie, you must know something. That Wang Mian can manipulate time. Tell me, did brother you lose or win? Pang Pang looked at Shen Qingzhu with a scrutinizing gaze, as if meeting him for the first time. Well now, when did you become so astute? I must warn you. Don't speak carelessly. I fear brother you might take it out on me. Upon hearing this, Shen Qingzhu's eyes lit up, nodding fervently. Lin Xie glanced at the two, who were both displaying signs of cleverness, with an expression of resignation. One is confident, and the other dares to speak. You both are not far from getting a beating. Chapter 56. Bring it on. Following the route etched in his memory, Lin Yu found the office where he first met Yuan Gang on the day of registration. Hesitating for a moment, Lin Yu approached and knocked on the door. Come in. Hearing Yuan Gang's voice, Lin Yu opened the door and stepped inside. Yuan Gang was seated on the sofa, sipping tea, while Wang Mian sat opposite him, his mask removed and resting on the table, revealing a handsome face. Little Yu, you've arrived. Please, take a seat. I was just discussing your matters with Wang Mian. Upon hearing Yuan Gang's words, Lin Yu walked over to the coffee table and pulled out a chair beside Wang Mian, sitting down next to him. Noticing Lin Yu's arrival, Yuan Gang retrieved a paper cup from the drawer of the coffee table. Pouring a cup of tea, he pushed it towards Lin Yu. You've worked hard today. I didn't expect you to reach the pond realm before the new recruit training. Tonight, I will report your progress to headquarters. The headquarters rewards such exceptional recruits. Lin Yu slowly picked up the teacup from the table, raising an eyebrow. Headquarters rewards? You didn't even mention my victory over the masked team? The overall reward is customary. I expended 3 spirit points and collaborated on your performance. Are you choosing to ignore that? Do not blame me for becoming an actor. With this thought, Lin Yu took a sip of tea, slowly placing the cup upon the coffee table, a puzzled expression adorning his face as he spoke. Commander, what do you require of me? Upon hearing this, Yuan Gang and Wang Mian exchanged glances, both revealing a look of confusion. Was it not you who summoned me here to await General Instructor Yuan? Did you not intend to enlighten me on your restrictions? Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's face transformed into one of realization. My mind. Compensation, hush money, aiding the commander in establishing authority, assisting comrades in concealing blemishes. These are all my responsibilities. As Lin Yu spoke, the expressions on Yuan Gang and Wang Mian darkened. Yuan Gang lifted his enamel cup, sipping his tea while reclining against the sofa's back. So it seems you seek to take advantage of me. He then glared at Lin Yu, while Wang Mian, with a sullen countenance, prepared to reach for his weapon at his waist. Noticing the demeanor of the two, Lin Yu felt a twinge of unease, yet he concealed it well, raising his own teacup and taking a sip, appearing remarkably at ease. In his previous life at the Taoist temple, he had long honed the craft of maintaining a calm facade. So, what is it that you desire? After a moment of silence, Yuan Gang, unwilling to prolong the standoff, spoke up. Before Lin Yu could respond, Wang Mian retrieved a half-white pearl from his pocket, delicately running his fingers over it. With a hint of regret, he remarked, I shall soon reach the sea realm, rendering this yang pearl useless to me. It is indeed a remarkable item, capable of storing one's mental energy for later use. At this, Wang Mian cast a sidelong glance at Lin Yu, who wore a dismissive expression, though internally he was stirred by tumultuous waves. To store mental energy. Retrieve it when needed? Is this not a tailor-made boon for me? If I could summon spirits with double the mental energy, not to mention the potential for greater strength and endurance. Noting Lin Yu's disdainful demeanor, Wang Mian raised an eyebrow and continued, in the pool realm, one can store double their mental energy. When I was in the pool realm, I possessed the combat capability of the river realm. Alas, upon reaching the sea realm, it becomes unusable and must be returned to headquarters. There are long queues at headquarters for such items. One cannot predict who will receive it. As he spoke, Wang Mian resumed his gentle caress of the pearl. Hearing this, Lin Yu, though maintaining a calm exterior, felt a surge of conflicting emotions within. Indeed, those who ascend to leadership are seldom simple. Well then, put it away quickly. This is not merely an object. It is rumored to be the artifact, Yin Yang Pearl, of a certain deity of Great Xia. After headquarters acquired this treasure, they treated it with utmost reverence. Do not misplace it. At this moment, Yuan Gang straightened his posture, casting Lin Yu a knowing glance, saying, "What Commander Yuan has stated holds true." Upon hearing the term artifact, Lin Yu could no longer remain composed. He swiftly grasped Wang Mian's hand and exclaimed, Mian Gu, did you not wish to know whether I am indeed the agent of the great Xia deity? I shall tell you shortly. But may I borrow this, Yang Pearl, for a moment?" Wang Mian, observing Lin Yu's earnest countenance, smirked but did not relinquish the pearl. Instead, he rose to refill Yuan Gang's enamel cup with hot tea, subtly influencing his task. "Could you perhaps communicate with headquarters on my behalf? Let this, Yang Pearl, serve as a reward for my advancement to the Pool Realm. What do you think?" Yuan Gang, with drooping eyelids, glanced at Lin Yu and took a sip of the tea Lin Yu had just prepared, remaining silent. Lin Yu scrutinized the interplay between the two, furrowing his brows. "I have already taken a step back and have not made unreasonable demands." With that thought, Lin Yu stood tall, adjusting his attire as the smile faded from his face. Fixating his gaze on Yuan Gang and Wang Mian, the two were momentarily taken aback by Lin Yu's sudden shift. They exchanged bewildered glances, questioning what had transpired with the boy. Just as their confusion deepened, a rapid voice echoed from above them. "Hand it over." A swift hand descended like a shadow, reaching for the Yang Pearl in Wang Mian's grasp. Lin Yu, Yuan Gang, Wang Mian, in a mountainous region of Great Xia. A striking man cloaked in a hooded cape momentarily diverted his gaze from his phone, his breath becoming heavy. "Michael S. Agent. The one in the new recruit training camp at the Pool Realm. You all shall perish. You are intentionally waiting for us." Just then, a melodious female voice pierced the darkness, followed by a radiant figure emerging in the moonlight beside the man. Chapter 57. Yang Pearl within Yuan Gang's office. Lin Yu grasped the Yang Pearl with uncontainable excitement. Before he could meticulously examine the miraculous orb, he felt a warm sensation emanating from the palm of his hand, where the Yang Pearl began to merge seamlessly into his skin, leaving behind a white mark. Regaining his composure, Wang Mian cast Lin Yu a peculiar glance, and with a subtle movement of his fingers, time began to reverse. Moments later, Wang Mian stood frozen in astonishment. The Sea Realm Yuan Gang was also acutely aware of the anomaly, his brow furrowed as he turned his gaze toward Wang Mian. Lin Yu stared blankly at the mark on his palm, filled with perplexity. "What on earth? I did not intend to snatch it. I merely wished to take a look. Do not play tricks on me. How could half a pearl integrate into my palm? Is it a flaw in me or in the Yang Pearl itself?" As Lin Yu's mind raced with thoughts, Yuan Gang's voice resonated from the office. "I say, Xiao Yu, why the rush? I did not declare it was not yours to have. You need not seize it. If you desire it, you must wait for me and Wang Mian to report to headquarters first. After all, it belongs to headquarters, and how could you, a mere child, be so presumptuous?" Yuan Gang's eyes bore a hint of reproach as he regarded Lin Yu. "Once you leave the training camp, do not let me cross paths with you again, or you shall see my wrath." Wang Mian also shot Lin Yu a sidelong glance, jesting lightly. Neither of them truly held any grievance over Lin Yu's boldness. Setting aside Lin Yu's character, which was already likable to the two, his status was sufficient to warrant any leniency from the higher-ups of the Night Watchers. Upon hearing their words, Lin Yu inquired, "Mian Gu, can this pearl actually enter a person's body?" Wang Mian raised an eyebrow, glancing at Lin Yu. "No. It merely needs to be worn." "What, do you intend to consume it?" Lin Yu shuffled closer to Yuan Gang and Wang Mian, slowly opening his right hand. "But why did it vanish from my hand, leaving only a mark?" Both Wang Mian and Yuan Gang leaned in closer, their brows furrowed as they observed the white mark on Lin Yu's palm. "Young man, you wouldn't want to covet this Yang Pearl, would you?" Upon hearing Yuan Gang's words, Wang Mian nodded in agreement, casting a knowing glance at Lin Yu. "I believe it is possible." Lin Yu found himself at a loss for words, feeling a gentle warmth in his palm, akin to holding a cozy hand warmer. "Try to channel your spiritual energy into the white mark on your hand," Wang Mian suggested, eyeing Lin Yu skeptically as he observed Lin Yu's expression of indignation. With a nod of affirmation, Lin Yu took a deep breath, then closed his eyes, visualizing the white, Yang Pearl in his mind. As he concentrated, he distinctly sensed a portion of his spiritual energy gradually merging with the ethereal image of the Yang Pearl in his consciousness. Just as Lin Yu opened his eyes to share this revelation with the others, he was astonished to find the Yang Pearl manifesting once more in his hand. Curiously glancing at the Yang Pearl and then at Wang Mian, Lin Yu was met with a shake of Wang Mian's head as he reached out to grasp the Yang Pearl. However, upon contact, Wang Mian realized it was merely an illusion. The three in the office were momentarily taken aback by this spectacle. "Can you use it?" "Indeed. You should attempt to take it yourself." Upon Wang Mian's suggestion, Lin Yu effortlessly grasped the Yang Pearl with his left hand. "Try handing it to me." Wang Mian extended his hand, and after a brief hesitation, Lin Yu passed the Yang Pearl to him with his left hand. Yet, the moment it touched Wang Mian's right hand, the Yang Pearl disintegrated into a flurry of sparkling light, vanishing from sight. Witnessing this, Wang Mian pondered aloud. Could it be that Lin Yu is a divine agent? Absolutely not, Lin Yu asserted firmly, then turned his gaze toward Yuan Gang, inquiring. Can I speak with Wang Mian about this? His file is classified, rated even higher than the documents of your masked team. You are aware of the restrictions. Do you still wish to hear it? Upon hearing Yuan Gang's words, Wang Mian was momentarily stunned. Despite having made psychological preparations, he was unprepared for the level of confidentiality surrounding Lin Yu's dossier. It dawned on him that the only entity whose power could surpass that of an outer god agent like himself was the divine agent of the Great Xia. After some contemplation, Wang Mian nodded, yet felt a lingering dissatisfaction without first-hand confirmation from Lin Yu. The Great Xia possesses deities. The Night Watchmen are not alone. There is hope for the Great Xia. All right, if one is willing to speak and the other to listen, then so be it. Yuan Gang waved dismissively, returning to his tea. The leader of the Special Night Watchman unit is trustworthy. The objective has been achieved. Lin Yu decided not to withhold any longer. Addressing Wang Mian directly, I am not the divine agent of the Great Xia. At this revelation, Wang Mian's expression shifted dramatically as he exclaimed, Impossible. You are clearly Nezha. Brother Mian, why are you so agitated? Just hear me out. Lin Yu quickly placed a hand on Wang Mian's shoulder. While I am not the divine agent of the Great Xia, I possess the ability to wield its powers. Not only can I invoke Nezha's strength, but I can also utilize Yang Jian's. Pointing to the golden mark on his forehead, Lin Yu continued, Look at this. Wang Mian was momentarily taken aback before recovering from his astonishment, his demeanor becoming animated. What do you want to show me about your tattoo? Lin Yu's expression darkened at this comment. You are the one with the tattoo. I must seek out Yang Jian. Although I can utilize some of the Heavenly Eye's powers, they are not complete. Additionally, how can this mark be removed? Bah, this golden mark. Chapter 58. Is this a reward? Casting a glance at Wang Mian, he spoke. Upon hearing this, Wang Mian furrowed his brow, then suddenly widened his eyes. Could this be the Heavenly Eye? Yang Jian's Heavenly Eye? Intrigued by Lin Yu and Wang Mian's exchange, Yuan Gang also expressed curiosity. Lin Yu glanced at Yuan Gang and Wang Mian before nodding in affirmation. Wang Mian's face gleamed with excitement, his eyes sparkling with renewed vigor, while Yuan Gang turned his head away. Recalling how he had previously suggested that Lin Yu should remove this mark. I need to rest well for tomorrow's training, Lin Yu said, standing up slowly after brushing off his pants. With Wang Mian and Yuan Gang showing little reaction, Lin Yu exited the office, closing the door behind him. Once Lin Yu departed, Wang Mian and Yuan Gang exchanged worried glances for a moment. I have a feeling that something remains unresolved. Yuan Gang finally broke the silence. I share that sentiment. As Lin Yu made his way back to the dormitory, he toyed with the Yang Pearl in his hand, forming a hypothesis as to why this pearl had entered his body. The only distinction between himself and Wang Mian was that he could wield the powers of the Great Xia's deities, while Wang Mian utilized the strength of outer gods. However, the Yang Pearl was merely a tool, capable only of storing double the spiritual energy at the pond level and a single amount at the river level. Not wanting to dwell on this further, Lin Yu saw that Shen Qingzhu had already laid down. He quietly washed up before nearly drifting off to sleep. Just as he felt something inching closer, a warm breeze brushed against him, accompanied by a voice suppressing excitement. Brother Yu, did you really take down the mask? At the sound of this voice, Lin Yu slowly opened his eyes and smiled at the framed picture of Hong Ying on his bedside. Then, a series of anguished howls echoed from dormitory 039. Following the cessation of the cries, another distinct shout arose from the neighboring dormitory. Lin Yu blinked awake and glanced at his bedside clock, which read 2 a.m. Frowning, Lin Yu recalled his thoughts before sleeping, wishing not to fall into a deep slumber, as an emergency assembly was scheduled for 3 a.m. To his surprise, he had woken at 2 a.m. After some consideration, Lin Yu decided to take a stroll as he could not afford to fall back asleep. Dressed, he recalled the gust of wind from last night and shivered involuntarily, casting a glare at the still sleeping Changgu. Finally leaving the dormitory, Lin Yu made his way to the training ground. Upon closing his eyes, he began to visualize the Yang Pearl. According to Wang Mian, at the pond level, one could store double their spiritual energy. After several hours of recovery, he should have accumulated some energy absorbed by the Yang Pearl. However, upon seeing the ethereal image of the Yang Pearl in his mind, he furrowed his brow. The current Yang Pearl appeared unchanged from the previous day in Yuan Gang's office. Yet Lin Yu could distinctly feel that if he wished to extract spiritual energy, he could indeed do so. This left Lin Yu perplexed. Could it be that the Yang Pearl, after storing spiritual energy, undergoes no visible change? It seemed he would have to consult Wang Mian about this. Glancing at the time, he realized it was nearly the hour for the assembly Yuan Gang had requested. Originally, Lin Yu intended to go over first. However, he felt uneasy about Lin Qiyi and his companions. Glancing at Shen Zhu, who was still fast asleep, Lin Yu decided to wake him up with a gentle nudge. As the covers were lifted, Shen Zhu's eyes fluttered open, still somewhat dazed. He was about to protest when, under Lin Yu's affectionate touch, he called out Mom and finally became fully alert. Meanwhile, Pang was also roused by Lin Qiyi. Before long, as more and more people awakened, everyone groggily made their way to the training ground. Upon arriving at the training field, Yuan Gang, accompanied by the instructor, was greeted by the sight of well-formed ranks. A smile spread across Yuan Gang's face as he surveyed the new recruits. These are not merely soldiers, they represent the future. Gathering his thoughts, Yuan Gang stepped forward and declared, "Excellent. I am quite pleased with your assembly this morning. You arrived even before I blew the whistle." At this, the new recruits stood a bit straighter, pride swelling in their hearts. "Seeing you all fills me with hope for the bright future of the great Xia." Pausing for a moment, Yuan Gang took a deep breath and continued, "To reward your enthusiasm, I have decided to cancel the originally planned 15 laps of running." The recruits' eyes lit up at this news, casting grateful glances toward Yuan Gang. Pang and Shen Zhu exchanged excited looks, both sporting bruises, one on his left eye and the other on his right. Just as all the recruits were waiting for the dismissal, Yuan Gang's voice rang out once more across the training field. 15 laps are cancelled, and instead, you shall run 30 laps. Otherwise, I cannot reward your eagerness to improve." Hearing this, the initially enthusiastic recruits found themselves momentarily stunned. Several of the recruits on the periphery even stepped out of line. Pang and Shen Zhu, however, linked arms, exclaiming, "This is fantastic." The 15 laps became 30. How considerate. Suddenly, Pang's brow furrowed as he recalled, did the instructor just announce the dismissal? He extended his hands and began counting on his fingers. If 15 laps are cancelled, shouldn't it reset to 0? Did brother you knock some sense out of me last night? Am I hearing things? Shen Zhu frowned at Pang's words. Brother Yu's strike shouldn't have been that severe. I feel perfectly lucid. Perhaps it's just a case of tinnitus. Lin Yu and Lin Qiyi, overhearing their exchange, discreetly moved ahead, eager to avoid catching any of their wisdom. Run now? 30 laps. If even one of you fails to finish, no one will eat. Don't worry about collapsing. The medical team is prepared. Seeing that the recruits were slow to move, Yuan Gang took a deep breath and shouted, prompting them to finally begin running. Is this a reward? As the laps commenced, many began to notice a peculiar issue. Their abilities were temporarily suppressed. As confusion spread among them, Yuan Gang's deep voice echoed once more. "I have good news for you. Your abilities are currently restrained, and you will be unable to use them." At this announcement, over 200 pairs of eyes turned toward the training platform. Ignoring the bewildered stares, as the number of laps increased, the formation gradually dispersed. Lin Yu, Lin Qiyi, and a few disciples from ancient martial arts families remained in the lead. However, Lin Yu noticed something remarkable. Under this suppression, his physical enhancement techniques from the 9 mystical arts were accelerating more rapidly than before. Each time he felt on the verge of exhaustion, a warm current surged through his body. Previously, when running in this training ground, such a sensation would only occur after 20 laps, but now, it happened approximately every 10 laps, nearly doubling the speed of his physical enhancement. Additionally, he discovered that his mental energy was being absorbed by the Yang Pearl at an increased rate. Aside from the energy used for cultivation, the excess energy that would have been wasted was now being absorbed by the Yang Pearl, preventing true waste. With this in mind, Lin Yu resolved to inquire with Wang Mian during mealtime about how to determine when the Yang Pearl was fully charged. After 20 laps, some individuals began to collapse. Yet everyone was driven by a shared determination to endure longer. Although Pang was already exhausted, he refused to give up. As the last recruit completed 30 laps and returned to formation, the sky began to lighten with dawn. Yuan Gang surveyed the exhausted recruits and glanced at the rising sun. His spirits lifted. However, when he turned back to the recruits, a grim expression settled on his face. "I am very pleased with your enthusiasm, but I am disappointed with your speed. The top 10 completed 30 laps in just about an hour, yet the overall completion took you 2.5 hours. As Yuan Gang's words sank in, a heavy atmosphere enveloped the recruits. After a moment, he continued, "It is now 5:30. You have 30 minutes to rest." Upon hearing this, the recruits, whose legs had turned to jelly, sighed in relief and collapsed onto the ground. Observing this, Yuan Gang's tone grew even more severe. "Who told you to sit down? When I say rest, I mean stand. Unless you are training, any other position is considered resting." At this command, the recruits who had just sat down despite the pain etched on their faces, stood back up. The training ground fell silent, save for the occasional bird calls from the camp. All eyes were fixed intently on Yuan Gang, who refused to relent. Anyone who dared to meet his gaze found themselves locked in a staring contest until they faltered and looked away. After approximately half an hour, Yuan Gang slowly pulled out his watch, checked the time, and switched to a stopwatch. All right, you now have 20 minutes to eat. If you are late. A cruel smile crossed his face, dismissed. As he announced the dismissal and pressed the stopwatch, the recruits momentarily froze before rushing toward the mess hall. Upon arrival, all but Lin Yu were taken aback. Inside the mess hall, 2 large stainless steel basins awaited them. One was filled with raw, bloody beef, while the other contained steamed buns. Where's the rice? Where are the vegetables? Raw meat. Is it not ready yet? They speculated about the possibility of making grilled steaks, pondering the surprisingly good treatment. Just as the discussions grew animated, a man with a buzz cut approached, casually grabbing a piece of raw beef and a bun to eat. Witnessing this scene, all the new recruits seemed to comprehend something. This is today's breakfast. Lin Yu glanced at Lin Xie and Pang Pang beside him, his gaze beginning to search. Where's brother Zhuang? Where did that guy go? Where is he? Get out here, he shouted with a sullen expression. Before long, an elderly man dressed in a white apron, wielding a long-handled ladle, emerged from the kitchen with a furrowed brow. Who is shouting? Upon hearing the old man's words, Shen Qingzhu raised an eyebrow and took a step forward, pointing at the bowl of raw beef with a tone more aggressive than the old man's, saying, "How is this supposed to be eaten? Is it meant for humans?" The old man straightened up, glared at Shen Qingzhu, and tapped the table with the ladle. "If you want to eat, eat. If not, get out." Upon hearing this, Shen Qingzhu's temper flared as well. Frowning, he exclaimed, "Damn." Shen Qingzhu's voice was loud. Lin Yu acted quickly. The new recruits in the cafeteria, who had been watching the commotion, were momentarily stunned. The old man cast a peculiar glance at Shen Qingzhu. "You can't even call me mom. I'm a man." Just as Shen Qingzhu looked at Lin Yu with a face full of grievance, a group of 7 slowly walked into the cafeteria, each carrying a mask. Their identities were self-evident. "Oh, it's you youngsters?" The old man with the long-handled ladle chuckled upon seeing the 7. "Lao son, I never expected you to still be cooking for the new recruits after all these years. I'm just an old bone." Lin Yu observed the exchange between Wang Mian and Lao San, then glanced at Pang Pang, who faced the raw beef as if it were an enemy, and Lin Xie, who found it hard to swallow. He silently made a decision. "You go. You should eat too. If you don't, you won't endure today's training." Lin Xie urged after swallowing a piece of raw beef and noticing Lin Yu had yet to move. "Xie, don't eat yet. Wait for me a moment." Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, Lin Xie shot him a doubtful glance and took another bite of raw beef. Before long, a delightful aroma suddenly wafted through the cafeteria. All who caught a whiff of the scent perked up, collectively turning towards the kitchen window. There stood Lao San, clad in a white apron, holding a gigantic tray, swiftly approaching the table of the masked team. Until Lao San departed, all the new recruits remained fixated on the steaming table. Lin Yu slowly walked over to the bun basin and picked up 2 buns, smiling as he made his way towards the masked team's table. Upon seeing Lin Yu heading directly toward him, Wang Mian's face revealed a look of disdain. Chapter 60. Where's my meat? Brother Wang, what a coincidence. You're eating too. Oh, is this Brother Tianping? Brother Xuanhua is quite handsome, and Sister Qiangwei is truly beautiful. Lin Yu greeted each member of the masked team in this manner. Apart from Wang Mian, no one knew about the events of the previous night. The other 6 members of the masked team had witnessed Lin Yu's prowess in battle and held no ill feelings towards him. Seeing him approach them so openly, they appeared quite warm. "Little Yu, right? Would you like to hang out with your sister? Once your training is over, come find mask and seek your sister," Qiangwei said with a smile, wiping her chopsticks with a napkin before extending them towards Lin Yu. Lin Yu hesitated for a moment, looking at the chopsticks Qiangwei offered. Does this brother dislike his sister? With Qiangwei's heartfelt voice resonating in the cafeteria, the already sharp gazes of the new recruits turned even more predatory towards Lin Yu. Feeling awkward, Lin Yu cast a glance at Wang Mian and then accepted Qiangwei's chopsticks. As he bit into a piece of spicy fried chicken, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, Lin Yu relaxed and began to return the favor, engaging the other members of the masked team. "Everyone eat up." Wang Mian observed Lin Yu's demeanor, thinking it was rather too lenient on him. On the second floor, at the instructor's table, the instructors watched Lin Yu, who was incessantly persuading the masked team to eat more while not pausing his own chopsticks, all frowning. "Chief, doesn't this seem a bit inappropriate?" One instructor looked at Yuan Gang and asked. Yuan Gang remained silent for a moment, as if recalling something unpleasant, revealing a pained expression. "Eat. What are we eating?" After speaking, Yuan Gang slammed his chopsticks on the table and walked downstairs. Seeing Yuan Gang's demeanor, the instructor was somewhat baffled. His gaze returned to Lin Yu and the mask, Team S table. How does Wang Mian's wristwatch resemble the one worn by the chief instructor? Not long after Yuan Gang left, a sharp and resounding whistle echoed. Upon hearing the whistle, many new recruits who had not yet finished their meals hurriedly stuffed the remaining food into their mouths and rushed outside. Only then did Lin Yu elegantly set down his chopsticks. Brother Wang, stay composed. I'm still a newcomer. After speaking, Lin Yu also began to run. Oh, you're saying I'm not composed? Wang Mian muttered disdainfully as he watched Lin Yu's retreating figure. That captain, that kid is running not because of this. At that moment, Xuanhua's incredulous voice interrupted Wang Mian's thoughts. Where's my meat? Where's my meat? Tianping, don't stop me. I must make that kid eat it and then regurgitate it completely. Then, I'll make him eat it again. Captain, you're truly twisted. As Lin Yu approached the training grounds, he finally swallowed the last bite of his meal. Noticing no one was pursuing him, he strolled leisurely towards the formation. Once aligned, he realized that an unfamiliar instructor had appeared on the demonstration platform, one whose presence had not been revealed before. Instructor Han, this is going to be interesting. As everyone gathered, Instructor Han nervously cleared his throat, scanning the crowd. He began to speak. Mysteries are our primary adversaries as Night Watchers. Their abilities are varied, and their characteristics differ immensely. Under equal conditions, they undoubtedly possess strength surpassing our human frail bodies. As Night Watchers, what do we rely on to combat them? Upon hearing this question, Shen Qingzhu beside Lin Yu raised his hand, reporting, we rely on powerful restrictions. Hearing Shen Qingzhu's response, Instructor Han revealed a cold smile. You're not wrong in saying that, unless your restrictions are so formidable that you merely need to extend your hand to eliminate those mysteries. At this point, Instructor Han's gaze shifted back to Shen Qingzhu. Can you do that? Shen Qingzhu puffed out his chest, standing tall, and glanced at Lin Yu, who was smiling at him. Upon speaking, his confidence waned by half. I can. Seeing Shen Qingzhu's lack of confidence, Instructor Han raised his own aura. You can? What is your restriction? Noticing Lin Yu still watching him, Shen Qingzhu wished to end this conversation swiftly, his confidence diminishing further. Sequence 068, Chimin. Observing Shen Qingzhu's demeanor, Instructor Han was momentarily taken aback. Sequence 068? Why does it sound like 608 from your mouth? Have you been intimidated by my presence? So teaching new recruits, is this simple? With this thought, Instructor Han cleared his throat, refraining from continuing to press the now intimidated Shen Qingzhu. Raising his voice again, he asked, now who can tell me? Is there any other answer? Lin Yu was deeply dissatisfied with Shen Qingzhu's performance earlier. Upon hearing Instructor Han's question, he turned his gaze toward the chubby boy who stood hesitantly nearby. His eyes brimmed with encouragement. Noticing Lin Yu's supportive look, the plump boy's face broke into a smile. Suddenly raising his chubby little hand, he lifted his chin and declared loudly, reporting, money. With this answer revealed, Instructor Han's mind momentarily short-circuited. Money? Exchanging currency for coins and relying on gravity to eliminate the mysterious threat? At this point, Instructor Han was so exasperated he could only laugh bitterly. Taking a deep breath, he became increasingly convinced that his decision to take on this teaching role was absolutely necessary. Today, he simply had to impart a proper lesson to these young recruits. Having steeled his resolve, Instructor Han swept his gaze across the assembled trainees and began solemnly, when engaging with the mysteries, beyond merely restraining void abilities. We require formidable physical prowess and combat techniques. Combat techniques themselves are divided into cold weapons and firearms. While firearms may prove effective against lower-tier mysteries, when facing higher-tier entities, cold weapons reign supreme. As Instructor Han spoke, his passion grew increasingly fervent, launching into an expansive lecture. Lin Yu and Lin Qiyu exchanged glances, both recognizing the drowsiness mirrored in each other's eyes. All this information, they'd heard it countless times already from Hong Ying, Zhao Kongcheng, and Shun Mai. Enough. Now I shall select a few recruits to demonstrate practical combat techniques on stage for your edification. Hearing those words, Lin Yu's eyes sparkled with sudden illumination. Chapter 61. The Tattooed One is you. Come up here. After uttering these words, Instructor Han slowly lowered the straight blade in his hand. He then walked over to the weapon rack and picked up 2 wooden swords. With a confident sweep of his gaze across the recruits below, his eyes settled on one particular figure. That portly fellow there. Yes, you. Stop gawking. There is none more corpulent than you. The one who just spoke of vanquishing the enigmatic with wealth. Upon hearing this, the rotund figure finally comprehended that he was the one being addressed. His gaze shifted toward Drill Instructor Han, raising a hand to point at himself with an expression of bewildered stupefaction. Me. It is you. Come up and demonstrate for everyone. Pang Pang pursed his lips, climbing onto the training platform with evident reluctance. Calling someone fatty was rather hurtful. Seeing the chubby boy step forward, Instructor Han handed him one of the 2 wooden swords he held. Did you remember everything I just explained? Fatty hesitated for a moment, scratching his head. No. No. Very well then. Unleash your monetary prowess and wage battle with the wealth you boast of. Now I shall attack, and you must defend. Fail to withstand my assault, and do not blame me for the consequences. Having spoken, Instructor Han paid no heed to whether Fatty was prepared or not. He took 2 steps back, assumed a blade stance, then lunged forward with 2 swift strides, closing the distance between them in an instant. With a downward slash aimed directly at Fatty's head, he realized halfway through the strike that his opponent remained motionless. Forcing a change in trajectory, he redirected the wooden blade toward Fatty's backside, intending to teach him a lesson. Just as the wooden sword was about to make contact, a blinding, 24-karat golden radiance erupted from Fatty's rear, instantly enveloping his entire body in a shimmering aura. Crack! With a crisp sound, the wooden sword in Instructor Han's hand. Instructor Han, chubby, Lin Yu, it's here, it's finally here. Witnessing this scene, the atmosphere instantly froze. Bathed entirely in golden light, Chubby scratched his head sheepishly before hurriedly deactivating Ya Wang, causing the radiance to dissipate. Sorry, Instructor Han. This is an automatic emergency mode. I can't control it. I've turned it off now. Instructor Han stared at the chubby youth with an odd expression, his grip on the hilt tightening slightly. Wearing an earnest, apologetic expression, Chubby added, My apologies, Instructor Han. Should we try again? Instructor Han took a deep breath, letting the hilt of his blade slip from his fingers to clatter upon the ground. With a solemn nod, he strode to the weapon rack and selected a pristine wooden sword. Once more, he murmured. The air hissed as the blade cut through it. Whoosh. Thud. This time, no golden light appeared. As the wooden blade approached Fatty within a certain range, the entire weapon suddenly ignited on its own. In just half a second, the whole wooden sword was reduced to nothing but a charred hilt. Staring at the scorched remains in his hand, Instructor Han's expression darkened. What? Apologies. I forgot to disable the automatic firewall. Pang Pang hastily remarked as he removed a bracelet from his wrist. Instructor Han, shall we proceed with another? Get down. Right away. Instructor Han discarded the charred wooden handle from his grasp and turned to massage his temples. Everything had been proceeding smoothly until he encountered such a troublesome character. No. He could not allow one insignificant miscreant to spoil the entire endeavor. The other recruits still required his guidance. After a brief moment of emotional recalibration, Instructor Han's gaze once again swept over the assembly of new recruits. He first cast a glance at Lin Yu, who was standing beside the plump recruit, then shifted his attention to Lin Yu, who was suppressing laughter next to him. After a moment of contemplation, Instructor Han spoke up. You with the tattoos. Yes, I am referring to you. Where do you think you are looking? The one with the tattoo on your forehead. Brother Yu. It seems Drill Instructor Han is calling for you. If I recall correctly, you're the only recruit in our entire batch with a tattoo. Lin Shi glanced meaningfully at the expectant Lin Yu and offered a gentle reminder. Suddenly comprehending, Lin Yu turned toward Drill Instructor Han's gaze and pointed questioningly at himself. You there, came the definitive response. You are the sole bearer of tattoos in the entire recruit camp. Who else could it possibly be but you? You shall demonstrate to the new recruits. Upon hearing Instructor Han's words, Lin Yu curled his lip in disdain. It is you who embodies tattoos. It is you who engages in street brawls. Hurry up, do not squander everyone's time. Despite his reluctance, Lin Yu stepped onto the training platform at the insistence of Instructor Han. I have just had my fill. After such a delightful meal, who knows when I shall feast so splendidly again. Sigh, do you still remember what I mentioned earlier? On the training platform, Instructor Han, as per usual, retrieved 2 wooden swords from the rack beside him and handed one to Lin Yu. Upon receiving the wooden sword, Lin Yu took a deep breath, his expression growing solemn. Should he engage in a standard match or adopt a more subdued approach? Perhaps you could assist Instructor Han. Young man, there's no need to be nervous. Simply employ those street brawling skills of yours. Don't concern yourself with potentially harming me. Noticing Lin Yu's expression, Instructor Han mistook it for anxiety and offered words of reassurance. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's expression darkened. Fine, fine. I'm just some punk. I won't hold back. Seeing Lin Yu's sudden seriousness, Instructor Han nodded in approval. Such a street thug probably wouldn't possess any defensive, forbidden artifacts, right? With that thought, he refrained from asking. Taking 2 steps back, he settled into a blade stance. Same as before, I'll attack, you observe. Ready? Ready. Instructor Han's figure swiftly moved into action. Crack! The wooden swords clashed, producing a crisp, resonant sound of impact. Excellent. This is the result of attentively attending my lessons. As you can all observe, his blocking posture is executed with textbook precision. Next, I shall demonstrate how to breach the defense when encountering an opponent who can effectively block. Having said that, Instructor Han retreated 2 steps once more. Begin again. Slap, slap. With 2 crisp striking sounds echoing, Instructor Han furrowed his brows and paused momentarily. Unexpected. That rookie had merely stumbled upon luck by sheer accident. Mustn't let the recruits detect anything amiss with me. Contemplating thus, Instructor Han struck again. Snap, snap, snap. Something's not right. Something feels slightly off. Indeed. The tattooed thugs proved to be more formidable. Thud, 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 thud. Over a dozen consecutive clashes echoed from the training platform as both figures moved with lightning speed. Instructor Han's blade techniques grew increasingly intricate and unpredictable as the duel progressed, weaving through high and low stances with seamless fluidity. With a sharp clang, Lin Yu once again parried the assault, prompting the instructor to pause and study him with a peculiar gaze. Have you trained in swordsmanship before? Lin Yu gave a slight nod. Who taught you? Lin Yu pondered for a moment. Team 136, Zhao Kongcheng, Shenmai. After a long pause, Instructor Han exhaled deeply. You may leave now. Hearing this, Lin Yu nodded in agreement. Han Li's initial progress was smooth, and the recruits listened attentively. Don't give up. You can certainly train these new recruits well. Yes, it must be possible. Instructor Han steeled himself with renewed determination, giving a firm nod. A confident expression returned to his face as he turned his gaze toward the group of recruits. The one between the burly fellow and the tattooed man. It is indeed you. There is only one burly man with tattoos, and that is you. Lin Yu pointed at himself, casting an inquiring glance toward Drill Instructor Han. Correct. Step forward. Lin Yu and Lin Yu exchanged a glance before slowly stepping out of formation. Gazing at Lin Yu's retreating figure, Lin Yu cast a sympathetic look toward Instructor Han. Chapter 62. Han Li's fine. You can do this slap. The wooden blades clashed. Lin Yu effortlessly parried Instructor Han's strike. Instructor Han furrowed his brow, leaning slightly closer to Lin Yu. His gaze burned with confusion, as if silently demanding, how can you block it too? Lin Yu and Instructor Han exchanged a glance, then cast sidelong looks toward Lin Yu. Following Lin Yu's gaze, Instructor Han also turned his eyes upon Lin Yu, meeting his gleeful expression head-on. Something was amiss. That look was peculiar. Could it be these two knew each other? After a moment of contemplation, Instructor Han sheathed his wooden sword. Quite impressive. It's evident you've been paying close attention during the lessons. Have you trained with blades before? Upon hearing Instructor Han's words, Lin Yu sheathed his wooden sword and replied respectfully, indeed. From whom did you learn? Lin Yu pondered for a moment. Team 136, Zhao. Enough, stop talking. Before Lin Yu could finish speaking, Instructor Han abruptly cut him off. Why is it always Squad 136? Shen, you have nothing better to do than teach rookies how to wield swords. Instructor Han closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Then, with a slight tilt of his chin, he gestured toward Lin Yu. You may step down as well. Those already versed in blade techniques serve no pedagogical purpose here. What I require are untrained novices. Upon hearing Instructor Han's words, Lin Yu dutifully returned the wooden practice sword and descended from the platform with measured steps. Witnessing this, Lin Yu couldn't suppress a flicker of disappointment. Unsatisfactory, thoroughly unsatisfactory. At that moment, Instructor Han turned to address the assembled recruits. From this brief demonstration, you've witnessed firsthand the critical importance of mastering edged weapons in combat. Earlier, I selected only those proficient with blades. Now, I shall choose one untrained in their use to illustrate the stark disparity between a novice and a seasoned practitioner. A faint warmth crept across Instructor Han's cheeks. Yet for the sake of the duty that weighed upon his conscience, he pressed forward with unwavering resolve. Han Li, steady yourself. You are more than capable. After a deliberate pause, his gaze swept once more across the training grounds, this time with meticulous scrutiny, until it settled upon a recruit whose evasive eyes betrayed his reluctance to meet the instructor's piercing stare. It appears you did not pay proper attention during the class. You are not skilled with a blade. It is you, indeed. With this thought in mind, Instructor Han pointed at an ordinary boy whose expression was rather blank and appeared somewhat emotionless. You come here. Following the direction indicated by Instructor Han's finger, Lin Yu cast a sidelong glance. Your discerning eye remains as sharp as ever. Wishing you the best of luck. Chao Yuan, albeit reluctantly, approached. You don't possess any prohibited items, do you? No. You have never studied knife techniques, have you? There was none. Upon hearing this, Instructor Han nodded in satisfaction. Once more, he picked up a wooden sword and extended it toward the recruit before him. Why do you refuse to take the blade? I am unable to wield the knife. I implore you to take it up instead. As Chao Yuan, engulfed in dark energy, was subdued by Lin Yu using the scroll of banishment, Instructor Han found himself engulfed in profound self-doubt. All I wished was to impart the art of swordsmanship. Why must it be so arduous? Am I truly unfit to educate students? Am I simply too weak? At that moment, instructors like Yuan Gang also heard the commotion and hurried over. After learning the full story, Yuan Gang fell silent. He raised his hand and patted Han Li's shoulder. Old Han, I must say, your discernment is truly remarkable. To have selected these 4 individuals from a pool of 240, no one else could have done it. Instructor Han, his spirits low, failed to grasp Yuan Gang's meaning and cast a puzzled glance his way. Yuan Gang exhaled deeply. One is Agent Michael, codename 003. Another is an extreme high-risk entity among the Forbidden Hollows. The chubby one is the young master of the Bailey family. And now, the last has reached the Pond Realm. Upon hearing Yuan Gang's words, Instructor Han's expression stiffened, and he, too, fell silent. What an outstanding talent I am. All right, don't be disheartened. Apart from these little ones, others still need you. Moreover, don't you want to watch these peculiar youngsters grow and develop step by step? Witness them transform into the sharpest blade and the most impregnable bulwark of our great Xia. Upon hearing Yuan Gang's words, Han Li nodded in agreement and stepped back onto the training platform once more. The fresh recruits below had already reformed their orderly ranks. Very well, let us proceed. I shall continue instructing you on the art of blade combat. Originally, Lin Yu had hoped for a brief respite. Yet, to his surprise, it wasn't long before both he and Lin Yu were summoned onto the stage to serve as demonstrative subjects. Observe closely now. Lin Yu's offensive maneuver is executed with remarkable finesse. Lin Yu's defensive stance was executed flawlessly. Do not let the efforts of these 2 recruits demonstrating go to waste. The entire morning had been dedicated to lectures on cold weapons. Beyond saber techniques, the teachings on swordsmanship and spear play proved particularly enlightening for Lin Yu. His spear skills were acquired from Hong Ying, whose style embodied unyielding ferocity, whereas Han Li's approach struck a more balanced chord between offense and defense. As the training session concluded and Lin Yu made his way to the dining hall, it suddenly dawned on him, in his haste to eat that morning, he had neglected to inquire how to discern whether the young pearl had fully absorbed spiritual energy. A pang of regret washed over him just as Yuan Gang approached. Come with me, Yuan Gang commanded. Baffled but compliant, Lin Yu followed. On the second floor of the dining hall, Lin Yu noted that the instructors' meals were rather sumptuous. Yet, something was amiss. Their gazes, sharp and wary, lingered on him with unmistakable vigilance. Yuan Gang steered him not toward the dining tables but to a secluded window, far from the instructors. Headquarters sent word about your situation today, Yuan Gang stated. Lin Yu paused momentarily before comprehension dawned. My reward for breaking through to the Pond Realm? Yuan Gang nodded with a faint smile. Headquarters has decided that since you've obtained the Young Pearl, it shall be yours to wield. Consider it a reward for your breakthrough into the Pond Realm. However, the Commander-in-Chief wished me to convey this. You are the first to activate this particular function of the Young Pearl. The experiences of predecessors may not serve as reliable guidance for you. Some of its capabilities require your personal exploration. The Young Pearl is far more complex than merely storing spiritual energy, Yuan Gang continued. Upon hearing these words, Lin Yu gave a solemn nod. Indeed, an artifact worthy of being called a treasure rather than a mere forbidden object could never be so simplistic. Yuan Gang paused in contemplation. I am indeed familiar with this matter, as a member of Night Watch Team 006. Having encountered several individuals who previously possessed it, I inquired out of curiosity about this relatively unclassified information. According to their accounts, when the imagined solar pearl in one's mind becomes entirely suffused with azure luminescence, it can no longer store spiritual energy. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu closed his eyes. Within his consciousness, the phantom image of the solar pearl materialized, yet not the slightest trace of blue radiance was discernible. Very well, you may go down for your meal now. Yuan Gang gave Lin Yu a firm pat on the shoulder before striding purposefully toward the instructor's dining table. Commander, won't you invite me to join your meal? Scram, came the brusque reply. Chapter 63. Why does this place seem familiar? As Lin Yu descended the stairs to the second floor, the gazes of all the recruits turned toward him. Brother Yu, do the instructors eat the same food as us? How come you finished your meal so quickly? Chubby gnawed on the steamed bun in his hand, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Yu as he spoke up. With his words, the eyes of all the new recruits turned resentful. We're stuck with raw beef, pickles, and stale buns, while you feast on lavish breakfasts and gourmet lunches. One by one, The recruits bit into their buns with noticeably more force than before. Lin Yu's expression darkened as he shot Chubby a glare. There was no point explaining, it would only make things worse. Though the food was unpalatable, he had no choice but to eat. As Lin Yu picked up a piece of raw beef and began chewing, the recruits' gazes gradually softened. Soon after finishing his meal, Lin Yu, along with Lin Chia and Chubby, made their way outside the camp. Lin Yu had long known the purpose of this trip. Without hesitation, he led the way onto the bus. About half an hour later, the bus came to a halt. When Lin Yu laid eyes on the lush, verdant mountain forest before him, he turned to Lin Chia in disbelief. At the same moment, Lin Chia also glanced back at him. Their eyes met, and both frowned in unison. Why does this place look so familiar? What's wrong, brother Yu? Chia? Did you notice something? Seeing Fatty's curious inquiry as Lin Yu and Lin Chia furrowed their brows, Lin Yu ignored him. A figure surfaced in his mind. Well, you've managed to get lost all the way here. Jian Nanshan. I swear I'll spank you. At this moment, in the P Street office, dressed in a sporty outfit, Hong Ying was sprawled across the desk when she suddenly sneezed violently. Her high ponytail, both in front and behind her head, swayed with the motion. Hong Yingjia, something's off lately. Why do you keep sneezing every day? Just then, Si Xiaonan walked over, tilting her head as she looked at Hong Ying with a teasing expression. Hong Ying shot her a glare. Who knows? Si Xiaonan gazed at Hong Ying, her face adorned with an exaggerated expression of astonishment. Sister Hong Ying, didn't you say that a single sneeze signifies someone is thinking of you? Who on earth is that young man so persistently thinking about our sister Hong Ying? Upon hearing Si Xiaonan's words, Hong Ying swiftly turned the photo frame in her hand face down on the table. Her ears flushed crimson, as if about to drip with embarrassment. Glaring fiercely at Si Xiaonan standing before her, she exclaimed, Si Xiaonan, don't you dare run away. Today, if I do not subdue you, I shall not be called Hong Ying. In the distance, Zhao Conqing observed this scene, shaking his head. He pulled out a cigarette and lit it. Meanwhile, Lin Yu, leaning against his incomplete heavenly eye, along with the faint recollections of the route etched in Lin Chia's brilliant mind, plunged into the mountains with Chao Yuan, Pang Pang, Shen Qingzhu, and his three companions. Over an hour later, the instructors, utilizing drones, sensed something amiss. There is indeed a problem. If this continues for another hour, these individuals will emerge. Hong Hao scrutinized the map, glanced at the images from the drone, and furrowed his brow. He quickly sought out Yuan Gang, who also wore a troubled expression. Are you suggesting that the forbidden object is of no use? They seemed utterly unfazed, striding purposefully halfway toward the opposite side of the mountain range, as though untouched by external influences. Hong Hao nodded and handed the map along with a portable display to Yuan Gang. Yuan Gang pondered for a moment, when suddenly, the conversation between Lin Yu and Wang Mian from the previous evening flashed through his mind. Tattoos, Yang Jian, the celestial eye? Retrieve that young man Lin Yu. Then procure a treadmill. Although Hong Hao felt a tinge of confusion, he complied without hesitation. Before long, Lin Yu, accompanied by Hong Hao, ascended into an armed helicopter, which transported them from the mountains to stand before Yuan Gang. Can you see it clearly? Yuan Gang scrutinized Lin Yu from head to toe, furrowing his brow as he inquired. Upon hearing Yuan Gang's words, Lin Yu comprehended the gravity of the situation. Alas, it seemed he had miscalculated. His directness had unveiled his intentions. With an awkward smile, Lin Yu nodded in response. Very well, this training does not suit you, Yuan Gang remarked. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's eyes sparkled with hope. Does this mean I am exempt from participation? Can I take a respite? Before Lin Yu could fully savor his joy, Yuan Gang turned around and pointed to a treadmill behind him. Do you see the treadmill over there? Traveling at a speed of 25 kilometers per hour. You shall not cease until the last individual is eliminated. Lin Yu, what the hell? That scoundrel Lin Chia seems intent on working until the midnight hour. 10 hours. Do you wish to exhaust me completely? Do not display such an expression. You are now in the realm of Qi. This pace poses no significant challenge for you. Who is to blame for your immunity to the effects of the forbidden? Me? Yuan Gang, upon witnessing Lin Yu's sorrowful expression, cast him a sharp glare and admonished, Chief, might it be possible to refrain from waiting until the last one is eliminated? What if I were to halt when only one remains? Lin Yu repressed the expression on his face and leaned closer to Yuan Gang, initiating a discussion. After a moment of contemplation, Yuan Gang nodded in assent. Go swiftly. Lin Yu smiled and nodded, then turned his head to spit on the ground before hastily stepping onto the treadmill. As time trickled by, the sky gradually darkened. Lin Yu had lost count of how many times that peculiar warmth from the 8-9 mystical technique had surged within him. Upon hearing the announcement to begin punishing new recruits with the mantra ring, he suddenly realized something odd. Shouldn't Brother Zhai and Fatty have been eliminated long ago? Where were those two rascals? He was running here alone. How could they not come to find him? At this thought, an ominous premonition arose in Lin Yu's heart. Swallowing hard, he gazed at Yuan Gang's retreating figure. Chief, Chief. Hearing Lin Yu shout, "What is the matter?" Shen Qingzhu replied, "Have Bailey Tumming and the others not been eliminated yet?" "No, not yet. Those lads are quite adept at evading capture," came the response. Upon hearing those words, Lin Yu felt as though the sky had collapsed. Damn it, we're doomed. Would all these people actually follow Qi Yi and stand firm till the very end? If so, the agreement between Taoist Master and Yuan Gang would be rendered null and void. At this thought, Lin Yu spoke up once more. "Commander, how many are left? Who remains uneliminated?" "Lin Qi, Bailey Tumming, Shen Qingzhu, Chao Yuan, Deng Qi. What happened to these 7 individuals?" "Commander, I've been running all afternoon. May I finally be permitted to descend?" "No, unless you faint from exhaustion, or willingly wear the ring of truth." At this, Yuan Gang revealed a sinister smile. Deep within the Jian Mountains, Lin Qiue and his group of 7 climbed over a small hill and paused for a moment. "Qiue, what do you think Brother Yu is doing right now?" Panting heavily with hands on his knees, the plump man gasped out his words between labored breaths. I don't know." At that moment, Shen Qingzhu let out a slow exhale and moved closer to the overweight companion. "Must you even ask?" he murmured with quiet certainty. "Brother, you must be living the high life, carefree and at ease." When he left, he was even whisked away by a helicopter. Lin Xie organized the routes in his mind along with the intelligence on the bats. He unfastened his backpack. Fortunately, there were no drones in the vicinity for the moment. Let us take a brief respite here. Chapter 64. What did her final gaze signify? At 8:30 in the evening, under the luminous glow of a full moon, 7 silhouettes gradually emerged into the sight of the crowd, each one supporting the shoulders of the others. Their steps were heavy, weary from the arduous journey they had endured. It was unclear who took the lead, but the eliminated recruits, having long since been cast aside, rose to their feet and began to applaud. Upon witnessing this heartwarming display, smiles broke across the faces of the 7 as they reveled in the triumph of their achievement. "We have succeeded." Lin Yu glanced at the 7 silhouettes under the moonlight, then shifted his gaze to the display panel of the treadmill. The runtime read 8 hours and 35 minutes, with an average speed of 25. Goodness, over 200 kilometers. Amidst the crowd of standing individuals, Lin Yu's figure sprinting with fervor was strikingly conspicuous. As he gazed upon the 7, an uncontainable surge of anger welled up within him. Quickening his pace, he leaped off the treadmill and dashed toward them. At that moment, the 7 also became aware of Lin Yu, turning their attention to him. Shen Qingzhu, in particular, broke free from their ranks, extending her arms in a welcoming gesture toward Lin Yu. "Brother Yu," she called out as she ran. Under the moonlight, her eyes glistened with unshed tears. The sight moved everyone present. It epitomized the bonds of camaraderie and the essence of brotherhood. Just as the two were about to embrace in a heartfelt reunion, Lin Yu abruptly leaped into the air, delivering a swift kick that sent Shen Qingzhu sprawling to the ground. 8.5 hours. Do you have any idea how I spent these 8.5 hours? Dao Yi, I have run a total of over 200 kilometers on that wretched treadmill. As Lin Yu's furious roar echoed, Lin Xie and the remaining 6 exchanged glances, sensing the ominous turn of events and instinctively retreating. The other soldiers, who had merely gathered to observe, were also intimidated by Lin Yu's presence, stepping back a few paces. Shen Qingzhu, initially wide awake, chose to feign unconsciousness upon witnessing Lin Yu's menacing expression under the moonlight. However, what Shen Qingzhu did not anticipate was that, after his act, Lin Yu truly lost consciousness. Observing this scene, the medical team hurriedly approached. "Report, this is a feigned act. He has genuinely fainted." "What on earth did Lin Yu do? Why did he lose consciousness?" Hong Hao gazed at Lin Yu, a frown creasing his brow. Suddenly, a thought struck him as he turned his attention to the treadmill that continued to operate. He swallowed hard. Yuan Gong also noticed the intensity of Hong Hao's gaze and turned to look at the treadmill behind him, which was still in motion. Goodness, this young man has been running at a speed of 25 for 8.5 hours. How could I have forgotten this? No one noticed. Just at the moment when Lin Yu fell into unconsciousness, a faint red glow flickered from the white mark of the young pearl on his right hand. The crimson light danced like a fish, gently swaying before it detached from the white, yang pearl, mark and vanished into Lin Yu's body. Upon awakening, Lin Yu found himself immersed in a large vat of medicine, with the sun already hanging high in the sky. This is bad. I am utterly astonished. How could you not summon me? As Lin Yu pondered over his late awakening and tardiness, he noticed a piece of paper affixed to the inside of the dormitory door. It stated that there was leftover food in the cafeteria, and after finishing his meal, he was expected to train. After reading the few lines written in a commanding tone, Lin Yu let out a sigh of relief, it was rather considerate. He did not indulge in idleness and promptly emerged from the medicinal vat. After performing some basic stretches, he felt a wave of comfort and strength coursing through his body. Lin Yu was astonished. The enhancement was rather significant. Despite practicing diligently with Hong Ying and Sangnan for an extended period, he had never experienced such a notable improvement. This was unexpected. Surely, the medicinal bath should not have such immediate effects. Was he being given special treatment? Such a remarkable treasure should not be concealed by the night watchman. Suddenly, Lin Yu recalled something. In his mind's eye, he envisioned the sun pearl. At first glance, the pristine sun pearl appeared unchanged from its usual state. However, upon closer inspection, Lin Yu discerned a faint, ethereal blue glow emanating from its base. This must represent the amount of mental energy I have stored, he mused. After nearly 2 days, how could there be such a meager trace? Could it be attributed to suppression? Just as Lin Yu was lost in thought, the dormitory door swung open with a decisive click. A medical young lady, adorned with a mask and sporting short hair, entered, holding an empty bucket and a steaming one. In the dormitory 039, Lin Yu, regaining his senses, gazed at the diligent nurse before him and let out a shriek, hastily raising his hands to shield his vital areas. The nurse, holding a wooden bucket, shot him a disdainful glance with her bright, expressive eyes and, in a soft and reproachful tone, remarked, "You could have at least informed me that you were awake. You've wasted an entire bucket of medicine. By the way, what is your name? I am unashamedly bold, and yet you still summoned me." After speaking, she cast a disdainful glance at Lin Yu's hand, grasping the water bucket. She turned and exited the dormitory. Lin Yu, what does this mean? What is she implying? What does her final glance signify? Calming his emotions, Lin Yu donned his training uniform and jogged to the cafeteria. The young man has arrived. Upon seeing Lin Yu, Old Sun greeted him with a cheerful smile. "Hello, Old Sun," Lin Yu replied, returning the smile. "Do not call me Old Sun. That is reserved for the old commander. Just call me Old Sunday." Although his tone carried a hint of reproach, Old Sun's smile only widened. "That won't do. I cannot be like that one fellow, who, despite being only slightly older than I, addresses you as Old Sun at every turn. If it weren't for the fact that I couldn't take him on, I would have given him a good smack on the back of his head that day," Lin Yu remarked, raising his hand to mimic the action of striking the back of someone's head. "TSK, you young rascal, do you not hold the special unit in high regard? After all, he is the captain of the special team and your senior. Now, hasten to finish your meal and proceed to training." Old Sun chided Lin Yu with a laugh before retreating to the kitchen. He emerged bearing a large platter and a small dish. Lin Yu gazed at the enormous bun on the plate, its size nearly that of his own head, and gulped. "No worries if you can't finish it. Simply ask for more if needed." Observing Lin Yu's expression, Old Sun's face creased into a smile. Cheerfully, he took a seat across from Lin Yu, nodding in acknowledgement. Lin Yu lifted the sizable bun with both hands and took a hearty bite. He anticipated a thick skin on the bun, yet to his surprise, he bit straight into the succulent filling. The rich juices and fragrant meat instantly tantalized his taste buds. After swallowing a few bites hastily, he quickly took another. "Slow down. Eat at a measured pace," Old Sun continued to beam. 1, 2, 3. "Old Sun, may I have a few more?" Old Sun cast Lin Yu a peculiar glance before retrieving another bun, once again the size of a human head. After a brief pause, Lin Yu exclaimed, "Old Sun, may I have some more rice?" As Lin Yu devoured 5 sizable meat buns in one breath, he inquired again about more from Old Sunday. However, Old Sun, wielding a long spoon, scolded him and shooed him away. Upon exiting the cafeteria, Lin Yu patted his belly, feeling only about 70% full. Chapter 65, Nikes. When Lin Yu arrived at the training ground, Instructor Han passionately led all the recruits in their training with cold weapons. Upon seeing Lin Yu, he paused for a moment, then suddenly realized what had been missing today. Before Lin Yu could react, he was swiftly pulled into action, becoming the demonstration subject. As night fell and the recruits, exhausted from a day of training, drifted into slumber, Lin Yu quietly slipped out of his dormitory. He quickly ascended to the rooftop of the dormitory building. Once there, Lin Yu surveyed his surroundings and noted the absence of surveillance, gradually closing his eyes. In the next moment, an impenetrable darkness emanated from Lin Yu, spreading in all directions like a drop of pitch-black ink diffusing into dark blue paper, enveloping everything around him. This was an ultimate blackness, one that even the moonlight could not escape. After a brief period, this darkness ceased its expansion after covering approximately 70 meters. Lin Yu conducted a few more simple experiments before closing his eyes once more. When he opened them again, a beautiful woman, exuding an air of elegance and draped in a black gauze gown, stood serenely behind him. At the same time, An extraordinarily powerful mental force radiated from her, expanding outward. This was a result of her intentional restraint. Lin Yu conversed with her, and a gentle smile graced the woman's face as she nodded. In an instant, both figures vanished from their location. Half awake, Lin Yu was jolted from his slumber by a surge of potent mental energy. This power. Could it be that Shoyue had brought Nix out? Lin Yu furrowed his brow and turned to glance at the adjacent dormitory. Timing seemed to align. It was indeed around this hour. He had yet to encounter an outer deity. Surely, there would be no harm in taking a look? With this thought, Lin Yu quietly dressed and stealthily exited the dormitory. Meanwhile, Yuan Gang, sipping tea, suddenly changed countenance, crushing the enamel cup in his hand. Tea and leaves spilled onto his palm, scalding him, but he paid it no mind. The aura of a deity. He abruptly stood, turning to face the direction of the dormitory, his rough visage wide-eyed with disbelief. How could there be a divine presence here? Is it coming for that boy? A pang of anxiety shot through Yuan Gang as he seized the star knife from the table and dashed out, simultaneously pulling out his phone. What is happening? The captain is in trouble. Hearing Yuan Gang's urgent tone, Xiaopinga on the other end sensed something amiss and adopted a serious demeanor. A divine power fluctuation has appeared in the recruit training camp. What? Xiaopinga's expression remained unchanged. Is it that deity? Unknown. It's a deity not recorded in the annals. Captain, you must respond quickly. My camp is somewhat unique. Besides a representative of Michael, there is someone even more significant. Yuan Gang spoke rapidly as he ran. All right, I will contact headquarters immediately. Xiaopinga listened to the wind howling through the line and refrained from inquiring further about this more significant individual, decisively ending the call. In Songnan City, at the Peace Street office, Chun Mai, lying on the sofa with his coat draped over him, suddenly opened his eyes. After sensing the source of the energy, he hurried into his office and retrieved the notification for the Night Watchman Recruit Training Base. Upon seeing the marked location on the map, Chun Mai's expression darkened. He pulled out a long-dormant phone from his drawer. In the old city, a small black dog barked at the sky, seemingly trying to bite something. A youth in a blue and white uniform flashed a glimmer of gold in his eyes. An outer deity? Back on the rooftop, Lin Yu stealthily ascended the stairs, but found no sign of Lin Yu. Instead, he encountered a distressed Yuan Gang. Who is there? Show yourself. Otherwise, don't blame me. Just as Lin Yu contemplated slipping away, the highly alert Yuan Gang immediately detected Lin Yu's footsteps and called out. Reluctantly, Lin Yu stepped out from the stairwell, offering a sheepish smile and a wave. What a coincidence. Chief Instructor, are you out to enjoy the moonlight too? Yuan Gang, tense and startled, momentarily froze. I'm enjoying your nonsense. Before Yuan Gang could finish his retort, two figures materialized between Lin Yu and him. Lin Yu and Nix. Shall you get down? Yuan Gang urgently commanded, gripping his star knife tightly, his gaze fixed on Nix. With his oceanic strength, he sensed an overwhelming sense of danger emanating from the woman before him. Lin Yu and Nix, surprised by the previously unencountered duo, exchanged glances. Are they your friends? Nix inquired, glancing at Yuan Gang before locking eyes with Lin Yu. Lin Yu nodded. One is my friend, and the other is my instructor. Nix regarded Lin Yu, her expression revealing a hint of curiosity. Barefoot, her delicate feet glided toward him, her accessories jingling melodiously with her movement. At that moment, Yuan Gang, sensing the situation, unleashed his oceanic aura, darting in front of Lin Yu. I am Yuan Gang, Vice Captain of Team 006 of the Great Xia. May I ask your name? Interrupted by Yuan Gang, Nix's curiosity morphed into disdain, her eyes narrowing as she regarded him imperiously. Nix, the name, devoid of emotion, intensified the pressure on Yuan Gang. Clenching his star knife, he steadied his composure and spoke. Ah, it is an honor to meet you, Lady Goddess of the Night. May I inquire about your business in Great Xia? Upon hearing Yuan Gang's question, a flicker of displeasure crossed Nix's face. She slowly raised her fair, slender hand. You talk too much. With a gentle wave, Yuan Gang was abruptly cast aside. The occurrence transpired too swiftly for Lin Yu to intervene. Are you a friend of Donatus? Nix pushed aside the now perturbed Yuan Gang, directing her gaze back to Lin Yu. Yes, he is my friend, mother. Lin Yu, already accustomed to Lin Yu's reference to Nix, remained unfazed. Meanwhile, the still-standing Yuan Gang was left bewildered. Mother? You possess a rather unique power. Will you harm my child? Nix's voice was flat as she regarded Lin Yu, devoid of any discernible emotion, yet her aura pressed down on him, making it difficult to breathe. No. Lin Yu swallowed hard, responding without hesitation. Very well, let me present you with a gift as we meet for the first time. I hope you and Donatus can become even better friends. As she spoke, Nix slowly raised her hand, extending a finger toward Lin Yu. Chapter 66. Yang Jian's Dharma Body. Just as Nix's index finger was about to touch Lin Yu's forehead, a brilliant golden light erupted from his body. The radiance gradually coalesced into a golden, ethereal figure approximately 2 meters tall. The figure wore a 3-peak flying phoenix crown, draped in a resplendent goose-yellow celestial robe, cinched at the waist with an ornate 8-treasure coiled dragon belt, and shod in golden-threaded auspicious cloud boots. It was none other than Yang Jian. The golden apparition cast a fleeting glance downward at Lin Yu, its gaze lingering momentarily upon Lin Yu. Everyone present, including Lin Yu himself, was utterly stunned by this spectacle. This marked the very first time Yang Jian had manifested before Lin Yu in such a form. Who are you? Gazing at the golden radiance before her, Nix's flawless countenance revealed a slight furrow between her delicate brows. In a soft, melodious voice, she inquired, Qingyuan Niaodaozhenjuan, Yang Jian? The golden voice did not emanate from any visible source. Rather, it erupted within the minds of all present. Majestic and solemn, ethereal yet divine. Hearing these words, Yuan Gang froze in place beside them, the star blade slipping from his grasp to clatter upon the ground with a crystalline chime. You can sense it. I bear no ill intent. Nix pondered briefly, yet no recollection of Yang Jian surfaced in her mind. After a fleeting glance at Lin Yu, she spoke with detached calm. Yang Jian paid no heed to Nix's remark. Instead, he lifted his gaze slightly, fixing it upon Lin Yuan in the distance. What is your relation to him? Hearing Yang Jian's voice, this Yang Jian seems to possess his own consciousness. Could it be Yang Jian? Regaining his composure, Lin Yu exchanged a glance with Lin Yu before speaking first. Proxy, I am her representative. Upon hearing Lin Yu's explanation, Yang Jian cast a meaningful glance at him before his golden silhouette gradually dissipated into the vast expanse between heaven and earth, leaving behind but a single utterance. Within the borders of Great Xia, foreign deities are forbidden to linger. Witnessing Yang Jian's phantom disperse of its own accord, Lin Yu inwardly exhaled a sigh of relief. Thank the heavens it didn't escalate into conflict. Had there been the slightest misstep, the consequences would have been dire. He mused silently. What level of cultivation must one attain to command the summoning of a deity so effortlessly? Very well, little one, Nix spoke softly, her voice like a whisper of twilight. In my absence, do look after Thanatos for me. After bestowing this gift upon you, I shall take my leave. As she uttered these words, the fingertip that had previously hovered near Lin Yu's forehead finally descended. Her final remark, however, was directed toward Yuan Gang. The moment Nix's finger made contact with Lin Yu's brow, a cerulean vortex materialized at the point of convergence. Spiritual energy surged violently, converging toward his forehead in a frenzied torrent. Lin Yu felt an overwhelming sense of serenity wash over him, while a faint warmth emanated from the palm of his right hand. After a prolonged moment, Nix's delicate brows furrowed slightly, and a trace of weariness flickered across her visage. That will suffice for now, she declared, withdrawing her finger. Lin Yu nodded in acknowledgement, a faint smile gracing his lips. With both Yang Jian and Nix having vanished in succession, an uneasy silence settled among the 3 figures atop the rooftop. I shall speak first. Lin Yu ventured after a pause, having assessed the changes within his own being. I cannot fathom why Yang Jian manifested of his own accord. Perhaps he sensed peril, either upon me or in my vicinity. His gaze briefly flickered toward Lin Yu, before he continued, Yet, this is the first instance I have witnessed such an occurrence. As for Nix's gift, it is simple, spiritual energy. The azure luminescence within my Yang Pearl has filled 2/3 of its capacity. I cannot precisely discern how much spiritual energy this represents. After speaking, Lin Yu fell silent once more. Having witnessed Lin Yu's demonstration, Lin Yu pondered briefly before adding his own revelation. The goddess of night has chosen me as her emissary. Her request is simple, to recover a lost bracelet. With that, Lin Yu too lapsed into silence. For Lin Yu and Lin Yu, this was nothing extraordinary. Both had encountered deities before. But for Yuan Gang, deputy captain of Squad 006, the events that had just transpired, while not incomprehensible, were staggering in their implications. A living deity of Great Xia. A speaking deity of Great Xia. A divine presence, manifest and articulate. There was also the dual deity's proxy. The sole dual deity's proxy in existence. After a long silence, he quietly picked up the star blade from the ground. A night breeze whispered past, and only then did he realize, unbeknownst to him, his back was drenched in cold sweat. With an awkward chuckle, Yuan Gang lifted his gaze toward Lin Yu and Lin Yu, those 2 carefree souls who acted as if nothing had happened. A surge of fury flared within him, igniting like wildfire. Gripping the star blade, he stormed toward them, his temper blazing. Calm down. Chief Instructor, you must stay calm. Seeing Yuan Gang's expression, Lin Yu and Lin Xie exchanged glances before both began to persuade him in unison. Ignoring them, Yuan Gang twisted his neck, producing a series of sharp cracking sounds. Designation 001 of Great Xia. The dual deity proxy. If I don't give you two a beating today, I might never get another chance. Let me have this satisfaction. Sometime later, Lin Yu and Lin Xie supported each other as they descended the stairs. Yuan Gang remained seated on the rooftop, pulling out his phone. Captain, patch me directly to Commander Yi. I have something to report. Without further questions, Xiaopinga pressed a special button on his phone. Meanwhile, a delivery rider on an electric scooter, wearing a yellow rabbit-eared helmet, hung up his phone and turned his bike around. What a waste of time, he muttered. The deadline is approaching. Under the night sky, above the surging Yangtze River, an ancient horse-drawn carriage moved steadily across the water's surface. The chestnut red, lean horse pulling the heavy-looking carriage trod upon the river as if it were solid ground. With each step, it glided forward dozens of meters. At the front of the carriage, a youth in coarse linen clothing set down his phone and turned to peer inside. Master, the commander says that deity from Tsangnan has departed. He advises us to turn back. After a brief silence, an aged voice echoed from within the carriage. Humph. Dragging an old man out in the dead of night for nothing. Shall we proceed, then? Somewhere in the sky, a young man with an exceedingly solemn expression hung up his phone. A streak of light flashed beneath his feet as he pivoted the tip of his sword. A white, dampened cleaning cloth slipped from his pocket and tumbled downward. Upon witnessing this, the youth swiftly dove after the cloth, having used this rag for 5 years. Losing it would be a true pity. Songnan City, above the Pingan Street office. Shinmai slowly fastened the buttons of his coat, his gaze fixed upon a distant point. Resolute and unwavering. Chapter 67. The gathering storm, leaves withered and fell, swept away by the rising winter winds. Though not as bitterly cold as the capital, Songnan's winter had long since settled in as the year drew to a close. On the training grounds, clang, clash. The rhythmic clashing of blades echoed incessantly. Within a large circle formed by the gathered recruits, Lin Yu and Lin Xie engaged in combat drills. Though the temperature had dropped considerably, both their backs were drenched in sweat. Instructors Hanli and Hong Hao stood at the periphery of the crowd, observing the scene intently. These two are progressing far too quickly, Hong Hao remarked, tilting his head slightly toward Hanli. Their swordsmanship already rivals that of some seasoned Night Watch veterans. With a confident smirk, Hanli chuckled softly. This isn't even their true capability. What you're seeing isn't a real battle, it's barely a rehearsal. At this age, our reflexes and skills are no match for theirs. Upon hearing Han Li's remark, Hong Hao froze momentarily before a glimmer of excitement flickered in his eyes. Rubbing his hands together, he said, if you put it that way, I'm actually itching for a challenge. Han Li shot him a sidelong glance. Protective as a mother hen guarding her chicks. Itching for a challenge? Then why not spar with me? You're just a kid playing around with two others. At the same age, you'd merely be one of those sitting on the ground. Upon hearing these words, Hong Hao curled his lips in disdain and ignored Han Li completely. Meanwhile, Han Li gazed with quiet satisfaction at the two figures sparring in the open space. 5 months had passed, and the recruits had undergone remarkable transformations. He had come to understand his own purpose. Watching the younger generation grow step by step was a profoundly gratifying and joyous experience. Excluding the two prodigies currently engaged in combat, Brother Yu, let's call it here. If it were nighttime, I might still stand a chance. But the gap in our strength is just too wide. After a fierce exchange of blows, Lin Xie and Lin Yu distanced themselves from each other. Chest heaving, his voice slightly breathless, Lin Xie spoke. Nodding in agreement, Lin Yu's own breathing was labored. Clearly, he hadn't had an easy time either. Xie, Brother Yu, who's up for a match with me? I yearn so deeply for progress. At that moment, Pudgy, who had visibly slimmed down considerably, raised his hand high. With excitement, he called out to the two figures who had paused on the stage. Lin Yu and Lin Xie exchanged glances, a trace of reluctance flickering in both their eyes. Feeding the blade to other recruits was an excruciating task. Much like in many competitive sports, sparring with masters could be exhilarating, but for the masters themselves, facing novices or beginners was nothing short of agony. Seeing that Lin Xie showed no intention of stepping forward, Lin Yu drove his star blade into the ground with a decisive motion. In a flash, he vanished into the crowd of recruits. Xie, you help Pudgy, he declared before swiftly adding, report, I need to use the restroom. Pudgy watched Lin Yu flee, his eyes still brimming with amusement. He, too, had little desire to face Lin Yu in combat. He had tried it once before, a moment that remained the darkest hour of his time in the recruit camp. You little rascal. Han Li met Lin Yu's gaze and waved dismissively, signaling him to go about his business. Lin Yu didn't actually head to the restroom, but instead found a spot at the outermost edge of the recruit formation to sit down. Calculating the time, he realized the holiday break was approaching. Soon it would be the new year. This year, he wouldn't be spending it alone. 5 months had passed, and he wondered how old Zhao and the others were faring. What a pity. The gift he had prepared for Hong Ying was still incomplete. After his last battle with Brother Mian, the extraction progress of Nezha's abilities had only reached 22. The system was truly merciless. With a general ability extraction progress of 60, only 40 could be converted to Nezha. In total, the extraction progress for Nezha's abilities barely amounted to 62. He pondered whether eliminating members of the God of Stocks cult would contribute to the progress. Lost in thought, Lin Yu's distant gaze tightened slightly, his brows furrowing. Among the recruits, the red-haired, aloof Molly mirrored his expression, her own brow creasing in subtle tension. Meanwhile, in the training camp's instructor office, Chen Mai and Yuan Gang sat facing each other across a desk, steam rising from 2 cups of tea. Captain Chen, there's no precedent for this. Yuan Gang protested. You've walked this path before. The regulations of the recruit training camp are well known to you. Yuan Gang lifted his teacup and took a delicate sip, his expression troubled. I don't care. Chen Mai faced Yuan Gang without the slightest hint of deference. The tea on the table remained untouched. We've already said, there's no such rule. Making things difficult for me won't change that. A bitter smile surfaced on Yuan Gang's face. Hearing his words, Chen Mai's expression also betrayed a trace of resignation. Leaning back slightly, he stretched his arms and rested them on the sofa's backrest. I didn't come alone. Another member of my team has already gone in to look for someone. If she ends up causing any mischief later, I won't be able to stop her. If nothing else, at least let our 136th squad enter on New Year's Eve. That way, I can at least give an explanation. Yuan Gang set down his pristine enameled teacup, his face still troubled. Captain Chen, could you tell me why your 136th squad is so insistent on entering our recruit training camp? To my knowledge, your team has never once acted outside the rules. At Yuan Gang's question, Chen Mai fell silent for a moment before straightening his posture. This time, it's different. Why? Someone is targeting the new recruits. Yuan Gang, who had just been about to lift his teacup, paled at these words. His voice rose sharply. What did you say? Chen Mai gazed intently into Yuan Gang's eyes. Recently, Songnan has been rather unsettled. Quite a few rats have managed to sneak in. Rats? I do not know what faction they belong to. But after tracking them for so long, we can be certain of one thing. At this point, Chen Mai's expression darkened, his tone turning grave and ominous. Their target is this very recruit training camp. Upon hearing Chen Mai's words, Yuan Gang narrowed his eyes slightly. Attacking the new recruit training camp? Have they gone mad? Could there be some mistake on your part? Hearing this, Chen Mai pressed both hands onto the tea table, locking eyes with Yuan Gang with an ominous expression. It's not us who are mistaken. It's you who's mistaken. It was never worth it before. Even eliminating a few recruits would have been a futile endeavor. But now, this training camp, it justifies their actions. What lies within these barracks, you ought to know far better than I do. Chief Instructor Yuan. Chapter 68. Blossom-filled Pavilion. The head of the young master of the Bailey family was priced at 800 million in the black market. 800 million. Enough to tempt countless souls into perilous gambits. 5 months ago, even I could sense the divine aura. How could others remain oblivious? At this point, Chen Mai's gaze sharpened. You are the deputy captain of the Night Watch team in Shangjing, a master of the sea realm among the Night Watchers. Naturally, I trust you. But can you guarantee that there are no traitors among your instructors? His words landed like a thunderclap. As Chen Mai uttered his final words, Yuan Gang abruptly rose from his seat, his countenance contorted with indignation. What precisely do you mean by this? He demanded. Chen Mai cast a glance at Yuan Gang before lifting the slightly cooled tea from the table. Taking a sip, he remarked, never underestimate the seductive power of profit. Setting aside the bounty of 800 million, as far as I know, the ancient god cult excels in manipulating minds. Can you truly guarantee that none among your instructors have fallen under their control? He snorted derisively. Yuan Gang let out a cold snort. According to what you're saying, if even I can't protect them in the new recruit training camp, how could your 136th squad possibly safeguard them? Faced with Yuan Gang's interrogation, a trace of mockery flickered across Chen Mai's face. Whether we can protect them or not is another matter, but at the very least within Squad 136, I can guarantee that all members stand united like an iron plate. No knives will come stabbing from behind. Through his conversation with Chen Mai, Yuan Gang could roughly grasp the dire situation unfolding in Songnan City. Better safe than sorry. If even one of these instructors turned out to be a traitor, it would spell disaster for the entire rookie training camp. Moreover, the true objective remained unclear, Was it the 80 million bounty on the young master of the Bailey family? Or was it the dual divine agents they sought? Or perhaps the most significant, the most unique divine emissary of the Great Xia? Yuan Gang was appointed as the captain of the number 006 Night Watch squad in Shangjing, which naturally indicated he was no reckless brute. After a brief moment of contemplation, Yuan Gang slowly took his seat and lifted his gaze to meet Chen Mai's. What do you propose we should do at this juncture? Chen Mai fixed his gaze intently on Yuan Gang, enunciating each word deliberately. The golden cicada sheds its shell, dispersing the whole into parts. On the training grounds for new recruits, a youthful girl suddenly burst in, her high ponytail swaying beneath a white and red baseball cap brimming with vitality. With hands clasped behind her back and light, nimble steps, she surveyed the scene with keen curiosity. Instantly, she drew the attention of several fresh recruits. Whispers of shared excitement rippled through the group of young men, and soon, the entire assembly stirred with murmurs. How could a girl like this have wandered into their midst? Han Li frowned upon spotting the young maiden. She managed to enter the recruit training camp unscathed, so there shouldn't be any issues. However, this is no place for her. I'll send her away, declared Hong Hao beside him, striding toward the girl. At that moment, the maiden halted her steps. Her eyes brimmed with emotion as they fixed upon a certain direction amidst the crowd of recruits. A radiant smile blossomed across her face. Lin Xie and the plump youth, who had been engaged in combat, ceased their skirmish. Xie, the chubby one, murmured, "Somehow, this girl feels strangely familiar." Chubby sidled up to Lin Xie, his gaze fixed on the distant maiden as he whispered inquisitively. Upon hearing his words, Lin Xie turned his head with a wary glance towards Lin Yu's direction. "Chubby, if you wish to be bettered in from a beating, don't drag me into it," he muttered before hastily putting distance between them. Baffled by Lin Xie's reaction, Chubby followed his line of sight toward the crowd of new recruits. His eyes landed on Lin Yu, standing motionless with an intense, smiling gaze. A cold sweat instantly drenched his back. "Damn," he muttered under his breath. "No wonder she looked so familiar. Isn't that the girl, no? The sister-in-law, from the photo frame on Yuji's nightstand? Last time, the arrogant fellow was joking around with the photographs and nearly got his legs broken, escaping training. What should be done? It appears I may have spoken out of turn just now." Many recruits had already noticed Lin Yu's peculiar behavior. Quite a few had seen the photograph by his bedside. In an instant, comprehension dawned upon numerous observers. Hong Hao approached the young maiden unnoticed. Her gaze remained fixed upon the crowd of recruits, a detail that piqued Hong Hao's curiosity. Following her line of sight, he discovered her attention was directed at Lin Yu, prompting a knowing smile to grace his features. Quite the lad, he mused inwardly. Truly, one cannot judge by appearances alone. I had presumed you indifferent to feminine charms, remaining as impassive as timber before Molly's striking beauty. So this is the truth of it. After a moment's hesitation, Hong Hao exhaled a sigh. Blame me not. Young Lin Yu, he thought with resignation. Regulations must be observed. With this resolution, he first stamped his foot lightly as warning before speaking formally. This is a restricted military zone. Unauthorized personnel may not observe freely. You must depart immediately. Startled from her reverie by Hong Hao's interruption, the maiden regained her composure. A faint bite of her lower lip betrayed her embarrassment before she cast a reproachful glance toward that particular figure in the crowd. "Greetings, instructor," she responded, cheeks flushing crimson. "I am Hong Ying, member of Night Watch Squad 136. Even as she spoke, the heat of her embarrassment seemed to intensify. Wretched Lin Yu, she fumed inwardly. Must you remain so oblivious? This mortification is unbearable. Just you wait. Her cheeks puffed slightly with barely contained indignation. Hong Hao, upon hearing her identification, paused in evident surprise. His appraising gaze swept over the delicate-featured young woman before him. That this soft, winsome maiden should be a Night Watch operative seemed incongruous. If Lin Yu were aware of Hong Hao's current thoughts, he would undoubtedly retort with biting sarcasm. "Instructor Hong, pray tell, when exactly did your vision fail you?" "Sir, might I trouble you to summon Lin Yu for me?" A troubled expression flickered across his face. "Very well, wait here for a moment." After brief contemplation, Hong Hao spoke these words before striding toward Lin Yu. "You wretched boy, what are you standing there dumbstruck for? Make haste and go at once." Hong Hao approached Lin Yu and promptly delivered a slap to his head. "Really? Breaking the rules? Since when have you ever followed the rules? And now you're lecturing me about them? Should I just go over there and chase her away?" Upon hearing Hong Hao's words, Lin Yu gave an awkward chuckle and scratched his head before hastily rising to his feet. Slowly, he made his way towards Hong Ying. The biting wind and withered vegetation all bore testament to winter's arrival. Yet this maiden seemed to illuminate the moment with the warmth of spring. As the distance between them gradually diminished, someone in the crowd initiated a teasing cheer. Soon, The entire group of recruits joined in the boisterous uproar. Neither Han Li nor Hong Hao, both seasoned veterans, made any attempt to intervene. This was merely the training camp. Had it been the actual military barracks, the commotion would have been even more raucous whenever family members visited. Chapter 69. Don't frown. It'll make you less pretty. What brings you here? Approaching Hong Ying. Lin Yu's eyes brimmed with exhilaration as he forced a rather rigid smile upon his face. Having lived through 2 lifetimes, this was an unprecedented situation for him. Lin Yu found himself somewhat overwhelmed, his facial expression stiffening with unease. Hong Ying cast a sidelong glance at him, pursed her lips, and planted her hands firmly on her hips, adopting an unmistakably displeased demeanor. What? Am I not allowed to come? She retorted sharply. That forced smile of yours. Have you, perchance, committed some transgression against me behind my back? Hearing Hong Ying's words, Lin Yu gave an awkward chuckle. No, how could that be? I am a cultivator, after all. TCH, Hong Ying let out a dismissive sound, her sharp gaze sweeping over the crowd of new recruits. Then, a glint of mischief flickered in her bright eyes. She raised her hand and slowly pinched Lin Yu's stomach, her voice laced with exaggerated concern. Look at you. How have you gotten so thin? Before Lin Yu could utter a word, Hong Ying abruptly intensified her grip. Though her face still wore a mask of concern, her tone turned icy as she demanded, Speak. Who is that red-haired girl over there? Why does she keep staring at you? The final carried a noticeably heavier tone. Oh, it hurts. Let go, let's talk this over properly. Lin Yu, who had been standing upright just moments before, was instantly bent into the shape of a shrimp under Hong Ying's surprise attack. His piercing shrieks echoed across the training grounds. The new recruits froze in place at the sight. Hong Hao, wasn't that a rather gentle girl just now? Witnessing this scene, Shen Qingzhu's eyes brimmed with tears. Sister Yu is absolutely magnificent. Is this really something I can behold without paying? Heavens above. So even my brother Yu could be subdued by someone. Plump stood in the open space, casting a slightly downward glance at his own belly. A woeful expression crept across his face as he lamented. It's over. It's all over. I thought I'd be in trouble if I misspoke and brother Yu came after me. But never expected this girl. Ugh. Sister-in-law, you're even more formidable than my brother Yu. I must consult with Jie regarding my sister-in-law's preferences. It is imperative that I arrange everything clearly for her. Please, release me quickly. There are others observing. Let us converse in a more private setting. I acknowledge my shortcomings. Could you grant me a modicum of dignity? Lin Yu grasped the hand of Hong Ying, which was pressed against his abdomen, with one hand, while the other gently supported her arm. Leaning in closer, his face flushed, he softly pleaded for mercy. Observing Lin Yu's demeanor, Hong Ying couldn't help but smirk. Feeling a twinge of reluctance in her heart, she promptly released her grip and, with a hint of playful arrogance, remarked, Very well. Seeing you seated at the periphery, it's evident that your skills here are quite lacking. I shall refrain from further tarnishing your reputation. After uttering these words, a sweet smile graced Hong Ying's face. Raising a hand to gesture at Hong Hao, he inquired with measured politeness, Instructor, might I take this underperforming recruit aside for some dedicated remedial instruction? Strive to become an outstanding recruit. Hong Ying's voice boomed loudly. Upon hearing these words, all the recruits twitched at the corners of their mouths. Underperforming recruits? What exactly are you implying? Who among us could possibly be underperforming? You're referring to that Lin Yu who could teach us all a lesson? Upon hearing this, Hong Hao exchanged glances with Han Li. Why are you looking at me? Whatever I can do, he can do as well, whether he trains here or not. The biggest difference is that with him around, my burden lightens somewhat. His gaze drifted toward Hong Ying and Lin Yu's direction. Go ahead, but don't take too long. Understood. Thank you, instructor. With that, Hong Ying saluted Hong Hao crisply before gesturing for Lin Yu to follow her out of the training grounds. Hong Hao watched their retreating figures, swallowing slightly before calling out, Oh, and don't push Lin Yu too hard. His performance is actually quite commendable. At the sight of this, the recruits murmured among themselves. Hong Hao and Han Li. The moment they stepped beyond the training field, the piercing alarm of an emergency assembly blared through the recruit camp. Having once been a trainee herself, Hong Ying instantly recognized the signal's significance. You go ahead, she said to Lin Yu, a flicker of displeasure crossing her delicate features as she smoothed the creases from his uniform. Lin Yu had already surmised the reason for the sudden summons. Given that Hong Ying Shun Ti had been able to enter this area alone, it was likely that their captain, Chun Mai, had accompanied her. The emergency assembly was undoubtedly to announce their leave. Don't frown. It'll make you less pretty, he teased. This shouldn't take long. If you're not in a hurry, wait for me in my quarters. Room 039. Cupping her face gently, he brushed his thumb over the furrow between her brows before turning and sprinting toward the training field's central platform. His feet felt weightless. his heart pounding harder than after a 200-meter dash. Hong Ying stood frozen, her fair neck and ears burning crimson. After a beat, she huffed, "That brat. How dare he be so forward with me? Just you wait." Before the training ground, in less than 3 minutes, all the recruits had formed in neat and orderly square formation. Commander Hong Hao stood solemnly on the platform, his gaze sweeping across the ranks of new soldiers. After counting their numbers, he gave a slight nod of approval. "Excellent. After 5 months of rigorous training, you've begun to embody the essence of true soldiers." Hearing these words, the recruits below instinctively straightened their backs further, their eyes gleaming with unwavering determination. "I've gathered you here not for another training session," Hong Hao continued, a faint smile softening his stern expression, his tone now more measured and warm, "but to announce something significant." He paused briefly before delivering the news. "The first half of your year-long recruit training, the specialized physical conditioning phase, has concluded 1 month ahead of schedule. In other words, your training focus will now shift towards tactics, forbidden techniques, and firearms." As Hong Hao's words fell, the recruits below the stage couldn't conceal their expressions of delight. Waking up at 3 or 4 in the morning for drills, frequently trekking into Jian Mountain, those days were finally coming to an end. Lin Yu glanced at the excited fatty and Shen Qingzhu beside him, and a quiet joy stirred within him as well. At this point, physical training no longer held much significance for him. Hong Hao cleared his throat lightly, silencing the murmurs among the ranks. Once the recruits had settled, he continued, "One more thing, Chapter 70. This kid wants to harm me after thorough deliberation among our instructors. It has been unanimously decided that from today until the 2nd day of the Lunar New Year, we shall enjoy a 4-day holiday." As those words fell, the recruits were momentarily stunned before erupting into cheers. "Good heavens. 7 nights, 7 nights, did you hear that? We're actually getting leave." Chubby first seized Lin Chia's shoulders, shaking them with uncontainable excitement. Then he turned and grasped Lin Yu's arm. "Brother Yu, we actually have a holiday. Wait a moment while I gather my belongings. You, along with your wife and I, Qi Yi, shall journey to Guangzhou and Shenzhen together. I shall treat you both to several days of splendid leisure." Lin Yu cast a sidelong glance at Pang Pang. With a swift motion, he brushed Pang Pang's hand off his arm. A mischievous glint flickered in his eyes as he remarked, "Pang Pang, are you even aware of this particular term?" Upon hearing Lin Yu's inexplicable question, the plump lad froze momentarily. Almost immediately, Hong Hao's voice resonated from the martial platform. "However, no one is permitted to leave Cangnan City. Anyone found violating this regulation will be immediately expelled from the current recruit training camp and disqualified from joining the night watch." A heavy silence fell upon the assembly. "Understood? Dismissed." With the disbanding order issued, the excited crowd quickly dispersed. Stepping out for some fresh air would be splendid indeed. "Come on, Caillou, let's pack our things." Pang Pang adjusted swiftly, his earlier disappointment vanishing as delight reappeared on his face. Lin Qiyu paid no heed to Pang Pang's words. Instead, he turned to glance at Lin Yu beside him. "Brother Yu, I have a feeling this break isn't as simple as it seems. Why don't you divine a reading?" Lin Qiyu gazed at Lin Yu with a furrowed brow, his expression grave as he spoke. "Don't worry, just eat and drink as usual. If the sky falls, there are taller people to hold it up." Lin Yu chuckled and gave Lin Qiyu's shoulder a reassuring pat. With that, he turned and strode toward the dormitory. "Perhaps I'm overthinking things," Lin Qiyu murmured to himself before following. Upon reaching the dormitory entrance, Lin Yu had barely stepped inside when he spotted Shen Qingzhu standing rigidly at attention, his posture impeccably respectful. "Brother Yu," Shen Qingzhu greeted earnestly. As Lin Yu approached, Shen Qingzhu immediately bowed to him at a perfect 90-degree angle. Witnessing this scene, Lin Yu slightly furrowed his brows. Could this be about seeking accommodation? Before Lin Yu could comprehend what Shen Qingzhu was up to, a voice drifted languidly from the stool by the wall. "Well, now he's become Brother Yu, has he? How exactly have you been mistreating her? The moment you stepped through the door, you kept addressing her as sister-in-law. What's this about? Have you gained some newfound confidence after joining the new recruits training camp? Learn how to bully people now?" Hearing this voice, Lin Yu's heart tightened. Damn it. How could he have forgotten about Hong Ying coming to the dormitory? "Sister-in-law, Brother Yu has never bullied me. He treats me very well," she hurriedly explained on his behalf. Witnessing Shen Qingzhu's exaggerated display, Lin Yu froze momentarily, cursing inwardly. "What the hell are you saying? Are you deliberately trying to provoke me, Taoist master? Do you truly believe yourself to be humorous? Brother Yu commands such profound authority and respect." Upon hearing this, Lin Yu offered an awkward smile, scratching his head as he prepared to step forward and explain. At that very moment, Pang Pang burst into the room, clutching a box in his arms. "Brother Zhua, you're being rather inconsiderate," he chided Shen Qingzhu. "Sister-in-law Yu is here, and you didn't even bother to inform me." This makes me appear terribly impolite. After reprimanding Shen Qingzhu, Pang Pang turned to Lin Yu with an ingratiating grin. Lin Yu shot him several meaningful glances, urging him to leave, but Pang Pang seemed oblivious. Slipping past Lin Yu, Pang Pang approached Hong Ying directly and bowed deeply at a perfect 90-degree angle. Greetings, sister-in-law Yu. Though we meet for the first time, please accept this humble gift as a token of my respect. Hong Ying cast Pang Pang a faint smile before fixing Lin Yu with a sharp, piercing glare. Very well. You've truly become quite the esteemed gentleman now. Lin Yu shook his head, his eyes brimming with grievance. No, really not. Seeing that Hong Ying hadn't accepted the box he offered, Pang Pang continued earnestly, Sister-in-law, please accept it without hesitation. It's just a small token of my appreciation. I've received so much kindness from brother Yu here. If you refuse, wouldn't it make me seem ungrateful? Moved by his words, Hong Ying softened. After shooting Lin Yu a reproachful glance, she took the box from Pang Pang and opened it curiously. As the lid lifted, inside lay 9 watches arranged in 3 neat rows, 3 in each, resembling the packaging of a premium gift set. Though Hong Ying wasn't deeply versed in luxury brands, her time with Shen had acquainted her with some. Rolex? Patek Philippe? Hong Ying gazed at the watches before her, murmuring softly under her breath. A profound look of bewilderment spread across her face. Sister-in-law, this one here is a Rolex Submariner series, commonly known among folks as the Green Hulk, and this piece is a Patek Philippe. Listening to these names that she had only encountered online, familiar yet distant, Hong Ying felt an overwhelming sense of astonishment. What on earth had Lin Yu been doing in that training camp? Could it be that a faction has been formed here, banding together to bully the new recruits? This is absolutely unacceptable. If discovered, I would surely be expelled from the Night's Watch. With this thought, Scarlet Tassel slowly lowered the lid of the gift box. Then, her eyes blazing with fury, she abruptly rose to her feet and fixed her gaze upon Lin Yu. Lin Yu, tell me, what exactly did you do during basic training? Did you engage in any conduct that violated military discipline? Fatty and Shen Qingzhu both shrank back at Hong Ying's fierce scolding, exchanging cautious glances that mirrored each other's fear. Upon hearing Hong Ying's words, Lin Yu felt utterly overwhelmed. This foolish girl must have misunderstood me completely, he thought. Realizing that only the 2 teammates themselves could unravel this tangled misunderstanding, Lin Yu forced a strained smile and turned to Fatty. I truly didn't violate any regulations during the new recruit training camp, he said. Fatty, could you explain it to Hong Ying? Lin Yu's voice was exceedingly gentle, his smile stiff upon his face. His tone carried a hint of negotiation. Neither Pang Pang nor Shen Qingzhu had ever witnessed Lin Yu in such a state before, leading them to mistakenly believe he was enraged. Observing Lin Yu's expression that sent chills down one's spine, Pang Pang steeled his resolve. His knees buckled as he clutched the gift box containing the wristwatch, preparing to kneel in submission. At this sight, Lin Yu's eyes widened in horror. This is it. This fool is going to ruin me. Chapter 71, Departure from Camp Chubby. Witnessing this scene, Lin Yu let out a resounding cry. The sheer volume of his voice startled Hong Ying, Pang Pang, and Shen Qingzhu. Pang Pang's knees, which had instinctively begun to bend, froze mid-motion as he turned his head curiously toward Lin Yu. Hong Ying also glared at him with evident fury. Disregarding Hong Ying's piercing gaze, Lin Yu locked eyes with Pang Pang and spoke. Pang Pang, I just heard Qi calling for you. Upon hearing this, Pang Pang furrowed his brows in confusion. That can't be right, brother Yu. I didn't hear anything at all. Lin Yu's expression remained unchanged, though he forcibly suppressed the fury within. Maintaining a composed tone, he said, You were inside, so naturally you didn't hear. I was right at the door. I heard everything clearly just now. Upon hearing this, Pang Pang frowned slightly. His gaze flickered between the gift box of local delicacies in his hands and Lin Yu and Hong Ying, his face twisting into an awkward expression. But, brother Yu, sister-in-law hasn't accepted my. Lin Yu didn't let him finish. He stepped forward swiftly, gripping Pang Pang's shoulders and turning him toward the door with a gentle push. No buts. Go on. It's the holiday. Maybe Qi has something important to discuss. Don't keep him waiting. Pang Pang hesitated, casting one last glance at Lin Yu, whose smile had stiffened as he waved him off. Silently, he placed the gift box on Shen Qingzhu's bedside table near the door before darting out in a flash. As Pang Pang disappeared, Lin Yu exhaled softly in relief. His gaze shifted to Shen Qingzhu, who stood rigidly against the wall. Noticing Lin Yu's attention, Shen Qingzhu immediately bowed at a perfect 90-degree angle. Brother Yu. After a brief silence, Lin Yu spoke. Zhuai Gu, since you can't leave Cangnan during the break, if you and your 3 brothers have no plans, come stay at my place. There's enough room. Shen Qingzhu blinked in surprise at the invitation, then shook his head hastily. No, brother Yu. It wouldn't be appropriate. His eyes flicked subtly toward Hong Ying. Lin Yu glanced at Hong Ying as well, noting the slight softening of her expression. Reassured, he pressed on, "It's fine. I have arrangements." He gave Shen Qingzhu a knowing look before adding, "Booking 4 separate rooms is a waste. Better to spend that money on food." Understanding dawned in Shen Qingzhu's eyes. Helping brother Yu and saving money? Why not? With a nod, he agreed. Once settled, Lin Yu packed a few clothes into his deep violet backpack, took Hong Ying's hand, and left the dorm. "Let us hurry. If we run into Zhuai Guo's 3 lackeys now, we're done for." Not far from the dorm, Hong Ying, who had been silent until then, finally spoke. Her earlier anger gone. Finally did something that pleased me. Lin Yu seized the chance to explain. "I swear, I never bullied anyone. That Zhuai Guo, Shen Qingzhu, was a high-risk forbidden void. After certain incidents, he started calling me brother Yu. As for Pang Pang's gifts, honestly, at least a third of the recruits here have accepted them. The other 2/3? He tried, but they refused." Seeing Hong Ying's mood lighten, Lin Yu relaxed, until she delivered another lethal strike. "I saw how she looked at you on the training field, and how she looked at me was even worse." At her words, Lin Yu's eyes glazed over in confusion. "Red hair? Are there any red-haired girls in our boot camp? I don't care. I haven't heard. I don't know. I don't recognize you. TSK. It's not like I'm going to devour you. Suit yourself." Upon hearing Lin Yu's denial, Hong Ying shot him a glare, let out a disdainful TSK, and turned her head away. After taking a few more steps, noticing his silence, she pursed her lips, pressed her delicate face close to his, and studied his expression with curiosity. "Truly you don't know? I knew it all along. Did you truly believe you could deceive this venerable Taoist master? When I set up my stall to divine fortunes, what kind of people haven't I encountered?" At this thought, Lin Yu felt quite smug inwardly. Yet his expression remained unchanged as he shook his head and said, "Don't know her." Seeing Lin Yu's composure, a flicker of suspicion passed through Hong Ying's eyes. "Fine then," she conceded. "I'll take your word for it, for now." Before long, the two arrived at the training camp's entrance. "Oh, that was quick," someone remarked. "Already finished lecturing them?" Hong Hao gazed at the approaching figures of Hong Ying and Lin Yu, a playful jest dancing upon his lips. Reporting to the instructor, he quipped with mock solemnity, "Not quite yet." Hong Ying was not one to be shy. Before Lin Yu could utter a word, Hong Hao cast a glance at Lin Yu, a fleeting expression of pity crossing his face, revealing a look that any man would comprehend. Lin Yu, however, felt somewhat bewildered by the scrutiny. Could he truly accompany me? Upon hearing Hong Hao's words, Hong Ying's eyes sparkled with excitement. Her grip on Lin Yu's hand tightening just a tad. "Yes, it's not a problem. Just moments ago, your team leader spoke to the chief instructor. And there's Lin Xia as well," Hong Hao explained with a smile. Hong Ying pondered for a moment. "You know, instructor, our vehicle was halted at the checkpoint ahead. I'll take Lin Yu with me first, and when Xia arrives, please inform him to find us. Is that agreeable?" Hong Hao nodded in agreement, and upon receiving his consent, Hong Ying tugged on Lin Yu, making her way outside. "Goodbye, Instructor Hong," Lin Yu greeted as they passed by, waving his hand before stepping out of the camp alongside Hong Ying. Once they exited the confines of the camp, Lin Yu felt a sudden wave of relief wash over him, as if both his spirit and body had been liberated from a heavy shackle. It had been 5 months since Lin Yu had reached the Pool Realm, with no signs of advancement. Yet, an inexplicably wondrous sensation coursed through him. The warm feeling that always emerged in moments of exhaustion enveloping him entirely, akin to soaking in a pleasantly warm hot spring. His entire body felt lighter. Chapter 72, The Sea Realm? Could it be that the forbidden object not only suppressed my mental strength, but also hindered my physical cultivation progress? My body should be nearing the river realm, right? As he felt the warm current within him, Lin Yu fell into deep contemplation. "What are you dazed about?" Hong Ying asked, tilting her head curiously at him. "It's nothing. Just reflecting," he replied. "Reflecting? What are you reflecting on? Have you made plans with a certain lady, only to be interrupted by me?" Lin Yu shot a sidelong glance at Hong Ying, recalling a particular incident. He slowly spoke. "I appreciate you for leaving me and Xia on the other side of Jian Mountain when you brought me here. At that time, neither Xia nor I had a map, and we wandered for a day before finally arriving here." Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, the mildly arrogant demeanor of Hong Ying vanished in an instant, her ears turning a bright shade of red. After taking a few more steps, she turned to Lin Yu, who was still chuckling, and, in a fit of exasperation, she raised her small fist and playfully punched him in the chest. Just then, the first bus, filled with passengers, emerged from the distant military camp. Seeing this, Lin Yu quickly pulled Hong Ying aside, gazing up at the sky. The azure expanse was clear and cloudless. At that moment, several small black dots appeared in the sky. As they grew larger, 5 long tails of fire traced 5 white lines across the heavens. Lin Yu furrowed his brow upon witnessing this. At the 39th missile launch base, a woman of striking beauty and allure stood at the central control panel, wielding a blood-stained, handle-less blade, tossing it lightly into the air and catching it. The notification came too late. Otherwise, I could have captured them all right here in the camp, she remarked, her voice sultry and enchanting, devoid of any living presence around her. Unfortunately, that ruckus caused by those fools drew attention. If we hadn't acted promptly, your plans would have been wasted. A deep male voice resonated from the control panel before her. Upon hearing the man's words, the woman leaned forward, pressing her chest against the edge of the control panel. The snugness of her outfit accentuated her figure even further. Propping herself on the console, she twisted her body, casting a seductive glance at the phone on the control panel. It doesn't matter. It's actually better this way. I can finally meet those 2 little ones. As agreed, the Seraphim agent is mine, while the other enigmatic Pool Realm rookie is yours. However, I do prefer the more robust ones. After finishing her sentence, she grinned, her elongated crimson tongue flicking out like a serpent, licking her lips with a glint of unhealthy excitement in her eyes. A moment later, she swayed her body and slowly exited the control room. On the floor of the vast control room, fresh crimson blood formed a grotesque serpent's eye. What are you looking at? Hong Ying, noticing Lin Yu's frown as he gazed upwards, followed suit. Upon recognizing the black dots in the sky, her expression shifted dramatically. Those are missiles. At this revelation, sweat began to bead on Hong Ying's palms, which were still clasped in Lin Yu's grip. Go get your long gun. Tell the captain to steer clear of that checkpoint and alert the rookie camp to prepare. We cannot allow those missiles to strike. Lin Yu instructed in a rapid-fire manner, his hands forming intricate gestures. And you? She asked, concern lacing her voice. I'll be fine. Hurry. There's no time. Seeing Hong Ying hesitate, Lin Yu's tone grew more forceful. You need to ensure your safety. Gritting her teeth, Hong Ying turned and sprinted towards the direction where Chunmai had parked. As Lin Yu's final gesture pointed to his own brow, a surge of blue energy flowed into him. Feeling an exhilarating rush of mental strength, Lin Yu furrowed his brow slightly, silently hoping that his body could withstand it. In an instant, a vibrant purple-red aura erupted around him, enveloping his figure entirely. As the purple-red glow receded, Lin Yu was adorned in a suit of armor of the same hue, wielding a spear crowned with purple flame. An aura that lay between the sea and river realms erupted from him. Just as Hong Ying and Chunmai alighted from the van, they chanced upon this spectacle. Chunmai, holding a phone, was utterly astonished. The aura of the sea realm? Has he become this formidable? Upon sensing the overwhelming presence emanating from Lin Yu, Hong Ying was first taken aback, her eyes lighting up with joy. However, a flicker of an unfamiliar emotion crossed her gaze. The driver of the first bus to exit the rookie training camp, upon seeing the terrifying aura emanating from Lin Yu ahead, abruptly slammed the brakes. Han Li, leading the group, also sensed the overwhelming energy, and without a moment to spare, he hurriedly exited the vehicle. Lin Yu, what's wrong? What happened? Han Li approached Lin Yu, his voice filled with concern, astonished at the uncharacteristic display of emotion from the usually composed student. Lin Yu cast a glance at Han Li, raising a hand to point at the sky. Han Li, puzzled, looked up. Upon discerning the 5 missiles plummeting from the sky, his hair stood on end. Lin Yu, you don't need to worry about this. Run. After giving this command, he shouted, immediately drive at full speed away from the training camp. After relaying this message to the first bus, he did not pause, rushing towards the second bus. Drive immediately, at full speed away from the training camp. Lin Yu observed Han Li drawing nearer to the rookie training camp and once again formed intricate gestures with his right hand, murmuring incantations. Wind, fire, rise. As the final word left his lips, a pair of slowly rotating purple-red wheels appeared beneath his feet. A faint sound of thunder echoed in the air. Hong Ying, the missile has entered your attack range. Destroy it. Captain, assure Instructor Yuan that he need not worry about the missile fragments. He can strike without hesitation. Lin Yu turned to Chunmai and Hong Ying, who were rushing towards him, and imparted this instruction. In the next moment, a flash of purplish-red light enveloped him, and he soared into the sky. Chapter 73. The Emperor? Hong Ying gazed at the purplish-red figure in the sky, her resolve solidifying. In her hand, the rosefire spear erupted with a vibrant magenta flame, akin to the purple flame spear wielded by Lin Yu. She looked up at the 5 missiles, now dangerously close. Meanwhile, Yuan Gang ended the call, his expression darkening. A hasty decision to grant a holiday had been made, and before they could leave, the missiles had arrived. To his shock, there were indeed traitors among his instructors. He issued a few simple commands, gripping his star blade tightly as he maneuvered to the rooftop of the tallest building in the recruit camp. Observing Lin Yu suspended in the air, Yuan Gang couldn't help but sigh softly. In just 5 short months, a novice who had barely entered the recruit camp was now rivaling the efforts of his entire life. Indeed, one must compare to understand the value. Some may even perish in the comparison. Young man, I truly look forward to your complete transformation. Will you become the 6th pinnacle of humanity in our great Xia? As these thoughts coursed through Yuan Gang's mind, a golden barrier slowly ascended from the recruit camp. Soon to close, the true power of the sea realm was about to be unleashed. Young man, the fragments are yours to handle. This shield may not withstand the deluge of missile debris. Yuan Gang's voice, bolstered by his strength, resonated like thunder. After speaking, he slightly bent his knees and assumed a stance to draw his blade. In the sky, upon hearing Yuan Gang's command, the purplish flames on Lin Yu's spear flared even brighter. Ready! With a thunderous shout from Yuan Gang, as the golden energy shield was about to seal, a blade of energy shot skyward. The blade cut through the air, severing the 3 missiles closest to the ground, causing them to explode with a deafening roar. In an instant, a powerful shockwave surged downward. The recruit training camp, shielded by the golden barrier, remained unharmed, while trees outside were uprooted and blown away by the force. On the other side, the new recruits, having endured 5 months of training, faced this peril without panic. Under the guidance of several instructors, they were minimally affected. Yet, the sight of 2 blazing suns in the sky deeply shook their hearts. Ordinary firearms may prove ineffective against formidable mysteries, but such devastating weapons designed to combat the strong instilled a sense of awe in those lacking power. Lin Yu narrowed his eyes, the purplish energy around him flickering in the strong wind. Now is the moment. As fragments of the missiles burst forth from the smoke of the explosions, Lin Yu exhaled lightly. He aimed the purple flame spear towards the area of the explosion. A terrifying sea of purplish-red flames erupted above, reminiscent of the fiery clouds described in books, akin to the breathtaking hues of a sunset, casting a magnificent purple glow across the ground. Lin Yu had contemplated directly using the mysterious silk to gather the missiles, but with his strength barely approaching the sea realm, it was beyond his capabilities. As the fragments fell into that sea of flames, it was as if they had plunged into the ocean. The samadhi true fire he conjured, close to the sea realm, incinerated the fragments into molten iron, leaving only a few particularly large pieces that broke free from the flames and continued to fall, though they posed little threat. This was precisely why Lin Yu insisted on having the missiles destroyed. Lin Yu. Before he could catch his breath, Hong Ying called out, her voice laced with urgency. Lin Yu turned to see her, the rosefire spear ablaze with vibrant magenta flames, dancing like a fire spirit. He recognized she was gathering her strength. Moments later, as her body leaned back with the momentum of the spear, she released it with a force akin to an arrow shot forth. The dazzling magenta flames traced a brilliant trajectory in the air. Boom, boom. With successive explosions, the last 2 missiles that were destined for the exit road were intercepted. Once again, invoking the divine power of Nezha, a serpent of fire coiled protectively above the recruits. A few stray fragments, too small to evade, were either dodged or shattered with their combined efforts, causing no harm. After accomplishing this, Lin Yu felt utterly drained, as though his very essence had been siphoned away. A wave of weakness washed over him. It seemed his physical training had not kept pace. Even a mere fraction of the mental energy from the Yang Pearl had left him exhausted. He wondered how much energy truly resided within that Yang Pearl. Nikes had infused 2/3 of it, yet in 5 months, he had failed to replenish the last third. It was certain, however, that it was not merely double that of the pool realm. Casting a glance at the purplish fire dragon as it descended, the sensation of weakness intensified. At the coastal defense base number 038, 300 kilometers from Sangnan City, 3 figures clad in black robes and hoods stared in astonishment at the scene on the screen. The master had indeed been thorough in his considerations. They had not anticipated such formidable individuals among this group. The one radiating purplish-red energy could even fly. This revelation must be conveyed to the higher-ups. One of the hooded figures fixed his gaze on the Control Center screen and spoke. The light from the screen cast a pallor upon his face, rendering him almost bloodless. No need for that. I doubt they will be able to counter the 6th missile. This base was established by Great Xia to deal with the incoming threats. Its power rivals that of the previous 2 missiles. The second hooded figure remarked with a smile. However, that smile quickly froze on his face as a long, grayish-white arm thrust through his chest. Did you need to speak? I never instructed you to command. The first hooded figure said disdainfully, licking his fingers. Outside the recruit camp, Hong Ying was aware of the limitations of Lin Yu's abilities. Seeing him land, she hurried to his side, supporting him. Sensing something, she abruptly looked up at the sky. Chapter 74, Sangnan Twins. How could there be a 6th missile? Lin Yu gasped as he observed the missile hurtling from another direction. moving faster than the first 5. Within the recruit training camp, Yuan, who had just exhaled in relief, sensed the anomaly. Upon recognizing the missile in the sky, his previously trembling right hand, which gripped the blade, abruptly stiffened, ceasing its tremors. How could this thing have been launched? As these words escaped his lips, Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. Hong Hao raised his hand to gaze at the sky, where a menacing black missile hung ominously. He stood frozen in place. What's wrong, Instructor Hong? You didn't react this way when 5 of them came just now. Lin Yu observed Hong Hao's demeanor and looked up at the rapidly approaching missile, curiosity etched on his face. Run. Run as far as you can. Hurry. All instructors. Stay at the back of the line. It's the Starblade. Hong Hao, regaining his composure, ignored Lin Yu's words and shouted urgently. The instructors accompanying the bus leader exchanged worried glances upon hearing the name, Starblade. Instructor Han, what is the Starblade? The plump one, upon hearing this, turned to the now pale-faced Han Li and inquired. The Starblade is a missile designed specifically to combat forces of the Sea Realm and above, employed during the early days when our night watchmen of the Great Xia had yet to develop formidable strength. Its warhead is constructed from materials akin to the Starblade. Hence the name. It was created to ensure it would not be easily destroyed. The only recorded instance of its destruction was by a force far exceeding the Sea Realm. Approaching the Klein Realm, once it detonates, each fragment carries the force of the strongest attack from the Sea Realm. Upon hearing Han Li's explanation, the plump one couldn't help but shiver. Let's go? Han Li urged, pushing the plump one, who remained frozen in place. As all the recruits retreated in a singular direction, the 5 instructors leading the bus exchanged glances and gradually arranged themselves in a fan shape, positioning themselves at the rear of the recruits. Why aren't you moving? Hong Hao scolded Lin Yu, who lingered. Lin Yu glanced at the instructors and then turned to Lin Yu. Brother Yu, do you have confidence? Meeting Lin Yu's gaze, Lin Yu slowly pushed aside the red tassel and replied with a smile. Do you have confidence? We must give it a try? Then let us try. After saying this, Lin Yu began to walk towards Lin Yu. If that missile truly detonated, the range of destruction would undoubtedly exceed what could be escaped in mere seconds. Chunmai, Hong Ying. Unbeknownst to them, Chunmai and Hong Ying had also arrived behind Lin Yu and Lin Yu, their expressions resolute. The autumn sun, though not as scorching as in summer, was more blinding. As a gust of autumn wind swept by, Lin Yu and Lin Yu stood with their garments fluttering. You little rascals, stop posing, Chunmai said from behind, while gently placing a hand on his chest to begin unbuttoning his shirt. As they watched the Starblade descend closer to the ground, Lin Yu took a deep breath and exchanged a glance with Lin Yu. After a nod of agreement, Lin Yu raised his right hand to his forehead. A surge of mental energy flowed into the golden pattern on his brow. As this energy infused, the golden pattern slightly swelled, revealing a thin crack. With the emergence of this fissure, the Starblade appeared to magnify infinitely in his eyes. Simultaneously, in the sacred hospital, Lin Yu found Nikes, who was seated in a rocking chair, knitting a black sweater. Mother, I need strength. Lin Yu wasted no time and spoke directly upon finding Nikes. Oh, have you encountered trouble? Danados? Nikes paused her work, her voice gentle. No need, mother, but I need to expand the range of the Cliffs of Darkness significantly. At the very least, it must withstand attacks from the Sea Realm. Very well, this way will inflict less harm on your body than my direct intervention. After Nike spoke, a radiant energy infused with starlight entered Lin Yu's body. Outside the recruit training camp, after a few moments of observation, Lin Yu finally discerned a weakness in the Starblade. I'm going to strike, Lin Yu declared, his gaze fixed on the Starblade. Yes, I'm ready too. He began to lean back. As his expression shifted, the purplish-red divine energy surrounding him gradually dissipated, converging towards the purple flame serpent spear. The purplish-red flowing light above him also vanished, merging into the spear. The purple flame serpent spear shot forth, creating sonic booms that left ripples in the azure sky. In the recruit training camp, Yuan, holding a phone and feeling a whirlwind of emotions, observed this scene and murmured, a blow from the Sea Realm. He actually managed to accomplish this. Yuan, what are you saying? The voice on the other end, Xiaopinga, sounded anxious. Having only received half of Yuan Gang's report, Captain, perhaps these two really can do it. As the purple flame serpent spear was unleashed, Lin Yu felt his strength wane, falling backward. Seeing this, Hong Ying rushed to catch him. Lin Yu, hazily glancing at Hong Ying, smiled faintly before closing his eyes entirely. Lin Yu shot a glance at Lin Yu. Leave the rest to me. Lin Yu slowly raised his hands. In the azure sky, a black dot abruptly appeared, expanding rapidly. Wherever the darkness enveloped, light dimmed instantly. The closer one was to the center of the blackness, the darker it became, as if the surrounding light were bending to avoid it. Boom. The purple flame serpent spear collided with the starblade. The starblade, which even the sea realm could not shatter, exploded in the air. Following the explosion, the purple flame serpent spear also dissipated. Above the black domain, a sea of purplish-red flames erupted. Hundreds of fragments of the starblade, each carrying the force of the strongest attack from the sea realm, were engulfed in the purplish-red inferno, igniting fiercely. Chapter 75. Well done, kid. You're playing a bit excessively. As the Samadhi true fire blazed violently, some larger fragments of the star blade burst forth from the flames. However, these fragments, now devoid of the force of the sea realm's attack, were consumed entirely by Lin Yu's eclipse of darkness. After a moment, as an old van drove away, Lin Yu opened his eyes to find himself lying in his bedroom. His body still lacked strength, and his head throbbed. It was truly torturous. His power was still insufficient. Although his progress had been swift, it paled in comparison to the energy of the divine beings. Reflecting on this, Lin Yu shifted his position, slowly sitting up. At that moment, he noticed Hong Ying resting at the foot of his bed. Sensing his movement, she slightly opened her eyes. "You're awake?" They exchanged glances. Hong Ying slowly lifted her head and spoke. Lin Yu smiled warmly, nodding in response. "I'll go call them. The captain and the others have arrived." A joyful smile appeared on Hong Ying's face as she hurriedly prepared to leave. Had she not insisted, it was likely that her small bedroom would not have housed just her alone. Others were also eager. "No need. I'll go down instead," Lin Yu interrupted, exerting himself to rise. Seeing this, Hong Ying quickly rushed to support him. As Lin Yu leaned on her, he unintentionally pulled her into his embrace. "You." Hong Ying lifted her face from Lin Yu's chest, glaring at him with flushed cheeks, exuding an adorable charm. "Oh, my waist." Lin Yu glanced at Hong Ying, hastily placing his hands on his own waist, his face contorted in a painful expression. Observing this, the playful and indignant look on Hong Ying's face faded as she leaned forward, resting in Lin Yu's embrace, peering at his lower back. "Where does it hurt?" "Here, yes. Yes, be gentle." Lin Yu grimaced, yet wore a smile, his gaze drifting toward Hong Ying's rear, contemplating whether to deliver a playful slap. Recalling the incident from last time when things went awry. However, he hesitated, thinking it might be better to refrain. Just then, the bedroom door swung open abruptly. It was Si Xiaonan, her startled scream filled with excitement, covering her eyes with a peace sign. Following her, Zhao Kongqing poked his head in. Witnessing Hong Ying sprawled on the bed and Lin Yu with his hands still raised, he smirked and gave a thumbs up. "Well done, kid. Seems like you're indulging in something a bit risky." Moments later, Zhao Kongqing was nudged aside by someone, eager to catch a glimpse of the scene inside. 3 heads peeked from either side of the small bedroom door. On the left, Si Xiaonan, Lung Xian, Wen Qima, and on the right, Chun Mai, Wu Xiangnan, Zhao Kongqing, all wearing expressions of excitement. As Si Xiaonan shrieked, Hong Ying propped herself up on her hands, turning to glance back. Her face was flushed, and she caught sight of the hand hovering above her. Her teeth clenched in a soft rattle. "Chi, you're here too? Is this where Yuga lives?" "The new recruits pooled money to buy you both a bouquet. This one is yours. What about you, Go?" At that moment, a familiar voice echoed from the entrance on the first floor. "Shen Qingzhu." "Yes, Yuga lives here. The captain and the others just went upstairs. Yuga should be awake now. I'll take you up." Lin Yi briefly nodded, guiding Shen Qingzhu and the others as they slowly ascended the staircase. Among the group was a striking young woman with fiery red hair, her eyes curiously assessing Lin Yu's room while holding a bag of fruit. Before long, upon reaching the second floor, Lin Yi noticed Chun Mai and the others peeking at the door, their curiosity piqued. Upon witnessing the scene inside the bedroom, Lin Yi swiftly positioned himself to block the gap at the door, shaking his head at the new recruits. "Qi, what's going on? Why don't you go in?" questioned Shen Qingzhu, disregarding Lin Yi's silent warning as she tiptoed to peer inside. "Oh my." With Shen Qingzhu's exclamation, the other new recruits also leaned in, intrigued. Meanwhile, the members of Team 136 moved aside, their expressions turning peculiar after witnessing the scene in the bedroom. Molly glanced at Lin Yu, gently setting down the fruit she held, before turning and dashing out. "Kid, do you realize how many people you've inadvertently hurt?" Zhao Kongqing observed Lin Yu and Hong Ying, then glanced at Molly's retreating figure, shaking his head slightly with a sigh. After uttering these words, Zhao Kongqing felt as if he was being scrutinized. Scanning the surroundings, he met Hong Ying's fierce gaze directed at him. With a sheepish smile, he urged, "All right, disperse. Blocking the doorway like this is ridiculous. Let's head downstairs." Once everyone had departed, Zhao Kongqing approached the door, peeking inside. "You carry on, I'll close the door for you." With that, he shut the door, exhaling in relief, hands in his pockets as he made his way downstairs. A moment later, Those on the first floor heard the sounds of screams and accusations emanating from the second floor. What does it mean that you're raising your hand? What do you intend to do? And what was that nonsense Zhao said? Who have you harmed? If you don't clarify today, I won't let this go. Hong Ying, remain calm. Let me explain. No, it hurts. You're not a dog, are you? The cries continued. The crowd on the first floor exchanged awkward glances, sensing the embarrassment on each other's faces. That captain, it's time for patrol. I'll head out, Zhao Kongqing gulped, greeting Chunmai as he prepared to leave. Wait up, old Zhao, I'll go with you. I want to join, one of the recruits chimed in. Soon, only Lin Qiyi, Shen Qingzhu, and his 3 companions remained on the first floor. By the way, Qiyi, Fatty wanted me to tell you he's at the Kairansaji Hotel, room 9039. He hopes you can find time to visit him. Chao Yuan is also there. Shen Qingzhu recalled Fatty's message. Upon hearing this, Lin Qiyi nodded, patting Shen Qingzhu's shoulder. All right, I'll head over. When Yuge comes down, remember to inform him of my whereabouts. After a moment of sympathy cast toward Shen Qingzhu, Lin Qiyi turned and left Lin Yu's room. Shen Qingzhu and his 3 brothers seemed to finally grasp the situation. Big brother, is everything all right? Should we come back tomorrow? Deng Wei inquired cautiously. Shen Qingzhu hesitated, then clenched his teeth. Forget it, the hotels in Songnan are too pricey. Yugu is right. It's better to save that money for meals. You all head out first. Just as Shen Qingzhu spoke, he noticed Deng Wei and the others had already exited the door. This isn't right. At such a critical moment, shouldn't you stay and let me leave? Take care, brother Shen. What do you want for dinner? How about we get you some stewed pigeon for a faster recovery? Shen Qingzhu was infuriated by the cowardice displayed by his companions. Get lost. Chapter 76. Undercurrents rising. After a while, Lin Yu rubbed his neck and slowly descended from the second floor, with Hong Ying closely following. As she walked, her ponytail bounced cheerfully, reflecting her good mood. You go. Upon seeing Lin Yu, Shen Qingzhu bowed and called out in one breath. Great. You left one behind. With a fierce expression, Lin Yu prepared to confront Shen Qingzhu, who quickly responded, Sister-in-law, hello. Be gentle, don't tug on my ear. As Shen Qingzhu spoke, Hong Ying raised her arm, pinching his ear. She smiled at Shen Qingzhu as she guided Lin Yu toward the door. Just before exiting, Hong Ying slightly leaned back, saying, The house key is under the doormat at the entrance. You can stay here. The spices and gas in the kitchen are all usable. After conveying this information, Hong Ying led Lin Yu out of the house. Report to the captain, Hong Ying has taken Xiao Yu out. On the rooftop of a high-rise building at the junction of the old city, Lang Xian held a telescope in one hand while pressing an earpiece to his ear, relaying the information. Yes, understood. Xiao Yu's strength is already commendable, especially with Hong Ying, old Zhao, and you with him. It should be manageable. On our end, Qiyi, Xiangnan, and I will follow. You need not worry. Remember, unless absolutely necessary, do not engage. This is also a form of training for them. With Chun Mai's voice concluding, the scene unfolded further. On the rooftop, the cold breeze accompanied Zhao Kongqing, who was dragging a black suitcase around the corner of the street. Where are we headed? As the sky gradually darkened, the streetlights illuminated the surroundings. Hong Ying, with her hands clasped behind her back, walked briskly ahead, her ponytail bouncing with each step. Upon hearing the question from behind, she turned around, retreating a bit, her face breaking into a radiant smile. With a tone of playful arrogance, she replied, Just follow me. There's no need for so many questions. What's the matter? Do you have plans with another girl? Hearing Hong Ying's words, Lin Yu felt a twinge of helplessness. He sensed that although she spoke in jest, there was an underlying concern. It was indeed a challenging task to decipher a girl's thoughts. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Yu smiled and said earnestly, I won't ask any more. Wherever you wish to go, I shall accompany you. His steps became even lighter. Today, my original 5 missiles have turned into 6. Is someone keeping an eye on me? During this festive season, I hope they are not too excessive. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind spending my holiday in leisure. Why are you dawdling? Hong Ying's voice interrupted his thoughts. Unbeknownst to him, she had already reached the entrance of a shop while he was still lost in contemplation. Embarrassed, Lin Yu hurried to catch up and entered with her. Once inside, he discovered it was a clothing store. I don't have many clothes at home, so I plan to pick a few for you. Once you officially receive your salary, you must repay me, she explained, noticing the puzzled look in Lin Yu's eyes. Initially inclined to refuse, he reconsidered and decided to follow her closely. This one is nice, but it makes you look a bit older. The bright red is festive, and I really like this cherry blossom pink. What do you think? She continued, her enthusiasm unabated. Can't we buy something in black? He interjected. Absolutely not. Wearing black during the new year is out of the question. After a while, Hong Ying expressed her dissatisfaction with the store, and they stepped outside to enter another one. Shopping with a girl was truly an exhausting endeavor. After swiftly traversing the pedestrian street, Hong Ying concluded the outing with satisfaction, while Lin Yu carried several bags containing the 2 outfits she had meticulously selected for him. Hurry up, I bought you clothes. So you owe me some candied hawthorns, she declared, heading straight to a vendor selling the sweet treats. Lin Yu chuckled and nodded. Sure, just 2 skewers. 1 is enough. 2 would be too sour. During the payment for the clothes, Hong Ying didn't let him see the price, which Lin Yu knew must be steep. The candied hawthorns cost only $5, an incredibly reasonable price. Suddenly, as they were about to continue their shopping, a loud explosion shattered the tranquility from afar. Both of them instinctively became alert, their eyes drawn to the direction of the explosion. It's coming from the hotel. This must be related to that group seeking Fatty, Lin Yu thought to himself. He surmised that the team captain and others had likely gone there too, and their presence would only complicate matters. He did not refuse the notion. The forbidden item held by Fatty was enough to ensure the safety of Lin Xie and Chao Yuan. The user of the forbidden item would also arrive soon, and the situation shouldn't pose any significant danger. Yet, the appearance of that star blade raised concerns. Was its target him or Lin Xie? If it were aimed at him, what kind of adversary would he face upon failure? Would it be at the river realm or the sea realm? If it were the latter, Team 136 would encounter considerable trouble. He needed to quickly exchange the random forbidden item and report to Old Zhao. He also wished to meet Yang Jian. With these thoughts, he grasped Hong Ying's hand tightly, signaling his resolve. In the complex underground sewer system of Cangnan City, hordes of rats surged forth like a tide. It seemed they were responding to some unseen command, converging towards a dark and empty space below. Amongst the swarm, a young man clutched a black chess piece, his gaze fixed on the rats crawling around him. He murmured, "Dozens of River Realm guards, escaping from the fasting house, along with a mercenary who vanished 3 years ago, and a woman suspected to be from the ancient god church. Not to mention 2 deeply concealed sea realm powerhouses. The waters of Cangnan are growing increasingly murky." Just then, as if sensing something, the young man's brow furrowed. This aura? A vampire? No, wait, the grayish-white skin resembles that of the ghost-faced king. Sea realm? The following morning, Lin Yu groggily awoke to someone shaking him. Glancing at the charming electronic clock on his bedside, he saw it was 4:30. Ah, the holiday feels no different than being in boot camp, he sighed, sitting up. I'll head down first and wait for you. So hurry up, Hong Ying instructed before exiting the room. Lin Yu switched on the light, surveying the decor of the room, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Indeed, a girl's room had a charm that surpassed his own, accompanied by a delicate fragrance. After donning the black training outfit prepared by Hong Ying, he rushed downstairs. Outside, the sky remained dark, but a thick layer of snow had accumulated on the ground. Hong Ying, clad in a matching off-white training suit, was warming up. Are we following the same route as before? Lin Yu inquired, contemplating. What? Is there a problem? Hong Ying asked, her back turned to him, her movements unceasing. Let us avoid the outskirts. It's not too safe. Lin Yu dared not underestimate the situation. The thought of encountering an enemy from the sea realm frightened him, fearing that Hong Ying might incur unnecessary harm in the process. You think I couldn't come up with that? I was already planning to train simply within the city, she retorted before sprinting outside. Watching her retreating figure, Lin Yu chuckled and followed suit. On the rooftop of a tall building nearby, cold Shen, dusted with snow, activated his earpiece. Old Zhao, wake up. Xiao Yu and Hong Ying have started their morning training. Meanwhile, around the corner behind Hong Ying's house, Zhao Kongqing slowly opened his eyes in an old van with new tires. Checking the time, his expression soured. After a moment's hesitation, he grabbed his black suitcase and exited the vehicle, feeling the slight chill in the air. He wrapped his coat tighter around him and lit a cigarette. Under cold Xian's watchful eye, he began to pursue Hong Ying and Lin Yu. The captain and Qiye are probably still asleep at the office. Ugh, these two really know how to create a ruckus. As the first rays of sunlight bathed the earth, Lin Yu and Hong Ying circled almost the entirety of Cangnan before arriving at the Pingan office. It was just past 7 in the morning, yet Si Xiaonan and the others had already gathered there. Chen Mai, donned in an apron, was bringing out breakfast from the kitchen. What perfect timing you both have, he greeted upon seeing them. Hong Ying chuckled, better late than never, and dashed toward the table. Lin Yu smiled and walked over. After taking a couple of steps inside, he noticed that Lung Xian and Zhao Kongsheng were sitting on the sofa, their hair slightly damp, gazing at him with a resentful expression. Lin Yu could roughly guess what the two had been up to the previous night. Feeling a bit embarrassed, he chuckled awkwardly and quickly escaped their line of sight. After finishing breakfast, Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan left the office to gather ingredients for the New Year's Eve dinner. Zhao Kongsheng, Lin Yu, Lin Xie, and Chen Mai also set out to prepare for the morning patrol. During such times, as night watchmen or law enforcement personnel, they could not afford to rest. To prevent Lin Yu from being discovered by his aunt, Shen took him to the urban area, leaving the old city under the care of Lin Yu and Old Zhao. Thanks, Old Zhao. Each of them carried a black box, crunching through the snow-covered ground adorned with red character decorations of good fortune in the old city. Thanks for what, you little rascal? Old Zhao, with a cigarette dangling from his mouth, exhaled a puff of white smoke, his tone languid. Lin Yu stole a glance at Old Zhao, contemplating when it would be appropriate to present him with a gift. Just as they passed by his own house, a small black dog swaggered into the snowy landscape from a distance, barking at the two. What's all that barking about? Keep it up, and I swear I'll teach you a lesson. Zhao Kongqing bent slightly, cursing at the black dog in the distance. Why does that little black dog look so familiar? Isn't this the one from Lin Yu's home? How did it end up here? As he recognized the dog's features, Lin Yu felt a sudden shock. At that moment, a young boy slowly approached the black dog and picked it up. Yugu, long time no see. The boy waved at Lin Yu, holding the black dog in his arms. The dog seemed quite displeased with the boy's address toward Lin Yu, baring its teeth. Upon hearing the boy's greeting, Lin Yu found himself at a loss for words. When they used to play together with Lin Yu, being called that felt rather nice. However, back then, Lin Yu had no idea he could summon spirits. Is this your classmate? Zhao Kongqing, observing Lin Yu's awkward demeanor, furrowed his brow, his gaze becoming somewhat peculiar. This kid, does he swing both ways? Otherwise, why the dilemma? Hold on, Old Zhao. I'll go say a few words. Upon hearing Zhao Kongqing, Lin Yu nodded and, after giving a brief explanation, approached the boy holding the black dog. As the boy's handsome face became clearer, Lin Yu felt increasingly uncomfortable. The sensation was strange, akin to a thief encountering the owner of a stolen item, who was fully aware of the theft. Hey, Yugu, where's my brother? Why didn't he come with you? Hearing this address again, Lin Yu awkwardly scratched his head. Jingu, you jest. Chia was afraid of being seen by his aunt, so he went patrolling in the urban area. Yang Jin maintained a warm smile, but the black dog in his arms barked in discontent, raising its head arrogantly. Lin Yu glanced at Yang Jin and then at the black dog, taking a deep breath and leaning closer to ingratiate himself. Greetings, esteemed canine, Happy New Year. Upon hearing this, the little black dog responded with a confused expression. Yang Jin said, the little black one seems to be feeling embarrassed. The dog turned its head to Lin Yu and barked. What do you want, you little brat? Don't you have a grudge against me? Lin Yu retorted. Why am I the esteemed one? You are the one deserving of that title, along with your entire family. Yang Jin, observing the dog's frantic explanations, gently patted its head and turned to Lin Yu with a strange look. What's wrong, Jingu? Lin Yu, feeling a bit guilty under Yang Jin's scrutinizing gaze, inquired. Come with me. Upon hearing this, Yang Jin smirked and walked toward the side of the road. Lin Yu turned to wave goodbye to Zhao Kongqing and obediently followed. Nice. You've been diligent with your physical training. But as for the other techniques, you haven't learned much. Yang Jin's voice floated back as he walked ahead. Lin Yu scratched his head, chuckling without rebuttal. However, it's not a big issue. As your level increases, you'll gradually master these techniques. That Yang Pearl you have is indeed a fortunate discovery. Who would have thought it ended up in your hands? If you could find the Yin Pearl to complete the Yin Yang Pearl, that would be even better. Yang Jin continued walking without pausing. Yet Lin Yu noticed something unusual. The passers-by seemed to be staring at the three of them. Kid, if you call me esteemed canine again, I'll make you regret it. At that moment, a raspy voice emerged from Yang Jin's arms. Lin Yu jumped slightly. Wait, it just spoke? Earlier, it was barking, and now it was conversing? You didn't know before, but since you called me Little Black, I accepted it. Now that you know, what should you call me? Divine Lord? Lin Yu tentatively suggested. What nonsense. That's what outsiders call me. Now, tell me, did you study the 8-9 profound arts? Lin Yu nodded at the little black dog peeking out from Yang Jin's arm. Exactly. Techniques should not be lightly passed on. Since you've learned, what must you call my master? Without hesitation, Lin Yu replied, Master? The little black dog nodded approvingly, though its expression was tinged with skepticism. Since you call my master, what should you call me? Lin Yu contemplated for a moment. Then a look of realization crossed his face. Just like master. Should I call you Howling Heaven? The little black dog's expression froze, and it scratched at Yang Jin's shoulder in a frenzy. Master, let go of me. Today, this divine lord will teach this disrespectful brat a lesson. I'll dismantle his bones to make a chew toy. Yang Jin smiled as he listened to their exchange, gently holding the squirming little black dog. All right, you've lived for so many years. Why are you still quarreling with a kid? This outfit is new. If you ruin it, you won't get dinner tonight. Yang Jin then glanced at Lin Yu. And you, why must you tease it? If it really bites you, the rabies vaccine won't help. Lin Yu met Yang Jin's deep gaze and smiled, clasping his hands together in a Taoist salute. After 3 bows, he prepared to kneel. Seeing this, the little black dog displayed a satisfied expression. Yang Jin grinned and raised his hand to prevent Lin Yu from kneeling. Forget it. What era are we in? No need for such old customs. Lin Yu didn't insist, slowly rising but then bowed 6 more times. Although he did not perform the 3 kneelings, he still offered 9 bows, which Yang Jin accepted quietly. I know you have many questions you wish to ask. However, there are many matters that I cannot disclose to you at present. Nevertheless, you may inquire about simpler or more spiritual matters, as Yang Jin suggests. Lin Yu pondered for a moment and asked, Master, are you now Yang Jian or Yang Jin? Before Yang Jin could respond, Xiaohei interjected, You little rascal. You seemed to show some respect for your master just now, and now you are uttering nonsense. Yang Jin once again restrained Xiaohei with a smile. It's all acceptable. Lin Yu was not surprised by this answer and continued, Are the other gods the same? Pretty much, Yang Jin replied. Will my use of the summoning technique harm you, or them? No, you are too weak. Lin Yu, noticing Xiaohei's mocking expression as he observed Lin Yu's embarrassment, glanced at Xiaohei and asked, Master, do the primordial beings of chaos truly exist? Upon hearing Lin Yu's question, Yang Jin frowned. Do not aspire too high. To me, they are all ancient existences. After a brief pause, Yang Jin smiled and relaxed his brow. All right, let's discuss other matters once you have grown. Today is New Year's Eve, and I shall present you with a gift in advance. With that, Yang Jin raised his right hand and gently tapped Lin Yu's forehead with his index finger. Your heavenly eye is not fully intact, or rather, it is merely a manifestation of the divine power I left within you. My current body has nurtured a new heavenly eye. As Yang Jin's words fell, Lin Yu felt a refreshing sensation spread from his brow throughout his body. Moments later, as Yang Jin lifted his finger, that sensation vanished. Is it really done? Lin Yu exclaimed in astonishment, reaching up to touch his forehead. What did you expect? Does it take the master 10 days or half a month to grant you a heavenly eye? Xiaohei chimed in. Lin Yu, having experienced the heavenly eye's summoning, recognized that it was still different from his own. Contemplating this, Lin Yu formed a sword seal with his hands and slowly brushed it across his forehead. With his movements, a vertical pupil began to emerge from his previously smooth brow. A flash of golden light sparkled at the center of the vertical pupil, and a complete eye gradually opened. Under the gaze of the heavenly eye, Lin Yu discovered that the area within a 2-meter radius was enveloped in a golden light. The little black dog in Yang Jin's arms had transformed from its shabby appearance into a long-bodied, muscular Chinese dog. However, Yang Jin himself appeared unchanged to the naked eye. All right, let us leave it at that. I have been out for too long. My mother will be looking for me soon. Also, due to your identity as my disciple, most gods will give you some face. If you wish, in the sea realm, you may command some weaker divine manifestations. As Yang Jin's words concluded, the surrounding golden barrier began to shatter, and his figure vanished, reappearing at a street corner in the old city. Lin Yu gazed at the long footprints on the ground, feeling a sense of shock. Could it be that he had truly walked away while I merely stood still? Before Lin Yu could gather his thoughts, a gray mouse fell stiffly from the wall beside him, landing at his feet. A white paper bundle was tied to the mouse's back, seemingly affixed by someone. Chapter 79. The old city regaining his composure, Lin Yu looked at the upright gray mouse and frowned. Launching you? They've even gone so far as to notify the Taoist priest. It seemed that these individuals' targets included him. Lin Yu bent down and retrieved the small paper bundle from the mouse's back. After reading its contents, he slowly clenched his fist. They truly have a high regard for me as a Taoist priest. 2 targets from the sea realm are aimed at me, one resembling a ghostly figure and the other of unknown identity. In that case, I must make thorough preparations. Since Anqing Yu did not deliver this to me personally, it must have been meant for Qi Yi. I recall that group of mercenaries possessing a forbidden item. He hardly used it anyway. Hey, little rascal, what are you dawdling for? Seeing Lin Yu alone, Zhao Kongqing exhaled a puff of smoke and spoke up. Let us go? Old Zhao, I'll take you for a stroll in the old city. With that, he stepped towards the old city, while Zhao Kongqing tossed his cigarette but onto the snow and silently followed. In the urban area of Cangnan City, Lin Shiyi and Chun Muyi each held a black box as they walked along the sidewalk. On New Year's Eve, coupled with the time past noon, the streets were becoming sparse with pedestrians. The few people around wore expressions of joy. It had begun to snow again. Lin Shiyi came to a halt, spread his hands, and looked up at the gray sky. Isn't it better that it's snowing? This way, some rats can't hide their tracks. Chun Muyi echoed Lin Yu's sentiments, his gaze drifting towards an alley. Within the alley, a shadow seemed to realize it had been discovered and swiftly raised its hand, shooting an arrow towards Lin Shiyi and Chun Muyi. It then vanished into the darkness of the city. Clink! Chun Muyi reacted swiftly. his black briefcase snapping open as he grasped the star blade to block the attack. Seeing the shadow disappear, Shen Muye's expression darkened as he glanced at Lin Yu beside him, choosing not to pursue. He opened his earpiece and said, "Lung Xian. There's a shadow ahead in my 2 o'clock position. See if you can track him down." "Received, Captain," came the response. Ending the conversation, Shen Muye then noticed Lin Qiyi had picked up the arrow from the ground and held a piece of paper, his expression inscrutable. Shen Muye furrowed his brow, shifting his gaze to the paper in Lin Qiyi's hand. "Don't worry, old Zhao and Xiao Yu are here. Xiangnan is also present. Everything will be fine." Observing the concern and determination in Lin Qiyi's eyes, Shen Muye sighed. "Then let us go together." The wind and snow intensified, while the shops along the streets that had not yet closed lit up. 2 figures traversed the city, shrouded in the storm. In the old city, every household had illuminated warm yellow lights. Although the atmosphere of the heavy snow felt slightly oppressive, many children bundled in thick red coats rode on their elders' shoulders, pasting auspicious characters and couplets at doorways. In one such household, a small black dog was also present. Jian, this auspicious character seems to be a bit misplaced. Huh, how about now? Now it seems a bit off to the right. How about this? Now it's just right. A woman stood in the alley, a few snowflakes landing on her head, resembling white hair. A year had passed, and it was natural for her hair to turn grayer, yet the joyful smile on her face seemed to rejuvenate her. Hearing commotion from next door, she turned to look. There, a pair of brothers were also pasting auspicious characters. Observing this scene, a complex emotion flickered in the woman's eyes. With a sigh, she murmured, "In the past years, it was always you and your brother doing this together. On this New Year's, I wonder if you will even give me a call." The woman spoke as if to herself, her voice barely audible, yet Jian, standing atop a small stool, heard her clearly. However, he chose to remain silent, pretending not to have heard. With a playful leap, he jumped down from the small stool. The snowy ground almost caused him to slip. "You clumsy child. What would happen if you fell during the New Year?" "It's all right, Mom. I'm grown up now. Come on, let us head inside. We haven't even put up the decorations yet." Despite the woman's reproachful gaze, her face broke into a smile at her son's cheerful expression. She muttered something under her breath as they entered the house. Jian turned to glance at the end of the alley, a smile gracing his lips. He bent down to pick up the small stool and followed her inside. As he passed a small black dog lying on the ground, Jian frowned and kicked it lightly. At the end of the alley, a black van was parked by the roadside, shrouded in swirling snowflakes that seemed to erase all traces. Only a few patches of dark glass remained visible. Inside the driver's seat sat a bald man, a half-burnt cigarette dangling from his mouth. He set down his binoculars and picked up a walkie-talkie. Scorpion 3 reporting, no abnormalities detected near the target. He paused briefly, then continued, "In my line of sight. 2 figures are approaching through the snow." The 2 figures walked leisurely, an unmistakable air of suspicion surrounding them. "Scorpion 3? What is going on? Do you have a situation over there?" The voice crackled through the walkie-talkie. "Report. I've spotted 2 suspicious individuals. One appears to be a high school student holding a black box, and the other is a middle-aged man. Something feels off." Before Scorpion 3 could finish, his eyes widened in shock. Suddenly, a figure in a purplish-red hue appeared outside the van, 3 glowing eyes shimmering on its forehead, an otherworldly sight. Scorpion 3 stared in disbelief at the purple-red spear in his chest, utterly astonished. Elimination of a member of the evil organization. The Scorpion Mercenary Group. Progress of Nezha's ability extraction 3. Spirit points 3. Nezha's ability extraction progress, 623. Spirit points balance, 1593. Hearing the system notification in his mind, Lin Yu smiled faintly. "Thank you for your New Year's gift. I truly appreciate it." With that, Lin Yu twisted his right hand holding the spear, shattering Scorpion 3's heart. "Scorpion 3, what is your situation? Can anyone see what is happening over there?" The person on the other end of the walkie-talkie, noticing the prolonged silence, began to call out urgently. Chapter 80. Kill. "You're too anxious. We haven't located the others yet." At that moment, Zhao Kongqing approached, glancing at Lin Yu before slowly opening the door of the black van. He fished out a cigarette from Scorpion 3's pocket, placing one in his mouth, then lit it with the still glowing end of Scorpion 3's cigarette. "It's fine. I can find them. There may be some who escape. I'll leave this to you." With that, he vanished in an instant. On a nearby low rooftop, a figure draped in a white cloak, holding a sniper rifle, sensed something amiss. Upon recognizing the newcomer, this member of the Scorpion immediately widened his eyes and grabbed his walkie-talkie. "Report." Lin Yu furrowed his brow. "What are you reporting? You can't even relay a message properly." With a swift motion, the purple-red spear pierced through the chest of the Scorpion member. "Hey, what is happening?" The now-deceased member's walkie-talkie crackled to life once more. Lin Yu pondered for a moment, took a couple of steps forward, and bent down to pick up the fallen walkie-talkie. Second one. Who are you? Lin Yu disregarded the scorpion member, discarding the walkie-talkie onto the ground and crushing it underfoot before leaping straight down. The purplish glow flickered, and the wind and snow stirred, obscuring the visibility in the area. The faint sounds of wind and fire were drowned out by the heavy snowfall. In a corner of the alley, a man observed the purplish-red figure amidst the swirling snow. His eyes narrowed slightly. What bad luck, encountering someone of similar strength. However, he reassured himself that those individuals were mere fodder. He needed to complete his task swiftly. As long as he had the woman and child in his grasp, he would hold the upper hand. Taking a deep breath, he exhaled a smoke ring, tossing the remaining stub of his cigarette to the ground and crushing it underfoot. With his hands in his pockets, he turned toward the door, where a small black dog lay. He was Erlang, the 16th seed of the believers. A powerful figure just a step away from the realm of the sea. He was strong and cautious. A formidable adversary of similar strength, coupled with two ordinary individuals, dictated his course of action. Countless prodigies and strongmen had proven that caution is the ultimate path to success. Many who once considered themselves geniuses had long since succumbed to the grave, yet Erlang had survived to claim his place as the 16th seed of the believers. With slow and graceful steps, he began to envision the scene upon bursting through the door, the two frail, ordinary individuals trembling and pleading for mercy. That image was his favorite. Just as he reached the entrance, preparing to push the door open, he caught sight of the small black dog lying in the snow. The dog's wrinkled face, already marked by its previous owner's kick, appeared even more pitiful and unappealing. Erlang scrutinized the small black dog, frowned slightly, and muttered, "This dog is truly ugly." With that, he raised his foot to kick the dog's rear. At that moment, the small black dog lifted its drooping head, revealing a cruel expression on its wrinkled face, slowly opening its mouth. In the snowy ground, Zhao Kongsheng had lit another cigarette. Leaning against the black van while observing the unfolding battle, or rather, the massacre, 3 bodies lay on the crimson-stained earth, their gear extensive yet no match for the purplish-red figure. Lin Yu withdrew the spear from one of the corpses and turned his gaze to the last remaining individual. Bang, bang, bang. The final scorpion member fired 5 shots in rapid succession, all of which Lin Yu deftly evaded, leading to the man's utter collapse. He pressed his hand to his ear and activated his earpiece. Scorpion 1, where are you? This man is a devil. Scorpion 1, save me. Before he could finish, Lin Yu, expressionless, thrust a bullet into his chest. A burst of flames instantly consumed him. Elimination of a member of the evil organization. The Scorpion Mercenary Group. Progress of Nezha's ability extraction 3. Spirit points 3. Nezha's ability extraction progress 833. Spirit points balance 1773. With this, he had eliminated a total of 8. Only 1 remained. He wondered if this Scorpion 1 could allow him to reach 100 in the extraction of Nezha's abilities. If so, it could be said that they met their end with purpose. Just as Lin Yu's mind wandered slightly, a man clad in a torn black tactical vest, muscles rippling and eyes blazing red, charged into the alley. This was Scorpion 1, who had been hiding in the shadows. Aware of Lin Yu's formidable strength, he realized that his only chance of survival lay in capturing the mother and child inside that house. The Forbidden Sequence 209, Blood Boiling, possesses the ability to absorb the blood of all deceased beings within a certain radius in a short span of time, thereby acquiring and augmenting their strengths from life. This forbidden object serves as his source of confidence. The deaths of the other 8 members of the team could momentarily elevate his power to the pinnacle of the pool realm, nearing the river realm. Zhao Kongsheng, who had been blocking the alley's entrance, observed Scorpion 1. Suddenly, the black case in his hand sprang open, revealing the star blade positioned across his chest, effectively barricading the alleyway. Zhao Kongsheng had long discerned that these individuals were not enigmatic figures, but rather mercenaries. For a former soldier of the Great Xia, witnessing mercenaries brazenly engaging in such antics within his homeland was intolerable, and he felt compelled to intervene. Step aside. Scorpion 1 had no desire to entangle himself with the man before him. With a fierce shout, he lunged forward, thrusting his dagger towards Zhao Kongsheng's face. Clang! Zhao Kongsheng parried the strike with both hands on his weapon, his body sliding back a meter under the force of the blow. He chose not to summon Lin Yu for assistance. An externally enhanced pinnacle of the pool realm was not something he deemed worthy of concern. Once he regained his footing, Zhao Kongsheng adopted a defensive stance. Scorpion 1 cast a glance at the purplish-red figure behind him, then assessed the man before him, who was at most a mere sentinel of the pool realm. His gaze hardened with resolve. If you seek death, then embrace it. With that, His speed surged once more as he charged at Zhao Kongqing. Clang, clang, clang. The two engaged in a fierce battle, exchanging dozens of strikes within moments. Although Zhao Kongqing was inferior in realm and strength compared to Scorpion 1, as a retired Special Forces soldier, his technique was not lacking when compared to the bloodthirsty mercenary. Utilizing the advantage of the Star Blade, which grew stronger with each inch, they both endured wounds as they fought evenly matched. Clang. With another clash, they momentarily separated. Scorpion 1 calculated the duration of the forbidden object blood boiling and felt a surge of anxiety. Zhao Kongqing, brimming with fighting spirit, faced Scorpion 1, gripping his blade and striking a combat-ready posture once more. In a deep voice, he proclaimed, "Kill." In the early days of the mysterious arrival, Great Xia was the sole sanctuary. Years of conflict had forged an unwritten rule. Mercenaries would engage in a life-or-death struggle upon entering Great Xia. Zhao Kongqing's command to kill echoed the rallying cry of the Great Xia army when confronting mercenary bands. Upon hearing this command, Scorpion 1 realized that the man before him was not merely a simple sentinel. Taking a deep breath, Scorpion 1 adjusted his mindset and charged at Zhao Kongqing with his dagger in hand. The winds howled amidst the swirling snow, completely masking the sounds of their conflict. The surrounding residential buildings were brightly lit, with the tantalizing aroma of meals wafting through the air. Lin Yu had already regained his composure, observing the battle from a distance with a smirk. "Don't blame me, old Zhao. If this continues, you will undoubtedly prevail. However, this fellow's life will serve a greater purpose. Consider it a New Year's gift from you, if you will." "Yes, let's settle on that, shall we?" With a slight movement of his right hand, Lin Yu began to move.